Chapter 1. The dragon emerges from the sea. Yun Chen descends the mountain. You little rascal, be gentle with those needles. On the summit of Changbai mountain, a stunning woman clad in a crimson gown lay languidly atop an unusual rock. Her exquisite figure exuded an alluring grace, the pale skin of her back exposed and glistening, adorned with golden needles. Master, your severe hormonal imbalance has led to irregularities in your cycle. It is imperative to seek a harmonious balance of yin and yang. Relying solely on the golden needles will likely prove insufficient for a complete remedy, remarked an attractive young man as he deftly administered the needles. There isn't a single man beneath the heavens who has captured my interest, she retorted. However, your mastery of the Tai golden needle is astonishing. Your second master could manage only 11 needles simultaneously, yet you have achieved the remarkable feat of inserting a total of 49 needles, each placed with exquisite precision. Truly, you're a little prodigy. Propped on her chin, she spoke with an enchanting allure. Yun Chen quickly defended himself. My second master is merely aging, and his vision has declined. Otherwise, he could surely accomplish the same. Spare me. He has devoted his entire life to the Tai golden needle, yet his technique pales in comparison to yours now. He boasts of being able to bring the dead back to life, which is utterly laughable, she scoffed. You have completely surpassed him. The beautiful woman spoke softly, her lips parting delicately. Yun Chen abruptly halted his movements, hesitating for a moment before summoning his courage to declare, Master, I wish to descend the mountain. What? Descend the mountain? Absolutely not. If you leave, who will administer the needles for me? Upon hearing Yun Chen's intention to descend, the enchanting woman furrowed her brows. Turning to face him, her previous calm demeanor replaced by an unmistakable hint of anxiety and reluctance. Second master, Yun Chen began. That old fool's technique is lacking. I have grown accustomed to your touch, she replied. Who dares to speak ill of me behind my back? At that moment, a figure appeared seemingly from thin air, clad in white, exuding an air of tranquility, akin to a celestial being. The little rascal wishes to descend the mountain, the beautiful woman stated frostily. What? No way. Absolutely not. I shall never consent to this. Why on earth would you want to leave the mountain? Life here is carefree and delightful. Just as she finished speaking, 8 more figures emerged like phantoms, each emanating a fearsome aura. Little rascal, if you leave, who will spar with us old fellows? Questioned a red-faced elder, leading the group. With unwavering resolve, Yun Chen replied, Master, I have unfinished business. I must descend. The ones responsible for my family's downfall still roam free. I have not forgotten that fateful night for the past 5 years. The blood debt remains unavenged, and I can never find peace. The red-faced elder sighed in resignation. Very well. It seems we old fellows have little left to teach you. I have practiced for over a century to attain the 7th level of the longevity skill. Yet you impudent boy, have reached the 12th level in merely 5 years. The 4th master could not help but grumble. By the heavens, my heavenly absolute 9 swords have never been mastered to the 9th sword. This insolent boy has even created the 10th sword. The Grand Master sincerely remarked, You have already surpassed your predecessors. Since you have made your decision, he continued, you may descend the mountain. Master, in truth, I have already cultivated the longevity skill to the 16th level, Yun Chen proclaimed loudly. And 4th master, the 9th sword is not as difficult as you think. I will teach you when I return. The Grand Master and the 4th master nearly spewed blood in shock. I have roamed the world for ages, yet I never imagined I would be so thoroughly surpassed by you, you audacious boy. Very well, the Grand Master said helplessly. A captivating woman smiled charmingly and said, This impudent boy's mastery of poisons far exceeds my own. Regrettably, I have yet to teach you the art of the chamber. You will have to comprehend it on your own after descending the mountain. Yun Chen knelt and expressed his gratitude. Master, 2nd master, 3rd master, 6th master, 7th master, I shall miss you all. Get up, you impudent boy. There is one more thing we have yet to tell you. In fact, you have 7 senior sisters. Each one is as beautiful as a celestial being. After you descend, you may seek them out and indulge as you wish. If any trouble arises, your masters will stand by you. Yun Chen. You impudent boy. Throughout history, beautiful women often bring disaster. The more enchanting the woman, the greater the peril. Remember this. The enchanting woman approached and whispered in Yun Chen's ear. I understand, Sixth Master. Yun Chen slowly nodded. Even without the Sixth Master's words, he was aware of the truth. The more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she could be. For, back when he was the young master of the Yun family, he had already witnessed this firsthand. The Yun family was once the foremost family in Jinling. In Jinling, the Yun family was akin to heaven. And Yun Chen had always lived a life of luxury and ease. He was the center of attention, basking in glory. The four great families of Jinling, including the four prominent families of Shihong and another esteemed family from the capital, all sought to ally with the Yun family, eager to curry favor and forge connections. Thus they flocked to propose marriages. The proud daughters of the 9 noble families would often entangle themselves with Yun Chen. However, one fateful night, an unprecedented calamity struck the Yun family. Hundreds of armed men stormed into the Yun residence, surrounding it completely. Above, helicopters circled ominously, while dozens of fighter jets hovered in the sky. The spectacle sent shockwaves throughout the entire city of Jinling. Yun Che, the family head and Yun Chen's father, was forcibly taken away, his face covered. From that moment onward, the Yun family fell into despair, as if plunged into an endless abyss. Yun Chen's mother, shortly thereafter, took her own life by hanging in her room. Upon learning this tragic news, the 9 prominent families immediately chose to annul their engagements with the Yun family, seeking to sever all ties at any cost. They not only ceased all collaboration with the Yun family, but also seized the opportunity to voraciously consume their assets until the Yun family was completely absorbed. Yun Chen witnessed all of this unfold before his eyes, yet felt powerless to intervene. After that fateful night, Yun Chen swore an oath to the heavens. He vowed that he would not rest until he avenged this wrong, nor would he live as a mere man. Meanwhile, the daughters of the 8 great families, following that night, altered their demeanor towards Yun Chen. Their previous warmth transformed into an icy indifference, as if they sought to etch their disdain upon their very faces. Only the young lady Su Qingyu from the Su family continued to treat Yun Chen as she always had. Thus, Yun Chen saw through the world around him, realizing that the more beautiful a woman was, the more cunning she tended to be, and the less trust one could place in her. On the majestic Changbai mountain, a young man, weary yet resolute, descended with the confidence of a dragon emerging from the sea as he ventured into the world beyond. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Yun Chen prepared to hail a ride back to Jinling. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared behind him in an instant. Young master, they exclaimed, we come at the behest of the Grand Elder to accompany you. From this day forth, the Hall of Eternal Life is entirely at your command. This is the order of eternal life, which the Grand Elder has instructed us to personally deliver into your hands. From today onward, you shall be the master of the Hall of Eternal Life. The figures knelt in unison, exuding an imposing aura. Yun Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, there is no need for that. I will handle my affairs myself. I require no interference from others. Youth Master, if you do not allow us to accompany you, we shall remain here in prostration. We shall not rise until you permit us to follow. The leader declared with unwavering resolve. Stand up. Yun Chen relented. I suppose you may accompany me. He understood well that this was a gesture of goodwill from his master. The Hall of Eternal Life was established by his master, and each individual within was a paragon of skill. The few dozen individuals before him could effortlessly obliterate an army. Thank you, young master, they chorused. By the way, young master, this is a gold card from the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom, containing 100 billion. The 7th Elder instructed us to pass it to you, urging you to spend freely without restraint. The elders mentioned that you departed too hastily to bid you farewell. Additionally, this Azure Dragon Sword is from the 9th Elder, entrusted to us for you. And this celestial silkworm gold armor was personally removed from the Grand Elder, intended for your protection. This token grants command over 100,000 troops in Nanyang. This is the unrivaled secret weapon of the Tang clan, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and the Peacock Feather. The 3rd Elder advised that it should only be used in dire circumstances. This ring serves as a direct link to the president of the Dragon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce. To see the ring is to see the president himself. And this 100 poisons pill can neutralize all poisons in the world. Yun Chen accepted each item, feeling an overwhelming warmth within his heart. Please withdraw for now. I shall summon you when the need arises, Yun Chen stated. Understood, young master. As soon as the words were spoken, dozens of figures vanished into thin air. P.S. This book categorizes levels as follows: warrior level fighters, general level fighters, god of war level fighters, innate fighters, masters, grandmasters, martial kings, martial emperors, martial lords, martial saints, martial emperors. Chapter 2. She waited for you for 5 years. As Yun Chen returned to Jinling, he immediately made his way to the ancestral home of the Yun family. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to discover that, after all this time, the residence had not fallen into disrepair. The interior appeared to have been meticulously cleaned, exuding a serene cleanliness. The courtyard was devoid of weeds, and before his mother's grave lay an abundance of fresh flowers and offerings. Could it be that someone had come to pay their respects? Yun Chen furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, yet he could not fathom who would visit. Mother, I am unfilial, returning to see you only after such a long while. I am powerless, having yet to uncover the true mastermind behind that fateful incident. Nevertheless, he vowed, the truth shall eventually surface. Those cowardly wretches lurking in the shadows will be brought to light, and I shall make them pay for their blood debts. I am certain it will not be long now. Mother, I miss you dearly. Kneeling at his mother's grave, Yun Chen bowed 3 times in reverence. After honoring her memory, he departed and took a taxi to the garden community. He wondered if his aunt still resided there. Following the calamity that befell the Yun family, he had lived with her, though she was not a biological aunt, but rather the family's former secretary, Lu Xian. Lu Xian had always shown great care and concern for Yun Chen, which is why he affectionately referred to her as his aunt. Upon arriving at the community, Yun Chen ascended the stairs and gently knocked on the door. It was not long before the door swung open. Upon seeing the young man standing at the threshold clad in a lace nightgown, with skin as delicate as porcelain, Lu Xian momentarily froze. Her expression a blend of shock and delight. Xiao Chen? It is I, Aunt. Xiao Chen, is it really you? Yes. Have you forgotten me, Aunt? Yun Chen grinned widely. Where have you been all these 5 years? Were you alone out there, enduring hardships? Lu Xian exclaimed. You vanished so abruptly 5 years ago, leaving me searching for you endlessly. Unable to contain her emotions, she enveloped Yun Chen in a warm embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. I apologize, Aunt, for leaving without a word and causing you worry. However, I have been quite well over these 5 years, Yun Chen replied with a smile. And you, Aunt, have you been well? Did the events from that time bring you any trouble? He inquired. Lu Xian released him, wiping her tears, and reassured him. No. I have been well, truly. Are you certain, Aunt? Yun Chen pressed further. Since the Yun family's misfortune, nearly everyone associated with them had met a dire fate. Indeed. I assure you. Now, please come inside, Lu Xian urged, shaking her head with a smile. Just as Yun Chen was about to step inside, the elevator doors suddenly opened. 4 men clad in black suits emerged, exuding a threatening presence. It was evident that their intentions were far from benign. Boss, the woman is home today. Our efforts were not in vain. Seeing this, Lu Xian quickly urged, Xiao Chen, hurry inside. You dare to close the door, you filthy woman. The leading man bellowed. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen could not help but furrow his brows, his expression shifting dramatically. In an instant, he vanished from his original position. The next moment, he appeared directly before the man in black, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. The man was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the elevator's exterior. His face was left a grotesque mess, blood oozing from his mouth as he lay on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog, soon rendered unconscious. Clean your mouth, Yun Chen said coldly, his gaze turning icy towards the other 3 individuals. The remaining trio, thoroughly frightened, cowered against the wall, frozen in place. Yun Chen frowned and inquired, Who are you? What business do you have with my aunt? The 3 men in black immediately responded truthfully. We are under the command of young Master Hua. He sent us to inform Miss Lu Xian that he is waiting for her at the hotel. If she does not comply, she will find it impossible to survive in Jinling. Yun Chen's eyes turned frigid as he pressed. What else did he say? They also mentioned that none who have left the Yun family have met with a good end. If Miss Lu Xian refuses to cooperate, she may find no refuge within the entire Dragon Kingdom, they added. The entire Dragon Kingdom? Such audacity. Yun Chen retorted coldly. Meanwhile, Lu Xian stood dumbfounded. her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at the robust figure of the young man nearby, silently questioning, "Is this still that scrawny little boy from back then? Aunt, do these individuals frequently harass you?" Yun Chen turned to ask. "And no, we are here for the first time, truly the first time. Previously, whenever we came, Miss Lu Xian was not home," the three hastily explained, inadvertently digging their own grave. "You dare claim this is your first visit?" Yun Chen replied coldly. At that moment, one of the men's phones suddenly rang. Yun Chen snatched the phone and answered it. "Ah-san, how is the matter progressing? If she does not obediently comply, just abduct her and bring her to the hotel. I intend to teach her a lesson tonight. Let her know that my patience has its limits." "Hey, Ah-san, are you even listening to me?" Young Master Huichio spoke harshly as silence lingered on the other end of the line. "Young Master Hua, I will remember that name." Yun Chen murmured to himself. "Who are you?" Huichio asked, frowning. Yun Chen abruptly hung up the phone, turning to the three men with a cold demeanor. "Kneel. Apologize to my aunt." Without hesitation, the three men fell to their knees, looking towards Lu Xian as they pleaded, "We are so sorry, Miss Lu Xian." Yun Chen slowly uttered a single word, "Leave." The three men turned and fled, racing towards the elevator. "Wait," Yun Chen called out. Upon hearing his words, they halted in place, too terrified to move. "Take him away as well, and clean up this mess," he instructed, gesturing towards the unconscious man in black. "Understood." Three individuals swiftly lifted the man in black into the elevator. After removing their suits, they frantically wiped the floor, ensuring it was spotless before re-entering the elevator. Upon stepping inside, one exclaimed in disbelief, "Where did this guy come from? His attack was ruthless. We must return for our weapons and finish him off today. Then, we can bind that wretched woman and send her to the hotel. Perhaps we might indulge ourselves afterward." Just as I knelt down, I seized the opportunity to steal a glance. That woman had an exquisite figure, and engaging with her would surely be pleasurable. I noticed as well. The three exchanged knowing smiles. However, just as the elevator doors were about to close, four golden needles suddenly materialized, hovering before them. "What on earth is this?" PFF, 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 PFF. In the next instant, the four needles pierced through their skulls. Once the elevator descended, the doors opened automatically, revealing four lifeless bodies lying quietly within. Had it not been for the concern of startling my aunt, Yun Chen would not have allowed them to ascend the elevator alive. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Young master, is there something you require of me?" The voice on the other end inquired respectfully. Yun Chen spoke softly. "Assist me in eliminating a person, Ho Xiaoqiu from the Ho family in Jinling." He kept his voice low to avoid alarming his aunt. "Understood, young master." The call was promptly terminated. "Come inside, aunt. Everything is fine now." Yun Chen turned and smiled. "Xiaochen, are you all right?" Lu Xian asked, visibly shaken. "I'm fine. Aunt, I'm hungry." Yun Chen deliberately shifted the topic to alleviate her worries. "All right, I'll prepare a meal for you." Lu Xian smiled as she entered the house. Reflecting, in these 5 years, Xiaochen must have experienced so much. However, if he chooses not to share, I shall not pry. "By the way, aunt, have you visited my mother's grave?" Yun Chen inquired. "You wish to know why the Yun family residence is so immaculate, as if someone has tidied it up, and why your mother's grave is adorned with flowers, correct?" Lu Xian countered. "Yes." Yun Chen nodded slowly. Aside from his aunt, he couldn't fathom who else would pay respects to his mother. "It is Miss Su. Over the past 5 years, she has visited your mother's grave annually. I encountered her once while I was there," Lu Xian replied. "Miss Su? Aunt, do you mean Su Qingyu?" Yun Chen asked with a furrowed brow. "Indeed. She has waited for you for 5 long years." Chapter 3. Assist me in eliminating a person, aunt. How is she faring now? A trace of tenderness flickered in Yun Chen's eyes. To be frank, not well. She has completely quarreled with her family. The Su family wishes for her to marry in the capital, yet she refuses to comply. They forbade her from visiting your family's ancestral home to pay her respects. But she insisted on going and was ultimately expelled from the family, Lu Xian said, her eyes filled with compassion. "Such a wonderful girl, it truly breaks one's heart." "I had no idea." Yun Chen hesitated, his words hanging in the air. He was utterly unaware of everything. All he knew was that when the Su family called off the engagement, Su Qingyu vehemently opposed it. In a fit of anger, the Su family confined her. Subsequently, he departed from Jinling, heading towards Changbai Mountain. After that, no news of Su Qingyu ever surfaced. She had been patiently awaiting his return. Now that he had come back, he ought to pay her a visit. "Do not let her down," Lu Xian advised Yun Chen. Do you know where she resides now, Aunt? Yun Chen inquired. I do not know her address, but I am aware of her workplace. At Date Group, Lu Xian replied. Date Group, understood, Yun Chen nodded. Let us have dinner first. We can visit afterward. Lu Xian smiled. By the way, when you go out later, wear a hat to avoid being recognized. If the members of the four great families learn of your return, they will surely seek trouble with you. You just had an altercation with the He family, and He Xiaoqiu will not let this go easily, Lu Xian cautioned. Do not worry, Aunt, Yun Chen responded nonchalantly. Even if they do not seek me out, I will pay them a visit regardless. Aunt, why have I never heard of the He family before? Yun Chen asked curiously. Jinling has changed significantly over the past 5 years. The He family is a newly prominent family that has risen rapidly in recent years, with vast influence, currently ranking just below the four great families. Their enterprises are primarily in the entertainment industry, monopolizing bars and underground gambling. Most importantly, the He family has always maintained a close relationship with the Lin family. It is said that their swift rise in Jinling is due to the Lin family's backing. Lu Xian explained. The Lin family? After the incident with the Yun family, they were the first to take advantage of our misfortune and seize our assets. I will settle this score with them. Yun Chen remarked coldly, his eyes betraying a chilling resolve. Aunt, why does the He family target you? Yun Chen asked, perplexed. After the Yun family's downfall, no company dared to employ me for fear of offending the four great families. Left with no options, I had to resort to singing in a bar. The bar where I work is owned by He Xiaoqiu. He expected me to entertain guests, but I firmly refused and resigned, thereby incurring his displeasure, Lu Xian explained. That scoundrel. Yun Chen clenched his fists in anger. Enough of these unhappy topics. I will go prepare dinner. You take a seat, Lu Xian said, forcing a smile. Aunt, do you need my help? Yun Chen offered. When visiting someone else's home, one cannot simply be a freeloader, can they? No need. Oh, could you please put the clothes from the sofa into the washing machine? Lu Xian said as she walked toward the kitchen. Just as she entered, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly ran back out. I will handle it myself, Lu Xian stated. Only to find. Yun Chen held a pair of black stockings, scrutinizing them from top to bottom. And why are these socks so long? And why are there white and red ones? Won't they bleed if washed together? Having spent 5 years in the mountains, Yun Chen was completely isolated from the outside world, unaware that contemporary fashion had evolved significantly. Black stockings and fishnet tights had become staples in a girl's wardrobe. Over-the-knee socks, mid-calf socks, thigh-highs, bodysuits, and crotchless styles. An array of choices that dazzled the eyes and overwhelmed the senses. Lu Xian swiftly approached and gathered the clothes from the sofa, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She hurriedly retreated to the bathroom without responding to Yun Chen's inquiries. After tossing the clothes into the washing machine, she proceeded to prepare a meal. Yun Chen stood there, somewhat bewildered. Had he spoken out of turn? Meanwhile, at the He family estate, dozens of men clad in black burst in abruptly, creating chaos wherever they roamed. Blood flowed like a river, and the air was thick with death. One word encapsulated the scene: slaughter. What is the meaning of this? He Feng, the head of the He family, emerged from the hall, his voice sharp with authority as he surveyed the carnage. The ground was strewn with the bodies of 4 or 5 dozen fallen guards, all elite warriors of the He family. Who is He Xiaoqiu? The leader of the black-clad men delivered a devastating blow to an approaching guard, reducing him to nothing more than a heap. He then raised his gaze, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if taking a life were as mundane as eating or drinking. Quickly, inform the Lin family. He Feng commanded his subordinates, his heart racing at the horrific sight. All the fallen were He family's protectors, each one a warrior of formidable strength, warriors who stood at the pinnacle of human capability. In street brawls, one could easily defeat 7 or 8 opponents, comparable to elite special forces. Yet, in mere moments, they had all been annihilated without a single survivor. Pray tell, what enmity do you harbor against my He family? Why do you enter uninvited and resort to murder? He Feng inquired, a mixture of shock, fear, and fury coursing through him. Your son has offended our young master. The leader of the black-clad men replied coldly. This ungrateful child, causing trouble once more? He Feng exclaimed. We are willing to make amends, whatever it takes. Please, spare my son, and you shall be regarded as a friend of the He family from this day forth. Apologies, but whoever the young master decrees must die, must indeed perish. The black-clad man shook his head. May I ask where your young master is? Could I possibly meet him? There must be some misunderstanding. I am willing to clarify matters in person, He Feng pleaded, attempting to buy time. At that moment, Hua Xiaoqiu entered. Confusion etched across his face as he beheld the corpses littering the courtyard. He stood frozen in shock. Father, what has happened? Who did this? Who dares to kill in my Hua family? Are they tired of living? Hua Xiaoqiu cursed as he stepped inside. Xiaoer, run. Hua Feng, upon seeing his son return unexpectedly, immediately shouted towards the entrance. Where are you going? Why are you kneeling on the ground? Who are these people that dare to invade the Hua family and commit murder? Just as Hua Xiaoqiu intended to approach and assist Hua Feng, a glint of cold light flashed. With a sickening thud, Hua Xiaoqiu's head fell to the ground, slowly rolling to rest before Hua Feng, whose eyes widened in horror. The leading figure among the black-clad assailants wiped the blood from his blade impassively before turning to leave, leaving behind a chilling message. If you seek revenge, come find me at the Jinling Jinjuan mansion. In the urban garden community, after finishing his meal, Yun Chen hurriedly departed. No sooner had he exited the complex than he received a call from one of the two great protectors of the Changsheng Hall, the leader of the Jiuyo, who spoke with respect. Young master, how did the mission proceed? Is that scoundrel dead? With a frigid demeanor, Yun Chen inquired. Did you eliminate him? Yes, young master. The deed is done. However, we faced some resistance and ended up taking out several dozen more. Jiuyo replied nonchalantly. Jiuyo, one of the two great protectors of the Changsheng Hall, alongside the 10 elders, oversees the elite forces that include 4 heavenly kings and 6 Vajra warriors. These individuals represent the pinnacle of strength within the Changsheng Hall. 3 days from now, I shall personally lead a team to Jinling, Yun Chen stated decisively. It matters not, as long as that wretch is dispatched. Young master, the Jinling Jinjuan mansion has already been secured, and your accommodations have been arranged. Jiuyo reported. Very well, I will arrive later. Yun Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Within the ancestral home of the Hua family, blood had already flowed like a river, with corpses strewn across the ground, resembling a haunted dwelling. Hua Feng, gazing upon the headless body of his son, let out a wrathful roar towards the heavens. In that moment, he appeared utterly deranged, his hair disheveled. Cradling the lifeless form in his arms, his gaze vacant. Only after the tears ceased to flow did he gently lay down the body and exit the Hua family residence, heading towards the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of Jinling. The Lin family ancestral home, situated in the most bustling area of Jinling, featured 2 lifelike golden lions standing guard at the entrance. The steps leading inside were paved with precious golden silk Nanmu wood, embodying extravagance. The entire Lin estate resembled a royal garden nestled amidst the urban chaos, exuding an atmosphere of tranquility, antiquity, and a touch of elegance. Upon his arrival at the Lin family ancestral home, just as Hua Feng prepared to enter, Lin Xiao, the young master of the Lin family, happened to emerge. Upon seeing the disheveled Hua Feng, he could not contain his amusement and burst into laughter. Uncle Hua, what have you done to yourself? Have you been pulling all-nighters at your club again? I must say, Uncle Hua, at your age, you ought to take it easy. You can't behave like us young folks. Lacking restraint, Lin Xiao chattered on, while Hua Feng's expression had darkened to an extreme, showing no inclination to smile. Uncle, what troubles you? Lin Xiao sensed that the atmosphere was rather unsettling, so he earnestly inquired. Typically, when he jested, Uncle Hua would share a laugh, yet now, Uncle Hua's countenance resembled that of a man grieving the loss of his son, his face dark as coal. Take me to see your father. I have urgent matters to discuss with him, Hua Feng said sternly. Of course, Uncle Hua. Lin Xiao readily agreed, acutely aware that Hua Feng's demeanor was far from normal, indicating that something significant had transpired. He promptly led the way. Upon arriving at the Lin family hall, they found elder Lin Wuyo present. Noticing Hua Feng's disheveled appearance, he chuckled and asked, Old Hua, have you changed your hairstyle? Second uncle, I happened to run into Uncle Hua outside. He mentioned urgent matters that require me to speak with my father. Lin Xiao interjected quickly. What could be so pressing? Lin Wuyo inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Hua Feng, as the head of the Hua family, was uncharacteristically discomposed today. Was there some grave incident concerning the Hua family? Xiaoer, go summon your father. Lin Wuyo commanded without delay. Yes, second uncle. Lin Xiao dashed off towards his father's chamber. Old Hua, what on earth has happened? Lin Wuyo pressed once Lin Xiao had left. Xiaoqiu is dead, Hua Feng replied, his eyes bloodshot, exuding an aura of murderous intent. What? Lin Wuyo sprang to his feet, nearly losing his balance. How could this be? Who did it? He urgently questioned. In Jinling, who would dare to slay a member of the Hua family? Particularly their young master? Had they crossed paths with some desperate renegades who had nothing to lose? This was the only plausible scenario Lin Wuyo could fathom that would embolden someone to strike at the Hua family. They call themselves the Hall of Eternal Life. Xiao Qiu must have offended them, or more precisely, their young master. Hua Feng clenched his fists tightly. The Hall of Eternal Life? I have never heard of such a faction. Does this power truly exist in Jinling? Please, recount the entire sequence of events, Lin Wuyo urged, furrowing his brows. Half an hour ago, a group of men in black stormed into my Hua family, indiscriminately slaughtering everyone. Over 50 of our guards were killed. Hua Feng gritted his teeth. What? Over 50 guards of the Hua family were all slain? Lin Wuyo asked in disbelief. Indeed, Hua Feng affirmed. Those individuals were nothing short of heartless demons. With a resounding crash, Lin Wuyo smashed his palm onto the table before him, shattering it. This is outrageous. Rest assured, old Hua. My Lin family will not stand idly by. An attack on the Hua family is akin to a slap in the face to the Lin family. No one has ever dared to strike the Lin family in Jinling. At that moment, the head of the Lin family, Lin Zonghai, emerged with measured steps. Though nearing 60, he appeared remarkably vigorous, radiating a commanding presence. Like a razor-sharp sword. Brother. Lin Wuyo hastily rose to his feet. And only after Lin Zonghai took his seat did Lin Wuyo settle back down. Old Hua, what has transpired? Lin Zonghai inquired once seated. Xiao Qiu is dead. What? Wushu, you say Xiao Qiu has died? How could this be possible? Just last night, we were together at the nightclub. Lin Xiu exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. His eyes wide with shock. Just last night, they fought side by side, reveling in the nightlife, and today, he is gone. What exactly happened? Lin Zonghai's brow furrowed upon hearing this. How audacious for someone to target the Hua family with such cruel methods. Hua Feng recounted the entire ordeal once more. Changxing Palace? Lin Zonghai's expression tightened. When did such a power emerge in Jinling without his knowledge? He hadn't even heard a whisper of it. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. I will dispatch someone to investigate this matter, but tomorrow marks my 60th birthday. I do not wish for any disturbances. Hua Feng discerned Lin Zonghai's implication. It was clear that the Lin family was unwilling to become embroiled in this murky affair. In that case, I shall take my leave. Hua Feng stood up and departed without looking back. Old Hua, why the haste? Lin Wuyo hurriedly called out. Let him go, Lin Zonghai replied. Brother, are we truly going to ignore this? The Hua family has always been on good terms with us. We still need to collaborate with them. As many of our enterprises depend on the Hua family. Lin Wuyo asked, perplexed. We will address this after my birthday celebration. No further discussion on this matter. Lin Zonghai asserted. The 60th birthday was the most pressing concern at present. Many prominent figures would attend the banquet, and any mishap would be a blot on his reputation. Understood, Lin Wuyo conceded, albeit reluctantly. Do you truly believe that the Hua family can establish a foothold in Jinling solely because of your Lin family? Hua Feng scoffed as he exited the Lin family ancestral home. He then produced his phone and dialed a number. Hello, brother, what is the matter? Why the sudden call? Ning Shuang, Xiao Qiu is dead. What? How could this happen? Who is responsible? A force called Changxing Palace. Xiao Qiu must have offended their young master somehow. Just moments ago, a group of men in black stormed into the Hua family residence and beheaded Xiao Qiu. A loud crash echoed from the other end of the line, as if something had shattered. In 3 days, I will personally lead a team to Jinling. No matter who it is, they shall pay dearly for this. Vengeance for Xiao Qiu. Chapter 5. Day Group. Su Qingyu. After hanging up the phone, Yun Chen took a taxi to Day Group. Upon arriving at the base of the building, he muttered to himself, they should still be at work. Then he walked straight in. Excuse me, sir, entry is not permitted without authorization. Whom are you seeking? The receptionist called out to Yun Chen as he entered. Yun Chen turned to glance back and replied, Su Qingyu, are you looking for Director Su? Indeed. Please wait while I confirm. The receptionist inquired, may I have your name, sir? However, in the brief moment she turned, Yun Chen had already vanished. Huh. Where did he go? The receptionist furrowed her brow in confusion. He was just here. Has he left? At that moment, Yun Chen had already entered the premises. As he stepped inside, he quickly spotted a striking figure busy in the distance through the glass door. The door bore the inscription, Director Su's office. Just as Yun Chen was about to approach, Su Qingyu unexpectedly stood up and exited the room in a hurry, clutching a stack of documents. Hello, can I assist you? A person approached Yun Chen, inquiring. No, nothing. Yun Chen replied casually before disappearing once more. Where did he go? Goodness. It's broad daylight, and it feels like a ghost. Meanwhile, Yun Chen had entered Su Qingyo's office and casually picked up a photo frame from the desk. Upon glancing at it, he discovered an old photograph inside. The image was of himself, but not as he was now. It depicted him from 5 years ago. Still somewhat naive and innocent, even rather childish. Staring at the photo, Yun Chen became lost in thought, a faint smile gradually forming on his lips. "I can't believe this picture has been kept all this time," he murmured to himself. At that moment, a heated argument erupted from the adjacent room. "Director Du, please show some decorum. Director Su, I truly like you. From the moment you joined the company, I was captivated. You are the most beautiful woman in Jinling. Be with me, and I will make you the first lady of the company. I do not have feelings for you. Director Du, please be respectful. If you continue this way, I will call for assistance." Su Qingyo's voice was icy. "Ha. Call for help if you wish. Try shouting until your throat is raw. This is my territory. Who dares to interfere? I can have them thrown out in an instant. How dare you lay a hand on me? Su Qingyo, do not think that just because you are the daughter of the Su family, I won't dare to challenge you. You have already fallen out with the Su family. You are a clever person. You should understand the unspoken rules of the workplace. To ascend, one needs a strong backing. Do you know why Lena from the marketing department was promoted to vice president just 6 months after joining, while you, despite your diligent efforts, remain a mere director? It's because you refuse to take shortcuts. You only need to open your legs and offer yourself to me, and I can help you rise effortlessly. Enough. You make me feel nauseous." Su Qingyu replied coldly. "Do not presume that I am unaware of your lingering thoughts about that fellow with the surname Yun. The Yun family has ceased to exist for 5 years. Whether that young man is alive or dead remains uncertain. Is it truly worthwhile to endure 5 years of heartache for someone whose fate is unknown? If you choose to accompany me today, I shall sign this contract immediately. The commission from this single deal amounts to 500,000. The rent for your current residence is certainly not trivial." "No need," Su Qingyu replied, making her way toward the door. "If you dare to step outside this door today, tomorrow someone will take your place." Just then, the door shattered. Yun Chen stepped through the shards of glass, his demeanor as frigid as if he had emerged from the depths of hell, and swiftly approached the president of LaterHe Group. "Who permitted your entry? Get out at once," Du Kong commanded, mistakenly believing Yun Chen to be an employee of the company. In the next moment, Du Kong was hurled from the office, crashing heavily onto a desk outside. Gasps erupted throughout the office as the entire company fell into an eerie silence. What on earth is happening? Why did Mr. Du fly out? There is so much blood. Should we call an ambulance? Who is that? He doesn't appear to be from our company. When did he break in? Quickly, summon security. Where are the guards? Meanwhile, within the room, Su Qingyu gazed at Yun Chen's silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. That figure was strikingly familiar. Even after 5 years apart, it felt as if no time had passed. Yet, he appeared taller and more robust than before. "Is it truly you?" Su Qingyo's lips trembled as she fought back tears. "Yes," Yun Chen replied, still facing away from her. He dared not turn around, fearing he might succumb to his emotions. The esteemed master of the Changsheng Palace could not afford to weep in public. How embarrassing would that be if word got out? "Could you please turn around so I can see your face?" Su Qingyu implored. "Let me deal with this scoundrel first." Yun Chen responded, stepping forward toward Du Kong. At that moment, Du Kong, witnessing Yun Chen's approach, was overtaken by terror. Didn't he come any closer? Regrettably, Yun Chen seemed impervious to his pleas, advancing steadily. "Stop him. Block him. Don't let him come any nearer. I'll reward anyone who stops him with an extra 3 months bonus." Du Kong shouted, but none dared to move, preferring to avoid trouble. "Cease this. What you are doing is illegal." A young man stepped forth from the crowd, boldly addressing Yun Chen, feigning heroism while secretly aspiring to the position of director. "Illegal? Then summon the authorities to arrest me," Yun Chen retorted with a cold smile. "The most ludicrous aspect of this world is its laws. Had there been any true justice, his father would not have been unjustly taken away. His mother would never resort to suicide by hanging." With a swift motion, Yun Chen sent the young man flying with a slap before continuing his advance towards Du Kong. "Who on earth are you? What have I done to offend you?" Du Kong asked in confusion, for he had never encountered Yun Chen before, this being their first meeting. "Which hand did you use to touch her?" Yun Chen inquired expressionlessly. Du Kong remained silent, utterly perplexed by Yun Chen's words. "Silence implies it was your right hand that made contact," Yun Chen declared, with a sudden force. He wrenched Du Kong's right arm free, casting it aside as blood gushed forth, painting a gruesome scene. "Ah, my arm!" Du Kong screamed through gritted teeth. Terror etched upon his face. My master says that the best way to deal with scum like you is through physical castration. Yun Chen raised his leg and delivered a brutal kick to his groin, continuing the assault with over 10 relentless strikes. A sickening crack echoed, and the poor creature was left in utter agony, his screams resonating throughout the building, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Chapter 6. A fatal strike. After dealing with the president of LaterHe Group, Yun Chen turned his attention towards Su Qingyu. I thought you believed I was dead. I am quite resilient. It takes more than that to extinguish my life, Yun Chen remarked with a smile, eliciting a long-awaited smile from Su Qingyu, albeit tinged with a hint of apprehension. Her small hands fidgeted, uncertain of what to do. Leave this matter to me. You should leave quickly. Su Qingyu suddenly remembered something and urged. If the enforcement team arrives, it will become troublesome. You'll handle it? How? If you could manage it. That pig wouldn't have taken advantage of you, Yun Chen teased. I can defend myself. You won't get the better of me. Su Qingyu pouted defiantly. From now on, as long as I am here, no one will dare lay a finger on you. If anyone dares to harm you, I will annihilate them. Yun Chen's gaze sharpened with determination. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, but then her face lit up with a brilliant smile, akin to a flower blossoming unexpectedly. Though she felt joy at Yun Chen's words, she was concerned for his safety and did not wish for him to return to Jinling. If the 4 prominent families discovered his presence, they would surely not let him off easily. I know who you are now. You are the remnant of the Yun family from 5 years ago. You're still alive. Du Kong, lying on the ground, suddenly grasped the situation. The LaterHe Group has significant backing. Yun Chen, you should leave quickly. I belong to the Su family, and they would not dare harm me. Su Qingyu urged anxiously. Oh, how significant? Yun Chen inquired with curiosity. How significant? Let me tell you. You must have heard of the prestigious Hua family in Jinling. Xiaoqiu. The young master of the Hua family is my friend. With just a phone call from me, he would immediately bring his men over. Du Kong gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his body, his face contorted with rage. So you enjoy mingling with the dead, Yun Chen remarked with a nonchalant smile. What do you mean? Du Kong demanded, his brow furrowed. Go ahead and strike. I shall await you right here, Yun Chen replied with an air of indifference. All right. You've got guts, kid. Du Kong struggled to retrieve his mobile phone with his left hand and dialed Hua Xiaoqiu's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not available at the moment. How could nobody answer? Du Kong repeatedly attempted to reach him, but to no avail. Perhaps he partied too hard last night and is still asleep. He then dialed his father's number. Although the Du family lacked the immense power of the Hua family, they were still a prominent family in Jinling. Moreover, they had 10 elite fighters in their ranks, one of whom was a general-level martial artist. Soon, the call connected. Father, someone is causing a ruckus at the company and even shattered my egg. Hurry and bring your men over. Who dares to harm my son? They seek death. It's Yun Chen, that remnant of the Yun family from 5 years ago. Yun family? Which Yun family? The one that underwent a shocking upheaval 5 years ago. That remnant of the Yun family is still alive. I will head over with the Black Tiger immediately. You must prevent him from escaping. Hearing this, Su Qingyu quickly urged Yun Chen, you should leave now. Soon, you will truly be unable to. They wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Yun Chen shook his head, unfazed. It's fine, I'll wait for them here. Kid, you truly have guts. Not long after, a group of people stormed in with an imposing presence. The leading middle-aged man had a stern gaze. Beside him stood a young man with an indifferent expression. The middle-aged man was none other than Du Kang's father, Du Feng. Father, brother Black Tiger, you've finally arrived. It was him who caused a scene in the company and shattered my egg. I can no longer carry out my duties. I am rendered useless. Father, kill him, please. Du Kong rushed to his father, filled with despair and fury. You dared to harm my son's vital parts. You threatened the continuation of the Du family. Du Feng roared in outrage. Old man, if I recall correctly, your Du family has secretly encroached upon my Yun family's assets in the past, haven't you? Today we shall settle both new and old scores. Yun Chen retorted coldly. Truly audacious. Black Tiger, act. Kill him. The young man standing beside Du Feng nodded slowly, then approached Yun Chen with an icy demeanor, a dagger glinting in his hand. Rest assured, my blade is swift. You will not feel the slightest pain, Black Tiger stated with a cold expression. You talk too much. Yun Chen replied. In the next moment, he seized a pen from the table and, with a swift motion, launched it forth. Thud. It instantly pierced through Black Tiger's right eye. Following that, Yun Chen stepped forward, directly confronting the Black Tiger, and forcefully extracted the pin from his eye. Blood immediately gushed from the black tiger's right eye. In his final moments, terror was etched across his face, his left eye wide with disbelief. The black tiger. How could this be possible? Du Feng, startled, stumbled back a step. The black tiger had actually been slain. Everyone advance. Eliminate him. Du Feng commanded his subordinates without hesitation. If you wish to live, then retreat immediately, Yun Chen declared to the hesitant thugs who dared not approach. In the next moment, the 9 thugs standing beside Du Feng fled without a backward glance. There was no room for doubt or hesitation. Anyone capable of dispatching the black tiger in a single move was far beyond their abilities. To confront him would be tantamount to seeking death. The meager sum offered by the Du family was hardly worth the sacrifice of their lives. Yun Chen strode towards Du Feng. What do you intend to do? Du Feng quivered. Our Du family has deep ties with the Hua family. Should you dare to harm me, the Hua family will not let you go. Do not approach. He stammered. Father, what should we do? Du Kong exclaimed loudly. Silence. You are driving me to the brink. Du Feng retorted in exasperation. I present you with 2 choices. 1, death. 2, within the hour, transfer 10 billion to her bank account. Yun Chen pointed at Su Qingyu and then turned his gaze to Du Feng. 10 billion. Du Feng's expression shifted drastically. Su Qingyu was taken aback as well. Is there a problem? Yun Chen asked, arching an eyebrow at Du Feng. No problem. I will gather the funds immediately. It won't take an hour. At most half an hour, and the money will be in your account. Du Kong interjected hastily. Father, you hold the fort here for now. As a hostage. Chapter 7. The unfilial son, you ungrateful wretch. Du Feng nearly spat blood in fury. Young man, you must keep your word. Do not harm me within the hour. Honoring one's word has been a cherished virtue in our dragon nation since time immemorial. Du Feng promptly addressed Yun Chen. Yun Chen dismissed him with disdain. After exiting the Day group, Du Kong did not rush to gather funds, but rather entertained other nefarious thoughts. Right, I need to call Brother Lin. He can surely get in touch with young Master Hua. If young Master Hua intervenes, that scoundrel is as good as dead. Du Kong quickly dialed the phone number of Lin Xiao, the young master of the Lin family. They frequently indulged in revelry together, frequenting bars, nightclubs, and dance parties, maintaining a close relationship, despite Du Kong usually footing the bill. Before long, the call connected. Hello, Brother Lin. Why can't I reach young Master Hua? Did you all go out partying again last night without inviting me to cover the tab? Du Kong laughed, unable to believe the situation. Young Master Hua is dead. Came Lin Xiao's cold response from the other end. What? How could that be? Brother Lin, are you jesting with me? Du Kong chuckled, still in disbelief. Do you think I have the leisure to joke with you? Lin Xiao retorted icily. What? Who could have the audacity to do such a thing? It is none of your concern, so refrain from asking too many questions. Oh, Brother Lin, I find myself in a predicament. Might I solicit your assistance? Du Kong implored, his tone dripping with desperation. What troubles you? The remnant of the Yun family has returned. He even dared to create a disturbance at my company, injuring me and holding my father captive, demanding that I secure funds. If I fail to procure the money, he threatens to take my father's life. The Yun family. Which Yun family do you refer to? Are you speaking of the one from 5 years ago? Indeed, Brother Lin. On the other end of the line. Lin Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. Yun Chen, who would have thought you would return? 5 years ago, you left like a stray dog. And now you have the audacity to come back. A sly smile crept onto Lin Xiao's lips. Since you have returned, do not expect to leave again. You shall remain in Jinling forever. Once upon a time, you were quite the formidable presence. I wonder if you still possess that same bravado. Back then, Yun Chen had bested all the young scions of the 4 great families. Not a single one escaped his wrath. Noticing Lin Xiao's sudden silence, Du Kong timidly inquired, Brother Lin, are you still there? I cannot leave today. Tomorrow is the 60th birthday of the old master. Only after the celebration can I venture out. Lin Xiao replied, the old master has decreed that before his 60th birthday, no one is to cause trouble or shed blood. His words carry the weight of a royal decree. No one dares to defy them. However, after the old master's celebration concludes, it shall not be too late to deal with Yun Chen. Of course, one must wonder if Yun Chen will even survive until then. What am I to do, Brother Lin? Du Kong lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. You may seek assistance from the second young master of the Fong family, Fong Qian. Lin Xiao suggested a path forward for Du Kong. But Brother Lin, I am not well acquainted with the second young master of the Fong family, and I have heard that Fong Qian is particularly difficult to approach, never frequenting the brothels. Familiarity is unnecessary. Simply inform him that Yun Chen has returned, and he will undoubtedly take action. Lin Xiao said with a grin. He relishes the art of utilizing others to eliminate his foes. The eldest son of the Fong family, Fong Kuan, remains bedridden to this day, never to walk again. All of this is attributed to Yun Chen. Years ago, Fong Kuan mistreated a maid from the Yun family and was met with the consequence of having his leg broken by Yun Chen. Despite the passage of time, Fong Kuan's hatred has not waned in the slightest, and Fong Qian has long harbored resentment towards Yun Chen, yearning to avenge his brother. For 5 years, Fong Qian has tirelessly sought information regarding Yun Chen's whereabouts, but to no avail. Had he known that Yun Chen had returned to Jinling, he would stop at nothing to confront him and exact retribution. I understand, Brother Lin. Subsequently, Du Kong hurriedly made his way to the Fong family, one of the 4 great families. This ungrateful son, why has he not returned yet? Surely he has not abandoned me. Within Day Group, Du Feng pondered anxiously. As half an hour passed, time was running short. Perhaps you should make a call to urge him? Yun Chen suggested, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at Du Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Kong, accompanied by a group of individuals, strode in with an air of extreme arrogance, devoid of any trace of the fear and trepidation he had previously exhibited. Father, I have returned to rescue you. Well done, my son. To think you could summon the Fong family to intervene, Du Feng exclaimed, his joy palpable. Yun Chen, it appears you are indeed alive. At that moment, the leading youth turned slowly to face Yun Chen and spoke. Fong Qian, what brings you here? Su Qingyu's countenance shifted dramatically upon recognizing Fong Qian among the newcomers, for she was aware of the incident when Yun Chen had broken Fong Qian's brother Fong Kuan's leg. With Fong Qian arriving today with such a multitude, it was clear he would not spare Yun Chen. This is none of your concern. Su Qingyu, it would be wise for you to refrain from intervening, otherwise. Do not blame me for disregarding the Su family. Fong Qian continued, I have but one purpose today, to avenge my brother. 1 life in exchange for 1 leg. 5 years, 5 whole years. Do you comprehend how my brother has endured during this time? I have spent all these years searching for you. Who would have thought you would dare to appear in Jinling? Fong Qian sneered, casting a glance at Yun Chen before giving Su Qingyu a significant look. Oh, I see. You couldn't resist returning to seek out your little lover. Su Qingyu, I truly fail to understand what merits your devotion to such a wretched dog of fate, waiting in agony for 5 years, even severing ties with your family. Look at my sister. She is so wise, choosing to break off her engagement as soon as the Yun family fell into decline. She is now married in Jiangdu, reveling in wealth and prestige. Meanwhile, you still run out to toil for others. I cannot fathom what is appealing about working in such a dismal company. Why not embrace your status as the esteemed young lady of the Su family? Fong Qian mocked without restraint. Du Kong interjected, dismal company? Yun Chen replied with a smile. I recall when I broke your brother's leg. You were on your knees, pleading desperately for mercy, clinging to my leg and smearing your snot all over my trousers. You seek death. Kill him. Fong Qian exclaimed, seething with rage, clearly incited by Yun Chen's words. Yes, young master. The dozens of skilled fighters standing behind Fong Qian immediately moved to encircle Yun Chen, launching their assault. In the next instant, however, there was a loud crash. Yun Chen's foot struck the ground, and all of them were sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily beside Fong Qian, blood streaming from their orifices until they ultimately breathed their last. Fong Qian was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. No wonder you dare return. It seems you have acquired some skills while outside. But do you believe this enables you to stride through Jinling unchallenged? I'm afraid you have much to learn. Turning to an elder who had remained motionless throughout, Fong Qian spoke with utmost respect. Old Gu, I must trouble you to take action today. Please eliminate him. The elder nodded slightly, and then took a step forward. His presence radiating an unmistakable aura of power. He was a god of war. Du Feng immediately recognized the identity of the individual before him. It was Gu Qiong, one of the 4 esteemed guardians of the Fong family, a formidable warrior of the mid-level god of war rank, a master of unparalleled skill in Jinling. Chapter 8. If you dare to harm her, I will annihilate your entire clan. Old man, I have no desire for bloodshed today. It would be wise for you to end this yourself, Gu Qiong addressed Yun Chen. At that moment, Su Qingyu suddenly dashed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Yun Chen. Her slender figure evoked a deep sense of compassion. I will not allow you to kill him. You must leave at once, Su Qingyu shouted, turning her head to implore Yun Chen. She was acutely aware of the power possessed by a god of war warrior. For the Su family also had one such guardian. To an ordinary person, standing before a god of war was akin to being an ant, utterly defenseless. Step aside. Do not presume that your connection to the Su family will spare you, Gu Qiong replied coldly. Su Qingyu, I advise you not to court disaster. Do you truly wish to offend the Fang family and a god of war for his sake? Fang Qian interjected with a sneer. You must realize the precarious position of your Su family. Among the 4 great clans, yours has always been the weakest. Were it not for the past ties we share, we would have swallowed you whole long ago. You should understand the trouble your actions today will bring upon the Su family. I will not move. If you possess the courage, then kill me first and step over my body, Su Qingyu declared, slowly closing her eyes. In the next instant, Gu Qiong launched an attack without hesitation. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Fang Qian grinned maliciously. Suddenly, Yun Chen surged forward, arriving at Gu Qiong's side with breathtaking speed, akin to a phantom. Their eyes locked, and Gu Qiong's widened in disbelief. How can you possibly be faster than me? He exclaimed. I warned you, should anyone dare to lay a finger on her, I shall eradicate your entire lineage. Yun Chen calmly extended his hand, gripping Gu Qiong's throat. With a swift twist, a sickening crack echoed through the air as Gu Qiong's neck snapped. The chilling sound sent shivers down the spine, marking the end of a god of war warrior in an instant. Silence enveloped the LaterHe group, a profound stillness where not a single sound could be heard. Su Qingyu covered her mouth in terror, witnessing the death of a god of war before her very eyes. It was worth noting that the entire Su family had but one god of war, a guardian for whom they had nearly sacrificed half their resources. Fang Qian stood frozen, his pupils dilating in shock as he beheld the lifeless body of Gu Qiong sprawled on the ground, overwhelmed by fear and disbelief. You killed Gu Qiong. This is impossible. He was a god of war. How did you accomplish this? On Fang Qian's face, the expression of fear finally emerged. Alas, it was too late. In the next moment, Yun Chen stood before him, and without hesitation, he seized Fang Qian by the throat. Stop! You cannot kill me. I am the second young master of the Fang family. If you slay me, my father will not let this go. Crack. Yun Chen twisted forcefully, and Fang Qian's neck snapped instantly. He then carelessly discarded the lifeless body into a corner. The reason he chose such a gentle method of execution was to avoid a bloody scene that might disturb Su Qingyu. Meanwhile, Du Kong and his son were utterly dumbfounded. The long-awaited reinforcements had been obliterated so swiftly. Du Kong immediately fell to his knees, pleading, I'm sorry, Brother Yun. I was a fool. I shouldn't have called for help. Please grant me another chance. I will gather the funds right away and ensure they arrive within 10 minutes. Please don't kill me, Brother Yun. I will serve you loyally. There was only one opportunity. Yin Shun turned to look at Du Kong and said, It was your father who taught me to be a man of my word. Crack, crack. After swiftly eliminating Du Kong and his son, Yin Shun addressed the remaining employees present. Director Su, as of today, I officially resign. I will soon establish my own company. Anyone wishing to follow Director Su is most welcome. The surrounding employees immediately responded, We are willing to follow Director Su. They had long grown weary of the company's unspoken rules and exploitation. Su Qingyu stood in place, perplexed, astonished, and at a loss, watching Yun Chen's figure. She felt a mix of daze and unfamiliarity. Surely, much must have transpired over these 5 years. Otherwise, one's transformation would not be so profound. Are you hungry? Yun Chen suddenly turned to Su Qingyu and asked. Huh? Su Qingyu was taken aback for a moment before gently nodding. A little. Let us go then. I'll take you for a meal. Yun Chen stepped forward, took Su Qingyu's hand, and they exited LaterHe group together. Before long, the news of Fang Qian's murder reached the Fang family. The grand hall of the Fang residence was now shrouded in heavy gloom. In such a brief span, Qian was dead. Dead? Who was responsible? Who? Fang Tianda, the head of the Fang family, seethed with rage and anguish, his voice piercing through the ancestral home for all to hear. Father, it's Yun Chen, the remnant of the Yun family. He has returned. My younger brother went to seek vengeance alone, and I never anticipated that Yun Chen would dare to kill in public. I should have stopped him. I'm sorry, Father. I've caused my brother's demise. In a wheelchair, a young man expressed his regret and remorse. This was Fang Qian's elder brother, Fang Kuan, the eldest son of the Fang family. Immediately send people out. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but find him. I will personally see to his demise. Fang Tianda slammed his palm down, shattering the wooden table before him, his fury palpable. Elder brother, please, calm down. Yun Chen is indeed a remarkable individual. This time, Old Gu accompanied Xiaoqian, yet even Old Gu met his demise. The second-in-command of the Fong family, Fong Tianyi, remarked, Fong Tianyi is the brother of Fong Tianda and the uncle of Fong Kuan and Fong Qian. He is also one of the 4 esteemed guardians of the Fong family, possessing the greatest strength among them, having attained the exalted rank of a high-level war god. The Fong family owes its formidable power to Fong Tianyi's presence. How could Old Gu, a warrior of war god caliber, possibly be defeated by a mere young lad? Fong Tianda expressed his disbelief. I too find it perplexing. It is precisely because the situation remains unclear that we must refrain from rash actions, Fong Tianyi stated. Uncle, shall we merely stand by and watch as Xiaoqian meets his end? Should our Fong family truly fear a wretched stray dog? Wouldn't that render us the subject of ridicule? Uncle, it was he who shattered my leg all those years ago. Even if I were to flay him alive, it would hardly quell the hatred in my heart, Fong Kuan declared, barely able to contain his fury, nearly rising from his wheelchair. Silence. Why was this matter not reported to me first? How could you take it upon yourself to let Qian venture forth alone? Fong Tianda bellowed. I apologize, father. I never anticipated that this wretched stray dog had become so formidable. Moreover, he dares to kill without restraint. Fong Kuan lowered his head, contrite. However, why has Yun Chen returned after 5 years? Is he seeking vengeance against our 4 prominent families? Fong Kuan pondered. Impossible. Does he truly believe he can confront all 4 families single-handedly? Such notions are the delusions of a madman, Fong Tianyi scoffed. Then what is his purpose for returning? Fong Kuan queried, bewildered. It must be for that girl from the Su family, he deduced. Father, uncle makes a compelling point. Fong Kuan nodded vigorously. Indeed. Yun Chen's return is undoubtedly for Su Qingyu. It cannot be for revenge against the 4 families. To confront them alone? What an absurdity. Thus, capturing Su Qingyu would enable us to easily manipulate Yun Chen. Second brother, what do you suggest we do? Fong Tianda, finding reason in his brother's words, sought his counsel. For now, let us refrain from a direct confrontation with him. I shall handle the ensuing matters. I will ensure he understands the consequences of offending the Fong family, Fong Tianyi declared resolutely. Meanwhile, as Yun Chen and Su Qingyu exited the day group, they hailed a taxi to the East Coast Hotel. Upon their arrival, Su Qingyu, noticing the dining establishment, expressed her confusion. Yun Chen, isn't this the Fong family's territory? You just killed Fong Qian, and now we are dining at the Fong family's hotel. Surely this cannot be wise? The East Coast Hotel is a property of the Fong family. The entire Jinling is aware of this. How could Yun Chen be oblivious? His deliberate choice of this venue is intended to humiliate the Fong family. 5 years ago, this hotel did not belong to the Fong family. It was the Yun family's establishment. Opening the door for business, are we to be denied entry for a meal? Yun Chen chuckled. However, will our actions not utterly provoke the Fong family? Su Qingyu expressed her concerns. The Fong family's influence in Jinling is formidable. After all, Yun Chen stands alone. A pair of fists can hardly contend against multiple adversaries. Su Qingyu was genuinely worried for Yun Chen's safety. I have already slain Fong Qian. From this point onward, the Fong family and I are bound to an irreconcilable conflict. What does it matter if I incite their wrath? Yun Chen replied with a smile. But I am fearful, Su Qingyu stammered. She truly did not wish to see Yun Chen encounter further peril. Do not be afraid. Yun Chen reached out and gently stroked Su Qingyu's head, offering reassurance. Let us proceed. We shall dine within and enjoy a candlelit dinner. Soon, Yun Chen and Su Qingyu entered the hotel with great confidence. The staff immediately recognized Su Qingyu and promptly reported to their superiors. The hotel's affairs were primarily managed by Fong Kuan. Upon learning that Yun Chen was dining at his hotel, he was infuriated and smashed his phone in rage. Damn it, this is too much. He immediately sought out his father. Father, this Yun Chen is utterly intolerable. He has just killed my second brother and dares to come to our Fong family's hotel for a meal, and a candlelit dinner, no less. This is undoubtedly intentional. We seized this hotel from the Yun family years ago. He is clearly attempting to assert dominance. Fong Kuan spoke coldly. There are limits to what can be borne. Father, do not restrain me. I shall have him killed, Fong Kuan declared, seething with anger. No, this matter shall be resolved by your second uncle. You must not involve yourself. Fong Tianda replied. I have already lost one son. I cannot afford to lose another. If another dies, our lineage will truly be extinguished. Such a fate shall not be permitted to befall me. The vast enterprises of the Fong family await heirs. Though my eldest son has suffered a debilitating injury, it has not significantly affected our family's legacy. He can still contribute to the continuation of our lineage. Father, enough of this. I will have someone keep a close watch on him to discern his true intentions. Fang Tianda interrupted. Meanwhile, at the Donghai Coast Hotel, Su Qingyu felt increasingly uneasy, constantly glancing around. Remarkably, no one has come to trouble us. How peculiar. Su Qingyu pondered in disbelief. Logically, the Fang family should have taken action by now. With such a blatant affront to their dignity, they could hardly remain passive. Excuse me, could you summon your manager? Yun Chen addressed a nearby waiter. Certainly. The hotel manager soon arrived. How may I assist you? The manager inquired, frowning. I came here to dine. The Fang family must be aware of my presence. Why has there been no response for so long? Where are their enforcers? Let them show themselves, Yun Chen curiously asked. Sir, you jest. Our hotel operates legitimately. How could there possibly be any thugs here? The manager explained with a smile. Those individuals lurking upstairs, are they truly here for a meal? Yun Chen suddenly raised his head to gaze at the second floor, causing someone to immediately retract their head. My heart nearly leapt from my chest. Boss. Despite our careful concealment, how did you discover us? This is truly uncanny. I detest being observed while dining. If this happens again, I shall simply demolish your hotel. Yun Chen declared coldly. The manager nodded repeatedly, feeling both angered and powerless. After all these years, when had he ever endured such indignity? In the past, anyone daring to cause a ruckus at the Fang family's hotel would have been swiftly incapacitated and thrown out. Yet now, he could only choose to swallow his grievances. Biting the bullet, for the family head had personally called to instruct him not to provoke Yun Chen under any circumstances or engage in direct confrontation. Chapter 10, Young Master. Please enlighten me. After finishing dinner, Yun Chen left without paying, taking Su Qingyu with him. The hotel manager not only refrained from stopping them, but also watched them depart with trepidation. Is this truly acceptable? This is my first experience dining and not paying. Su Qingyu remarked with a hint of anxiety. It's my first time not paying for a meal in my life. What is wrong with that? The Fang family owes me so much. What does it matter if I dine for free? Yun Chen asserted with righteous indignation. Upon exiting the hotel, Su Qingyu instinctively linked her arm with Yun Chen's, drawing the attention of many onlookers. The pairing of such striking individuals captivated the crowd. The clientele of the Donghai Coast Grand Hotel are predominantly affluent. Thus, many recognized the breathtaking beauty who had just passed. Su Qingyu, the heiress of the Su family. Heavens! Am I seeing things? Su Qingyu is actually holding on to a man's arm. If this photo were to surface online, it would undoubtedly create a sensational uproar. Tomorrow, the entire Jinling would be abuzz. Who is this handsome fellow? How did he manage to win over the icy beauty Su Qingyu? My goddess has been taken. Yet, the two appear quite compatible. In response to the envious gazes surrounding them, Yun Chen merely smiled faintly. Have you considered the repercussions if you eliminate Fang Qian? Would the Fang family truly let it slide? Su Qingyu pondered the events of the day with concern. In truth, throughout their meal, she had been plagued by worries. News of Yun Chen's return would have undoubtedly spread throughout Jinling, reaching the Fang, Lin, and Murong families, as well as her own. What actions the four prominent families might take against Yun Chen were utterly unpredictable. Therefore, Su Qingyu was genuinely anxious for Yun Chen's safety. All right, let us focus on getting a good night's rest, Yun Chen said to Su Qingyu. Where will you sleep tonight? If you don't have a place, you could come to my house, Su Qingyu suggested, blushing. Don't worry, I have a place to sleep, Yun Chen interjected directly. Su Qingyu nodded. Oh, well then, I shall take my leave. Rest well. Yes. Yun Chen summoned a vehicle for Su Qingyu and watched her depart before hailing another taxi by the roadside, heading towards the Jinling Jinzun mansion. Along the way, he received a call from his aunt. Hello, aunt, is there something you need? Yun Chen inquired with curiosity. Given the late hour, he wondered if there was yet another disturbance to address. Xiaochen, aren't you coming to stay at aunt's place tonight? No, aunt. I have a place to sleep. All right then. Take care of yourself and rest early. Understood. Hearing that Yun Chen had a place to stay, Lu Xin felt a sense of relief. Soon, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the Jinling Jinzun mansion. The attendants, noticing Yun Chen alight from the vehicle, promptly approached and bowed respectfully. Young master. Yun Chen nodded slightly and proceeded inside. Jiuyu had been waiting in the hall for quite some time. Young master. You have returned, Jiuyu said respectfully. You performed well today, Yun Chen remarked as he took his seat. Jiuyu immediately stood to the side. Thank you for your praise, young master. By the way, tomorrow marks the 60th birthday of Lin Zonghai, the head of the Lin family. It is said that many prominent families have been invited. Should we also send a gift? Of course, Yun Chen replied, resting his chin on his hand. What would be an appropriate gift, young master? Jiu Yu inquired. A clock, Yun Chen replied casually. Jiu Yu paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the implication, silently exclaiming how brilliant the idea was. Understood, young master. Additionally, the daughter of the Murong family is getting married tomorrow. Should we also send a clock? How could one send a clock on such a joyous occasion? It would be inauspicious. Let us instead send a coffin to the Murong family. It must be red, something festive. Yun Chen stated with a calm demeanor, his mind flashing to the icy countenance of Murong Yu Duo when she had come to annul their engagement. Understood, young master. Your considerations are indeed thorough. Jiu Yu could not help but chuckle. The juxtaposition of sending a clock for a birthday and a coffin for a wedding was simply exquisite. Truly, he was the young master. Young master, regarding the matter of the Yun family from years past, I have dispatched people to investigate thoroughly, yet we still have no leads. After that fateful night, it is as if your father vanished into thin air. There are no clues as to who intruded upon the Yun estate. Everything has been erased. I understand, Yun Chen replied coolly. If it were so easy to uncover, I would have done so 2 years ago. However, one can only hide for a moment, not for eternity. He had conducted a covert investigation 2 years prior, but found not a single trace. Young master, do you believe the events of that year are connected to the 4 great families? Jiu Yu asked. Not at all. They are not worthy of such significance. Merely a group of opportunistic fools, Yun Chen dismissed with utmost disdain. Upon witnessing the calamity that befell the Yun family, they exhibited treachery and turned against us, seizing the opportunity to usurp our family's assets. The vivid memory of the 9 prominent families arriving to annul the engagement remains etched in my mind. It was the 4 great families who first came to our door. Although the events of that year had no connection to them, their nefarious deeds over the years have been enough to warrant their demise multiple times over. Those who departed from the Yun family were relentlessly suppressed by them. No company dared to employ them, and no organization would accept them, all due to the machinations of the 4 great families working behind the scenes. Thus, I am resolute in making them pay a severe price, Yun Chen declared with a frigid expression. Understood, the subordinate replied. Young master, the Right Guardian is en route. Tomorrow, I shall collaborate with the Right Guardian to deliver gifts to the Lin and Murong families. Should we publicly announce your identity then? Queried Jiu Yu. It is time they understood that I have returned. Yun Chen replied coldly. Yes, young master, I comprehend. Jiu Yu nodded affirmatively. At that moment, a figure clad in a black cloak, wielding a long sword, strode in with an imposing presence. Ghost sword, at your service, young master. Master, he is the Right Guardian of the Eternal Life Palace. Ghost sword. Jiu Yu promptly introduced. Yun Chen nodded slowly. It was rumored that this second guardian of the Eternal Life Palace was a martial enthusiast, relishing in combat to determine both rank and fate. He was the strongest after the elders, even surpassing Jiu Yu in strength. Old Ghost, you have finally arrived. Jiu Yu felt immense joy upon seeing his long-lost friend. Master, I wish to experience your swordsmanship. I humbly request your guidance. Ghost Sword suddenly proclaimed. Old Ghost, are you all right? What madness is this at such an hour? Jiu Yu hastily intervened, feeling a mix of urgency and fear. Yun Chen slowly rose and said, Very well, strike. In the next heartbeat, a wave of black sword energy surged toward Yun Chen. Bang! With merely a stomp of his foot, the sword energy dissipated entirely. Then, with 2 fingers transformed into a sword, he unleashed a strike. Jiu Yu swiftly moved to Ghost Sword's side. Ghost Sword, faced with the terrifying sword energy, retreated in haste. Yet, it was too late to evade. He had no choice but to brace himself for the impact. Jiu Yu quickly intervened to assist. Bang! Both exerted their utmost strength, yet were still forced back several dozen meters before halting. Almost immediately, a metallic taste filled their mouths. Old Ghost, if you wish to court death next time, do not drag me along. Chapter 11. It is time to settle the accounts of the past indeed. To have withstood the first strike of my heavenly absolute 9 swords is quite impressive. Yun Chen resumed his seat. Jiu Yu remarked, Can you hear the absurdity in this? Ghost Sword bowed his head, promptly sitting cross-legged to recuperate, his heart shaken to its core. Such an overwhelmingly potent strike was merely the weakest among the young master's sword techniques. Who in the world could withstand the might of the strongest strike? At this moment, Deep within the heart of the ghost's sword, an unwavering respect for Yun Chen surged forth like an endless river. I have offended you in many ways. I beseech your forgiveness, young master, he said, while channeling energy to heal his wounds. Do not fret. I am aware of your obsession with the sword and your fondness for sparring. That last strike should have benefited you, Yun Chen replied nonchalantly, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. Bowing deeply, the ghost sword expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young master. That last strike has indeed enriched my understanding of the true essence of swordsmanship. Now you comprehend the young master's prowess, do you not? Jiuyo remarked disdainfully. Next time you act recklessly, do not expect my assistance. Rolling his eyes, the ghost sword retorted, I did not solicit your help. Fine. I'll consider it my own folly then, Jiuyo replied. Now, let us all retire for the night. Yun Chen instructed the two. Yes, young master. Suddenly, Jiuyo called out, everyone, come forth. In the next moment, dozens of enchanting figures, each with long, graceful legs, entered the room. Their beauty was unparalleled, and they were all adorned in maid outfits, complete with black stockings. Young master, these are the 20 maids I have meticulously selected to attend to your every need. Additionally, there are 50 more servants to maintain your quarters. Tonight, they will serve you well, Jiuyo commanded. Yun Chen replied, there is no need. I prefer to rest undisturbed. He waved his hand and then rose to depart, taking the elevator to the top floor of the Golden Pavilion. The penthouse of the Golden Pavilion was a luxurious presidential suite, sprawling over 1,000 square meters and offering a panoramic view of Jinling. Standing by the window, Yun Chen gazed at the headquarters of the four great families. The four towering buildings reached for the heavens. The four families of Yu were far from the splendor they once knew. Their current prominence in Jinling was largely due to the solid foundations laid by the Yun family across various industries, allowing them to effortlessly reap the rewards after their occupation and consolidation. They hardly needed to toil for success. The Fong family, the Lin family, the Murong family, and the Su family. It was time to settle the scores of the past, Yun Chen remarked calmly as he looked out the window. Meanwhile, within the Lin family, in Lin Xiu's chamber. What? You say Fong Qian is dead? Lin Xiu inquired incredulously, furrowing his brow. Indeed, young master. The news has already been reported. It is unequivocally true. His corpse was discovered within the date group, and the manner of his death was gruesome. His neck was snapped. By the time the enforcement team arrived, the body had already begun to decay. What a waste. Just like his brother, utterly useless. He couldn't even handle a stray dog. Lin Xiu exclaimed, angrily smashing his teacup. There was another body at the scene, that of Gu Qiong, one of the four guardians of the Fong family. The steward continued. How could he possibly have killed a god of war-level powerhouse? Could it be that this young man has someone backing him? No wonder he dared to appear so brazenly in Jinling. Has he found a patron? However, does he truly believe that this will enable him to challenge the four great families? How foolish and laughable. Lin Xiu scoffed, feeling a profound disdain within. The esteemed four great families have long since transformed from their original stature. Over the past 5 years, their profound legacy has deepened, akin to four colossal entities firmly rooted in Jinling. A mere wretched curs, bereft of dignity, dares to challenge their might. Truly, it is laughably absurd, utterly deluded. No. The enforcement team has already released the internal surveillance footage of the Dae group, showcasing the events on the news. Aside from Yun Chen, no one else was present at the scene. The individual responsible for Gu Qiong's demise is none other than Yun Chen himself. Moreover, his methods are exceedingly terrifying. The surveillance footage reveals that he dispatched Gu Qiong with a single move. Lin Xiu stared incredulously at the butler beside him. Fu Bo, is this truly the case? The butler replied, absolutely. The enforcement team has already issued a warrant for Yun Chen's arrest citywide. The Fong family has also exerted pressure on the enforcement team, demanding a swift resolution to the case. However, it is certain that the Fong family will take further action that cannot rely solely on the enforcement team. Lin Xiu's expression darkened as he fell into contemplation. In just 5 short years, where did Yun Chen acquire such formidable skills? He has slain a warrior of divine caliber. Young master, should we report this matter to the family head? Fu Bo inquired. I shall report it personally, Lin Xiu declared before striding out the door. Father, this Yun Chen, one cannot fathom from whence he has garnered such prowess to kill a revered member of the Fong family. We cannot allow this situation to escalate. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. He must be eliminated promptly. He has slain a warrior of divine caliber. This individual indeed warrants our attention. Spoke the second elder of the Lin family, Lin Wuya, elder brother, shall we arrange for someone to deal with him tonight? No matter how skilled he may be, he cannot withstand a bullet. Lin Wuya said, his gaze dark as he looked at Lin Zonghai. I have stated that before my 60th birthday. I do not wish to see bloodshed, nor do I desire any unforeseen complications. Lin Zonghai replied expressionlessly. This matter shall be addressed after my birthday celebration. Moreover, that old ghost from the Fong family has only 2 sons. Now, one is crippled and the other dead, both at the hands of Yun Chen. I refuse to believe he can remain composed. Let the Fong family handle it. Lin Wuya nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiaoer, you were the one who instructed Du Kong to approach the second son of the Fong family, were you not? You bear indirect responsibility for Fong Qian's death. Once this situation is resolved, take a gift and go to the Fong family to apologize. Lin Zonghai suddenly turned his gaze to Lin Xiao. Understood, father. Lin Xiao quickly nodded. He had not anticipated that his father was already aware of the incident and his involvement with Du Kong. Next time, should you dare to act recklessly, you know the consequences, Lin Zonghai warned Lin Xiao. I acknowledge my mistake, Lin Xiao replied, lowering his head. Return to your rest. Tomorrow's birthday banquet must proceed without a hitch. Be alert, as many distinguished guests shall be in attendance. Yes, father. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Murong family, Murong Yunduo had learned of Yun Chen's appearance in Jinling. To her astonishment, he was still alive. 5 years ago, he had vanished without a trace, and she had presumed him to be long dead. Tomorrow marked the day of her grand wedding, and she fervently hoped he would not entangle himself in her affairs any longer. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to show her displeasure. Murong Yunduo gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her spirits soaring. For at dawn, she would be marrying into the illustrious Chen family of LaterHe, a prominent lineage wielding significant influence in the region. In comparison to LaterHe, Jinling was but a mere speck on the map. The 4 great families of Jinling paled in comparison to the Chen family, who were akin to titans in the face of mere mortals. Even if the 4 families united, they would still fall short of the Chen family's stature. LaterHe stood as the most prosperous city in the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom, and with the Chen family as her support, it would not be long before the Murong family secured their position at the pinnacle of Jinling society. This was precisely why Murong Yunduo felt such elation. Once married into the Chen family, her status would rise dramatically, commanding respect even from her father. My lady, it has come to our attention that Yun Chen has murdered the second young master of the Fong family, Fong Qian, and he is currently being pursued by the law enforcement throughout the city, reported a maid standing nearby. He still believes he can act as he wishes in Jinling, as if nothing has changed. Such ignorance of his precarious situation. The Fong family will undoubtedly seek vengeance. How fortunate that I didn't marry him, Murong Yunduo mused inwardly. Only Su Qingyu remained foolishly devoted, waiting for his return. When the Yun family fell from grace, the 9 great families sought to annul their engagement. Yet Su Qingyu alone refused to let go, lost in her delusions. What could she possibly be thinking? Why not choose a more advantageous match? Murong Yunduo chuckled. I cannot fathom her logic. However, I must say that the young master of the Chun family far surpasses that fallen Yun family heir by leaps and bounds. Not only is he charming and of noble lineage, but it is said that he has already achieved the status of a god of war at a young age, with limitless potential for the future. My lady, you and the young master of the Chen family are truly a match made in heaven, the maid remarked. Flattery will get you everywhere. Here, take this as a token of my appreciation, Murong Yunduo said, casually tossing a card to the maid. Thank you, my lady. I wish you and the young master Chen a lifelong union filled with joy and prosperity. The maid exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Now be off. I wish to retire early tonight. I have much to prepare for in the morning. The wedding dress is all set, I trust? Murong Yunduo inquired, her smile radiant. Everything is ready, my lady. In the city garden community, Lu Xian reclined on the sofa, clad in a sheer white garment, her thoughts consumed by Yun Chen. She wondered if he had found a place to stay. In her boredom, she turned on the television for a moment, only to be met with unexpected news. The video of Yun Chen being wanted by the law enforcement squad has surfaced. How could this happen? Lu Xian immediately sat up, her legs tucked beneath her on the sofa, and picked up her phone to call Yun Chen. The call was soon connected. Hello, Auntie, what is the matter? At that moment, Yun Chen was already preparing to sleep. Xiao Chen, are you asleep? I just saw the news report. The law enforcement team is issuing a citywide manhunt for you, Lu Xian exclaimed in a panic. Oh, it's nothing, Auntie. You should get some rest. There's no need to worry, Yun Chen replied with a yawn. He had anticipated the law enforcement's involvement, considering the events that transpired at LaterHe Group today had been clearly captured on surveillance. Once the enforcement team arrived, they would only need to access the footage to immediately pinpoint his location. Moreover, the victims included prominent figures in Jinling, notably the second young master of the Fong family. The law enforcement team would undoubtedly spare no effort in their investigation. Xiaochun, I've already booked a flight for you tonight to go abroad. Hurry and pack your things. I'll call a cab and head over now, Lu Xian said anxiously. No, it's all right, Auntie. Please cancel the ticket, Yun Chen insisted. But don't worry, Auntie. I don't regard even the four great families with any concern. What can a mere law enforcement team do to me? Yun Chen asserted with confidence. Lu Xian paused, taken aback. Xiaochun, are you truly all right? I'm fine, Auntie, Yun Chen replied with a smile. All right then. Make sure to get some sleep. Good night, Auntie. Lu Xian, feeling uneasy, hung up the phone and went to her room, experiencing a sleepless night. The next morning, 3 astonishing headlines erupted throughout Jinling. First, the news of Yun Chen being wanted by the law enforcement team spread like wildfire. The entire city learned that the once fallen young master of the Yun family had returned and publicly killed the second young master of the Fong family. Now, he was being pursued by the law enforcement squad. Second, Lin Zonghai's 60th birthday celebration was approaching. It was rumored that many prominent families and notable figures would attend the event, with whispers of a significant dignitary possibly making an appearance. Third, Murong family's daughter, Murong Yunduo, was getting married. These 3 headlines ignited a fervor in Jinling, a city that had not seen such excitement in a long time. At the Lin family's garden, it was already brimming with distinguished guests. Notables from various sectors had gathered to offer their congratulations, each wearing smiles and bearing gifts in hand. Although many attendees were reluctant to participate, they dared not decline, as the Lin family's standing in Jinling demanded respect. Lin Zonghai sat proudly in the main seat, observing the harmonious scene below, feeling immensely satisfied. The Lin group presented a golden Buddha statue, wishing Lin Lao longevity as boundless as the East Sea and as enduring as the South Mountain. The Murong group gifted a piece of Tuanchi cold jade, wishing Lin Lao longevity that rivals the heavens. The Su family group presented a magnificent golden Nanmu wood. Suddenly, a colossal bronze bell plummeted from the heavens, crashing directly into the center of the birthday banquet. The floor concaved under its weight, revealing the bell's immense heft. The deafening clang startled everyone present, causing cold sweat to bead on their brows. From the Changxing Hall, we present this bell to congratulate old Master Lin on his longevity. A mocking voice echoed from outside. In the next moment, dozens of figures materialized within the Lin family's garden. Who are you? What is your purpose here? The family steward demanded as he stepped forward. From the Changxing Hall, we have come to present a bell to old Master Lin. We kindly request that he accepts this token of our congratulations, personally prepared by our young master. One of the intruders, Jiu Yu, declared as he stepped forward, placing a hand upon the bell's surface. In an astonishing display, the bell, which weighed 1,000 pounds, soared toward Lin Zonghai. Seeking death, how dare you disrupt the birthday celebration? Lin Wuyo exclaimed, preparing to intervene. However, as his hand made contact with the bell, he was instantly sent flying backward, spitting blood. Today, we are here solely to present the bell to old Master Lin. The rest of you, step aside, Jiu Yu stated coldly. Lin Zonghai immediately rose to confront the threat, his brow furrowed as he struck the incoming bell with his palm. Yet, to his shock, he too was hurled away, blood spilling from his mouth as he staggered backward, retreating several dozen steps before finally halting. Gasps filled the air as onlookers were astounded. Lin Wuyo and Lin Zonghai, 2 formidable warriors of the Lin family, were unable to withstand even a single bell. One was grievously injured, while the other was forced to retreat. Who were these shadowy figures? Chapter 13. The sniper, who are you? Lin Zonghai asked in a low voice. Father, I remember now. The Changxing Hall, the Hua family. Xiaoqiu was killed by them. Lin Xiao, standing to the side, suddenly interjected. Lin Wuyo and Lin Zonghai recalled the events as well. It seems we have not offended any of you, Lin Zonghai queried with a furrowed brow. Indeed, you have not offended us, but your Lin family has wronged our young master, Jiu Yu replied with a smile. Lin Zonghai's brow furrowed deeper. Pray tell, who is this young master you speak of, and where is he now? Might he come forth so that I may meet him? There may be a misunderstanding that can be clarified. Jiu Yu teased. Our young master is quite familiar with all present. Familiar? Lin Zonghai asked, intrigued. Yu interrupted. You will soon discover who it is. And what is your purpose in coming here today? Lin Zonghai continued, his tone serious. Simply to present a gift, I assure you. There are no ulterior motives. Please, do not misunderstand. Continue with your celebrations, Yu replied with a cold laugh. Nonsense. My father is celebrating his 60th birthday. And you send a clock while cautioning against misunderstandings. I perceive your intentions as deliberately disruptive. Father, let us not waste words with them. Let us deal with them directly. With so many witnesses present, we cannot afford to lose face for the Lin family. Lin Xiu exclaimed angrily. In an instant, a figure appeared before Lin Xiu. As elusive as a specter. Raising a hand, the figure struck Lin Xiu, sending him flying. Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking. As the identity of the newcomer became clear, Lin Wuyo, Lin Zonghai, and many others present could only stare in disbelief, their mouths agape in utter astonishment. Master. Jiu Yu and others immediately bowed in deference. The surroundings fell into a profound silence as dozens of men clad in black knelt before a young boy. The onlookers were left in a state of shock and disbelief. Lin Zonghai, with a furrowed brow, remarked, The master they speak of is you. Yun Chen retorted, And what of it? Lin Zonghai could not help but say, I never imagined that within a mere 5 years, you would have amassed your own power. No wonder you dared to appear in Jinling and kill without restraint. Yet, do you truly believe that a handful of individuals can stand against the Lin family? Lin Zonghai suddenly burst into laughter. You underestimate the foundation of the 4 great families. What foundation? Yun Chen replied bluntly. I have come here today for 2 purposes, to deliver a clock and to bring your end. With the first objective accomplished, it was time to pursue the second. Yun Chen stepped forward, arriving directly before Lin Zonghai with astonishing speed, leaving mere afterimages in his wake. Seeing this, Lin Wuyo immediately positioned himself in front of Lin Zonghai. Brother, you need not intervene. Allow me to handle this boy. With that, he threw a punch directly at Yun Chen's face. With an expressionless countenance, Yun Chen casually picked up a chopstick from the table and, with a forceful thrust, pierced it into Lin Wuyo's throat. Blood erupted forth in a gruesome display. And Lin Wuyo's eyes widened as he slowly collapsed into a pool of blood. Lin Zonghai's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Xiu, stunned, was rendered speechless by the horrifying method of murder he had just witnessed for the first time. Uncle. Father. Uncle is dead, Lin Xiu cried out. Yet he dared not approach to investigate. Someone. Kill him. Avenge second uncle. Lin Zonghai shouted furiously. In the next moment, dozens of Lin family guards emerged from all directions. Armed and ready, they surged forward, intent on attacking Yun Chen. Yun Chen stood his ground, unmoving. Leave this to me, Jiu said with a smile, advancing like a deity of death. In a flurry of motion, the Lin family guards fell one by one, each succumbing to a single lethal blow. Meeting gruesome ends, some turned a mist of blood, while others had their necks snapped with brutal efficiency. With such wretched individuals, do they dare to approach the young master? How presumptuous. After the 9 nether concluded, they stood respectfully beside Yun Chen. All present could not help but draw a sharp breath. What a brutal method. What a terrifying skill for killing. Without having experienced countless life and death battles, it would be impossible to master such formidable killing techniques. Some eminent figures in attendance could not refrain from commenting. Yun Chen retorted, as the head of the Lin family, do you lack the courage to act? You allow your subordinates to come forth and perish in vain. Do you truly deserve to be the head of this family? This remark instantly thrust Lin Zonghai into the eye of the storm. If he did not act soon, he would indeed suffer a tremendous loss of face. You. From the Yun family. I can see that you are formidable now, far more so than 5 years ago. However, this is where it ends. Lin Zonghai suddenly clapped his hands, declaring. The next moment, a man wielding a sniper rifle unexpectedly appeared atop the Lin family mansion, lying in wait to aim at Yun Chen. No matter how powerful you are, can you withstand a bullet? No matter how swift you are, can you outpace a sniper rifle? Lin Zonghai inquired with a smile. A sniper? How could there be a sniper in the courtyard? Lin Zonghai had actually preemptively stationed a sniper in the yard. Even the most elite warriors of the God of War caliber could not evade the aim of a sniper rifle, let alone the king of sniper rifles, the Barrett. With a faster rate of fire, a longer range, superior accuracy, and greater lethality. It seems today's farce is destined to reach its conclusion. Ultimately, Lin Zonghai is indeed more cunning and strategic, having made prior arrangements. Those present murmured in agreement. Open fire immediately. Eliminate him, Lin Zonghai commanded, with a loud bang. The sniper concealed on the rooftop squeezed the trigger. The bullet flew forth in an instant, aimed directly at Yun Chen. just as Jiu Yu intended to advance. Yun Chen gestured for them not to. He then slowly extended 2 fingers. In the next moment, as the bullet approached the space between Yun Chen's fingers, it inexplicably halted, unable to advance even a fraction further. Finally, it came to a gradual stop, pinched between Yun Chen's 2 fingers. Subsequently, he flung it back. With a thud, it pierced through the sniper's skull. A gaping wound appeared on the head of the concealed sniper. The guests fell into an immediate silence, unable to suppress their astonishment. To catch a bullet with bare hands. How could this be possible? Could he be an innate martial artist? He must be an innate martial artist, otherwise it would be impossible to catch a sniper bullet with bare hands, let alone using just 2 fingers. Chapter 14. 100 billion. Lin Zonghai was utterly dumbfounded. He had laid an intricate trap, fearing that someone would disrupt the birthday banquet. Yet, this elaborate web was as fragile as paper in the presence of Yun Chen. Do you truly believe that with a mere gun, you can bring about my demise? Ridiculous, Yun Chen scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. You are at the innate level. Lin Zonghai's complexion changed dramatically as he spoke, instinctively beginning to retreat. What does it matter, whether it is or it isn't? Yun Chen remained oblivious to his own realm, only aware that the realm of the 9 Nether was likely that of a Grand Master, while he himself soared far above such a status. Father, what should we do? Lin Xiao exclaimed in a state of panic. To his astonishment, even a sniper rifle could not harm Yun Chen. How could this individual possess such formidable strength? Young friend, might you grant this old man a favor and let today's events conclude here? At that moment, an elder with a hooked nose stepped forth from the crowd. It was the deputy master of the Shanghai Manor, Shanghai He. Who would have thought that Lin Zonghai could summon him? Truly, the Lin family, one of the 4 great clans, is deserving of their reputation. The Shanghai Manor stands as the mightiest force in the underground world of Jinling, on par with the Wolf Gang. More importantly, both of these powers are fortified by innate martial artists, their strength not to be underestimated. Even the 4 great clans would think twice before offending them. What are you, that I should grant you any favor? Yun Chen retorted directly. Upon hearing this, a wave of shock swept through the gathering. The atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence. You audacious boy, do you have any idea who I am? Shanghai He's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing in fury as he glared at Yun Chen. I care not who you are. If you wish to live, then step aside. Yun Chen replied coldly. You seek death. Shanghai He moved to strike, raising his hand to deliver a blow toward Yun Chen. The one seeking death is you. In an instant, Yun Chen appeared before Shanghai He, executing a lightning-fast kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Following this, he lifted his foot and stomped down with force. Bang! Shanghai He's body contorted into a bow shape, blood erupting from his mouth, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. Even your father would not have dared to speak to me in such a manner. Shanghai He gasped between blood-specked words. Do not mention my father. You are not worthy. Bang! Yun Chen delivered another kick, crushing Shanghai He's body beneath his heel. Blood splattered in all directions. Once more, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Shanghai He was, after all, an innate martial artist, yet he had been dispatched with such ease. What manner of being is this? Shanghai He had only recently entered the innate realm, making it unsurprising that he was no match for this individual. I believe that Yun Chen must possess at least the mid-stage of the innate realm. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Is there anyone else who wishes to stand up for the Lin family? Yun Chen inquired as he surveyed the crowd. All eyes darted away, avoiding his gaze. As they gradually retreated, you dare to kill the deputy master of Shanghai Manor. Prepare to face our wrath. At that moment, the henchman of the hooked-nosed elder pointed an accusing finger at Yun Chen. But in the next instant, the 9 Nether appeared like a specter behind these men. Do not point your hand at the young master. In their final moments, they were unaware of who had claimed their lives. As they looked down to find sudden wounds appearing on their bodies, they fell in terror into a pool of their own blood. Yun Chen, if you spare me today, I, Lin Jia, shall undoubtedly bow in submission to you in the future, without any ulterior motives. Lin Zonghai, sensing the precariousness of his situation, immediately knelt and implored. When you initially submitted to my Yun family, did you not utter similar words? Without any ulterior motives, huh? A fickle and opportunistic man dares to invoke such a phrase. Yun Chen chuckled. Tell me, who were the ones that came to my door, abducted my father, and drove my mother to her grave? Whom did my Yun family offend back then? If you reveal this, I shall spare your life. Yun Chen boldly declared, revealing his true intent for the visit. I truly do not know whom my family offended back then. I swear to the heavens. That night, The entire Jinling city was under lockdown, and our Yun family was surrounded, with not even a fly able to escape. No one could approach. I did send someone to gather information, but learned nothing. Only that the troops that night seemed to have come from the royal capital. Lin Zonghai recounted every detail without daring to conceal anything. Within 3 days, you must produce 100 billion, or the Lin family shall face annihilation. Yun Chen proclaimed with resolute authority. 100 billion. Everyone present was utterly astonished. The entire annual revenue of Jinling is barely over 200 billion. How could one possibly amass 100 billion in just 3 days? This was nothing short of a death sentence for the Lin family. We truly do not possess such wealth, Lin Zonghai lamented helplessly. Your family may lack it, but that does not imply that the 4 great families combined do as well. I care not whether you borrow or employ any means necessary. If the funds are not raised, you shall perish. Yun Chen remarked nonchalantly. Years ago, your 4 great families betrayed us, seizing our Yun family's assets while we were in dire straits and tormenting our servants. 100 billion is already quite lenient. Furthermore, within 3 days, find every individual who left the Yun family. For every one that remains unfound, I shall take the life of one from the Lin family until none are left. Yun Chen commanded Lin Zonghai. Yes, I shall immediately seek to gather funds and locate the individuals. Lin Zonghai could only grit his teeth and comply. Let us depart. The wedding should commence shortly, Yun Chen stated, turning to Jiu Yu. In the next moment, he vanished without a trace. Once Yun Chen departed, the ominous clouds that loomed over the Lin family dissipated. Lin Zonghai exhaled a long breath, then smashed a nearby table in frustration. The 60th birthday celebration is ruined. Continuing further serves no purpose. Everyone, please leave. I shall not see you out. Lin Zonghai issued a dismissal command. The surrounding guests promptly understood and began to take their leave. Once all had exited, the Lin family was left with nothing but a scene of carnage and a few scattered servants. Remove the bodies and give them a proper burial. Lin Zonghai instructed the remaining servants. Yes, master. Show her, call your sister, and tell her that if she does not return soon, I shall be killed. Lin Zonghai exclaimed in a furious tone. Understood, father. Sister will undoubtedly rush back immediately upon hearing this. Once my brother-in-law arrives, that Yun Chen is as good as dead. Lin Shou gritted his teeth in response. Send word to the 4 great families, urging them to gather at the Lin residence to discuss how to deal with the remnants of the Yun family. Chapter 15. The Chen family of Donghai. Additionally, notify the master of Shanhai Manor. They are renowned for their relentless pursuit of vengeance and will surely take action. Lin Zonghai spoke coldly. Yes, head of the family. Soon, a servant hurriedly set off towards Shanhai Manor on horseback. Shanhai Manor and the Wolf Gang are the most formidable underground forces in Jinling. Their activities primarily revolve around murder and smuggling. The masters of both Shanhai Manor and the Wolf Gang are seasoned experts. In Jinling, many would prefer to offend the 4 great families than to cross paths with Shanhai Manor and the Wolf Gang, for the former still maintains a semblance of respect for the law enforcement team, rendering them hesitant to strike. In contrast, Shanhai Manor and the Wolf Gang operate without restraint, entirely beyond the reach of the law. They are known for their ostentatious actions and unyielding retribution. At this moment, Yun Chen had arrived outside the villa of the Morong family. Ghost sword, at your service, young master. A tall figure, bearing a black long sword, emerged slowly from the Morong villa. Inside, Morong Yuduo gazed at the crimson coffin on the ground, her face ashen. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream. Stop. Who are you to dare deliver a coffin on the day of Miss Morong's wedding? In an instant, Morong family's guards rushed out from within the house. Following them was an elderly man with a frosty countenance, who stepped forward and confronted Ghost Sword. To disrupt the joyous occasion of the Morong family. You seek death. This man was none other than the patriarch of the Morong family, Morong Bo, and also the grandfather of Morong Yunduo. Grandfather, kill him. He must be eliminated. My wedding has been ruined because of him. I am furious. I am absolutely furious. At that moment, Morong Yunduo dashed out of the villa, clad in a radiant white wedding gown, her appearance ethereal, yet her expression was one of unmistakable fury. After all these years, you remain as loud as ever. Yun Chen turned to face Morong Yunduo, saying, You used to chatter incessantly around me, nearly driving me mad. I never imagined that after all this time, you would still relish in your vocal antics. How could you be here? Morong Yunduo was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at the familiar figure not far away. I see now. You were in cahoots with him. It was you who instructed him to do this. Scoundrel. Wretch, you cannot have me, so you seek to ruin me. Is that it? Morong Yunduo exclaimed in a fit of rage. You should abandon that hope. I have already found someone I like. Yun Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Surely, you do not believe that my purpose today is to steal the bride? Morong Yunduo retorted with a smile. Is it not obvious enough? Otherwise, why would you come to disrupt my wedding? Yun Chen replied coldly, because there are accounts to settle with your Morong family. Years ago, your family encroached upon the mineral resources of the Yun family, even resorting to illegal means to seize them. Morong Yunduo scoffed. Encroachment? That's merely responding to market dynamics. Your Yun family has fallen. Does that mean others cannot enter the arena? Yun Chen countered. Is it still considered responding to market dynamics when you use violent means to usurp the property of the Yun family? Who are you? Morong Bo inquired with a furrowed brow, gazing at Yun Chen. You old fool, have you forgotten my face so quickly? Yun Chen replied with a cold smile. You are that young man from the Yun family. I never expected you to still be alive after 5 years, Morong Bo quickly recalled. If you haven't died, how could I possibly be dead? Yun Chen retorted. Impertinent. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Morong Bo exclaimed in anger. In the next moment, Yun Chen appeared directly before Morong Bo, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground with ease. Old man, who gave you the right to speak to me like that? Do you think I am still the same person I was 5 years ago? Morong Bo's expression turned to one of shock as he struggled to break free, but it was futile. Yun Chen's grip was as unyielding as a mountain. Release my grandfather at once. Morong Yunduo demanded of Yun Chen. Yun Chen smiled and replied, Why should I release him just because you say so? I know you intend to use my grandfather as leverage, but I advise you to give up that thought. I will never marry you. Furthermore, do not blame me for not warning you. Release my grandfather immediately, or the Chun family of Donghai will not spare you. Morong Yunduo declared haughtily. The Chun family of Donghai? What are they to me? Yun Chen queried. What do you mean, what are they? Let me tell you. In Donghai, if my Chun family wishes someone dead, they shall die. A commanding voice suddenly echoed from nearby. A young man clad in a suit stepped down from a luxurious Maybach, flanked by a group of men in black. This individual was none other than Morong Yun's fiancé, Chen Xianchao. But this is Jinling, Yun Chen scoffed. Xian, you have finally arrived. He has taken my grandfather and is trying to force me to marry him. Upon seeing her fiancé, Morong Yunduo immediately reported the situation. Yun Chen was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the woman's unfounded confidence. Upon hearing this, Chen Xianchao coldly declared, You dare to covet my woman? You are seeking death. Capture him, but do not kill him. I want to play with him slowly. He instructed the men in black behind him. This time, he had brought more than 30 formidable warriors with him, capable of sweeping through all of Jinling without breaking a sweat. After all, the combined strength of the 4 great families of Jinling amounted to merely 10 warriors of comparable prowess. Jiu Yu and Gue Jian suddenly appeared before the group of black-clad men. Old Ghost, how about a contest to see who can claim more lives? Jiu Yu said with a cold smirk. Not interested, Gue Jian replied expressionlessly. He then drew the black blade from his back and charged into the crowd. Where he passed, flesh and blood flew. Severed limbs scattered across the ground. Some were even bisected in an instant. Damn, leave some for me. Soon, Jiu Yu joined the fray. The two of them were like wolves among sheep, slaughtering with abandon. Their methods were ruthless. In less than a minute, over 30 black-clad men lay sprawled on the ground. Not a single one surviving. Moreover, their deaths were exceedingly gruesome. You, who are you two? Chen Xianchao immediately panicked. Morong Yunduo stared in disbelief at Yun Chen, astonished to see such formidable experts by his side. Is this all the Donghai family has to offer? I find it rather unimpressive, Yun Chen remarked, lifting Morong Bo while addressing the trembling Chen Xianchao. Please, don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to willingly relinquish this engagement. I will gladly hand over Morong Yunduo and even wish to befriend you, Chen Xianchao hastily declared. Xiangu, what are you saying? Morong Yunduo asked her fiancé in disbelief. Silence. When a man speaks, a woman ought not to interrupt. Chapter 16. He cannot have me, so he seeks to destroy me. Chen Xianchao. How can you treat me this way? Morong Yunduo cried out in hysteria, unable to believe that Chen Xianchao would offer her to another man. Wretch. You brought me such trouble, Chen Xianchao thought inwardly. Over 30 God of War level experts had fallen just like that. Even the Chen family would feel the sting of this loss. After all, the resources and efforts expended to cultivate a God of War level expert are immense. And all of this was thanks to the woman before him. Chen Xianchao suddenly regretted marrying Morong Yunduo, were it not for her stunning beauty and unwavering obedience. He would never have considered a young lady from a minor family. After all, Jinling was merely a small place compared to Donghai. The Morong family was utterly insignificant before the Chen family. How about it? Chen Xianxiao inquired cautiously. Not much. There is a price to pay for boasting. Yun Chen replied to Chen Xianxiao. Yes, I admit I spoke too loudly. I apologize. This woman, you may take her for your enjoyment. I, Chen Xianxiao, will not utter a word of protest. He treated Morong Yunduo as if she were merely an object to be given away. Chen Xianxiao, you scoundrel. Morong Yunduo was on the verge of tears. As her fiancé, he not only failed to defend her, but also humiliated her in front of others. Do you still consider yourself a mere commodity, so easily offered to others? Yun Chen scoffed. The items you have used, I find repugnant. Indeed, I have been thoughtless. Allow me to return to the East Sea and immediately present you with 10 international supermodels. What do you say? I assure you, they will be pristine, untouched by any stain. Chen Xianxiao proposed, desperate to preserve his life. I have no appetite for such things, Yun Chen derided. Then, esteemed sir, please articulate your desires. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them, Chen Xianxiao insisted. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure suddenly appeared. Bad news, young master. There is trouble at the Su family. Miss Su Qingyu has returned to her home. Yun Chen's expression shifted instantly. Is it the Su family in peril, or is it Qingyu? He inquired, furrowing his brow. It is Miss Su Qingyu, the messenger replied. In the next moment, Yun Chen hurled Morong Bo 10 meters away and vanished from sight. Su Qingyu was his only weakness, and he would not permit any harm to come to her. Jiu Yu and the ghost sword exchanged glances before also disappearing. Chen Xianxiao stood frozen in place, finally exhaling once he confirmed Yun Chen's departure. Who dares to harm someone from the Chen family? You boy, wait for me. When I return to the East Sea, I shall ensure you meet a most gruesome fate. He glared in the direction Yun Chen had departed, his expression filled with malice as he turned and entered a nearby Mercedes-Benz Maybach. Are you really not going to marry me? I adore you. I love you. How could you abandon me like this? Are you even a man? Morong Yunduo lamented, tears streaming down her face. Chen Xianxiao paid her no heed, sliding into the driver's seat and pressing the accelerator, leaving her behind. Scoundrel! Morong Yunduo cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Duo. Morong Bo, lying on the ground, uttered weakly. Grandfather, are you all right? Morong Yunduo rushed to inquire. I am fine. Morong Bo coughed a couple of times before responding. Grandfather, Chen Xianxiao is a heartless man, but all this is due to that Yun Chen. If it weren't for him, my wedding would not have ended like this. He cannot have me, so he seeks to ruin me. I will ensure he pays dearly. Morong Yunduo declared through gritted teeth, exuding a misguided confidence. Such blind arrogance. Duo, it is I who failed to protect you. I never imagined that the remnants of the Yun family would become so formidable. Do not worry, grandfather will seek vengeance for you. Let us return to the family and devise a plan, Morong Bo said, struggling to rise. However, as he stood, a mouthful of blood erupted from him. Poof! He collapsed instantly. Yun Chen had surreptitiously infused him with dark energy, and he remained completely unaware. Grandfather, what is wrong? Please do not frighten me. Do not leave me. I cannot lose you. Morong Yunduo cried out in despair. Meanwhile, Yun Chen arrived at the Su family villa at an astonishing speed. The Su family villa, situated to the east of Jinling, harmoniously embraces both mountains and water, enveloped in a tranquil environment. However, at this moment, the villa is infiltrated by a group of unfamiliar faces, led by Fong Tianyi of the Fong family. With an imposing demeanor, Fong Tianyi occupies the principal seat, while the members of the Su family stand before him, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Su Qingyu has already been subdued by the Fong family. That remnant of the Yun family has cruelly slain Qianer for the sake of your Su family. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Should you fail to address it adequately, do not blame the Fong family for turning ruthless against you and taking action. Henceforth, the 4 great families of Jinling will be reduced to 3. The Su family members fall silent, their hearts gripped by fear. Historically, the Su family has always occupied the lowest rank among the 4 great families, primarily due to their singular formidable warrior, Su Qianqiu, the venerable patriarch. Beyond him, no other warriors of comparable strength stand guard. In contrast, the Fong, Lin, and Morong families boast several formidable warriors, particularly the Fong family, which once had 4 such warriors. Though now only 3 remain following the demise of Gu Qiong at the hands of Yun Chen yesterday. Su Ping and Kai Kailon, your cherished daughters. are responsible for this predicament. Now, the repercussions have fallen upon our Su family. What say you? The members of the Su family stepped forward to voice their grievances. Su Qingyo's parents, standing resolutely in place, wore grim expressions and remained silent. If the Fong family demands we surrender her, we shall comply instantly. Without uttering a single word of dissent, declared Su Qingyo's sister-in-law with unyielding firmness. Indeed, you may take her. This is our Su family stance. After all, Qingyu is one of us. As elders, you should have protected her instead of constantly pushing her away. How could you be so heartless? Kai Kailon, Su Qingyo's mother, exclaimed with palpable anger. If it weren't for her, would the Fong family have come knocking at our door? I suggest we simply hand over your precious daughter, for she has always been rebellious and has disregarded the counsel of her family for years. She refuses to marry into the Zhao family in the royal capital and refuses to forget that Yun family remnant. I propose we marry her off to the eldest son of the Fong family, Fong Kuan, who is still unmarried. Su Qingyo's sister-in-law remarked with a sardonic smile. Though the eldest son of the Fong family has his limitations, he would be more than sufficient for your beloved daughter. Throughout this tumultuous exchange, Su Qingyu observed quietly, choosing not to utter a single word. Her decision to sever ties with her family stemmed from her profound understanding of their true natures. These so-called relatives and elders were, in essence, devoid of genuine compassion. Su Qingyo's father, seething with indignation, exclaimed, "You claimed that the patriarch was gravely ill and wished to see Qingyu, urging me to bring her back, only to deceive me. This is utterly outrageous. Are we, the Su family, truly so spineless? Why should we comply with the Fong family's demands?" Chapter 17. Fong Tianyi, Death. How is my grandfather? Is he all right? Su Qingyu is presently most concerned about her grandfather's health. The reason she returned was that her father called to inform her that her grandfather's condition had worsened and that he wished to see her. Hence, Su Qingyu hurried back. Otherwise, she would not have returned to this house at all. Indeed, the old man's condition has deteriorated, but he is not yet on the verge of death. Su Qingyo's sister-in-law casually remarked. How could his condition suddenly worsen? It was stable before. Did not the director of Jinling First People's Hospital say that my grandfather's illness would not deteriorate for the time being? Su Qingyu anxiously inquired. You insolent girl. Are you questioning me? It's all because of you. The old man cherished you the most, yet you chose to oppose the family and moved out on your own, which made him so upset that he fell gravely ill. What a little harbinger of misfortune. Her sister-in-law rolled her eyes. That is not true. What have you done to aggravate grandfather's condition? I want to see him. Su Qingyu exclaimed, her emotions running high. For some reason, she sensed an ominous premonition within her. Stop. You cannot go anywhere. Right now, you are the most important card in my hand. As long as I can control you, I do not believe that the remnants of the Yun family can escape my grasp. Fong Tianyi declared confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the villa. Who is it? Fong Tianyi furrowed his brow. Yun Chen slowly turned around. It's you. I didn't expect you to come to me. How fortuitous. Fong Tianyi's expression changed upon seeing Yun Chen, but he quickly donned a smile. Yun Chen, you must leave. They are capturing me to lure you here. Upon seeing Yun Chen, Su Qingyu immediately shouted. It's fine. Don't worry. Yun Chen reassured Su Qingyu. What do you mean, fine? Do you think you can walk out of here today? She is your Achilles heel. Isn't Kneel down. I demand you kneel and apologize, or I will kill her immediately. Fong Tianyi threatened, pointing at Su Qingyu. Meanwhile, the thugs from the Fong family had already understood the situation and had placed a knife against Su Qingyu's throat. How dare you come to our Su family? You little brat. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could our Su family have offended the Fong family? Su Qingyu's sister-in-law pointed an accusing finger at Yun Chen. Slap. Yun Chen delivered a resounding slap that sent her flying. Enough noise, Yun Chen said coldly. How dare you hit me? Su Qingyu's sister-in-law lay on the ground, covering her face in disbelief. If you utter one more word, I will kill you, Yun Chen warned, casting a frosty glance. Impudent. This is the Su family, not a place for an outsider like you to run rampant. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Qingyu's uncle erupted in furious indignation. With a sharp slap, Yun Chen delivered another resounding blow, sending Su Qingyu's uncle hurtling through the air. Such incessant prattle. Yun Chen remarked coldly. The other members of the Su family, initially inclined to intervene, promptly retreated in silence, aware that any utterance would result in punishment. Bravo! What a splendid performance! No wonder you dare to kill Qiener. You truly are audacious. Yet, it is time for you to kneel, is it not? Or have you forsaken her fate entirely? Fong Tianyi clapped, unable to conceal his surprise at Yun Chen's ruthless demeanor. However, he believed the farce should come to a close. Do you take pleasure in compelling others to kneel? Yun Chen countered, locking eyes with Fong Tianyi. Indeed, I relish the sight of you begging on your knees. Only then can Qin'er find peace. Fong Tianyi responded with a grin. In that case, she may never find peace, Yun Chen retorted. No sooner had he spoken than Jiu and Gui Jian sprang into action, swiftly dispatching those beside Su Qingyu. The individual wielding a dagger to threaten her suffered the fate of having his arm severed in one clean stroke by Gui Jian. Ah, my hand. The shrill scream sent chills down the spine. Now, it is your turn to kneel, Yun Chen declared, his gaze fixed on Fong Tianyi, eyes sharp as blades. Fong Tianyi stood in shock, unable to fathom how his subordinates had been annihilated in an instant. How is this possible? Who are you two? Did you not hear? The young master commands you to kneel. Are you deaf? Jiu and Gui Jian replied in unison. Sensing danger, Fong Tianyi attempted to flee. But as he stepped towards the exit, Jiu intercepted him. With a forceful strike, Jiu sent Fong Tianyi sprawling, landing directly before Yun Chen. Kneel, Yun Chen commanded, his gaze imposing and fearsome. Fong Tianyi, overwhelmed by trepidation, had no choice but to collapse to his knees. Witnessing this, the Su family members were rendered utterly astonished. Good heavens, members of the Fong family are actually kneeling before him. Am I seeing things? How has this ruffian become so formidable? Fong Tianyi was renowned as the foremost expert of the Fong family. Even Su Qingyu was left speechless, incredulously observing Yun Chen. The man before her was a stark contrast to the Yun Chen she had once known. How many secrets do you hold? Su Qingyu's curiosity surged within her. Spare me. The Fong family will never trouble you again. Fong Tianyi pleaded desperately. You have crossed my threshold, Yun Chen replied, his expression impassive. Before delivering a kick that sent Fong Tianyi hurtling away, akin to a kite severed from its string, soaring backward for several meters. He subsequently coughed up blood and perished. The foremost expert of the Fong family was thus slain by a single kick from Yun Chen. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the Su family. None dared to utter a word, instinctively covering their mouths. Even the air within the villa seemed to solidify in that moment. Are you all right? Yun Chen inquired as he approached Su Qingyu. I'm fine, Su Qingyu replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, though a flicker of shock remained on her face. Do you wish to stay here? If not, I can take you away, Yun Chen asked. I want to see my grandfather, Su Qingyu responded, looking at Yun Chen. Very well. Chapter 18. Deterioration of illness. This little rascal has the audacity to commit murder so brazenly, and yet he doesn't flee. Just wait until the enforcement team arrives. Let us see how he handles that. That slap just now, I will definitely repay. After Yun Chen departed with Su Qingyu, her sister-in-law immediately called the enforcement team. Soon, the team received the call and sprang into action. Meanwhile, Yun Chen had already ascended to the second floor of the villa. At the very top of the second floor was the room of the Su family's elder, Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu gently opened the door and stepped inside. With Yun Chen closely following behind, Jiu and Ghost Sword remained outside to guard the villa. Upon entering, they saw a young man seated before the bed. With sharp brows and starry eyes, one hand rested on Su Qingyu's left wrist, seemingly checking his pulse. Although the young man appeared youthful, he exuded an aura of maturity. Dr. Bai, what brings you here? Su Qingyu asked, somewhat surprised. Miss Su, it's been a while. My father asked me to come for a follow-up to assess the stability of the elder's condition, the young man replied courteously as he stood. Thank you for your hard work, Su Qingyu expressed gratefully. It's my duty. However, I noticed something concerning while checking his pulse, Dr. Bai said, hesitating. What is it, Dr. Bai? Su Qingyu asked anxiously. The expression on Dr. Bai's face indicated that the situation was dire. The elder's condition has deteriorated sharply. His pulse is extremely erratic. Dr. Bai stated gravely. How could this be? Su Qingyu's complexion turned pale. I'm not sure why this has occurred. Logically, my father should have stabilized the elder's condition by now, Dr. Bai replied, perplexed. Lying in bed, Su Qingyu appeared devoid of vitality. His face a deep shade of black. His state was exceedingly poor. Dr. Bai, is there any way to treat my grandfather? Su Qingyu inquired. Call 120 immediately. We must get into the hospital at once. I will contact my father to ensure the hospital is prepared for his arrival. Dr. Bai instructed. Thank you, Dr. Bai. Su Qingyu expressed her profound gratitude. There is no time. Just then, Yun Chen interjected. Upon hearing Yun Chen's words, Dr. Bai couldn't help but furrow his brow. Who is this? He inquired. Su Qingyu promptly replied, "This is Yun Chen." "Yun Chen, this is Bai Dong, Dr. Bai." It was Dr. Bai's father who performed my grandfather's heart surgery. Su Qingyu had recently undergone a coronary bypass procedure due to acquired heart disease, a surgery skillfully conducted by Bai Shi, the chief of cardiac surgery at Jinling First People's Hospital, renowned as the master of cardiac surgery. The operation was remarkably successful, and his recovery had been progressing well. However, in recent days, Mr. Su's condition had suddenly deteriorated. Bai Dong turned to Yun Chen and asked, "What do you mean by too late?" "Literally," Yun Chen replied casually. "Are you questioning my judgment?" Bai Dong's expression shifted. "Yes," Yun Chen nodded. "The sudden decline in Mr. Su's health and the rapid deterioration may very well be due to postoperative complications. Do you have any idea how many types of postoperative complications exist? If we do not expedite Mr. Su's transfer to the hospital, and something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility for that?" Bai Dong gazed intently at Yun Chen. "Wait, are you a doctor?" Bai Dong frowned. "No," Yun Chen stated plainly. "Then why are you causing trouble?" Dr. Bai said, exasperated. He immediately called his father, succinctly relaying his assessment of the situation. "Postoperative complications? Are you confused? Mr. Su had no such complications after surgery." Bai Shi's voice crackled with anger on the other end of the line. "How could you make such a basic mistake? I'm on my way. Do not take any action." With that, Bai Shi abruptly hung up. "How could I overlook the most crucial detail? There are no postoperative complications in this surgery." Bai Dong lamented. "Blackened limbs, cyanotic lips, and erratic pulses are signs of severe poisoning. If we treat him as you suggested, he would be dead by now." Just then, Yun Chen spoke up, having already approached the bedside. "Poisoned? How can that be?" Bai Dong exclaimed in astonishment. He had not even considered the possibility of poisoning. Yet, upon reflection, Mr. Su's symptoms indeed resembled those of poisoning. At that moment, Yun Chen produced 7 golden needles. "What do you intend to do?" Bai Dong immediately intervened. "Using needles carelessly at this time could be fatal. My father said not to act until he arrives." "Stay out of the way," Yun Chen replied directly. He then proceeded to insert the 7 golden needles into Su Qinyu's Bai Wei, Jianjing, Dazui, Fomin, and 3 other acupoints. Soon, the bases of the 7 needles turned entirely black. Yun Chen gently placed his hands atop the needle tops, channeling his vital energy into them. Almost immediately, the 7 needles began to tremble simultaneously, emitting a buzzing sound. "Done. In an hour," he declared. "1 hour should suffice for him to awaken," Yun Chen asserted. "Is it really that simple? Just a few random acupuncture needles, and everything will be fine? You must be joking. If something were to happen to old Master Su because of you, just wait for your time in prison." Bai Dong retorted, already perceiving Yun Chen as a charlatan, akin to those who exploit acupuncture for deceitful purposes. "Yun Chen, will my grandfather truly awaken in an hour?" Su Qingyu inquired incredulously, her gaze fixed on him. "Rest assured, he will definitely awaken in an hour," Yun Chen replied with unwavering confidence. "Such certainty. You speak so grandly. Yet are you not afraid of your own tongue?" Bai Dong interjected coldly. Su Qingyu frowned slightly. "Dr. Bai, please do not harbor such animosity towards Yun Chen. I believe he would not jest about such matters." Bai Dong could not restrain himself. "Miss Su, do not be deceived by him. This person, at first glance, is clearly not of good character, and his intentions for approaching you must be dubious." In truth, he had always harbored affection for Su Qingyu. The reason he, rather than his father, visited was a deliberate choice on his part, seeking opportunities to encounter Su Qingyu alone. Seeing her defend a man now left Bai Dong quite displeased. After all, Su Qingyu had never been close to any man before. "Dr. Bai, on what grounds do you make such claims? Do you know Yun Chen? Do you understand him? How can you label someone you do not know as untrustworthy?" Su Qingyu's voice grew icy. "I once held you in high regard. For you and your father have indeed aided my family greatly, but your recent words are utterly excessive. I hope you will apologize to Yun Chen." Bai Dong was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Su Qingyu to stand firmly for a man. He knew her father was a renowned cardiovascular surgeon at Jinling First People's Hospital, where countless sought his assistance. In today's society, offending a doctor is ill-advised, as who among us is free from ailments? Chapter 19. The Golden Needles Touch. How audacious. "Su Qingyu, you dare to demand Dr. Bai apologize to this scoundrel." At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a white coat entered, followed by members of the Su family. Su Qingyu's sister-in-law burst in, hands on her hips. "Our family has always relied on Dr. Bai for care when we visit the hospital." "Dad," Bai Dong exclaimed upon seeing his father arrive. ready to vent his frustrations. This fellow disregarded my warnings and recklessly used needles on old Master Su. What? Su Ping and Kai Kailan exclaimed. Look at your daughter and the trouble she has caused. Inviting such a plague upon us will surely bring disaster to our family. If anything unfortunate were to befall the old master, you shall bear the consequences. Su Qingyu's sister-in-law pointed accusingly at Su Qingyu and her parents. Enough of the commotion. Let Director Bai assess the situation first. Su Ping's elder brother, Suan, exclaimed in anger. The venerable Su had 3 sons, the eldest, Suan, the second, Su Ping, and the youngest, Su Jun. It was Su Jun, the youngest, who had been sent flying by Yun Chen's slap. Director Bai, I am truly grateful for your assistance. Suan addressed the middle-aged man entering the room with utmost respect. Bai Shi glanced at the elder before turning his gaze to Yun Chen and inquired, Did you perform this acupuncture? Yun Chen nodded affirmatively. Do you realize that without systematic training in traditional Chinese medicine, haphazardly administering acupuncture can be fatal? Bai Shi reprimanded. What you are doing is tantamount to playing with lives. Upon hearing this, the Su family members glared at Yun Chen in outrage. Yun Chen retorted, Oh, is that so? Do you claim to comprehend my technique? Bai Shi, cheeks flushed, replied, I majored in Western medicine, and my knowledge of acupuncture is quite limited. Yun Chen coldly responded, I care not for your incessant chatter. Although I may not be well-versed, I possess the fundamental medical knowledge that experience is paramount in traditional Chinese medicine. At your age, your understanding of this art is woefully inadequate. Bai Shi's expression hardened, cold as ice. How dare a junior challenge his authority? Father, what should we do? Should we remove these needles? Bai Dong inquired. That is out of the question. The consequences of removing them are unpredictable. We must summon a specialist in acupuncture for an evaluation before making any decisions, Bai Shi stated gravely. I will call Old Li right now. He happens to be in Jinling for consultations, and once we have him here, we can rest easy. He is a revered authority in the field of traditional Chinese medicine and the intricacies of acupuncture. Upon hearing this, Suan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Director Bai. I truly appreciate your help. Without your intervention, my father might not survive the day. Yun Chen interjected. It matters not who you summon. In 1 hour, he will awaken naturally. Bai Shi countered. If merely inserting a few needles could save a life, what need would we have for doctors? I kindly ask all unrelated personnel to step outside and refrain from obstructing my efforts. You too should depart. What are you waiting for? The Su family does not welcome outsiders. Suan turned sharply to Yun Chen. From this day forth, you shall no longer return to this house, Suan declared. Then addressed Su Qingyu, eldest brother. She is your niece. Su Ping, Qingyu's father, could not contain himself. I have no such niece. Hasn't the Su family suffered enough from her antics? Second brother, should you utter another word, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Suan warned icily. Uncle, from this moment onward, I shall not set foot in the Su family again. However, may I remain until grandfather awakens? Su Qingyu pleaded. Absolutely not. Leave the Su family at once. Had it not been for you bringing him here, would the elder have ended up in this state? Suan shouted in fury. Eldest brother, one last time, I shall call you brother. If today you choose to cast Qingyu out of our home, then both Kai Lan and I shall never return. If I cannot even protect my own daughter, what right do I have to be called a father? Su Ping declared resolutely, gazing intently at his elder brother. Do as you wish. The Su family will not suffer from your absence, Suan replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Very well, we shall leave. Su Ping gritted his teeth and made to exit. Once I step through this door, from henceforth, you and the Su family shall have no further ties. Suan's voice was cold. A sudden pang struck Su Ping's heart, yet he remained steadfast and pushed the door open. Dad, you need not sever ties with the family. All that has transpired is solely my doing. It bears no relation to you, Su Qingyu cried, tears springing to her eyes, desperate not to burden her father. Qingyu, this household has long lost all semblance of warmth. It is my failure as a father that I have not protected you adequately. Su Ping spoke from the depths of his heart. But what of Grandpa? Su Qingyu asked anxiously. Do not worry. He will surely awaken within the hour. Yun Chen reassured her. At that moment, an elderly gentleman approached them. Bai Shi and Bai Dong personally went out to greet him. Old Li, you've come. I truly apologize for the trouble and for making you travel such a distance, Bai Shi said courteously. The elder before them was none other than Li Fenglan, a distinguished figure in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, affectionately known as Old Li. His acupuncture skills were unparalleled within the medical community. not only in Jinling, but renowned throughout the nation. Unlike Bai Shi, who, despite being the head of cardiovascular surgery at Jinling's First People's Hospital, would be considered merely an ordinary physician in larger hospitals. It is nothing. Today I happen to be free. Upon receiving your call, I came to see, Li Fenglin replied. Grandpa Li, I am Bai Dong, and Bai Shi is my father. Bai Dong quickly introduced himself. I know of you. At such a young age, you have already become an attending physician at Jinling's First People's Hospital. Quite impressive, old Li remarked, casting a glance at Bai Dong in commendation. Thank you for your kind words, old Li. In your presence, my medical skills seem but a drop in the ocean, Bai Dong flattered. Where's the patient? Allow me to take a look, old Li stated directly. Seeing this, Su Qingyu hurriedly followed him inside, with Yun Chen accompanying as well. This is old Li, a luminary in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, Bai Shi introduced as they entered the room. Suan and the others quickly offered their respectful greetings. Old Li, we are grateful for your efforts. Li Fenglin gave a slight nod and immediately approached the bedside, examining the elder Su. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. Who administered these needles? Old Li inquired loudly. What is it, old Li? Is there a problem with these needles? Bai Shi immediately asked, concerned. It was said long ago that a mere boy, who is yet to fully mature, could not possibly possess the art of acupuncture. It is simply absurd. Bai Shi instinctively cast a glare at Yun Chen. Indeed, it is all that fellow's fault. Bai Dong quickly concurred. If only I had intervened in time. Suddenly, old Li became exceedingly agitated, exclaiming, golden needle to the acupoint. It has been ages since I last witnessed the golden needle technique. Who would have thought that it would once again grace the world? Which divine being has performed this? The younger generation, Li Fenglin, humbly requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi was rendered utterly dumbfounded, his face a canvas of confusion. What is happening? Bai Dong was equally bewildered, his face adorned with question marks. The entire Su family stood in a state of stupefaction, including Su Qingyu. Quickly, someone tell me. Who is responsible for this golden needle? Chapter 20. Apologies to the young friend. It is he. Old Li. Bai Shi slowly gestured towards Yun Chen. Li Fenglin hastened over. Did you perform this needlework? He inquired, unable to contain his excitement. Indeed, Yun Chen affirmed with a nod. How did you come to master this technique? Li Fenglin pressed eagerly. What business is it of yours? Yun Chen frowned. Silence. A deathly silence. Bai Shi reprimanded coldly. How dare you speak to old Li in such a manner? Li Fenglin boldly pointed at Bai Shi, declaring, You, be silent. Bai Shi stood frozen in place. I apologize. Young friend, I was abrupt. Li Fenglin quickly offered his apologies. At this moment, Bai Shi was utterly perplexed. Why has old Li's demeanor shifted so dramatically? Indeed, the golden needle technique has not been seen for far too long. Encountering it today is overwhelming. Li Fenglin hurriedly elucidated. What golden needle technique? This needlework is known as the Tai golden needle. Yun Chen proclaimed. Tai golden needle? I am indeed ignorant. May I ask from whom you have learned this, young friend? Li Fenglin inquired cautiously. The name of my master is not one I wish to disclose. Yun Chen replied casually. I understand. Elders often prefer to remain anonymous, detached from worldly affairs. Li Fenglin nodded repeatedly. I have just completed the needlework. Do not touch anything recklessly, or you shall bear the consequences. Yun Chen cautioned. Yes, I shall not interfere, Old Li assured him. Old Li, is the needle he used safe? Bai Shi could not restrain himself from asking. Unable to believe that a mere youth, seemingly around 20 years of age, could possess the art of acupuncture. Not only is it safe, but had our young friend not been present today, old Su would have been beyond saving. Li Fenglin stated emphatically. This poison, even I cannot remedy, he added. How can this be? A mere boy, how could he possibly possess the ability to detoxify? Bai Shi exclaimed in disbelief. How dare you? Do you understand what the golden needle technique signifies in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine? It is the pinnacle of acupuncture skills. Once the news is disseminated, the entire realm of traditional Chinese medicine will surely rush to Jinling like a frenzied swarm. Even a mere glimpse from the sidelines would be enough to benefit them for a lifetime. Li Fenglin articulated each word with conviction. Apologized to the young friend at once. He admonished. Bai Shi, your behavior is utterly disrespectful. Li Fenglin's voice was grave. Bai Shi could only muster the courage to murmur an apology to Yun Chen, fully aware that Li Fenglin's stature in the medical community far surpassed his own. Offending Li Fenglin would be detrimental to his future prospects. Yun Chen, I didn't realize your medical skills were so formidable. Su Qingyu exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. It's merely average, ranked third in the world, Yun Chen replied nonchalantly. Bai Dong was taken aback. What audacity! I've never encountered such shamelessness. In truth, Yun Chen's assertion of his medical prowess being third in the world was not a boast nor an act of arrogance. It was based on his master's words, stating that only 2 individuals possess superior skills. May I inquire your esteemed name, young friend? Li Fenglin inquired with great courtesy. Yun Chen, came the reply. Ah, so you were young friend Yun. If you don't mind, would you share your contact information with this old man? In the future, should any matters regarding traditional Chinese medicine arise, I would be eager to seek your counsel. If you ever encounter insurmountable difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. Li Fenglin. While my wealth may be modest, I do possess some connections, he offered graciously. I mind, Yun Chen replied bluntly, rejecting the offer. Li Fenglin could only relent. Young man, do not be overly arrogant. Li Lao wishes to obtain your contact information as a courtesy to you. He is a luminary in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, so why the pride? Bai Dong interjected coldly. Silence. Li Fenglin was nearly exasperated by the conduct of these two. He had finally managed to establish a rapport with Yun Chen, only to have it squandered by their antics. Bai Dong was left speechless. He had thought he was supporting Li Lao, yet he found himself on the receiving end of reprimand. Shortly thereafter, the elder Su awakened. Observing this, Yun Chen promptly approached and retrieved the 7 golden needles, which were already shrouded in potent toxins. With a gentle flick, he dispersed the toxins surrounding the needles. Grandfather, you've awakened. Su Qingyu rushed forward to inquire. Qingyu, my precious granddaughter, you have finally returned, Su Qianqiu exclaimed, his vitality visibly improving after the toxins dissipated. Father, this is Li Lao, a titan in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, and this is Director Bai, who performed your surgery, along with his son, Suan introduced. Deliberately omitting mention of Yun Chen, Su Qianqiu quickly leaned back against the pillow, expressing, I am immensely grateful for Li Lao's timely intervention. The Su family is eternally thankful. No. The poison was not resolved by me. I lack such prowess. Li Fenglin quickly refuted. It was this young friend Yun who aided you in detoxification. Li Fenglin clarified. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be directed towards young friend Yun. Su Qianqiu followed the direction indicated by Li Fenglin, and upon seeing Yun Chen, his countenance instantly transformed. You are that boy from the Yun family from years past. Su Qianqiu could not help but frown and inquire. Indeed. Yun Chen nodded. Who would have thought? 5 years have passed, and you still draw breath. How did you come to be in my Su family? Leave at once. Haven't you caused enough suffering to my granddaughter? Do you know how long she waited for you? The trial she endured, the hardship she faced. She even risked a rift with her family for you. Su Qianqiu spoke with fiery intensity in his eyes. Grandfather, it was Yun Chen who saved you. Su Qingyu interjected hastily. I am aware. You saved my life, and I am eternally grateful, yet I shall never consent to Qingyu associating with someone like you. Su Qianqiu stated unequivocally. Exactly. I cannot permit this. Su Qingyu's sister-in-law chimed in, stoking the flames. However, Su Qingyu suddenly took a firm stance, declaring, Grandfather, what if I insist on being with Yun Chen? Then I shall act as if I have no grandfather. Su Qianqiu's voice rose in anger. You shall not defy me. Old Master Su, do not be so foolish. Your granddaughter has found a young hero. Li Fenglin could not help but interject, recognizing that while this was a family matter, his support might endear him to young friend Yun, which was of utmost importance to him. A young hero. Even if I were to allow Qingyu to be with a beggar, I would never permit her to be with him. Su Qianqiu replied coldly. Grandfather, why? What is wrong with Yun Chen? Su Qingyu asked in confusion. Why do you harbor such disdain for him? Do you know why the Yun family was annihilated? Su Qianqiu suddenly stated. In the next moment, Yun Chen, who had remained silent until now, suddenly exuded a chilling aura. His entire demeanor shifting as the very air around them seemed to grow cold, instilling fear in those present. Who was it that brought such ruin upon my family? Yun Chen's eyes glinted like blades as he fixed his gaze upon Su Qianqiu. Su Qianqiu fell silent. I shall ask again. Who was responsible for the destruction of my family? In an instant, Yun Chen appeared before Su Qianqiu, his gaze piercingly cold as he reiterated his question. You saved my life earlier. Thus, I shall divulge some truths from the past. Consider it a repayment of favor. I do not wish to be indebted to you. Su Qianqiu spoke in a grave tone. The events of that time are tied to the Zhao family of the royal capital. The Zhao family of the royal capital. Yun Chen's expression was frigid as he repeated. The army that invaded Jinling back then was indeed the Zhao family's forces. As for how your parents offended the Zhao family, I cannot say. However, should the Zhao family learn that you still live, you will undoubtedly face death. They will pursue you relentlessly, even to the ends of the earth. This is why I cannot allow Qingyu to marry you. You would bring her peril. Your Yun family has stirred great trouble, inciting the wrath of those who should not be angered, Su Qingyu declared with righteous conviction. The Zhao family of the royal capital? Yet, Su Qingyu's expression suddenly changed. Grandfather, you clearly know that it was the Zhao family from the capital who persecuted the Yun family back then. Why do you want me to marry into the capital? To the Zhao family? Su Qingyu spoke in confusion, grappling with the notion of marrying the enemy of her beloved. Why must you do this, grandfather? Why? She struggled to accept the situation. My dear child, do you understand the nature of the Zhao family? Do you know what life you would lead after marrying into the Zhao family? Su Qinqiu said earnestly. Everything I do is for your own good. You are doing this for the Su family, aren't you, grandfather? Once the Su family aligns with the Zhao family, we would ascend to prominence and resolve our current decline. The Su family status in Jinling has dwindled to the lowest among the four great families, Su Qingyu challenged directly. Indeed, grandfather has some selfish motives, but he truly wishes for your well-being. He hopes for a better life for you, rather than to endure suffering alongside him. Chapter 21. The young master's dignity. Grandfather, no need to say more. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the family. I refuse to bring misfortune upon the Su family. My life, I wish to govern myself, Su Qingyu declared, her delicate face cold. My foolish child. What have you been fed to be so bewitched? Is he worth it? This is not the time for stubbornness. By following him, you will inevitably be implicated. Listen to your grandfather, Su Qinqiu said, slamming his hand against the edge of the bed, filled with exasperation. Dad, you've just recovered. Don't let anger harm your health. Let them go. The Su family can thrive with or without her. Suan, the eldest of the Su family, interjected. Beside him, Su Qingyu's aunt chimed in. She's just a little ingrate. Dad, with us caring for you, that is sufficient. Others can leave. You, how can you be so shameless? He saved our father. It's one thing not to be grateful, but to treat the benefactor of the Su family with such disdain. Su Qingyu's parents could no longer hold their tongues and spoke out. Benefactor? Uft. The old man's condition is at least partly due to him. If it weren't for Qingyu's constant turmoil with the family over the years, would the old man have been driven to his sickbed? If it weren't for him, would Qinyu have become so willful? Su Qingyu's sister-in-law scoffed. You're simply a master of turning the tables. You are utterly unreasonable. Su Qingyu's parents retorted in anger. These people were truly absurd. Father was clearly poisoned. It was not merely anger that brought him down. You are completely distorting the truth. Now, shouldn't our priority be to uncover the identity of the poisoner? Su Ping exclaimed in fury. Indeed, since father is bedridden due to poisoning, where did that poison originate? Su Jun, the third son of the Su family, questioned in bewilderment. How could father have been poisoned without reason? He rarely goes out. Certainly. It appears that someone has deliberately poisoned him. Those who can administer poison are invariably capable of counteracting it. Thus, the truth is unequivocally revealed. Su Qingyu's sister-in-law remarked with a sardonic tone, casting a meaningful glance at Yun Chen. Yun Chen let out a cold snort. While he indeed possessed the knowledge to concoct poison, such a trivial toxin was beneath his notice. Compared to the poisons developed with Master Lu, the toxin that Su Qinqiu had encountered hardly deserved the title of poison. It was utterly childish. It was not Yun Chen who had done it. He had only just returned to Jinling and met his grandfather for the first time. How could he possibly poison him? Su Qingyu fervently shook her head. A group of hopeless individuals. Qingyu, let us depart. Su Ping could no longer bear the sight of them. He was truly fed up with the faces of these people. Once you leave, do not return, Su Qinqiu asserted sternly. Soon, Su Qingyu followed her parents out of the room. Yun Chen exited as well. Had it not been for Qingyu and her parents' presence, he would have dealt with that wretched individual right then and there. I am sorry, Yun Chen, you saved my grandfather. Yet they treat you this way. Once outside the room, Su Qingyu lowered her head, feeling deeply remorseful. To be frank, such relatives are unnecessary to maintain ties within the future. Yun Chen stated directly. Su Qingyu nodded emphatically. Yes. I have long been aware of what kind of people they are. I have seen through their true faces. I apologize for the spectacle they presented today. It is of no consequence. Every family has its share of such relatives. Yun Chen consoled with a smile. Since old Master Su is unharmed, I shall take my leave. Li Fenglin remarked. Since young Master Yun has already departed, There is no point in my lingering. I apologize for the trouble caused, elderly. Su Qianqiu quickly expressed his courtesy. There is no need for farewells. Let me add one more thing, old Master Su. Your actions today may very well lead your family to miss the opportunity to nurture a youthful prodigy. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. It transforms into a dragon when it encounters a storm. Young Master Yun is destined to soar as a true dragon in the skies. With that, Li Fenglin departed without further ado. The Bai family, seeing this, promptly followed suit. Bah, a youthful prodigy, you say? Merely a little ruffian. This elder Li is nothing but a name without substance. Su Qingyu's sister-in-law scowled. I do not believe that this little rascal will achieve anything noteworthy. Moreover, calamity is soon to befall him. A sinister smile crept across Su Qingyu's sister-in-law's face. The enforcement team should, by now, be arriving, right? Su Jun sneered. A fugitive wishes to transform into a dragon? He should prepare for imprisonment. What transpired during my unconsciousness? Why has the enforcement team been stirred? Old Master Su inquired with a furrowed brow. Father, you are unaware that during your period of unconsciousness, the foremost expert of the Feng family, Feng Tianyi, came to our door. He demanded that we surrender Qingyu. Su Qingyu's sister-in-law hastily replied. The Feng family? Why would they demand that we hand over Qingyu? Su Qianqiu urgently asked. Because that little scoundrel killed the second young master of the Feng family, Feng Qian. It is said he also murdered one of their venerable guardians. Named Gu Qiong, explained Su Qingyu's sister-in-law. The Feng family, unable to locate this rogue, came to our Su family in a fit of rage, demanding that we hand him over. Do they truly believe our Su family is a soft target to be easily manipulated? Su Qianqiu's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. You say he killed him? His face was etched with shock. The second young master of the Feng family, Feng Qian, Su Qingyu's sister-in-law replied, bewildered by the sudden display of emotion from the elder. And what else? Su Qianqiu inquired urgently. There is also a guardian of the Feng family named Gu Qiong. Su Qingyu's sister-in-law casually mentioned. A warrior of godly prowess. How could he possibly have slain Gu Qiong? Even I am not a match for him. Su Qianqiu exclaimed in astonishment. That little scoundrel is indeed quite formidable now. However, he is merely a killer. I have already contacted the law enforcement team, and they should arrive shortly. This scoundrel is currently wanted throughout the city. How dare he come to our Su family to commit murder? Truly lawless and reckless. He is destined for prison, Su Qingyu's sister-in-law said fiercely. Murder in the Su family? What on earth is happening? Su Qianqiu asked hastily. Just downstairs. He also killed Feng Tianyi from the Feng family. We haven't had a chance to inform them yet. Suin, the eldest of the Su family, quickly interjected. What? Su Qianqiu was instantly bolted upright in shock, his aged face reflecting disbelief and horror. He even killed Feng Tianyi? Su Qianqiu could scarcely comprehend. Yes, Suin nodded affirmatively. Su Qianqiu found it hard to fathom. It should be noted that Feng Tianyi was a high-ranking godly warrior, renowned for his exceptional martial talent, and had long been celebrated throughout Jinling. He surpassed Gu Qiong by a small margin. How could he possibly have been slain? Chapter 22, The Master of Shanghai Manor. You must leave at once. Just downstairs, they contacted the law enforcement team. They should arrive imminently. If you do not leave now, it may be too late. After stepping outside, Su Qingyu's father immediately addressed Yun Chen. Although he was not entirely in agreement with his daughter's association with Yun Chen due to the tumultuous events surrounding the Yun family in the past, which could potentially implicate Qingyu, he respected his daughter's decision. Yun Chen, you must depart. Leave Jinling and return only when the storm is past, Su Qingyu urged hastily. There is no need, Yun Chen replied dismissively. The law enforcement team is but a group of hypocrites masquerading as enforcers. They are the greatest disgrace to the law. Yun Chen scoffed. When my father was taken away, the law enforcement team didn't dare make a sound. Now they emerge, brandishing their authority and declaring a city-wide manhunt for me. But the law enforcement team is armed, Su Qingyu hesitated to say, aware of Yun Chen's formidable skills, yet recognizing that even the mightiest could fear a knife. Do not worry. Leave it to me, Yun Chen said with a smile. Su Ping furrowed his brow, curiosity evident in his voice. Do you have connections in the enforcement team? Yun Chen slowly shook his head. No. Then how can you remain so calm? Su Ping questioned. Perplexed. What will happen to my daughter if you are taken in? He spoke sternly. You must leave. The farther, the better. Suddenly, outside the villa, the sound of enforcement vehicles echoed. It's too late. Everything is too late. Su Ping's face turned ashen. Kai Kailan beside him was equally anxious. What shall we do now? My poor daughter. Yun Chen reassured, "Uncle, Aunt, truly, there's no cause for concern. I can handle it. I won't be taken in. How will you manage that? What if my daughter ends up alone for the rest of her life? Why won't you listen and leave? Ignoring the council of elders will lead to regret. Do you understand?" Su Ping said, frantic. Meanwhile, inside the room, Su Qingyo's sister-in-law, upon hearing the sounds of the enforcement vehicles, declared with delight, her lips curling into a smile, "Let us go. I want to witness that little rascal being captured." She urged the Su family to join her in descending the stairs to witness the spectacle. "Father, do you wish to join us?" inquired the eldest Suin. "Help me up. We must go downstairs," Su Qianxiu said in a deep voice. The situation was intricate and involved many parties, particularly as it unfolded within the Su family. He had to take charge personally. "Yes, father." Soon, the Su family members rushed down the stairs. As Yun Chen, Su Qingyu, and her father reached the first floor, they heard anguished cries from outside the villa. When they stepped outside, they found all the enforcement team members sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain. Jiu Yu and Gue Jian had disarmed them completely. "Young master, it has been resolved," they respectfully informed Yun Chen. "You dared to strike the enforcement team?" Su Ping exclaimed. Filled with terror, Su Qingyu, too, was taken aback, her expression shifting. "What is happening? Why are all the enforcement members on the ground?" As the Su family emerged, they beheld the enforcement team members scattered, each one rolling in agony. "This little rascal dares to strike the enforcement team. Such blatant disregard for the law." Su Qingyo's sister-in-law gasped in shock. Yun Chen approached the fallen individuals and declared, "Withdraw the arrest warrant upon your return, or I shall dismantle your enforcement team." Such audacious words sent a chill through the Su family. Did he just say he would dismantle the enforcement team? My heavens, did I hear that correctly? Is there something wrong with my ears? What a reckless young man. The Su family murmured in disbelief. "Did you hear that?" Yun Chen's cold voice cut through the air. "Indeed, we heard it." Lying on the ground, the members of the enforcement team, howling in pain, immediately nodded in acquiescence. If they failed to comply now, they would undoubtedly face another round of brutal beatings. During the recent confrontation, both Jiu Yu and Gue Jian showed no mercy. Clearly emboldened by their lack of fear towards the enforcement team, they exhibited audacity, disregarding even the enforcement team itself. No wonder they dared to offend the mountain and sea manor. However, while some individuals may be trifled with, there are others who are not to be provoked. At that moment, a group of individuals approached suddenly. Leading them was none other than the master of the mountain and sea manor, Shan Haihu. Why had the people from Mountain and Sea Manor come? The Su family members were puzzled. They had certainly heard of the illustrious name of Mountain and Sea Manor, one of the two major underground forces in Jinling, a presence that even the four prominent families dared not confront lightly. It seemed that they too bore a grudge against this little scoundrel. This scoundrel had indeed made numerous enemies. It appeared that a spectacle was about to unfold. Shan Haihu, the master of Mountain and Sea Manor, was notoriously vengeful, and today's incident would undoubtedly not end peacefully. The Su family members could not help but chuckle. Su Qianxiu, upon realizing that the leader was indeed the master of Mountain and Sea Manor, promptly stepped forward to greet him politely. "Master Hu, I hope you are well." "Master Su, it's been a long time. May I inquire how this young man has offended you?" Su Qianxiu asked, perplexed. "Are you, Master Su, attempting to defend this brat?" Shan Haihu's expression darkened instantly, his aura surging dramatically, rendering those around him speechless with dread. Su Qianxiu immediately shook his head. "Master Hu, you misunderstand. Shan Haihu was a true innate master. Although the four prominent families appeared to be the rulers of Jinling, they would stand no chance against the likes of Mountain and Sea Manor and the Wolf Gang in a direct confrontation. This brat killed our vice master." One of Shan Haihu's subordinates exclaimed angrily. "Is that so?" Su Qianxiu was taken aback. Today, this brat caused a ruckus at Lin's 60th birthday celebration. He even presented a bell to the head of the Lin family. Then he killed Elder Lin Wuyo and our vice master Shan Haihe before fleeing. I initially thought he would immediately escape Jinling. I was worried I would be unable to capture him. I never expected him to dare to appear so brazenly again. What a reckless fool. Shan Haihu stated solemnly. What? Su Qianxiu was rendered speechless in shock. How many lives had Yun Chen taken? How much trouble had he stirred? Wait, but Shan Haihe was an innate master. Although he had only recently entered the innate realm, he was indeed a legitimate innate practitioner. How could this brat possibly have killed Shan Haihe? Thankfully, our Su family had no entanglements with him. Otherwise, disaster would inevitably have befallen us. The Su family members could not help but exclaim. Chapter 23, Shanhaihu, Death the Master of Mountain and Sea Manor, was indeed an innate warrior. It is said that innate warriors can dominate Jinling. The members of the Su family spoke in unison. It has been a long time since anyone dared to offend our Shanhai manor. Young man, you truly possess remarkable courage. If you are willing to follow me as my subordinate, I can spare your life today. Young master, should I eliminate him? This fellow is far too verbose. Jiu interjected, unable to tolerate the incessant chatter. How dare a mere innate expert act so arrogantly before the young master? Yun Chen nodded. In the next instant, Jiu moved with lightning speed, appearing before Shanhaihu in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, he seized Shanhaihu by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Shanhaihu had no time to react. Jiu's speed was astonishing, and his movements were exceedingly elusive. How could this be? As Jiu tightened his grip, Shanhaihu realized he was utterly immobilized. Who are you? I have not offended you, he exclaimed in a panic. This scene left the members of the Su family utterly astonished. Shanhaihu, the lord of Shanhai Manor, was subdued in a single move by someone beside Yun Chen. How could this be possible? Shanhaihu was an innate master. This little rascal, from where did he find such a formidable ally? The Su family members expressed their confusion. Su Qianxia was equally taken aback. Only he understood the true extent of Shanhaihu's strength. Even if 10 divine warriors attacked him simultaneously, they would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. This is the power of an innate master. What trials has this young man faced over the past 5 years to command such a powerful follower willing to stand by his side? Su Qianxia pondered. However, even so, compared to the Zhao family of the capital, this was but a futile struggle. The power of the Zhao family far surpassed that of a mere Jinling. You have not offended me, but you have offended our young master. Jiu spoke slowly. Do not kill me. I still hold value. I can be of use to you. Shanhaihu pleaded in terror. You're of no use at all. Crack. Jiu swiftly broke Shanhaihu's neck, ending his life on the spot. An innate master perished just like that. The renowned lord of Shanhai Manor was dead. The members of Shanhai Manor, upon witnessing their lord's demise, were filled with fear and trepidation, turning to flee in all directions. From this day forth, there would no longer be a Shanhai Manor in Jinling. Shanhaihu was dead. How could this be? The Su family members exclaimed in disbelief. Everything has been resolved. Qingyu, uncle, aunt, let us depart, Yun Chen said as he turned to Su Qingyu and her parents. Very well, Su Qingyu's parents responded, still in shock. Give her 5 slaps to teach her a lesson. If she dares to chatter incessantly again, I shall have her tongue cut out, Yun Chen remarked, pointing at Su Qingyu's sister-in-law as he prepared to leave. Gue Jian nodded in agreement. Then he strode directly to the front of Su Qingyu's sister-in-law. Raising his hand, he delivered a sharp slap. The sound echoed, yet none of the Su family dared to intervene, even lacking the courage to utter a word. They all stood silently, observing in hushed awe. Su Qingyu's sister-in-law covered her face, tears and snot streaming down, rendered motionless in shock. It hurts so much, she cried out. Lower your hand, Gue Jian commanded impassively. Su Qingyu's sister-in-law, quaking in fear, hastily complied, lowering her hand. Smack. Ah, please, strike gently. Smack. No more, I beg you, I was wrong. Smack. Go ahead, if you have the guts, kill me. Smack. Ultimately, Su Qingyu's sister-in-law was knocked unconscious, her teeth scattered, lying on the ground like a lifeless dog. Following this, Yun Chen departed with his entourage. The Su family silently watched them leave, no one daring to speak a single word. This little brat has truly gone too far. After all, she is family. Family. He shall never cross the threshold of the Su family again. Call an ambulance. Su family's third son, Su Jun, shouted. Su Qianxiu wore a grave expression, gazing in the direction his granddaughter had departed, plagued by an indescribable feeling. Could it be that my decision today was truly misguided? Su Qianxiu pondered deeply. Shortly after Yun Chen and his group departed, a servant from the Lin family arrived with a message. Old Master Su, our family head invites you to discuss how to deal with that little scourge from the Yun family. That little scourge from the Yun family is bloodthirsty. His return is solely for revenge against our 4 prominent families. We must unite as one. Su Qianxiu had anticipated this development. Upon learning that Yun Chen had successively slain members of the Fong family and caused chaos at the Lin family's birthday banquet, he surmised that the 4 families would ultimately be compelled to join forces. After Yun Chen's departure, he took Su Qingyu's parents to the Jinling Jinzun Hotel. Su Qingyu's parents had severed ties with their family and now had nowhere to stay. Moreover, Yun Chen was uneasy about them staying outside, as Su Qingyu was his Achilles heel. vulnerable to being targeted. Yun Chen, where is this place? What are you bringing us here for? Su Qingyu inquired, gazing at the opulent hotel before her with confusion. From now on, uncle and aunt, you will reside here, Yun Chen replied. No, that is unnecessary. We can simply rent a modest apartment. There is no need for such luxury. Su Qingyu's parents hastily protested. A hotel of this magnitude must be costly. And now that we have parted ways with the Su family, we are just ordinary people. There is no need to maintain such high standards. Su Qingyu's father, Su Ping, stated. Su Qingyu added, Yun Chen, my parents can stay with me. I have rented an apartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room, which is just perfect. Moreover, the location is quite convenient. Upon stepping outside, one finds that shopping malls and hospitals are in close proximity. Yun Chen smiled and remarked, I have reserved the entire place. There are numerous vacant rooms, so please do not hesitate. Su Qingyu's parents, realizing further resistance would be futile, nodded in agreement. Thank you, Yun Chen, Su Qingyu expressed sincerely. It is my duty, Yun Chen replied. We appreciate your kindness, Su Qingyu's parents said gratefully. Uncle and aunt, you may call me Xiaochen in the future. Very well. They slowly nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaochen, since Qingyu has chosen you, we shall no longer stand in your way. We only hope that you will cherish her. As her parents, we hold no grand aspirations, merely wishing for both of you to lead a safe and peaceful life. Chapter 24. The Test of the Wolf Gang. Rest assured, uncle and aunt, I will treat Qingyu well, Yun Chen vowed. Soon, Su Qingyu's parents were escorted to their room, while Su Qingyu followed Yun Chen to the top floor. This is my room, he announced, revealing a total of 12 bedrooms. Choose any room you prefer. Upon entering, Yun Chen addressed Su Qingyu, shall we share a room? Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly. This way, I can protect you better, Yun Chen stated earnestly. Oh, all right. She nodded slowly. Yun Chen, do you truly believe the law enforcement team will relent? Su Qingyu inquired, concern etched on her face. I have never witnessed the law enforcement team compromise before. Perhaps we should explore a backdoor approach and arrange something? If they persist, I shall confront them personally to demand an explanation, Yun Chen replied coldly. What? You plan to confront the law enforcement team for an explanation? Su Qingyu was taken aback. Typically, it is the law enforcement team that seeks explanations from others. Who would dare to demand an explanation from them? They could easily issue a bounty on me. Shouldn't they provide an explanation in return? Yun Chen remarked casually. Young master, you have taken a life. It seems quite reasonable for the law enforcement team to pursue you. Jiu Yu interjected. They were the ones who sought my death first. I merely defended myself, Yun Chen elucidated. Young master, your eloquence is truly remarkable, Jiu Yu remarked. Shortly thereafter, the television began broadcasting the news of the withdrawal of Yun Chen's bounty. Su Qingyu, astonished, pointed at the screen and turned to Yun Chen. The bounty has truly been lifted. It seems these individuals have some sense. Yun Chen commented nonchalantly as he settled onto the nearby sofa. Just then, a disciple from the Changsheng Hall entered, announcing, Young master, a person claiming to be the vice leader of the Wolf Gang wishes to see you. Yun Chen frowned, saying, The Wolf Gang? I do not recall having any dealings with them. Jiu Yu inquired, Young master, would you like me to deal with him? No, let him in. Yun Chen instructed. The leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, Jinling, is renowned alongside the master of the Shanghai Manor, possessing formidable strength. However, the members of the Wild Wolf Gang are predominantly upright and value loyalty, unlike the opportunistic and treacherous nature of the Shanghai Manor. Su Qingyu remarked. Are you familiar with the Wild Wolf Gang? Yun Chen inquired with curiosity. Of course, I am a member of the Su family. How could I possibly be unaware of the Wild Wolf Gang? It is the largest gang in Jinling, boasting over 1,000 members scattered throughout every corner of the city. Su Qingyu elaborated. I didn't expect you to know so much, Yun Chen chuckled. Humph, who do you look down upon? Su Qingyu pouted playfully. Soon, a young man with a somewhat disheveled appearance, neither tall nor short, entered the room cautiously. Greetings, esteemed sir. I am Xin Fei, the son of the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. My father was supposed to come, but he was detained for a DUI check, so I came in instead. The young man said with a furtive glance. The esteemed leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, with such immense influence in Jinling, was actually apprehended for a DUI? Yun Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Sir, my father is a man of strong principles. A mistake is a mistake, Xin Fei replied with a smile. Rest assured, he will be released in a couple of days. Did your father send you for a specific purpose? Yun Chen asked. Indeed, sir. My father asked me to convey that the Wild Wolf Gang has no intention of causing any conflict with you. We hope to maintain a peaceful coexistence. The people from Shanghai Manor recently approached us for assistance, offering 500 million for your head, but my father firmly declined. He has heard of your exploits and respects you as a hero. Therefore, he wishes to befriend you. From now on, you shall be the sole ally of the Wild Wolf Gang in Jinling, Shenfei said, grinning. Is that all? Yun Chen replied casually. Yes. As long as the Wild Wolf Gang does not provoke trouble, I will not trouble you, he stated. Sir, may I boldly inquire if you are in need of any lackeys? The kind who are skilled at flattery. Shenfei suddenly gazed at Yun Chen with eager anticipation. Are you volunteering? Yun Chen retorted. Yes, yes. Shenfei nodded vigorously. I have no need, Yun Chen replied succinctly. Shenfei's expression fell immediately. Then, esteemed sir, I shall take my leave. The Wild Wolf Gang will never be your enemy, he said as he hurriedly exited. The Wild Wolf Gang has actually taken the initiative to befriend you, Su Qingyu remarked in astonishment. That is the foremost underground power in Jinling. It is nothing unusual. Having obliterated the Shanghai Manor, I am equally capable of dismantling the Wild Wolf Gang. His actions are merely a test of my stance. The leader of the Wild Wolf Gang is quite astute. However, I am not interested in expansion or the annexation of other forces. My return is solely for revenge. Meanwhile, within the Lin family's council chamber, the heads of the 4 prominent families have gathered here, preparing to discuss how to confront Yun Chen. Why hasn't old Master Morong arrived? Lin Zonghai inquired, his brow furrowed. This morning, the young scion of the Yun family injured my father, and he is currently recuperating in the hospital, replied Morong Dahai, Morong Bo's son and the father of Morong Yunduo. He refrained from disclosing the news of his father's passing, as the Fong and Lin families would surely exploit such information to weaken the Morong family. My father has entrusted me with attending this meeting. Preposterous. This is clearly a declaration of war against our 4 families. Lin Zonghai exclaimed, slamming the table. First the Fong family, then my Lin family, and now the Morong family. It is evident that this young scion of the Yun family has returned seeking vengeance. During the decline of the Yun family, we seized the opportunity to appropriate some of their assets, driving their subordinates out of Jinling. Those who remained faced relentless persecution. He harbors deep resentment. Lin Zonghai spoke coldly. This individual has formidable strength and is accompanied by skilled allies. He even managed to slay the master of Shanghai Manor, Shan Haihu. I never anticipated this, Morong Dahai said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Zonghai, the head of the Lin family, and Fong Tianda, the head of the Fong family, both turned pale. If Yun Chen truly possesses the capability to defeat innate masters, the situation becomes exceedingly precarious. Only a grandmaster could resolve it. Yet, there isn't a single grandmaster in all of Jinling. Old Master Su, the master of Shanghai Manor, was killed in your Su family's domain. You must have witnessed the entire ordeal. Could you describe the details of the confrontation? Lin Zonghai turned to Su Qianxiu, who had remained silent throughout the discussion. There was no struggle. In a single strike, Shan Haihu perished. Such prowess is something I have rarely encountered in my lifetime, Su Qianxiu replied gravely. What? Just one strike? Lin Zonghai and Fong Tianda exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, indeed, just one strike, Su Qianxiu affirmed. This complicates matters considerably, Morong Dahai sighed. Just as the assembly found itself at an impasse, a man in uniform hurriedly entered the conference hall, reporting to Lin Zonghai, head of the family. A military aircraft has landed at Jinling International Airport. Lin Zonghai's brow furrowed. A military aircraft? Yes, head of the family. The man confirmed. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Lin Zonghai pressed. I am absolutely certain, the uniformed man replied. Who could it be? Lin Zonghai and the others pondered in confusion. Suddenly, a military aircraft appears in Jinling. What could be the purpose? Recently, Jinling has been anything but tranquil, the likes of which Fong Tianda and others could not help but lament. Is there someone to welcome them at the airport? Lin Zonghai suddenly recalled something and asked immediately. Yes, but only one person, the man in uniform responded. Who is it? Lin Zonghai pressed further. With disheveled hair and a familiar visage. It appeared to be the head of the Hua family, Hua Feng. A man in uniform endeavored to recall. I've got it. Lin Zonghai suddenly exclaimed with laughter. Old Lin, what do you know? Fong Tianda inquired, puzzled. I know who has come this time. Lin Zonghai asserted emphatically. Who is it? The crowd turned their attention to Lin Zonghai, awaiting his answer. The Hua family, Huaning Shuang. Lin Zonghai slowly revealed the 3 significant words. Hua Feng's sister? Indeed. if my memory serves me correctly. Huan Shuang is the governor of Nanyang, isn't she? What brings her to Jinling? Did she arrive on a military aircraft? Is it a routine matter? Fang Tianda and the others questioned in confusion. The Hua family was nearly exterminated yesterday. It was precisely the doing of Yun Chen. All the elite members of the clan were slain, and the young master of the Hua family had his head severed. At that time, Hua Feng came to my Lin family for assistance, but out of respect for the upcoming 60th birthday celebration, I refrained from intervening. Lin Zonghai explained. Huan Shuang has returned this time to avenge her nephew Hua Xiaoqiu. Fang Tianda nodded slowly. I see. I never expected this young man to have transformed into a remorseless killer. Even the Hua family fell victim to his wrath. Murong Dahai could not help but add. What has he endured over these past 5 years? Back then, we should have eradicated the threat entirely, showing no mercy. I thought he was merely a child, incapable of causing any significant turmoil. Little did I know, we have nurtured a tiger. Lin Zonghai replied coldly. What use is it to dwell on such matters now? It is far too late. However, Huan Shuang's return is perfectly timed. Even if he is a martial artist of innate caliber, he cannot possibly survive amidst a hail of bullets. He is doomed this time. We need only to watch the tigers fight while we remain untroubled. Without expending any effort, we can resolve this significant dilemma. At that point, we shall rest easy. Lin Zonghai, Fang Tianda, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at Jinling International Airport, Hua Feng stood alone outside, as disheveled as the day before. His gaze was fierce, his expression icy. He appeared to be in a troubling state, seemingly consumed by hatred, exuding an aura of malice that deterred others from approaching. Brother. Soon, a woman clad in military attire descended from the aircraft, her stature tall and commanding, her figure robust. Adorned with stars upon her shoulders, her face marked by the elements, followed by thousands of troops. A dense, orderly formation, well-trained and disciplined, radiating an inherent air of lethality from their battlefield experience. Upon spotting her brother standing disheveled outside the airport, Huan Shuang's tears flowed instantly. The snow and wind cleared, revealing the frost upon her face. Brother, I am sorry for being late. I failed to protect the Hua family and to safeguard Xiao'er. The exquisite features of Huan Shuang were etched with a chilling intensity. Shuang, you have finally returned. A faint smile finally emerged on Hua Feng's face. Brother, rest assured, I shall avenge Xiao'er without fail. No one shall stand in my way. Those who attempt to obstruct me shall face death. Even the enforcement team cannot save him. Huan Shuang spoke with conviction. Brother believes in you. Our Hua family's standing in Jinling relies entirely on your endeavors outside. You have endured so much over the years. Hua Feng approached her, speaking earnestly. It's nothing, brother. Where is the scoundrel who killed Xiao'er? Huan Shuang inquired eagerly. In Jinling, at the Jinzun mansion. Jiu Yu had once told Hua Feng, if you seek vengeance, find me at the Jinzun mansion. Hua Feng recalled this statement vividly. Let us depart for Jinling, to the Jinzun mansion. Huan Shuang commanded. Yes. Thousands responded in unison, their voices thunderous, reverberating throughout the city of Jinling. What is happening? Why are military aircraft descending upon Jinling? It appears someone has offended a formidable adversary. By the airport, onlookers murmured, sensing that something significant was about to unfold that night. Soon, the Jinzun mansion in Jinling was enveloped in layers of encirclement. Thousands of soldiers, armed with submachine guns, surrounded the mansion, creating an impenetrable barrier. It was as if Jinling had entered a state of war. Those inside, come out. Huan Shuang shouted into a megaphone directed at the towering structure of the Jinzun mansion. Who are you? The guards at the entrance stepped forward to inquire, only to find themselves confronted by a gun aimed directly at their foreheads. A multitude of red lasers instantly locked onto them. What is happening outside? At that moment, Yun Chen was dining with Su Qingyu and her parents at a hotel. Suddenly, they heard the commotion from outside. Before long, Jiu Yu entered to report, young master. The hotel is surrounded. Yun Chen furrowed his brow. By whom? I do not know, but they appear hostile and are all armed. The leader is a woman. Jiu Yu replied. This situation indeed seems quite grave. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu anxiously asked, what is going on? Nothing to worry about. I'll step outside to investigate. You all continue your meal, Yun Chen reassured them, rising to leave. However, Su Qingyu and her parents could not focus on their meal and immediately followed him outside. As Yun Chen stepped out of the hotel, Huan Shuang ordered the dozens of snipers hidden in the vicinity to aim their rifles at him. Chapter 26. Brother, do not seek vengeance any further. Who are you? Yun Chen calmly faced Huaning Shuang, who was clad in a fitted outfit, clearly the orchestrator of this operation. You killed Qiu, or did you not? Are you prepared to meet your demise? Huaning Shuang asked coldly. Qiu? Yun Chen replied, puzzled. The number of individuals I have slain is so vast that I can scarcely recall them all. Moreover, many met their end without even disclosing their names. Thus, the identity of the woman's mention of Qiu remains elusive to Yun Chen. Have I forgotten the old man so swiftly? At that moment, from within the crowd, a disheveled man emerged, moving slowly. His countenance was grotesque, and his gaze fierce, as if he were a predator poised to devour. Who are you? Yun Chen inquired, furrowing his brow. Young master, he is the head of the Hua family, Huafeng, Jiu remarked calmly, betraying no hint of panic. Indeed, young master. One tends to forget the affairs of the nobility. You sent your subordinates to invade my Hua family and kill my son, and yet, you have forgotten so quickly. Or perhaps you are intimidated by the spectacle before you and dare not admit it. Huafeng laughed heartily, clearly recalling that the one who had previously intruded upon the Hua family was none other than the respectful Jiu standing beside Yun Chen. Thus, he instantly recognized Yun Chen as the so-called young master. Ah, so you are the father of that wretch, Yun Chen responded slowly, beginning to grasp the situation. It became evident that the Qiu spoken of referred to that scoundrel Hua Xiaoqiu. No wonder the Hua family managed to establish their foothold in Jinling so swiftly. It seems they possess a formidable woman. At such a young age, she has already attained the rank of commander, denoted by the 2 stripes upon her shoulders, symbolizing her status. Presumptuous. Even on the brink of death, you dare to utter such arrogance. Everyone, heed my command. Prepare to open fire. Huaning Shuang declared coldly, enraged by the audacity of someone to insult her brother and humiliate her nephew in her presence. In an instant, the thousands of soldiers behind her raised their weapons, aiming them at Yun Chen. Su Qiyu's parents had never witnessed such an imposing display, their faces paling in terror. Su Qiyu herself was taken aback, unable to fathom how the situation had escalated to such severity, with even the military being mobilized. Do you realize whom you are pointing your guns at? Jiu suddenly addressed Huaning Shuang. At a reckless murderer, unaware of the heavens and the earth, Huaning Shuang replied icily. Observing this, Yun Chen whispered a few words to Jiu. In the next moment, Jiu appeared before Huaning Shuang with lightning speed. Instinctively, Huaning Shuang attempted to retreat. But it was too late. The thousands of soldiers behind her swiftly redirected their weapons, aiming them at Jiu. I advise you to keep your men from acting rashly, for I cannot guarantee that you will live to see the dawn of tomorrow, Jiu said, a gleaming dagger appearing in his hand, poised against Huaning Shuang's neck. Even if you have taken me hostage, you shall not leave here alive today. Huaning Shuang retorted coldly. If the young master wishes to depart, your forces are utterly incapable of stopping him. However, allow me to counsel you, having ascended to this position with great difficulty. Do not squander your future, Jiu remarked with a smile. What do you mean? Huaning Shuang inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Jiu withdrew a golden token from within her garments. This token was precisely the one that Master Qi had instructed Jiu to pass on to Yun Chen when he descended the mountain. The Commander's order. How could the Commander's order of Nanyang be in your possession? Huaning Shuang exclaimed incredulously, her exquisite visage reflecting shock and bewilderment. For the young master now held the title of Commander of Nanyang. Jiu stated emphatically, the young master commands you to return to Nanyang and refrain from coming to Jinling again. Remember your duty. Huaning Shuang promptly nodded in acquiescence, acknowledging the Commander's order with utmost respect. Subsequently, she gestured for everyone to lower their weapons. Standing a short distance away, Huafeng queried in confusion, Ning Shuang, what is happening? Brother, she replied, her face ashen, do not pursue Qiu's vengeance any further. I am returning to Nanyang. With that, she turned and departed without uttering another word. Instantly, the thousands behind her formed a line and followed suit. Huafeng stood in disbelief, gazing at his sister's desolate figure. What had transpired? Why was this happening? He could not comprehend how his sister could turn away and urge him to abandon his quest for revenge. What background could this individual possess? The thought was too much for Huafeng to fathom. Is she truly leaving just like that? Su Qingyu remarked in astonishment. In such a perilous situation, it was resolved so effortlessly. Yun Chen, what have you done? How could she willingly depart? Su Qingyu could not help but inquire. Guess, Yun Chen teased lightly. Never mind. You shall tell me when you are ready. Su Qingyu responded with a smile. Let us return. We can sleep soundly tonight without further disturbances. Yun Chen assured her. Indeed. Su Qingyu nodded with a smile. With the crisis averted, a long-lost smile returned to her face, one that had been absent for the past 5 years. Meanwhile, the heads of the 4 great families remained in the Lin family's council chamber, continuously sending emissaries to monitor Huan Ningxuang's every move, eagerly awaiting favorable news. However, what they received was bewildering. She departed without a shot being fired. Wasn't Huan Ningxuang supposed to seek vengeance for her nephew? Why had she left so abruptly? Lin Zonghai and Fang Tianda were equally perplexed. What had Yun Chen done to compel Huan Ningxuang to vacate Jinling without a single shot fired, returning to Nanyang? What had that young man said to her that could persuade her to leave willingly? Morong Dahai could not suppress his frown. Could it be that he too was backed by a formidable force? Yet, that should not be the case. In the aftermath of the Yun family's downfall, those associated with them sought to distance themselves as much as possible, fearing the repercussions that might ensue. How could anyone possibly assist the remnants of the Yun family in such dire circumstances? This left many perplexed. Everyone, we must devise a plan swiftly. Otherwise, we shall soon face calamity ourselves. Fang Tianda remarked with a grave expression. The current situation had escalated far beyond their initial expectations. Perhaps you are being overly dramatic. After all, we have stood firm in Jinling for many years. We possess some degree of foundation. Morong Dahai exclaimed, slamming his hand upon the table. If it comes to the worst, we shall fight to the death. Fang Tianda countered, that is not advisable. We are not a match for this individual in a head-on confrontation. If necessary, we should seek to negotiate peace. Lin Zonghai's expression grew serious as he replied. Negotiation is not so simple. This person caused a scene at my birthday banquet today, demanding that my Lin family produce 100 billion within 3 days, and that we retrieve every individual who left the Yun family back in the day. Otherwise, he threatens to annihilate my family. It was evident that he sought a complete and utter confrontation with us. What? 100 billion? That is nothing short of extortion. Morong Dahai retorted coldly. Even if our 4 families pooled our resources, we could not muster such a sum in a short time. Morong Dahai's demeanor was icy as he continued. This individual has returned solely to exact vengeance for the grievances inflicted upon his family by our 4 clans. None of us can remain uninvolved in this matter. We are all in the same precarious situation. Therefore, we must act in unison, directing our efforts outward. I propose we establish an alliance. Lin Zonghai suggested. I have no objections. Both Fang Tianda and Morong Dahai affirmed simultaneously. Old Master Su, your granddaughter shares an unusual bond with this individual. Shouldn't you also express your stance? Lin Zonghai slowly turned to Su Qianqiu, who had remained silent thus far. This individual is audacious and reckless, disregarding the law. Not only murdering at will but also abducting my granddaughter. Regardless of how you plan to deal with him, the Su family will provide our full support. Su Qianqiu stated solemnly. Very well. Henceforth, let our 4 families form an alliance, standing together in both adversity and prosperity against external threats. Lin Zonghai declared immediately. Indeed, both Morong Dahai and Fang Tianda shouted in unison. Su Qianqiu nodded slowly, indicating his agreement. In truth, we need not take action ourselves. Others will surely deal with this individual. Morong Dahai suddenly chuckled coldly. Oh, what do you mean, Brother Dahai? It seems no power in Jinling poses a threat to this individual, does it? Without a master to intervene, he is virtually invincible. This person has already slain 2 innate experts from Shanhai Zhuang. Unless a master steps forward, he can wreak havoc in Jinling, nearly untouchable. Fang Tianda inquired, frowning. Jinling, to put it plainly, is merely a tiny place. Though reluctant to admit it, we are indeed somewhat stagnant, akin to a frog confined to the depths of a well. It is truly lamentable that in the vast expanse of Jinling, there is not a single master to be found. Morong Dahai could not help but mock himself. Enough of this pretense. Let us dispense with the theatrics. Lin Zonghai remarked, visibly at a loss for words. Stop spouting nonsense. The Chen family of Donghai. Surely, you are all familiar with them? Morong Dahai exclaimed with a hearty laugh, abandoning any further suspense. The Chen family of Donghai? How could one not be aware? They are a prestigious lineage, boasting numerous innate experts within their ranks, with dozens of them at that. It is said that a master resides among them. Fang Tianda could not restrain his excitement as he spoke, his demeanor transforming into one of admiration and reverence at the mere mention of the Chen family. Could it be that the Chen family will intervene? Wasn't the wedding of Yin Duo disrupted by that young man? With the marriage thwarted, would the Chen family come to the aid of the Morong family? Fang Tianda inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. Whether the Chen family will stand for our Morong family. I cannot guarantee. Yet, that young man has slain over 30 high-ranking warriors of the Chen family outside our villa. How could the Chen family possibly tolerate such humiliation? They have never endured such disgrace. LaterHe remarked with a smile. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Both Lin Zonghai and Fang Tianda applauded in unison. This young man has brought upon himself his own demise by daring to kill members of the Chen family. Indeed, the old adage holds true. Wickedness will eventually be met with divine retribution. However, when will the Chen family arrive in Jinling? The current situation is decidedly unfavorable for us and is growing increasingly urgent. The assembly inquired. If they arrive too late and that young man comes knocking, we may find ourselves in a precarious position. I have heard from Duo that they are already en route. It is said that the Chen family has dispatched 6 innate experts this time, one of whom has attained the pinnacle of innate perfection, mere steps away from mastering the realm of a master. LaterHe proclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively sighed in relief. With the Chen family intervening, we can rest easy. Our worries are alleviated. Who would have thought that we, a group of seasoned individuals navigating Jinling for so many years, would be reduced to such a state by a mere brat? Lin Zonghai expressed his indignation, the veins on his forehead visibly throbbing. In truth, there is no need for you to fear that young man. If your precious daughter were to learn that her 60th birthday celebration was disrupted by Yun Chen, she would likely rush back to Jinling overnight. At this moment, LaterHe interjected. The individual he referred to was none other than Lin Zonghai's daughter, Lin Inger. In the past, she had pursued Yun Chen. However, as the Yun family fell from grace, her attitude towards him shifted. When Lin Zonghai sought to call off the engagement, Lin Inger remained non-committal. In the following days, they became mere strangers. Shortly thereafter, Lin Inger married the son of the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Rumors suggest that the Jiangnan Chamber controls half of the industries in Jiangnan, a testament to their formidable power. Xiaoer had already called her sister, Ingo, that girl, mentioned that she would return tomorrow. Lin Zonghai straightened his posture and spoke, his demeanor instantly brimming with vitality. His daughter was his pillar and pride, no matter the circumstances. He had the support of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce behind him. In this world, although martial artists held the highest esteem, the age-old adage that money can move mountains equally applies to them, for even martial artists require financial resources. With wealth, one can resolve 99% of the challenges that life presents. I envy you, old Lin, for having such a wonderful daughter. Fang Tianda remarked with a smile. Old Fang, spare me the flattery. Your daughter is far superior to mine. Lin Zonghai rolled his eyes, referring to Fang Tianda's daughter, Fang Yi. She had previously pursued Yun Chen but, upon learning of his family's misfortunes, had promptly severed all contact with him. Her ambition was to marry a man of power and influence, believing only such a man deserved her. Without the halo of his family's prestige, Yun Chen was utterly beneath her notice. By chance, Fang Yi encountered the son of the Jiangdu inspector at a banquet, and they fell for each other at first sight. She eventually married into Jiangdu, becoming the daughter-in-law of the inspector and basking in glory. The inspector is akin to the highest authority in a region. Though it was rumored that her husband was somewhat dissolute and prone to infidelity, Fang Yi was unperturbed. Despite her ambitious nature, her beauty was undeniable. With a slender waist, an oval face, and alluring curves, her exquisite features captivated many. Otherwise, how could the distinguished son of the Jiangdu inspector take an interest in a mere scion of a lesser family? Listening to the two old men praise their daughters in a back-and-forth manner, Su Qianqiu's expression darkened. His granddaughter, Su Qingyu, was universally acknowledged as the most beautiful and talented in Jinling, yet she had chosen poorly. Lin Zonghai and Fang Tianda seemed to notice Su Qianqiu's sour demeanor and hastily offered compliments. If your precious granddaughter had been willing to heed the family's wishes and marry into the Zhao family in the capital, Jinling would likely have borne the Su surname by now. The Zhao family in the capital is a true behemoth, wielding significant military power and immense influence. Alas, your granddaughter is far too stubborn. Chapter 28. Is the air on the mountain pleasant? On the top floor of the Jinling Jinzuan mansion, Yun Chen emerged from the bathroom, his upper body bare, and glanced at Su Qingyu on the sofa. Would you like to take a wash? This was the first time Su Qingyu had seen such perfectly sculpted abs, 8 distinct muscles, causing her to blush instantly and lower her gaze. Afterwards, he gently nodded, indicating that he too would take a wash. I apologize, I'm not quite accustomed to wearing a bathrobe, Yun Chen explained, as he opened the wardrobe and donned a white shirt. His robust physique, accentuated by the shirt, appeared even more sculpted, creating a striking visual impact that surpassed even the stars on television. Su Qingyu picked up a black nightgown and hurried into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yun Chen remained in the room, initiating his workout. He began with 1,000 push-ups, followed by 500 pull-ups. This was a ritual he repeated nightly before sleep. Once his body was sufficiently warmed up, he settled into a meditative state to practice the longevity technique. Although Yun Chen exuded confidence in his abilities, he never allowed himself to grow complacent, fully aware of the adage that there are always greater forces beyond one's own. A constant sense of crisis was essential. Only through perpetual progress could one maintain an invincible stance. When Su Qingyu emerged from her bath, Yun Chen had just concluded his training. At the moment he raised his head, he beheld Su Qingyu stepping out of the bathroom, her hair damp, her skin flawless and fair, her figure accentuated by the black lace nightgown. Fresh from his workout, Yun Chen's blood surged with excitement at the sight, igniting a fiery impulse within him. Yet, he quickly suppressed this urge, settling into a cross-legged position to practice the tranquil heart technique. Yun Chen, are you all right? Su Qingyu asked, noticing the sudden flush on his face. I'm fine. I just finished training, and my blood flow is a bit erratic, he replied. Then, what should I do? Do you need anything from me? She inquired. I just need to meditate for a bit, Yun Chen said, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. At that moment, Su Qingyu's phone rang unexpectedly. Striding across the room with her long, elegant legs, she approached the sofa to answer. Qingzhu, is there something you need? Qingyu, we have a class reunion today. Would you like to join us? Su Qingyu hesitated, thinking that, despite the late hour, she would prefer to enjoy solitude with Yun Chen. Oh, come on. It's been ages since we've seen each other. Let us go out for a meal. We're all old classmates. You wouldn't want to turn down my invitation, would you? Feeling bashful about declining further, Su Qingyu finally agreed. All right, let me get ready. And I'll be there shortly. Great. I'll send you the location, the girl on the other end replied before hanging up, promptly sending the details to Su Qingyu's phone. Young Master Song, I've arranged for Qingyu to join us. Thank you, thank you. What about the contract? I'll have it signed as soon as it's done. Order whatever you like. Tonight's expenses are on me. Yay. All expenses tonight are covered by Young Master Song. Everyone, drink freely and enjoy. Young Master Song is generous. Young Master Song is mighty. At the Yalongbei Grand Hotel, Su Qingyu cast a glance before turning to look at Yun Chen. A classmate from high school had invited her out for dinner. Would you like to join me? She asked. Yun Chen replied directly, let me change my clothes first. A radiant smile blossomed on Su Qingyu's fair face. All right, I shall change too. What do you think I should wear? She inquired. Yun Chen hesitated for a moment. Anything will do. Do you like black stockings and a form-fitting skirt? Su Qingyu asked with a flush on her cheeks, mustering up her courage. She had heard that boys generally favored such attire, which prompted her bold inquiry. Anything is fine, Yun Chen casually remarked. Su Qingyu pouted in frustration and stormed off to her room to change. Humph, there's no sense of romance at all. Before long, both were ready and set out together. Young master, are you going out for a date? In the corridor, Jiu noticed Yun Chen looking sharp and accompanied by Miss Su Qingyu, and immediately approached with a question. Dressed so neatly at night. It can only be for a date, right? No, Su Qingyu quickly interjected, her cheeks still rosy. Yun Chen is accompanying me to a class reunion. Oh, I see. Young master, have a good time, Jiu respectfully replied. Why are you lingering outside instead of sleeping or training? Yun Chen frowned, questioning Jiu. Indeed. I cannot escape your keen observation, young master. I was merely listening for any disturbances, and keeping watch to ensure your safety and that of Miss Qingyu in case of any nighttime ambush, Jiu smiled. Hearing disturbances? What are you hoping to hear? Do I really need protection? Yun Chen stared intently at Jiu. Hee, Jiu chuckled awkwardly. Young master, I didn't hear anything. I shall return to my room now. Farewell. I won't disturb you and Miss Qingyu on your outing. With that, Jiu swiftly departed. Let us go? Yun Chen turned to Su Qingyu. I am quite curious. Why do they willingly stay by your side and show you such respect? Su Qingyu asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. She had long wished to understand this. Typically, such formidable experts would not be inclined to serve anyone. Yet, they showed complete obedience to Yun Chen. Actually, these individuals originally served my master. After I descended the mountain, my master entrusted them to assist me, Yun Chen explained. Descended the mountain? Have you been on the mountain for the past 5 years? Su Qingyu blinked her large eyes, astonished as if she had discovered a new world. Indeed. 5 years ago, my disappearance was due to being taken away. The ones who captured me were my 10 masters, who brought me up the mountain and taught me various skills. However, I have never fully understood why they chose to take me up there. Yun Chen confided in Su Qingyu. He felt there was no need to hide such matters. Now I see. Su Qingyu slowly nodded. What about your masters? She inquired with curiosity. Still on the mountain, Yun Chen replied. Why don't they come down? Wouldn't it be boring to stay up there all the time? Su Qingyu continued to ask. I don't know. I can't understand why they prefer to remain on the mountain. Perhaps they have grown accustomed to it, Yun Chen explained. What do you eat up there? Wild vegetables? Su Qingyu asked, her curiosity piqued. Sometimes we also eat game, like wild boar, hares, and badgers, Yun Chen responded. Oh, that sounds quite delightful. The air up there must be wonderful, right? Su Qingyu inquired. Yes, indeed, Yun Chen nodded. Is there really spring water on the mountain? The kind you can drink directly? Su Qingyu asked. Yes, there is, Yun Chen confirmed with a nod. I've suddenly noticed that you're quite talkative today. Hee, it's just curiosity. Su Qingyu smiled. So, are you coming down this time for revenge? She suddenly asked. Yes, I must uncover the culprits who abducted my father, forced my mother to her death, and persecuted the Yun family. Fortunately, I have some leads now, the Zhao family in the royal capital. I will confront them for answers, Yun Chen said coldly, his eyes ablaze with anger. The memory of that fateful night 5 years ago stirred deep emotions within him. The Zhao family is powerful, and you're unfamiliar with that place. It could be very dangerous for you to go alone, Su Qingyu expressed her concern. Even if it means entering a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I will go, Yun Chen declared resolutely. Though I don't want you to go, I support you. Whatever you decide, I will stand by you, Su Qingyu said, her white fists clenched tightly. Chapter 29. Song Weilong. Meanwhile, in the Lin family's council chamber, the 4 great families were still deliberating on how to ensure the forthcoming plan would be foolproof. They could not afford to lose. Failure would spell their doom. They were acutely aware of Yun Chen's cunning methods and ruthless disposition. He would kill without a second thought. If they did not eliminate him, it would be their own demise. What do you think? If the Zhao family discovered that this child is still alive, would they not try to eradicate him? Lin Zonghai suddenly posed. As soon as the words left his lips, it struck a chord with everyone present. Indeed, I almost forgot about that. The Zhao family was one of the masterminds behind the persecution of the Yun family back then. If they learned that a remnant of the Yun family still exists, they would undoubtedly root him out and ensure he cannot grow stronger. Once the Zhao family takes action, this child will surely meet his end. A radiant smile gradually spread across the faces of the assembly. Immediately send word to the Zhao family in the royal capital. Inform them that this child is still alive. Once the Zhao family is willing to act, we can sit back and watch the drama unfold. No matter how formidable this child may be, he will not be able to stir up any significant trouble in the face of the formidable Zhao family. Yun Chen, can I wear this outfit? Su Qingyu turned in place and asked. At that moment, Su Qingyu had donned a flowing white gown, her hair loosely pinned up with tendrils of soft curls cascading down. Her flawless shoulders were exposed, and her long, slender legs were subtly revealed, accentuated by a pair of approximately 5-centimeter high heels, resembling a goddess. After taking a moment to appraise her, Yun Chen remarked, Really? Su Qingyu responded with delight. Yes, it looks wonderful. Indeed, very beautiful, Yun Chen candidly replied. With a playful giggle, Su Qingyu gracefully glided over to Yun Chen's side, linking her arm with his. Together, they exited the Jinling Jinzuan mansion and hailed a cab, heading towards the Yalong Bay Grand Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, they encountered a group of elegantly dressed young men and women engaged in lively conversation, their laughter ringing through the air. As soon as they spotted Su Qingyu stepping out of the car, they quickly approached her. Qingyu, it's been a while. Su, the campus belle, you still look as enchanting as ever. They exclaimed. Oh, who is this? They inquired, noticing a man accompanying Su Qingyu. Their gazes turned inquisitive as they scrutinized Yun Chen. Among the crowd, a particularly ostentatiously dressed young man regarded Yun Chen with a piercing glare. In the past, Su Qingyu had never been seen in the company of a man, always keeping a respectful distance from any male presence. However, today was a departure from the norm. This is Yun Chen, my boyfriend, Su Qingyu introduced, her cheeks flushed. Is that true? Qingyu, when did you get a boyfriend? No way, it's been 5 years. And you were never interested in men? The girls said in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. She is only uninterested in men other than me, Yun Chen interjected. Oh, little handsome guy, quite bold, aren't you? Pray tell, how did you manage to win over our Su? the beauty of the campus? She is famously an ice queen. Who knew you could thaw her heart? How far have you two progressed? Is there anything to speak of? The group could not help but inquire. Su Qingyo's face turned as red as an apple, flustered. He must possess some exceptional qualities to catch Qingyo's eye. At that moment, a young man, surrounded by a throng of boys, turned to Yun Chen and asked. When Yun Chen remained silent, a few nearby chuckled and remarked, "You're not unemployed, are you? Living off her?" Su Qingyu frowned and queried, "Song Weilong? What are you doing here?" "Qiyu, today's gathering was orchestrated by young Master Song, and the hotel was booked by him," a sweet-looking girl beside her replied. Her name was Lin Qingzhu. She had made the earlier phone call. During high school, she and Su Qingyu had been inseparable, but after entering university, their contact diminished. Following graduation, both became engrossed in their respective careers, further reducing their interactions. Today, I received a call from an old friend, and I must admit that Su Qingyu felt a surge of joy in her heart. However, she did not anticipate the presence of Song Weilong. "Qingyu, I've heard that young Master Song is aware of your arrival. He has opened 2 bottles of Romani Conti, each valued at nearly 300,000. How extravagant!" exclaimed several female classmates with excitement. Song Weilong's lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he casually remarked. "At a class reunion, the most important thing is to enjoy ourselves. Such a magnanimous gesture, young Master Song." "Qiyu, are you still at odds with your family?" Lin Qizhu quietly advised her dear friend. "I truly believe you should seriously contemplate your lifelong commitment. One cannot remain isolated forever." "Qizhu, I already have a boyfriend." Su Qingyu replied, her lips parting slightly. "I am aware. However, you cannot simply marry anyone without thought," Lin Qingzhu urged. Su Qingyu was about to explain that Yun Chen was the very person she had been waiting for. "All right, let us head inside first. We can chat more once we're seated." Just as they all walked in together, an individual approached Yun Chen, whispering, "I advise you to stop dreaming beyond your reach. Su Qingyu is not worthy. The ones young Master Song desires are never unattainable. If you have any sense, break up with Su Qingyu and leave by taxi. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. If you wish to avoid public humiliation, keep my words firmly in mind." With a disdainful smile, Yun Chen strode directly into the hotel. You have some nerve," the provocateur exclaimed. "Young Master Song, this fellow shows no respect." Song Weilong chuckled dismissively. "No matter, the real drama is yet to unfold. Let him revel for a while longer. I believe Qingyu's judgment is not so poor." Chapter 30. A bottle for each. As the group was welcomed by the attendants into an opulent private room, the hotel manager soon entered. "Young Master, may we open those 2 bottles of Romani Conti now?" the manager inquired enthusiastically. "Yes, go ahead," Song Weilong responded with a snap of his fingers. "Are we really opening Romani Conti? It seems unnecessary to indulge in such expensive wine. We are merely classmates, after all. Let us keep it simple," the girls remarked. Not everyone possesses wealth like Song Weilong. Many still feel a twinge of guilt. After all, 600,000 could cover a down payment in Jinling. "It's no concern," Song Weilong casually replied, "as long as everyone enjoys themselves. Indeed, it is a mere 600,000 to young Master Song. Just a drop in the bucket." But previously, Song Weilong had declared that he would foot the bill for the entire gathering, so everyone felt free to indulge. The surrounding male classmates cheered. Young Master Song is magnificent. Such generosity. Before long, the 2 bottles of Romani Conti were presented at the table. Due to the number of guests, each person could only receive about half a glass. The girls cautiously lifted their glasses, taking delicate sips, only to be met with an overwhelming sensation of euphoria. In her eyes, a flicker of light danced. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Wow, this is exquisite. One cannot expect anything less from a bottle of wine worth 300,000. The young men, with a sense of ceremony, lifted their glasses and took a modest sip. Just that one sip must be worth around 10,000. One must admit, the flavor was overwhelming. Just as everyone was savoring the moment, Yun Chen casually seized his glass and downed the contents in one go. This spectacle left everyone utterly astonished. "What on earth are you doing?" Yun Chen replied nonchalantly, "Drinking, of course. Who told you that red wine should be sipped like that? This is a 300,000 bottle of Romani Conti. Do you think this is beer, my friend? What a provincial fool you are. Such a fine wine wasted. I am truly astounded. I shouldn't have poured it for him." Several young men seated beside Song Weilong remarked in disbelief. Meanwhile, a few young women stifled giggles. Their curiosity piqued regarding how Su Qingyu could be interested in someone so lacking in taste. Aside from his good looks, one could say he was utterly devoid of merit. "I shall drink as I please," Who are you to dictate my actions? Yun Chen retorted coldly. Oh, so you're feeling spirited, are you? Red wine should be decanted and savored sip by sip. You didn't even let it breathe, and you downed it in one gulp. Do you realize this is a waste of a fine vintage? You're lowering our standards. If the waiter saw you, they might think we're like you, unaccustomed to red wine. The young men beside him shot back, their tension palpable. It's just a bottle of red wine. Must you treat it like a revered relic? I doubt you even handled your mother's urn with such care, Yun Chen replied coldly. And with so many of us, opening just 2 bottles is hardly sufficient. Just 2 bottles? For heaven's sake, do you understand how expensive 1 bottle is? The young men beside Song Weilong expressed their disbelief. 300,000 is merely a trifle. As you just stated, Yun Chen scoffed. Come on, I referred to 300,000 as a trifle in relation to young Master Song. What are you trying to prove here? It's not even your money being spent. I'm truly unimpressed. The young man beside Song Weilong grew increasingly agitated. Honestly, if it weren't for Qing Yu's sake, you wouldn't even be worthy of sitting at this table today. Song Weilong interjected. Su Qing Yu's expression soured, and she was about to speak when Yun Chen silenced her. Not worthy? Pray tell, what constitutes worthiness? Yun Chen inquired. If you're so capable, why not pay for today's bill and show us your prowess? Otherwise, refrain from putting on airs. I detest those who are impoverished yet act high and mighty in my presence, Song Weilong chuckled. Indeed, just a moment ago, you claimed that with so many of us, 2 bottles wouldn't suffice. Why not summon the waiter for a few more bottles so we can indulge? The companions of Song Weilong joined in the mockery. It was evident they were cut from the same cloth, accustomed to being subservient to Song Weilong. The conversation carried an unmistakable air of disdain. Let's put this aside. For Qing Tian's sake, let's not put him in a difficult position. Such a meal would cost at least 700,000. How could an ordinary person possibly afford that? Lin Qingzhu hastily stepped in to mediate. As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp snap echoed through the room. Yun Chen, with a nonchalant demeanor, declared, please. 1 bottle of Romani Conti for each of us. The most expensive kind. 30,000 for a cheap wine nearly sullied my palate. He addressed the stunned waiter beside him, who stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Sir, our finest bottle of Romani Conti cost 1 million. If it's 1 for each person, that totals 13 million. Just serve it. Yun Chen replied indifferently. Very well, sir. Please hold on. Inside the private room, an abrupt silence fell. Was it true? 1 million for a bottle. He actually ordered it. Goodness. Surely, he wouldn't skip out on the bill later. Lin Qizhu, seated beside Su Qitian, leaned closer to whisper in her ear. He can't be intending to use your money to settle the bill, can he? Qing Tian, a man who relies on others for support will never amount to anything. He.s. using your money to flaunt himself, completely disregarding your feelings. You've already had a falling out with your family, and that amount is certainly not trivial for you. Yet, he shows no concern for you, prioritizing his so-called dignity instead, compelling you to foot the bill. Wake up, Qi Tian. He is not a man worthy of your lifelong commitment. Su Qingtian's expression darkened. He is not the person you think he is. Besides, I cannot possibly come up with over 13 million right now. Lin Qizhu, taken aback, asked, then how dare he order such an expensive wine? Su Qitian countered. You hardly know Yun Chen. Why do you assume he can't afford it? Lin Qizhu glanced at Yun Chen, remarking, but he wears all those cheap brands. Su Qitian retorted. There's a saying, appearances can be deceiving. Qizhu, to be honest, today's gathering makes me very uncomfortable. You know I despise Song Weilong. Had it not been for your invitation, I wouldn't have come at all. I'm sorry, Qing Tian, Lin Qingzhu mumbled, lowering her head. Chapter 31, The Bill and Truth. She had been coerced by Song Weilong. He had promised that as long as she brought the person out, he would sign the contract. If she failed to comply, he would not sign the document. Lin Qingzhu's current company had a strategic partnership with Song Weilong's firm. However, not long ago, Song Weilong abruptly terminated the collaboration with Lin Qingzhu's company. Consequently, the chairman had instructed Lin Qizhu to act as a negotiator, knowing full well that they were classmates. He made it clear, if she couldn't manage this, her quarterly bonus would be deducted, and her year-end bonus would be halted. Given the company was undergoing significant layoffs, failing to resolve this matter could lead to her dismissal. To retain her job, Lin Qizhu had no choice but to comply with Song Weilong's demands. However, Song Weilong stated that it was merely a simple dinner among classmates, which was why she agreed to it. Otherwise, she would not have consented. She was aware that Qing Yu harbored a strong dislike for Song Weilong, a sentiment that had persisted since their school days. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to accept, for this job was of utmost importance to her. It was her means to save her mother's life. All right, I understand you must be facing some difficulties. After all these years as close friends, do I not know you well? Su Qingyu suddenly smiled, offering comfort to Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, then felt a wave of emotion wash over her, prompting her to grasp Su Qingyu's hand. All right. Su Qingyu gently patted Lin Qingzhu's head. Lin Qingzhu then raised her other hand, declaring, I promise it won't happen again. Before long, 13 bottles of Romani Conti were placed on the table, each worth a staggering 1 million. Upon seeing this, Song Weilong's expression darkened considerably. Yun Chen's actions had undoubtedly slapped his face in public, a resounding and humiliating gesture. To live off others, you truly have a knack for it, Song Weilong remarked nonchalantly. I almost forgot that you have a woman supporting you from behind. However, I wish to seek guidance from Brother Yun on how one might ascend to such heights. I, Song, no longer wish to toil. Song Weilong said mockingly. First, one must be handsome, at least half as charming as I am. With your appearance, it seems unlikely you'll ever have a chance, not even in the next life. Perhaps some cosmetic enhancements could salvage your looks, but even then, the surgeon would likely remain silent for 3 minutes upon seeing your face. Yun Chen replied with a hint of amusement. Why remain silent for 3 minutes? A nearby girl inquired, puzzled. Because one wouldn't know where to begin, Yun Chen explained. A ripple of laughter erupted among the girls present, despite their efforts to suppress it. Su Qingyu joined in the laughter, and Lin Qingzhu, though initially inclined to laugh, stifled her amusement for the sake of the contract. You. Song Weilong's face flushed with anger, his countenance darkening. Can't such an expensive drink silence your tongue? Yun Chen replied coldly. Moreover, if you cannot afford it, do not pretend to be affluent. 13 individuals ordering merely 2 bottles of red wine. If you had any dignity, you wouldn't behave in such a manner. Yun Chen scoffed. Song Weilong found himself at a loss for words. For him, 2 bottles of Romani Conti, while a trivial amount, would still sting if shared amongst the group as Yun Chen suggested, especially since he had intended to treat Su Qingyu primarily, believing the others did not warrant such expenditure. He was also acutely aware that 2 bottles were insufficient for the entire gathering. Yet, if he were to order Romani Conti and then some cheaper wine, it would only serve to demonstrate he could not afford it. Thus, he thought it better to order 2 bottles to save face. After all, none present had ever tasted it. 2 bottles would suffice to create an impression. To his astonishment, however, Yun Chen ordered 13 bottles, 1 for each person. Moreover, this is the finest romanticon. I shall be curious to see if you can maintain your current arrogance when it comes time to settle the bill, thought Song Weilong. He was aware that Su Qingyu had long since severed ties with her family. Without the Su family's support, even if Su Qingyu wished to effortlessly produce over 10 million, it would not be a simple task. Perhaps she would even need to borrow from others at the last moment. The lavish display of confidence during moments of grandeur stands in stark contrast to the awkwardness of seeking financial assistance. Song Weilong chuckled lightly. He then opened the exquisite romanticon before him. Such fine wine deserves to be savored. Observing this, the others promptly followed suit, uncorking their own bottles. As the saying goes, one cannot be overly greedy when indulging in the generosity of others. To sip from a bottle of wine worth 1 million without feeling a twinge of embarrassment is quite the feat just now. I must apologize. Our mouths were too reckless. Thank you for your hospitality. The group politely expressed their apologies to Yun Chen. You are all classmates of Qiyu. There is no need for formality. Feel free to enjoy. Yun Chen replied casually. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The faces of those present flushed with embarrassment as they recalled their prior mockery of Yun Chen, leaving them feeling even more acutely aware of their own discomfort. Su Qingyu, witnessing Yun Chen effortlessly manage her classmates, felt a surge of happiness within her. Soon, after indulging in fine food and drink, it was time for the moment Song Weilong eagerly anticipated, settling the bill. As Yun Chen stood to approach the front desk, Song Weilong interjected, "There is no need to go outside. Settling it here is just as fine." Song Weilong relished the thought of witnessing Yun Chen humiliated in public. The mere idea of Yun Chen being unable to produce the necessary funds and having to awkwardly ask Su Qingyu for assistance, or worse, making a phone call to borrow money, filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Shortly after, the hotel manager entered, holding a machine. "May I ask which gentleman is settling the bill?" The manager inquired. Song Weilong pointed in Yun Chen's direction, wiping his mouth with a napkin, a disingenuous smile playing at his lips. "Yes, of course. You haven't forgotten your money, have you? If you're short, just let me know. I can lend you a bit, he said with a sneer. Yun Chen casually produced a black card. Upon seeing the card, the hotel manager's expression shifted dramatically. I apologize. Sir, I was unaware that you were dining here. I will immediately summon our president. Those around were bewildered, their expressions filled with confusion. Why would the hotel president need to be summoned for merely settling a bill? What could possibly be happening? Approximately 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit entered the room. Song Weilong recognized him at once. He was the president of the Yalong Bay Hotel and also held the esteemed position of the president of the Jinling Chamber of Commerce, a prominent figure in the business world. President Gua, greetings. I am Song Weilong. We met previously at the Jinling Business Forum. My father often speaks of you as a legend in our commercial community. Song Weilong promptly stood, attempting to ingratiate himself. The people around were astonished to discover that Song Weilong was acquainted with the president of this hotel. They exclaimed in surprise. As expected of young Master Song, he actually knows the owner of this establishment. One remarked, isn't that something? Young Master Song has quite the extensive connections in Jinling. Does that mean we could receive a substantial discount? Absolutely, was the unexpected reply from the middle-aged man. To everyone's astonishment, he declared, let this meal be on me. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape. Who would have thought that young Master Song wielded such influence that he could secure a complimentary meal? Chapter 32. A resounding slap in the face. Song Weilong was taken aback. When had his reputation grown so formidable? It seemed unlikely that the president of the Jinling Chamber of Commerce would extend such courtesy to him, unless it was out of respect for his family patriarch. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of pride. His demeanor gradually transformed into one of arrogance as he extended his hand toward the middle-aged man, deliberately bending slightly to show respect. However, contrary to his expectations, the middle-aged man completely ignored Song Weilong and instead approached Yun Chen, standing beside him with utmost reverence. I'm Gua Shan, the president of the Jinling Chamber of Commerce and also the manager of this hotel. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please bear with me. The reason for the middle-aged man's deference toward Yun Chen was due to the black card he held, a supreme black card from the Dragon Nation's General Chamber of Commerce, a privilege reserved for its higher echelons. In comparison, the president of the Jinling Chamber was merely a branch leader, insignificant in the presence of such esteemed figures. Yun Chen waved his hand and responded, no need for concern. Just charge the full amount to this card. The middle-aged man quickly shook his head, insisting, that cannot be. Please follow my instructions. Yun Chen replied in a firm tone, indeed. The middle-aged man promptly signaled to the manager, who dutifully approached, bowing respectfully to take the black card from Yun Chen. With a swift motion, he processed the payment and returned the card with the utmost reverence. Curious, Yun Chen inquired. What is the remaining balance on this card? The manager replied, there is still over 999 billion. Yun Chen nodded, and the middle-aged man stated, I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb your meal. Very well, you may go, Yun Chen acknowledged. Once the middle-aged man and the manager departed, the private room fell into an eerie silence. All present stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. Even Song Weilong was rendered speechless. It turned out that the complimentary meal was not due to his influence, but rather because of this young man standing. Who on earth was he that commanded such respect from the president of the Jinling Chamber of Commerce? And what was the significance of that card? A typical bank card has a limit that often reaches into the billions. Yet how is it that his card can hold a staggering 100 billion? Am I mistaken? Did that individual truly just claim a balance of 999 billion? The unit is indeed billion, not yuan. Even when I burn paper money for my father, I have never incinerated such an amount. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in moral integrity? Why is there such a vast disparity among peers? Suddenly, I comprehend why Wang Jianlin refers to a billion as a mere small goal. Perhaps this is what they mean by being in proximity to wealth. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. It seemed that the manager of the hotel had waived the bill out of respect for Yun Chen, or so it appeared. I initially thought it was due to Song Xiao's influence. Song Weilong's complexion fluctuated between hues of green and purple, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could simply vanish into the ground. Throughout, the middle-aged man never cast a glance in his direction. When he attempted to engage in a handshake, he was completely ignored. It was as if he had brought shame upon himself. Qingyu, Lin Qingzhu exclaimed incredulously as she looked at Su Qingyu. I had no idea he possessed such wealth, Su Qingyu replied with a smile. She indeed knew of Yun Chen's affluence. Even the entirety of the Su family's fortune combined would not amount to even a tenth of Yun Chen's wealth. Truly, he was a hidden gem. Qiyu. No wonder you have taken a liking to him. It turns out he is a billionaire, Lin Qingzhu remarked. Su Qingyu remained silent. For her affection for Yun Chen was not rooted in his riches. Has everyone finished their meal? Shall we change venues? Soon, someone suggested. Where to? How about karaoke? Sounds good. I'm in. All right then. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The group quickly agreed to go sing together. Su Qingyu politely declined, saying, Yun Chen and I want to be joining. You all go ahead. Upon hearing this, her classmates immediately urged her to reconsider. Shall we not go together? It's rare for us to gather like this. Su, are you looking down on us, thinking we are not worthy? Su Qingyu hastily clarified. That is not it. Then let us all go. Tonight, no one can leave early. Whoever departs first will ruin the fun for everyone. Su Qingyu felt somewhat torn and turned to Yun Chen, seeking his opinion. I am fine with whatever, Yun Chen replied to Su Qingyu. See, that settles it. Let us go. Brother Yun, you've truly treated us lavishly tonight. Let us raise a toast to Brother Yun. The group collectively lifted their glasses, taking turns to toast Yun Chen. The shifting attitudes left Yun Chen feeling somewhat out of his depth, yet as they were Su Qingyu's classmates, he forced himself to play along. Raising his glass in acknowledgement, only Song Weilong and a few of his close associates refrained from toasting, remaining seated with expressions of utter disdain. Song Xiao, shall we still go? Several individuals who were close to Song Weilong inquired. To be honest, after such a humiliating incident, they felt too ashamed to show their faces. Why not go? I must regain my dignity. This is Jinling. The principle that a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake may still be beyond his comprehension. Song Weilong took a swig of liquor, his expression icy as he spoke. Indeed, just because he possesses a bit of wealth, he thinks he is significant. How dare he oppose young Master Song? It's tantamount to courting death. The others nearby echoed his sentiments. Soon, everyone transitioned to the next venue. Once outside the hotel, Song Weilong promptly drove up in his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wow, the latest model. This golden boy is truly impressive. He lowered the car window, smiling as he said, I shall take the lead. I'll be at the Queen Bar, awaiting your arrival. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. The reason for Song Weilong's haste was to set everything in place ahead of time. When Yun Chen and Su Qingyu arrived, he intended to execute his plan immediately. Next, it was time for his performance. He was determined to reclaim the dignity he had just lost in the hotel. On the road, one of the passengers in the front seat asked curiously, young Master Song, who exactly is this fellow? He seems to be quite affluent. The name Yun Chen rang a bell, but he couldn't quite recall where he had heard it. Song Weilong furrowed his brow in thought. But after a moment of reflection, he dismissed it. What does it matter who he is? The Queen Bar is our territory. Once he steps onto our ground, whether he is a dragon or a tiger, he must bow. Chapter 33. Want to leave? Too late before long. Song Weilong and his entourage arrived at the Queen Bar to set his plan in motion. By the time Yun Chen and the others arrived, Song Weilong had everything prepared. Standing at the entrance of the bar with a beaming smile, appearing in high spirits. I've heard this bar can be quite chaotic. Perhaps we should consider another venue? Two girls standing beside Su Qingyu hesitated, clearly reluctant to enter. The Queen Bar was notorious in Jinling for its tumultuous atmosphere, a melting pot of all sorts of individuals. What is there to fear? This is young Master Song's domain. With him here, nothing will go awry. You girls are simply too timid, a boy beside Song Weilong chuckled. Turning to Su Qingyu, Song Weilong declared, I have already reserved a private room. Let us go in. Nothing will happen with me around. Su Qingyu showed no interest in engaging with Song Weilong. What's wrong? Afraid to enter? Song Weilong suddenly shot a provocative glance at Yun Chen, who promptly took Su Qingyu's hand and strode inside. The other classmates followed suit, albeit with some trepidation, reasoning that with so many of them, everything should be fine. Song Weilong brought up the rear, a cold smile playing on his lips. Soon after entering, the atmosphere, filled with the glow of neon lights and the intoxicating allure of alcohol, left everyone feeling somewhat out of place, as such venues were rarely frequented. Young Master Song, your reserved private room is on the second floor. A staff member soon arrived, warmly guiding the way. Just as the group prepared to ascend the stairs, a few youths clad in eccentric attire, bare-chested with tattoos adorning their arms, approached with an air of utter disdain and arrogance. I haven't seen so many high-quality girls in ages. They all look like novices. Haha. Exciting. I relish deflowering. The girl standing beside Su Qingyu instinctively retreated behind her. One youth, with striking white hair and an aggressive gaze, occasionally licked his lips, quickly locking his eyes upon Su Qingyu. She was clad in a black crop top that accentuated her ample bosom and slender waist, coupled with tight-fitting jeans that showcased her breathtakingly alluring legs. Her white high heels added an extra touch of enchantment, making her effortlessly the center of attention. "Hey, beautiful, how about having some fun?" the white-haired youth asked, casually lighting a cigarette while gazing at Su Qingyu. The surrounding male classmates were rendered speechless, while the female classmates trembled in fear, having never encountered such a situation before. Their eyes darted towards Song Weilong. "Young Master Song, didn't you just proclaim that this is your territory? Step aside, everyone." Su Qingyu, sensing the tension, murmured, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Song Weilong, with an air of calmness, stepped forward, ready to play the hero and rescue her. However, in the next moment, the white-haired youth was unexpectedly sent flying. Thud! He crashed heavily onto a nearby booth, his coccyx fracturing upon impact. The assailant was none other than Yun Chen, who had effortlessly sent the white-haired youth sprawling with a single slap. What the hell just happened? The companions of the white-haired youth were momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, they swiftly encircled Yun Chen, each brandishing a bottle. "You dare to strike?" Song Weilong was taken aback by Yun Chen's audacity to act so recklessly, which completely disrupted his plans. "Damn it!" he seethed in frustration. "Get lost before I lose my temper." Yun Chen addressed the thugs before him with an impassive expression. Such bravado. They scoffed. Yun Chen's demeanor turned icy as he seized one of them by the neck and lifted him effortlessly. Meanwhile, his right hand grasped a glass ashtray from the table, aiming it at the youth's forehead. Crack, crack, crack. Each strike was accompanied by a piercing scream, sending shivers down the spines of those who listened. The scene was both brutal and bloody, prompting many to shield their eyes, unable to bear the sight, as the wails echoed one after another. The music within the bar was almost entirely drowned out. Soon, the young man collapsed, his face smeared with blood, his skull utterly deformed. However, the quality of the ashtray was indeed commendable. Despite being struck repeatedly, it remained intact. Yun Chen casually tossed the young man aside, then picked up a piece of paper from the table to wipe his hands briefly. The few companions of the silver-haired youth stood frozen in fear, utterly petrified, too terrified to move. The bottles they held were quietly set down. They had never witnessed such brutality before. They had engaged in numerous brawls, both large and small, but never had they encountered someone so merciless. It was as if he were treating a human like livestock. It is often said that those who dare are feared by those who are reckless, yet even the reckless fear someone like Yun Chen. I'll say it again. If you wish to live, get lost. Yun Chen spoke, his expression as impassive as ever. Were it not for the presence of Qingyu's classmates, he would have already unleashed a massacre. Who do you think you are? This place belongs to the Wild Wolf Gang. You dare to cause trouble here? Just wait. The leader of the group promptly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Fei Ge, someone is causing a ruckus here. He is a tough one. Song Weilong felt utterly exasperated. Their plans had been completely thrown into disarray. He had intended to be the hero who saves the damsel, yet this guy had stolen his thunder. Song Shao, does this fellow have a propensity for violence? His strikes are excessively brutal. A few individuals standing beside Song Weilong whispered in hushed tones. Having offended the Wild Wolf Gang, brace yourselves for the consequences. Song Weilong scoffed dismissively. Lin Qingzhu glanced at Su Qingyu beside her and noticed that Su Qingyu bore no hint of fear upon her face, prompting her to inquire, Qingyu, aren't you afraid? What if he has violent tendencies? Su Qingyu replied with a smile, how could I possibly be? He is protecting me. Why should I be afraid? Lin Qingzhu expressed her concern. Though he is protecting you, his methods are rather terrifying. I worry he might become abusive in the future. Su Qingyu laughed heartily at the notion. No way. Lin Qingzhu's gaze towards Yun Chen gradually morphed into one of trepidation. The other classmates present were equally shaken by Yun Chen's demeanor. Just moments ago, he had been so approachable, seemingly harmless. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into someone utterly unrecognizable. Perhaps we should leave quickly. It seems they are calling for help, Lin Qingzhu suggested. Want to leave? It's too late. Song Weilong stated flatly. What should we do? I've heard that the Wild Wolf Gang is the largest underground force in Jinling. Even the 4 prominent families dare not provoke them lightly. If we become entangled in this, could we be in danger? A few classmates nearby, their faces filled with panic, spoke anxiously. Rest assured, young Master Song is acquainted with the young master of the Wolf Gang. On account of young Master Song, they want to make things difficult for us. Those surrounding Song Weilong maintained a composed demeanor, their eyes brimming with pride. Song Weilong could not help but raise his head high, his face radiating arrogance. Is that true? How splendid! Young Master Song is indeed formidable. I never imagined he would know the young master of the Wolf Gang. Such connections are truly remarkable. With a hint of implication, Song Weilong stated, "What of it? My connections extend far beyond Jinling, and they are priceless, something money cannot buy." He then cast a disdainful glance at Yun Chen. Lin Qingzhu stepped forward and whispered, "What about Yun Chen and Qingyu? With me here, Qingyu will naturally be fine. However, him? If he doesn't sever an arm today, he likely won't leave this place alive," Song Weilong replied with a smile. "Could you perhaps intercede on his behalf?" Lin Qingzhu pleaded. After all, it was she who had invited Su Qingyu. If Su Qingyu hadn't come, none of this would have transpired. If something were to happen to Yun Chen, she would be at a loss on how to face her friend. You don't wish to sign your contract anymore, do you? Yet you still have time to worry about others. Song Weilong retorted coldly. Lin Qingzhu had no choice but to relent. It's fine. You need not worry about us, Su Qingyu said with a smile. However, I've heard that the Wolf Gang is indeed quite formidable in Jinling. No one dares to provoke them. Lin Qingzhu replied, her expression grave as she looked at Su Qingyu. Truly, there is no need for concern. Trust me, Su Qingyu affirmed, her demeanor calm and collected, her lips curving into an adorably charming smile, revealing no trace of worry or anxiety. Very well then, Lin Qingzhu nodded, though she was perplexed as to why Qingyu appeared utterly unfazed. After all, it was the Wolf Gang. Before long, outside the Queen's bar, a convoy of several luxurious Mercedes Maybachs arrived. A group of armed individuals disembarked from the vehicles and stormed into the bar with great ferocity. Upon entering, the leading youth commanded, "Stop the music. Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? This is the first time I've seen someone bold enough to stir chaos on the Wolf Gang's ground." Shen Fei, walking slowly from the crowd, found the people parting respectfully to make way for him. "It's me," Yun Chen replied, turning slowly. Upon seeing that familiar figure not far away, Shen Fei was instantly struck dumb, his legs weakening as he nearly fell to his knees. Seeing Shen Fei's arrival, Song Weilong immediately approached him. "Fei Gu, this is the kid causing a ruckus in your territory, and he has injured someone. Fei Gu, these are my classmates. For my sake, please don't make things difficult for them." He pointed at Yun Chen. Ignoring Song Weilong completely, Shen Fei hurriedly walked up to Yun Chen, bowing deeply and respectfully. Great, sir. What brings you here? You could have informed me in advance about your visit, allowing me to arrange everything properly for you." No. I would have come personally to ensure your comfort," Shen Fei stammered, his heart sinking like a stone. Song Weilong stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. What in the world is happening? Brother Fei is actually taking the initiative to greet him and referring to him as sir. "There's no need," Yun Chen interjected, casually finding a seat. "Your people just told me to wait. I would like to know what I am waiting for." "Who the hell said that? Get over here immediately," Shen Fei commanded, standing to the side like a dutiful subordinate. Soon, the man who had made the phone call approached. Trembling, "Brother Fei, that was me. But who is he?" the young man asked, bewildered. Shen Fei could not help but think, he is the ancestor, the one whom no one in Jinling dares to provoke. Of all people to annoy, they chose the most formidable. What a bunch of incompetent fools. They spend their days idly, achieving nothing while causing chaos. "Kneel," Shen Fei ordered. The young man was taken aback, frowning at Shen Fei. "Do you not understand that I said kneel?" Shen Fei's voice turned icy. "Brother Fei, you brought so many people with you. Why fear him alone?" the young man questioned. Perplexed, "An incorrigible fool. Throw him into the sea to feed the fish," Shen Fei replied flatly. Yes. Two formidable warriors immediately seized the young man and dragged him away. "Brother Fei, no, please don't." But it was too late. "Great sir, my subordinates were ignorant and offended you. Please do not take offense. How about I fetch a few foreign ladies to accompany you? They are fresh arrivals today," Shen Fei said, approaching Yun Chen with utmost respect. Su Qingyu's expression darkened at the mention of foreign ladies. How ridiculous. Yun Chen felt utterly speechless. "There's no need. Control your people. If such an incident occurs again, I would not hesitate to ensure the Wild Wolf Gang vanishes from Jinling," Yun Chen stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Song Weilong felt as though Yun Chen had lost his mind. How could he threaten the Wild Wolf Gang's young master so brazenly? Insanity. Pure madness. What rational person would utter such words? He could not fathom how Shen Fei, known for his ruthless demeanor, could remain placid while being openly threatened. Yes, absolutely. I assure you there will be no next time. Shun Fei nodded vigorously, more than willing to comply. Not only did he not express anger, but he was actually smiling. For in Yun Chen's words, there lay an assurance that he would not retaliate against the wild wolf gang for this incident. In other words, they were safe. Shen Fei let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Song Weilong was once again petrified in place. Why? Shen Fei actually backed down in front of this guy. How could this be possible? How could it be? The esteemed wild wolf gang. Why would they fear a mere brat? Song Weilong could not comprehend. He truly could not understand. Everything felt like a surreal dream. Brother Fei, all of this was instigated by that guy Song Weilong. He claimed to have a good relationship with you and asked us to help tease that girl named Su Qin Yu. Then he would step in to play the hero. It has nothing to do with me, Brother Fei. I swear, please don't throw me into the sea to feed the fish. The one being dragged away, realizing his life was on the line, immediately spilled everything, betraying Song Weilong without hesitation. Chapter 35, The Face-Changing Act of Song Weilong. Wait a moment. Shen Fei spoke up. The two godlike warriors dragged the man back to Shen Fei and Yun Chen. You say it was Song Weilong who instructed you to do this? Shen Fei inquired. Yes. Brother Fei, it was indeed him. The man, now returned, pointed at Song Weilong. You little liar. I don't even know you. Song Weilong, seeing the situation about to unravel, exclaimed in exasperation. The surrounding classmates furrowed their brows, intrigued by the unfolding drama. They wondered if this was truly orchestrated by young Master Song. No wonder he wanted to leave early. It was to arrange everything in advance. But why would he do this? To stage a heroic rescue for someone? For whom? Who else but our beloved class flower, Su? Had they not noticed that these ruffians had been targeting Su from the very beginning? It was puzzling why they were singled out upon entering the bar amidst so many people. Unbelievable. Who would have thought that Song Weilong was capable of such deceit? Lin Qizhu frowned slightly. She knew that Song Weilong was indeed capable of such actions. You accuse him of lying, but why is he targeting you specifically? Why not someone else? Shen Fei questioned coldly, fixing his gaze on Song Weilong. Because. Song Weilong stammered. His mind raced to concoct an explanation that would allow him to evade the situation. Is it possible that he holds a grudge against you? Shen Fei retorted with a smile. Yes, exactly. Brother Fei, your insight is remarkable. It is because he bears a grudge against me that he deliberately set me up. You must see through this, Brother Fei. These are my high school classmates. How could I intentionally provoke them? Song Weilong insisted, his resolve faltering. Damn it, Song Weilong. It was clearly you who instructed us. If it weren't for your claim of knowing Brother Fei and promising us 500,000 as a reward, we wouldn't have bothered to seek trouble with a bunch of youngsters. We hold no animosity towards them. Why should we seek trouble with them? The individual who had been dragged back retorted angrily. To his astonishment, Song Weilong displayed an audacity that was utterly shameless. He acted yet refused to acknowledge his deeds. Such unabashedness was astonishing. Who knows, perhaps you were simply enticed by their allure, Song Weilong coldly remarked. Fei Ge, do you trust me, or this fellow? The person who had been brought back looked at Shen Fei with utmost grievance. After all these years of following you, you should know what kind of people we are. Shen Fei replied with a smile. I naturally trust you. I was merely teasing him. This fool has repeatedly used my name to attract women at the Queen's Bar. In the past, I couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. To think he truly believes himself to be significant, claiming acquaintance with me wherever he goes. May I ask, do I know you? What are you exactly? Shen Fei cast a disdainful glance at Song Weilong. Song Weilong was left speechless. Fei Ge no. I haven't. I have never flaunted your name to deceive anyone, he hurriedly explained. Fool, Shen Fei remarked. Does this individual harbor a grudge against you? It seemed he was targeting you earlier. Should I eliminate him? Shen Fei inquired of Yun Chen, who had been silently observing the scene. Do as you wish. Yun Chen casually replied. Upon hearing this, Song Weilong was instantly dumbfounded. He rushed to Yun Chen, falling to his knees. No, please don't kill me. I am sorry. I was wrong. I should not have spoken recklessly at the table, should not have opposed you, nor should I have had intentions towards Su Qin Yu. Spare me this once. Just this once. I promise I won't dare again, Song Weilong pleaded, repeatedly bowing his head. It was evident that he was genuinely terrified. He understood Shen Fei all too well. On the surface, he appeared harmless, always wearing a smile, yet beneath that facade lurked a merciless demon, capable of taking lives without a second thought. His methods were ruthless, and his heart was dark. His favorite pastime was to toy with the lives of others. Seeing Yun Chen remain silent, Song Weilong clung to Yun Chen's leg, weeping profusely. "If you spare my life, I will serve you like an ox or a horse," he said in the most abject humility. Those who had previously associated with Song Weilong began to feel anxious as well. They had once mocked Yun Chen at the table. If Yun Chen truly sought retribution, they would be finished. Thus, they contemplated whether to kneel and beg for forgiveness too. Go ahead and kneel. At this point, what does face matter? Better to preserve one's life first. Shortly thereafter, the three individuals who had been in Song Weilong's car uniformly knelt before Yun Chen. "We apologize. We were indeed blind." The surrounding classmates gaped in disbelief. Song Weilong had been compelled to kneel. Just how terrifying was Yun Chen's background? At that moment, the sound of the enforcement team's vehicle echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, Song Weilong rose with a smile, yet his expression swiftly transformed. Brushing the dust off his knees, his eyes gleamed with disdain. Just moments ago, he had been weeping profusely, but in an instant, he morphed into an entirely different persona. Akin to a master of Sichuan opera face-changing. "You called the police," Xin Fei remarked with a furrowed brow. Indeed, Song Weilong nodded affirmatively. Just moments prior, after Yun Chen had acted, Song Weilong discreetly contacted the enforcement team, reporting a brawl at the Queen's Bar. "Do you realize this is my territory? Without my consent, the enforcement team is not permitted to intervene," Shun Fei retorted with a frigid demeanor, his gaze already tinged with murderous intent. "I apologize, Fei Go. But if you refuse to assist me, I shall resort to my own means," Song Weilong replied, then turned to Yun Chen, taunting, "You were quite arrogant, weren't you? Once the enforcement team arrives, let us see how brazen you remain. Having injured someone, prepare to face imprisonment. I will secure a lawyer to ensure your stay is prolonged. During that time, I shall take good care of Qing Yu." Song Weilong's smile was chilling. Xin Fei inwardly scoffed. Fool. Does he truly believe the enforcement team dares to apprehend anyone? Soon, the enforcement team burst in, armed and ready. Aware that the Queen's Bar was the territory of the Wild Wolf Gang, they entered fully equipped, rendering the atmosphere tense. Upon seeing the armed officers, Song Weilong's apprehension dissipated. He doubted Xin Fei would dare confront the enforcement team head-on. No matter how numerous the Wild Wolf Gang, they could not outnumber the bullets in the officers' guns. Thus, even if the deity himself descended, no one could shield him from incarceration. Chapter 36. Tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Reports have been made of a vicious brawl resulting in injuries. Please cooperate with our investigation, the captain of the enforcement team declared as he entered, brandishing his credentials. "Captain Wu, this is our Wild Wolf Gang's territory. Must we resort to such extremes? Grant me some leniency, and let today's events slide," Shun Fei implored. Captain Wu, stern and unyielding, replied, "We operate within the bounds of the law. I kindly request that young Master Shun cooperate and not complicate matters for us." Nearby, an enforcement officer chambered a round in his firearm, adopting a rigid stance. Xin Fei frowned, asserting, "Our Wild Wolf Gang in Jinling may not always adhere to the law, but we have certainly never caused significant trouble. Does Captain Wu not even grant me this small favor? Do you believe our Wild Wolf Gang is losing its significance in Jinling?" Captain Wu responded, "I merely need to take the assailant into custody. I harbor no intentions against your Wild Wolf Gang." This offered Xin Fei a semblance of respect while maintaining the enforcement team's authority. Observing this, Song Weilong promptly interjected, "Captain Wu, I was the one who made the call. That individual is the assailant. The bloodied figure lying on the ground is the one he assaulted. The methods employed were particularly ruthless, and the urgency to remove him from the scene was palpable. Individuals like him posed a significant threat to society." Captain Wu, following the direction indicated by Song Weilong, felt a sudden jolt of panic upon recognizing Yun Chen's face. "How can it be you?" he stammered. Yun Chen replied with a smile, "Why couldn't it be me? Captain Wu, it is indeed him. Hurry, restrain him. Should he dare to resist, I suggest we eliminate him on the spot. He is exceedingly dangerous," Song Weilong declared loudly. Captain Wu remained silent, while the surrounding team members wore expressions of grave concern, as if recalling a troubling incident. "Why haven't you apprehended him yet? What are you waiting for?" Captain Wu turned to Yun Chen, his tone laced with exasperation. "Your actions make our job exceedingly difficult. I implore you to cease this commotion." His voice bore the weight of desperation, as though he were begging Yun Chen to refrain from causing further chaos. Upon hearing this, Song Weilong was momentarily convinced he had misheard. The captain of the enforcement team had resorted to a tone of supplication. It was as if he was pleading with Yun Chen not to stir up any more trouble. What on earth was happening? Why was the enforcement team intimidated by a single individual? Yun Chen casually remarked, I will do my best. Besides, this time, I did not instigate anything. It was they who first harassed my friend. If you wish to avoid complications upon your return, simply take them away. Captain Wu nodded in acquiescence. Very well. Remove the individual lying on the ground. Stand down. Song Weilong was left bewildered. Aren't we supposed to take him away? What are you doing? Captain Wu responded with irritation. The enforcement team does not need to justify our actions to you. Song Weilong was rendered speechless. Why was even the enforcement team hesitant to apprehend him? Why did they seem to heed his words? Shen Fei too was perplexed. Just moments ago, Captain Wu's demeanor had been unyielding, even directing his subordinates to load their firearms. Yet, upon encountering Yun Chen, his attitude underwent a complete transformation. Clearly, the enforcement team had encountered difficulties before. Otherwise, they would not display such fear in Yun Chen's presence. Soon, the enforcement team escorted away those who had previously sought trouble with Yun Chen. Once they departed, the scene returned to its earlier uproar and jubilation. However, at that moment, Song Weilong felt utterly despondent, his face drained of color, resembling a sheet of paper. I'm sorry. Song Weilong knelt once more, without hesitation. His legs seeming to buckle as if they had been abruptly shattered. Is saying sorry of any use? If I were to kill you and then say I was sorry, would that make any difference? Yun Chen retorted with a smile. In an instant, Shen Fei grasped Yun Chen's intent. He signaled to his subordinates to dispose of Song Weilong by casting him into the sea to feed the fish. Please, Yun Chen, brother Yun, spare my life. I promise I will never again lay a hand on Su Qingyu. Previously, I was merely a frog yearning for swan meat. You might as well dismiss me as inconsequential. Brother Fei, spare my life. I have erred. I should not have contacted the enforcement team, implored Song Weilong, as he fervently bowed his head in supplication. Yet, Shen Fei maintained an expressionless demeanor throughout. Before long, Song Weilong was forcibly taken away by 4 members of the wolf gang, shoved into a vehicle and driven towards the port, destined to be discarded into the nearby waters to feed the fish. Witnessing this, the onlookers averted their gazes, feigning ignorance, as they wished to avoid any entanglement in the affair. With Song Weilong's departure, the gathering disbanded in an unceremonious manner. Before leaving, the other classmates expressed their commitment to restrain their tongues, promising not to speak recklessly once outside. They hurriedly bid farewell to Su Qingyu before making their exit. Qingyu, we shall convene again when the opportunity arises. We must take our leave now. Only Lin Qingzhu remained behind. Qingyu, I must apologize. The invitation today was, in fact, orchestrated by Song Weilong. After the classmates had departed, Lin Qingzhu turned, her head bowed, confessing to Su Qingyu. Qingzhu, how could you associate with someone like Song Weilong? Su Qingyu inquired, perplexed. She understood her best friend well, innocent, carefree, and certainly not of the same ilk as Song Weilong. The company where I am currently employed has a partnership with Song Weilong's enterprise. However, not long ago, he abruptly declared his intention to terminate the collaboration. My superiors, aware of our acquaintance, tasked me with persuading him to reconsider, hoping he would maintain the partnership. Failure to accomplish this task would result in a forfeiture of my quarterly bonus. Without it, my performance would plummet to the bottom. And given the company's survival of the fittest policy, I would inevitably face dismissal. With no other recourse, I sought out Song Weilong, only to find he would only agree to continue the collaboration if I brought you along. I was initially reluctant, yet the hospital kept pressing me for payment. I am truly sorry, Qingyu. I recognize how egregious my actions are. Lin Qingzhu lamented, filled with remorse. What payment is the hospital demanding? Su Qingyu asked, bewildered. Qingyu, my mother is ill. She requires chemotherapy at regular intervals, and I desperately need this job. Without it, I cannot afford the costs, and my mother would be left to suffer. I cannot bear the thought of losing her. Lin Qingzhu bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. What has happened to Auntie? Qingzhu, why have you never shared this with me? Su Qingyu inquired urgently. She had visited Lin Qingzhu's home several times during high school, where Lin's mother would always prepare a feast for them to enjoy together. In Su Qingyu's memory, Lin Qingzhu's mother was exceedingly kind, amiable, and in robust health. How could she have suddenly fallen ill? Chapter 37. Lin Qingzhu's plight: chronic leukemia. It was diagnosed unexpectedly a year ago. Daily medication and chemotherapy are now a necessity. Originally, our family could afford it, but my father found a young woman outside and absconded with all the money. Lin Qingzhu lamented through her tears. How could he do such a thing? Su Qingyu exclaimed, her voice tinged with anger. Is it truly the case that when faced with adversity, The bond of marriage dissolves? Lin Qizhu gritted her teeth and replied, "My mother has lost all her hair due to chemotherapy. My father, repulsed by her appearance, sought solace in the arms of a beautiful young woman, squandering all their money on her." Su Qingyu inquired, "Did the doctor mention how much more will be needed for the treatment?" With reddened eyes, Lin Qingyu replied, "Approximately 300,000. But the doctor said this illness is incurable. This card contains 1 million. Use it for now," Su Qingyu said, swiftly retrieving a bank card from her bag and offering it to Lin Qingyu. "No, I cannot accept this, Qingyu," Lin Qingyu protested, shaking her head vigorously. She felt too ashamed to accept such generosity. "Consider it a loan. You can repay me when you are able," Su Qingyu insisted, firmly placing the card into Lin Qingyu's pocket. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Qizhu embraced Su Qingyu and broke down in sobs. "Qingyu, will my mother die? I'm so scared. I don't want to be without her. I can't bear the thought of returning to an empty home." Lin Qizhu unleashed a torrent of pent-up grievances and sorrow. "Leukemia can indeed be treated," Yun Chen interjected unexpectedly. Lin Qizhu froze and turned to him, asking, "You say leukemia can be cured? Is that true?" Yun Chen nodded affirmatively. "But the doctors said it was incurable. I've consulted multiple hospitals to no avail." Su Qingyu added in disbelief, "Chronic leukemia has long been recognized worldwide as untreatable." While she knew Yun Chen possessed medical knowledge, leukemia was not an ordinary ailment. "Modern medicine, of course, cannot cure it," Yun Chen remarked casually. "Western chemotherapy often exacerbates the situation, rendering the body even more fragile and subjecting patients to immense suffering." Lin Qizhu slowly nodded. "Indeed, chemotherapy is excruciating. Each time I see my mother gritting her teeth in pain, I wish it were me suffering instead. Please, how can I save my mother? I beg you to tell me. I would give you all my money, though I realize you are likely wealthy enough not to need it." Lin Qingyu fell to her knees in desperation. Yun Chen asked, "Where is she?" "At Jinling's Second People's Hospital, in the inpatient ward," Lin Qingyu replied immediately. "Let's go," Yun Chen said. "Huh? Where to?" Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. "To the hospital," Yun Chen stated plainly. "Right now? Don't we need to prepare anything?" Lin Qingyu asked, astonished. "No need. It will be quick," Yun Chen assured her. "All right. Thank you. Thank you," Lin Qingyu exclaimed with excitement, immediately rising to her feet. "Take care, my lord." Xin Fei and the members of the Wild Wolf gang hurriedly bid farewell. Once Yun Chen departed with Su Qingyu and Lin Qingyu, the atmosphere of the Queen's Bar gradually returned to its previous state. With Yun Chen present, no one dared to revel. Such was the power of intimidation. Phew. Xin Fei couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. They had finally left. A major incident had almost transpired. "Brother Fei, who on earth is this person? Why should we fear him?" A nearby warrior of extraordinary strength inquired, his brow furrowed. He had never encountered Yun Chen nor heard of such a figure emerging from Jinling. Even if he were a notable character, no one dared to provoke the Wild Wolf gang within their territory. This man was none other than the young master of the Yun family, Yun Chen, who had recently made a tumultuous appearance in Jinling, turning the city upside down. Shanhai Hu and Shanhai He had met their demise at his hands. "Do you think we can afford to provoke someone of his caliber?" The nearby warrior exclaimed in shock. "What? Shanhai Hu and Shanhai He were actually killed by him? But he looks no more than in his early 20s. Shanhai Hu and Shanhai He were innate experts. To be able to slay such individuals at such a young age, he would surely surpass the masters in the future." Xin Fei replied, "Precisely for this reason, we must not provoke him. The potential achievements of Yun Chen are undeniably boundless. It is far wiser to be on amicable terms rather than adversarial ones. At critical moments, we must even take the initiative to align ourselves with him." The warrior nodded repeatedly, "Indeed. We must strive to leave a favorable impression on such a youthful sovereign. Perhaps in the future, the Wild Wolf gang could ascend to great heights by basking in his glory." After exiting the Queen's Bar, Yun Chen hailed a cab by the roadside. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the Second People's Hospital of Jinling. Upon reaching the 6th floor of the inpatient department, outside room 1003, it was evident, despite the late hour, that many patients were groaning. This floor housed the intensive care unit, where numerous patients could not find solace throughout the night. At this moment, Lin Qingju's mother was in the ward, tossing and turning. She held her phone, seemingly scrolling through short videos, a clear attempt to distract herself. However, it was evident that this was merely a means to divert her attention. For once idle, the pain throughout her body became unbearable. The torment of illness is something one cannot truly comprehend without experiencing it firsthand. When the affliction strikes, it is indeed a fate worse than death. Creak. Lin Qingzhu cautiously pushed the door open to the ward. Inside, there were 2 beds, one occupied by Lin Qingzhu's mother and the other, inexplicably, was empty. Logically, beds in the intensive care unit should be in high demand, yet today, one remained unoccupied. This was rather unusual. Mom, I thought I told you to wait until tomorrow morning to come. Why have you come over so late, you silly girl? You haven't had a proper rest for several days, Lin Qingzhu's mother said, struggling to sit up. Mom, I'm fine, not tired, Lin Qingzhu replied, managing a faint smile. Are these 2 your classmates? I feel like I've seen this young girl somewhere before, Lin Qingzhu's mother remarked, gazing intently at Su Qingyu. Andy, I'm Qingyu. I used to come over to your house for meals during high school. Don't you remember? Su Qingyu smiled warmly. Oh, it's Qingyu. You've grown even more beautiful and radiant. I hardly recognized you, Lin Qingzhu's mother exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, Auntie. I came empty-handed, Su Qingyu said, feeling quite apologetic. I rushed out and completely forgot to buy anything. What does it matter? Just your presence is enough to make me happy. However, I regret that I cannot prepare a feast for you, Lin Qingzhu's mother replied. Don't worry, Andy. Once you're better, I'll definitely come over for dinner again. I fear I'll trouble you in the kitchen, Su Qingyu joked. I'm afraid that's not going to happen, Lin Qingzhu's mother said, forcing a faint smile. In a few days, I'll be discharged and will cook for you one last time. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzhu immediately interjected, Mom, what are you saying? Of course, you'll get better. And when are you getting discharged? The doctor said you need to stay in the hospital. Her mother, with a gentle expression, replied, I know my own body. There's no need to waste money. I want to save some for you, so your life isn't so hard. I'm sorry for burdening you. At that moment, Yun Chen spoke up. You really will be discharged in a few days. Qingzhu, is this also one of your classmates? Mom, let me introduce you. This is Yun Chen, Qingyu's boyfriend. He claims he can cure your illness, Lin Qingzhu explained. Lin Qingzhu's mother smiled kindly. So, you're Qingyu's boyfriend. Young man, you're quite handsome. You and Qingyu make a lovely pair. Thank you for your kindness, Auntie. However, the doctor has told me the truth. I have at most a month left. Lin Qingzhu's mother said with a resigned smile. When I get discharged, you all must come over for a visit, and I will prepare one last meal for you. Despite her evident fatigue and pain, she continued to strive to maintain a smile. Auntie, I truly can cure this illness, Yun Chen asserted. Young man, are you serious? Lin Qingzhu's mother asked, somewhat incredulous. If you doubt me, I can give you a shot first. It will alleviate your physical suffering, Yun Chen offered. Mom, why not give it a try? It can't hurt to test it, Lin Qingzhu encouraged. In any case, we have exhausted numerous methods. What difference does it make if we try once or twice more? Lin Qingzhu remarked to her mother. Very well, her mother replied with a gentle nod. Aware that Yun Chen's intentions were noble, nevertheless, regardless of the treatment, the outcome remained unchanged. This affliction was beyond remedy. They could only await the inevitable. Madam, please lie down, Yun Chen said, deftly retrieving a golden needle. His primary objective was to alleviate Lin Qingzhu's mother's pain. Otherwise, the subsequent acupuncture might prove excruciatingly unbearable. It was essential to first seal the patient's sensory acupoints with the golden needle. Before long, Lin Qingzhu's mother was comfortably reclined. Yun Chen delicately inserted the first needle into her scalp, followed by 4 others into her limbs. Just as he prepared to administer the final needle, a young woman in a nurse's uniform, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, entered the room after catching sight of the proceedings through the glass door. Stop. What are you doing? She demanded. Without turning, Yun Chen replied, administering acupuncture. The nurse furrowed her brow. Are you a doctor? I have never seen you in this hospital. I'm not. Yun Chen countered. Then what are you doing here? Who permitted you to treat a patient? This is utter nonsense. Leave at once. The beautiful nurse scolded. Although I am not a physician, I possess the ability to heal, Yun Chen explained. Without being a doctor, how could you possibly cure anyone? A charlatan daring to intrude upon a hospital to deceive. The nurse warned. If you persist, I will summon security. Lin Qingzhu quickly intervened. Please don't call security. Who let him in? The nurse inquired, her brow knitted. I am the patient's daughter, and I consented to his treatment for my mother, Lin Qingzhu clarified. Family consent is insufficient. If anything goes awry, can you bear the responsibility? Our hospital will be held accountable, the nurse stated unceremoniously. However, Yun Chen continued his task undeterred. Inserting the final golden needle. You. Prepare to face legal repercussions. The nurse admonished, pointing at Yun Chen. At that moment, Lin Qiju's mother exclaimed with delight. It no longer hurts. I truly feel no pain. The nurse, perplexed, asked, Aunt Bai, what do you mean? The pain has completely vanished. I feel no discomfort at all. Lin Qiju's mother replied to the nurse. How is that possible? In the late stages of leukemia, even a pain pump cannot alleviate the suffering. How could the pain disappear so suddenly? The nurse thought incredulously. Aunt Bai, are you genuinely pain-free? The nurse could not help but inquire. Yes, I truly feel no pain. Did you do this? The nurse asked Yun Chen, her astonishment evident. Could it be that a mere few needle pricks could provide such relief? After years of nursing, she had never witnessed anything like this. I will summon the doctor. Please wait a moment. The beautiful nurse hurriedly exited the ward to call the attending physician for the day. Soon, a young man clad in a white coat entered the room. Dr. Su, that was him, proceeded to administer several injections to the patient. The patient then remarked that the pain had subsided. The beautiful nurse pointed at Yun Chen and inquired, Are you a doctor? Dr. Su, the one being addressed, frowned and asked, No. Yun Chen shook his head in response. Then who permitted you to administer injections to the patient indiscriminately? Are you aware that this is a violation of protocol and utterly contrary to hospital procedures? If something goes awry, who will be held accountable? Will you take responsibility? Dr. Su questioned, his expression brimming with indignation. But doctor, my mother said she truly feels no pain now. Doesn't that prove that this method is effective? Lin Qingzhu interjected, unable to contain herself. The patient suffers from leukemia. Treatment for leukemia relies solely on chemotherapy and medication for management. How could acupuncture possibly be effective? It is sheer nonsense. Dr. Su retorted darkly. Then why is my mother no longer in pain? Lin Qingzhu countered. Because. I do not know. Perhaps it was a fortunate chance that an unusual acupoint was hit, Dr. Su replied, lifting his chin defiantly. Ultimately, he was unwilling to acknowledge that Yun Chen's technique had any merit for the patient. Why don't you try your luck and give me an accidental jab to see? Yun Chen turned to face Dr. Su. Even if you could alleviate the patient's suffering, what difference would it make? The patient's condition has reached an advanced stage. Your approach merely addresses the symptoms without tackling the root cause and is utterly ineffective. Dr. Su asserted sternly. Yun Chen replied. That is still preferable to your inability to address even the symptoms. Dr. Su was rendered speechless by the retort. In any case, should anything occur, it will not be the hospital's responsibility. Just ensure that you do not implicate us later, Dr. Su said curtly. May I continue with the treatment? Yun Chen inquired. Do as you wish. However, I still advise the patient to consider the consequences carefully. If Mrs. Bai feels that our hospital's doctors are inadequate, she may choose to discharge herself at any time, Dr. Su warned, casting a glance at Lin Qingzhu's mother. Chapter 39, The Prescription Dr. Su. We merely wish to explore whether other methods yield any results. We are not questioning the hospital, Lin Qingzhu hastily clarified. Your actions suggest a challenge to our hospital and our physician's expertise. If such reckless needling proves effective, then what purpose do we, as doctors, serve? Dr. Su's demeanor was icy. At that moment, Yun Chen suddenly addressed Dr. Su, Are you quite unoccupied? If so, assist me in preparing a prescription of traditional Chinese medicine. 15 grams of half-branch lotus. 15 grams of baijiao grass. 3 grams of raw rhubarb. 15 grams of white-flowered snake tongue grass. 6 grams of samling. 10 grams of chicken inner gold, 6 grams of curcuma, 12 grams of koic seed, 12 grams of salvia miltioriza, 3 to 15 grams of musk, 15 to 25 grams of chuanxiong, 15 grams of blood scorpion, 15 grams of peach kernel, 15 grams of safflower, 15 grams of yuan hu, 15 grams of curcuma, 20 to 50 grams of salvia miltioriza, 20 grams of red peony, 15 grams of cotinopsis, 15 grams of astragalus, 24 grams of white grass root, 24 grams of cerealia, 24 grams of hemlock grass, 24 grams of raw earth, 10 grams of qinghao, 24 grams of asparagus, 10 grams of mountain bean root, 24 grams of turtle shell, first boiled, 15 grams of summer withering grass, and 10 grams of yellow medicinal herb. Yun Chen recited the necessary Chinese medicinal herbs and their dosages in one breath. Dr. Su stood dumbfounded, his expression peculiar. The beautiful nurse nearby could not help but widen her mouth in astonishment. She had never seen anyone articulate such a plethora of medicinal herbs at once, and some of the herbs Yun Chen mentioned were even unfamiliar to her. Only a true medical student would comprehend the difficulty of memorizing such obscure and intricate Chinese medicinal herbs. The tricks of deceivers have indeed become increasingly sophisticated, capable of ensnaring even doctors with ease. How do you know all this? Dr. Su inquired, his brows furrowed. To recite so many medicinal herbs verbatim, with such precision and dosage, could he possibly be a descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family? Let us not waste time with questions. We need to save the patient first, Yun Chen replied, frowning. Dr. Su slowly nodded. Initially, he regarded Yun Chen as a mere pretender or perhaps a fraud. However, his perception was beginning to shift. Of course, it was also possible that this was a premeditated act, crafted to deceive the patient. Yet, it was better to believe than to disbelieve. Additionally, the accuracy with which Yun Chen articulated the dosages seemed genuine, not the ramblings of a charlatan. Could you please repeat that? I didn't catch it all, Dr. Su said, his face flushed. Write it down on a piece of paper. Yun Chen promptly replied and recited the list once more. All right. I will head to the pharmacy to fetch the medicine now. Dr. Su's demeanor shifted immediately. He turned and exited the ward. Dr. Su, allow me to go and get it. The beautiful nurse hurriedly pursued him, saying, you cannot possibly recognize all these herbs. Even I would take quite some time to locate them. Stay here and observe him closely. Don't miss any subtle movements, and report back to me when I return. Also, call Director Wang and inform him of what just transpired, urging him to come to the hospital promptly. Dr. Su instructed the nurse. Understood. Thank you for your efforts. Dr. Su, the beautiful nurse, nodded in agreement, then prepared to re-enter the ward, adhering to Dr. Su's instructions to meticulously monitor Yun Chen's every action, striving to document each of his movements. Not at all. It's no trouble. I too wish to ascertain whether this prescription is genuinely effective in treating leukemia, Dr. Su remarked. If it proves to be effective, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental breakthrough in the annals of medical history, potentially astonishing the entire world. Soon, Dr. Su hurriedly made his way to the pharmacy in the outpatient hall. Yun Chen, how do you possess such extensive knowledge of these traditional Chinese medicinal herbs? Su Qingyu inquired, a hint of incredulity in her voice. My grandfather was once in poor health, and I frequently visited the apothecary to procure various herbal remedies. Yet many of the herbs you mentioned are ones I have never even heard of. It was as if a dream were unfolding before her, one after another. Yun Chen effortlessly recounted the names of the herbs, surpassing even the most seasoned traditional Chinese physicians. I learned from my second master, Yun Chen casually remarked. I am utterly bewildered. You can recall so many names of herbs with such clarity. Your masters must be exceptionally talented, Su Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, they are very skilled. My second master is the most proficient healer I have ever encountered, Yun Chen nodded affirmatively. Thank you. Truly, thank you. Lin Qizhu expressed her gratitude fervently. She had completely come to believe in Yun Chen's assertions. He truly possessed the ability to save her mother. And thank you, young divine healer, Lin Qingzhu's mother added hastily. Were it not for her frail condition, she would have insisted on getting out of bed to offer Yun Chen a deep bow of respect. It's no trouble at all, Auntie. Just call me Xiaoqing. I'm no divine healer, Yun Chen replied with a smile. You are my mother's savior, and from now on, I shall do everything in my power to repay you. Lin Qingzhu suddenly knelt down. There is no need for such formality, Yun Chen said helplessly. Upon witnessing this, Su Qingyu promptly assisted Lin Qingzhu back to her feet. Is there truly hope for my mother's complete recovery? Yun Chen nodded slowly. Of course. Not just hope. She will certainly be cured. Lin Qingzhu's eyes glistened with tears as she replied, Yes, thank you, truly thank you. It feels as if I am in a dream. And thank you, Qingyu. I apologize for my earlier deceit. You still chose to help me. Su Qingyu smiled reassuringly. It's all right. That's all in the past. We must look forward with optimism. Lin Qingzhu nodded emphatically. All right, it's time. Please step aside for a moment, as I need to resume the acupuncture, Yun Chen instructed. Auntie, this session will take a little longer, so please try to maintain a single position without moving. The previous needles were merely for pain relief. The real treatment begins now. I must utilize the 12 golden needles of Tai, as taught by my second master, to suppress the condition, and then, in conjunction with the herbal prescription, eradicate the cancer cells completely. Understood. Lin Qingzhu's mother reclined once more, following Yun Chen's guidance. Subsequently, Yun Chen commenced the next phase of treatment, and, unbeknownst to him, 12 golden needles had appeared in his hands. Meanwhile, a beautiful nurse had contacted the attending physician responsible for Lin Qingzhu's mother. Director Wang Qianyi of the Second People's Hospital of Jinling, who was also the attending physician for Lin Qingzhu's mother, hastily drove to the hospital. By chance, he encountered Dr. Su on the way, who was headed to the pharmacy to fetch medication. Director Wang, Dr. Su exclaimed upon seeing him, promptly approaching to greet him. It's quite late. I appreciate you personally coming over. The situation is indeed a bit unusual, Wang Qianyi replied directly. No problem. Let me have a look at that prescription. Dr. Su swiftly presented the recently documented prescription to Wang Qianyi. Here you go, Director. After reviewing it, Wang Qianyi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. You mean to say this prescription was written by a young person? Chapter 40, Recovery? How is that possible? Yes, Director. Doctor. Su nodded. It is truly remarkable that someone so young could compose such a prescription. Wang Qianyi generously praised. Many physicians wouldn't even recognize all the herbs listed here. Director, is there any issue with this prescription? Dr. Su inquired. As he had previously instructed the nurse to call Wang Qianyi to the hospital precisely because he could not decipher it, he hesitated to proceed with the medication. If there were any mistakes in the prescription, it could lead to serious consequences for the patient. Not only would the hospital face repercussions, but all involved personnel could be penalized as well. I cannot ascertain whether there is a problem, but I have never encountered such a convoluted formula. Wang Qianyi candidly admitted. How can this be? Even you cannot understand this prescription, Director? Dr. Su was taken aback. Keep in mind, Director Wang is a Master S advisor at Jinling University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. His insights into traditional medicine are truly exceptional, if even he cannot comprehend it. What kind of prescription is this? Indeed, Wang Qianyi responded. This prescription is overly intricate. However, the dosages seem to be entirely appropriate. Thus, I cannot determine whether this prescription will be effective for the patient or if it might have any adverse effects. What shall we do then? Should we follow his instructions? Dr. Su asked. Let us proceed to gather the medication first, Wang Qianyi instructed. Understood. Director, may I ask what you will do? Dr. Su inquired. I'll take a moment to check on the patient, Wang Qianyi replied. Xiaofang mentioned over the phone that the young man's acupuncture relieved the patient's pain entirely. Correct? Yes, indeed. It's quite peculiar. Normally, even painkillers are ineffective, yet he managed to alleviate the pain with just a few needles, Dr. Su affirmed. I'll investigate how he accomplished that, Wang Qianyi stated. All right, I shall proceed with the medication, Director. Soon, Wang Qianyi arrived at the ward's entrance. Inside, Yun Chen was performing acupuncture. Wang Qianyi gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. As the beautiful nurse noticed him and began to greet him, Wang Qianyi gestured for her to remain silent. The nurse promptly quieted down, and Lin Qizhu nodded towards Wang Qianyi. Previously, Director Wang had been responsible for her mother, a kind individual with an admirable demeanor. Wang Qianyi meticulously observed Yun Chen's acupuncture technique, and soon, his eyes widened in astonishment, filled with incredulity. He discovered that Yun Chen's method was none other than the legendary golden needle acupuncture. The golden needle acupuncture. Wang Qianyi had heard of it long ago, but had never witnessed it firsthand. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, those who practiced this technique could be counted on one hand, and they were all titans in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, having already garnered widespread acclaim in the medical community. Yet, the young man before him, barely in his 20s, was proficient in this technique. However, it wasn't long before Wang Qianyi sensed something amiss. The golden needle acupuncture could accommodate a maximum of 6 needles at once, yet Mrs. Bai had 12 needles inserted into her body. What could this mean? Was it not the golden needle acupuncture? What other technique could it be? As a master's student mentor at a traditional Chinese medicine university, Wang Qianyi prided himself on his extensive knowledge. Yet, he found himself perplexed by the sight of Yun Chen's needlework, which he could only describe as unprecedented and extraordinary. The more he observed, the more he realized something was off. Yun Chen's technique was exceedingly exquisite. The acupoints were selected with remarkable precision, and the entire process flowed seamlessly, executed with absolute fluidity and devoid of any superfluous movements. Moreover, an ethereal energy seemed to swirl around the needle tips. What manner of acupuncture was this? Wang Qianyi couldn't suppress his curiosity. The technique employed by Yun Chen had completely transcended his understanding. After approximately half an hour, Yun Chen gradually ceased his actions. All done. Once you drink that herbal remedy, you should recover, he proclaimed, exhaling a breath of fatigue. Beads of perspiration had formed on his forehead. The Taiji 12 golden needles truly demanded an immense expenditure of vital energy. It had been a long time since Yun Chen had broken into a sweat. Recover? Wang Qianyi thought he must be experiencing auditory hallucinations due to his age. The young man before him claimed that a terminal leukemia patient could be cured. How could this be possible? It was utterly absurd. Director Wang, this fellow is merely spouting nonsense, making grand claims without any basis, he thought. If recovery were as simple as inserting a few needles, then what purpose would hospitals serve? Just look at how the patient is covered in needle marks. The beautiful nurse, witnessing the conclusion of Yun Chen's needlework, promptly reported to Wang Qianyi, but was silenced by a glare from him. Wang Qianyi approached Yun Chen directly and introduced himself. Young man, greetings. I am Wang Qianyi, the director of the intensive care unit at Jinling's Second People's Hospital. Hello, Yun Chen replied casually, glancing at Wang Qianyi. May I ask, was the acupuncture technique you just used the golden needle acupuncture? Wang Qianyi inquired with great politeness. No, Yun Chen replied straightforwardly. Indeed, Wang Qianyi thought to himself. It was not the golden needle acupuncture after all. Does acupuncture truly hold efficacy in treating leukemia? Wang Qianyi inquired further. Yun Chen casually replied, we shall find out shortly. Very well, I shall await the outcome with great anticipation. Wang Qianyi nodded repeatedly. Observing the usually aloof director displaying such courtesy towards Yun Chen was astonishing. The beautiful nurse beside them felt her worldview shattering. After all, even in the presence of the hospital director, Director Wang would not exhibit such demeanor. Yet here he was, treating a mere boy with utmost respect. Could it be that Director Wang genuinely believed in his words? The beautiful nurse mused quietly to herself. Before long, Dr. Su entered, carrying an assortment of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. The herbs are prepared, Dr. Su announced as he approached Yun Chen. Let them steep, Yun Chen instructed. Dr. Su appeared momentarily taken aback. How audacious of this boy to issue commands. He was the attending physician. Did he truly consider himself a mere errand boy? Just as Dr. Su prepared to refuse and suggest that Yun Chen steep the herbs himself, Wang Qianyi interjected, Xiao Su, do as he says. Understood, Director. Dr. Su complied hastily, suppressing any hint of displeasure. His future prospects within the hospital hinged entirely upon Wang Qianyi's favor. Without a solid backing, navigating the hospital's hierarchy was exceedingly challenging, and thus he dared not disobey. I'll handle it, the beautiful nurse quickly volunteered. This was a classic case of hierarchy in action, with subordinates ingratiating themselves to their superiors. No need. These herbs are too intricate. You wouldn't manage, Dr. Su responded. Oh, then I shall fetch some hot water. The beautiful nurse offered. Very well, Dr. Su nodded in agreement. Mom, how do you feel? Lin Qingzhu approached the bedside to inquire. It seems I have indeed found some relief. I no longer feel so drained, Lin Qingzhu's mother replied, a smile breaking across her face. Her overall demeanor had transformed completely. Chapter 41. Discharged by tomorrow, could the effects be so rapid? Both Director Wang and Dr. Su were taken aback, witnessing the patient's spirit visibly rejuvenating at an astonishing pace. However, whether her condition had genuinely improved would still require further examination. Only upon receiving the results could a definitive conclusion be drawn. The beautiful nurse, astonished, covered her mouth. She vividly recalled how poor Lin Qingzhu's mother had appeared that very morning, pale, anguished, and devoid of vitality. Yet now, she seemed as if she had undergone a miraculous transformation. Her energy and spirit were entirely revitalized, resembling a healthy individual without any trace of illness. It was utterly remarkable. Are the herbs ready? Yun Chen inquired, his brow furrowed. Almost, Dr. Su responded, flustered as he surveyed the multitude of herbs before him. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Alas, such a trivial matter, yet it remains unaccomplished. Allow me to take charge, Yun Chen sighed as he spoke. Dr. Su, visibly perturbed, found himself at a loss for retort. By the time you prepare the medicine, we may have already missed the optimal window for treatment. Yun Chen approached Dr. Su directly, taking the medicinal herbs from his hands, and began the process of concoction. Before long, he had successfully prepared the remedy. Holding the medicine, Yun Chen stepped before Lin Qingzhu's mother and said, Auntie, please drink it. It may taste somewhat bitter. Lin Qingzhu's mother nodded, saying it's nothing. This little bitterness pales in comparison to the suffering I've endured before. Thank you, Xiaocheng. You are a great benefactor to me. Yun Chen replied amiably. No need for thanks, Auntie. Once you have recovered, I will come over for a meal. Very well. Auntie will ensure you are well entertained, she promised. With great care. Lin Qingzhu's mother lifted the medicine and, in one swift motion, drank it all down. She understood that this remedy could save her life, rendering her oblivious to any bitterness. In fact, it even tasted a bit sweet. Once she had consumed the medicine, Lin Qingzhu eagerly inquired, Mom, how do you feel? She yearned to know if her mother was truly on the mend. This is medicine, not a miraculous elixir. The effects are not instantaneous. In about half an hour, The cancer cells should be entirely eradicated, Yun Chen replied, furrowing his brow. Lin Qizhu awkwardly nodded, acknowledging her impatience. Will this medicine truly eliminate the cancer cells? Doctor, Su asked incredulously. In due time, you can re-examine Auntie to ascertain the truth, Yun Chen assured. Wang Qianyi felt as though his understanding had been thoroughly transformed. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. It is time for the examination, Yun Chen remarked, glancing at the clock. I shall conduct it myself, Wang Qianyi volunteered. Eager to witness firsthand whether the cancer cells within the patient had undergone any changes. Approximately another hour passed before the examinations were complete. When Wang Qianyi received the results, his expression was a tapestry of complexity, filled with shock and incredulity. This was nothing short of a miracle in the annals of medical history. Doctor, Su hurriedly leaned in to review the results, which indicated that the cancer cells had indeed vanished without a trace. How can this be? Director, what has transpired? He actually accomplished it. In all my years as a physician, I have never witnessed anything like this. It is simply astonishing. Dr. Su exclaimed, his face a canvas of fluctuating emotions, unable to articulate the whirlwind of feelings within him, both complex and exhilarating. For this heralded the possibility that humanity might truly conquer cancer. A lineage of miraculous healers. It must be. Only a legendary, reclusive family of divine healers could achieve such a feat. He must be a descendant of that esteemed lineage. Wang Qianyi suddenly declared, his excitement palpable. Director Wang, is it true that the so-called family of miraculous healers really exists? I had always thought it was merely a legend. Dr. Su inquired with a furrowed brow. The family of miraculous healers is no myth. Their infrequent appearances in the mundane world lead many to perceive them as mere folklore. To my knowledge, a descendant of this esteemed lineage once manifested in the royal capital. At that time, a marshal, gravely wounded at the border, was on the brink of death when the heir of the miraculous healer family intervened and revived him through the art of acupuncture, Wang Qianyi declared with unwavering conviction. Who would have imagined that a member of the miraculous healer family came to Jinling? We are truly fortunate to have encountered them, Wang Qianyi exclaimed with exhilaration. Dr. Su's expression shifted dramatically. The mere thought of having inadvertently offended Yun Chen during their initial meeting sent chills down his spine. He resolved to seek an opportunity to apologize. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Lin Qingzhu's mother had returned early after completing the examination. Mom, what were the results? Lin Qingzhu asked anxiously, her heart racing. Director Wang said there's nothing to worry about. Her mother replied with a gentle smile. Is that true? Lin Qingzhu and Su Qingyu exclaimed in unison, filled with excitement. Indeed, Lin Qingzhu's mother nodded with a smile. Yun Chen, you are truly remarkable. Both Su Qingyu and Lin Qizhu praised, giving Yun Chen a thumbs up. At that moment, their admiration for Yun Chen surged like an unending river. Does that mean I can be discharged soon? Lin Qingzhu asked. If you wish, you can leave as early as tomorrow. Yun Chen responded. So soon? Both Lin Qingzhu and Su Qingyu exclaimed in astonishment, knowing that she had been diagnosed with cancer. The fact that she could be fully healed in just a few short hours was nothing short of miraculous. They were indeed witnesses to this miracle. In fact, it could be done right now, but it's too late, Yun Chen casually remarked. Yes, let us stay another night and discharge tomorrow. It's quite late to handle the discharge procedures now, Lin Qingzhu suggested. By the way, Mom, what happened to the lady in the adjacent hospital bed? I remember she was here when I arrived yesterday. Has she been discharged? Lin Qingzhu inquired curiously. The room contained 2 beds, and upon entering, Lin Qingzhu noticed that the other bed was empty. The lady who had occupied it was nowhere to be found, and all her belongings had vanished. She passed away this morning. After being taken to the operating table, she never returned, Lin Qingzhu's mother said, her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Qingzhu was left stunned, while Su Qingyu's pupils contracted, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. Although she had not known the lady, hearing such tragic news weighed heavily on her heart. Just then, a commotion and cries erupted from outside the door. Immediately arrange for my father to be hospitalized. Bring the best doctors. Did you hear? Chapter 42. The inspector of Jinling, however, it is already after hours, and hospitalization can only be arranged tomorrow, the duty nurse at the desk stated. I demand that my father be admitted immediately. Do you understand? But at this hour, it is truly impossible to process the admission. You will have to return tomorrow. The nurse replied helplessly. I said at once. Am I not being clear enough? Or do you intend to force my hand to wreak havoc upon this hospital? Sir, if you continue this way, I will have to summon security. Do you know who my father is? If his condition deteriorates due to your delays, who will take responsibility? Bring your hospital administrator here at once. At that moment, Director Wang and Dr. Su happened to return with the results. Preparing to visit Lin Qingzhu's mother when they overheard the commotion at the nurse's station. Such a disturbance at this hour in a hospital is utterly disgraceful. This is the inpatient ward, housing critically ill patients who require peace and quiet. Dr. Su admonished sternly. Yet, the next moment, upon recognizing the individual in the wheelchair, his expression shifted to one of alarm. Inspector Liu. Director Wang furrowed his brow in concern. What has happened? Are you in charge here? Can you arrange for us to be admitted? My father has suddenly lost consciousness. The anxious young man standing beside him implored. Are you the son of Inspector Liu? Director Wang inquired with a markedly friendly demeanor, promptly moving closer to assess Inspector Liu's condition. He noted that the respiration and other vital signs seemed stable. It was neither shock nor respiratory failure. Yes. The young man nodded. Director Wang, my name is Liu Huan. My father was perfectly fine at dinner this evening and then, all of a sudden, he became like this. You must save him. I understand. Are there any beds available? Director Wang directed his question toward the nurse. The nurse quickly responded, Director, there is one bed available. It just opened up this morning. Director Wang instantly recalled the patient who had been unable to leave the operating table earlier that day. And it just so happened that the bed was in Yun Chen's ward. Immediately arrange for Inspector Liu's hospitalization, Director Wang commanded decisively. Understood, Director, the nurse replied promptly. Director Wang, where is the ward? Liu Huan asked. Over there. You may proceed. Director Wang gestured toward the direction of Lin Qingzhu's mother's room. All right. Liu Huan immediately began to push his father toward the ward. As the door swung open, Yun Chen happened to be standing at the entrance. Just as Yun Chen was about to step aside, he heard an impatient voice shout, Get out of the way. Move aside, do you hear me? If you are human, do not block the path. If you are a dog, just bark. I am speaking to you, do you understand? Liu Huan glared coldly at Yun Chen. His eyes filled with nobility and fury. Did your father never teach you how to speak properly? Yun Chen grasped Liu Huan's hand firmly and began to gently rub it. A heart-wrenching scream immediately echoed throughout the entire hospital room. No, let go. It hurts so much. Liu Huan shouted. His hand had been deformed from the grip. What is happening? What is going on? At that moment, Dr. Su entered the room and inquired. Upon seeing the commotion involving the son of Liu, the inspector, and Yun Chen, he quickly urged, Please, refrain from any altercations. Calm down, both of you. Doctor. Su was well aware that he could not afford to offend either of these young gentlemen. One hailed from a family of renowned physicians, while the other was the son of the inspector from Jinling. Offending either could lead to dire consequences. Yun Chen, he is, at this juncture. Su Qingyu leaned closer to Yun Chen and whispered, I understand. Yun Chen interrupted, gradually releasing his grip. You, just wait. Liu Huan seethed, gritting his teeth in anger. However, the priority was to treat his father. He resolved to endure for now. He would address the matter later. Soon, Director Wang Qianyi briskly entered. Director Wang, what is wrong with my father? Is he going to be all right? Liu Huan urgently inquired. Before your father lost consciousness, did he exhibit any other symptoms? Wang Qianyi asked, regarding Liu Huan intently. Before we had dinner, he mentioned having a bit of a headache, and he felt somewhat dizzy. Oh, and after dinner, he even vomited. Liu Huan recalled with effort. If my judgment serves me correctly, it appears to be acute meningitis. No sooner had he spoken than Liu, the inspector, began to convulse violently on the hospital bed. Dad, what's wrong? Liu Huan exclaimed in a panic. Observing his father's condition left him utterly bewildered. The combination of unconsciousness and convulsions was a characteristic symptom of acute meningitis, Wang Qianyi explained. What should we do? Can he be treated? Liu Huan asked anxiously. He can be treated, but, Wang Qianyi began. But what? Hurry, Liu Huan urged. The neurologist is currently on leave and is not at the hospital today, Wang Qianyi said, frowning. He specializes in traditional Chinese medicine and hematology. He cannot attend to neurological cases. Acute meningitis falls under the domain of neurology. Quickly call him in. Or I can send a car to fetch him. Liu Huan insisted. Time is of the essence. Your father's condition cannot be delayed. Moreover, at this late hour, he may already be asleep, Dr. Su interjected. What can we do? We can't just sit here and do nothing. Liu Huan expressed his frustration. Aren't you the director? Can't you even treat a patient? Dr. Su hastily explained. Doctors specialize in different fields. Each has their own expertise. Please, try to remain calm. Liu Huan retorted coldly. How can I remain calm? It's my father lying in that bed, not yours. Young man, could I kindly request your assistance? Wang Qianyi suddenly turned to Yun Chen and asked. Him? He is a doctor too? Lu Huan questioned in confusion. No, but he can cure your father's illness. Wang Qianyi asserted. Huh? Are you kidding? You, a director, can't do anything, and he's barely older than a child. Are you trying to play me for a fool? If anything happens to my dad, can your hospital take responsibility? Bring your hospital director to see me, Lu Huan exclaimed, seething with anger. He truly can cure your father's illness, Dr. Su interjected. Really? Lu Huan sought confirmation. Indeed, both Wang Qianyi and Dr. Su nodded in unison. Name your price. How much do you want? Lu Huan turned to Yun Chen. Leave, Yun Chen replied curtly. I admit I was wrong earlier. I apologize. Is that enough? Just name a number. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can accept it. How about 10 million? Lu Huan lowered his tone. You little rascal. After all these years, how are you still this way? Yun Chen suddenly changed his tone, giving Lu Huan a firm pat on the head. You are. Brother Chen? Lu Huan exclaimed in astonishment. You little brat, after 5 years, you've forgotten what I look like? You can't even recognize me. Yun Chen laughed. Brother Chen, is it really you? I can't believe it. Where have you been all these 5 years? When you suddenly disappeared. My father even sent people to look for you, but there was no news at all. We thought. Lu Huan spoke with excitement. You thought I was dead? Yun Chen countered with a smile. Lu Huan, unable to contain his emotions, shed tears and slowly nodded. A person gone for so long, the odds of survival are. Never mind. Brother Chen, when did you come back? Lu Huan quickly wiped his tears and replaced them with a smile. I returned the day before yesterday. Yun Chen casually remarked. No wonder. I didn't receive any news. Recently, my father and I were on a business trip out of town. Just returned to Jinling this afternoon, and I didn't expect that my father would fall ill as soon as I got back. Lu Huan nodded. Yes. Let us focus on treating Uncle Lu first, Yun Chen stated. Brother Chen, when did you learn to heal? Lu Huan asked in surprise. It's a long story. Yun Chen replied. Oh, is my dad's illness easy to treat? Lu Huan leaned in, inquiring. Quite manageable, Yun Chen affirmed. Are they deceiving me? Or are you the one boasting, Brother Chen? Lu Huan couldn't help but ask. Just a moment ago, the hospital director said it was quite tricky. Yet Brother Chen says it's particularly easy to treat. This has left Lu Huan utterly confused. Director, are you sure he's not just putting on airs? Lu Huan quietly approached Wang Qianyi, whispering. If you keep whining, I'll throw you out first before treating Uncle Lu. Yun Chen rolled his eyes. He then proceeded to prepare for the treatment. I'll be quiet, Lu Huan chuckled, sealing his lips. Before Yun Chen, he had never dared to misbehave. It had always been this way from a young age until now. Yun Chen is the idol in his heart. He excels academically and embodies exceptional integrity. With a demeanor that is outwardly cool, yet inwardly warm, he consistently manages every situation with remarkable finesse. His sincerity is genuine, devoid of any pretense. Moreover, his character is remarkably resilient. 5 years ago, an enormous upheaval failed to break his spirit. Lu Huan's father and Yun Chen's father share a long-standing friendship, and the bond between their families has always been strong. When the Yun family faced their crisis, Lu Huan's father attempted to intervene with military support, only to be thwarted by an official order that ultimately led to his demotion. In recent years, however, due to his commendable performance, he has regained his position as the inspector of Jinling. Yun Chen deftly extracted a golden needle and inserted it directly into Lu Mingyuan's Baihui acupoint. Through the needle, he guided his vital energy into Lu Mingyuan's body. In no time, he began to recover. Dad, Lu Huan exclaimed as he watched his father slowly open his eyes, his heart brimming with excitement and astonishment. How extraordinary it was that Chun Ji's medical skills were so profound that a mere needle could awaken his father. What had transpired with Qin Gu over these 5 years? Where am I? Lu Mingyuan murmured as he gradually regained consciousness. Dad, we are in the hospital. You just fainted. And it terrified Mom and me. It was Qin Gu who saved you. Look, Qin Gu is alive, Lu Huan said eagerly, tugging at Yun Chen to direct his father's attention towards him. Upon seeing Yun Chen, Lu Mingyuan's expression transformed, filled with emotion and softness. Xiao Chen, is it really you? Xiao Chen. He attempted to sit up, but was gently restrained by Yun Chen. Uncle Lu, please remain still. It's me, Yun Chen reassured him. After all these years, where have you been? 5 years ago, you vanished without a trace, despite my efforts to find you. Lu Mingyuan lamented. I am sorry, Uncle Lu. Sorry to you and your father. I am even more sorry to your mother. Lu Mingyuan's voice quivered with emotion, recalling past sorrows as tears streamed down his aged face. "It's all right, Uncle Lu. I do not blame you," Yun Chen replied calmly. "What happened back then was beyond your control." Lu Mingyuan's expression turned to one of anger and despair. "Those people back then were nothing short of bandits. They seized your father without discernment." Yun Chen's demeanor shifted to cold resolve. "To be candid, Uncle Lu, I return this time for vengeance. I shall not spare any of those responsible for the events of that time." Lu Mingyuan's countenance paled at this revelation. "Xiao Chen, you must remain calm. The situation from back then is quite complex," he cautioned earnestly. "Regardless of who harmed my mother, I will unearth them and exact 1,000-fold retribution in her memory." Yun Chen declared, his face impassive, his gaze filled with lethal intent. "Tomorrow, I will confront the 4 prominent families to settle the score. Afterwards, I shall depart Jinling and journey to the royal capital to seek the Zhao family and uncover the truth of those events," Yun Chen asserted. "You intend to confront the 4 families alone?" Lu Mingyuan inquired with furrowed brows. "One person is more than sufficient," Yun Chen replied resolutely. Yun Chen nodded and replied, "No. The 4 prominent families of today are no longer what they were 5 years ago. After devouring the assets of the Yun family, they have rapidly grown in strength and influence. It is far too dangerous for you to go alone. I cannot agree. I must protect you for your father's sake. I cannot allow you to encounter even the slightest mishap," Lu Mingyuan asserted with unwavering conviction. "Otherwise, when the day comes for me to depart, I will have no words to face your father." Yun Chen's expression was resolute as he responded, "Uncle Lu, I can manage on my own. I do not regard the 4 families as a threat." At that moment, an elegantly dressed middle-aged woman, exuding the grace of a former beauty, entered the room. "Mother, did we not agree that you would not come? I can stay with father." The middle-aged woman held a lunchbox in her hand. "How could I not come? You are just a child. You cannot possibly take care of anyone," she replied. "Mother, look who it is." Lu Huan pointed towards Yun Chen. The woman's gaze slowly turned to Yun Chen, and in the next instant, her expression froze. The lunchbox slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. "Xiao Chen, Aunt." Yun Chen greeted her with a warm smile. "Xiao Chen, is it truly you?" The middle-aged woman rushed over and embraced Yun Chen tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Where have you been all these years? Do you know how anxious Aunt has been since your disappearance? If anything were to happen to you, how could I ever face your mother in the afterlife?" Chapter 44. If you do not take action, I will file for divorce. "Aunt, I am here and well." Yun Chen chuckled. "However, Aunt, you are holding me too tightly. I can hardly breathe. If you keep this up, I fear I might truly be in trouble." Instantly, the middle-aged woman broke into laughter. "You little rascal." Her name was Wei Qi Ouyang, and she was the sister of Yun Chen's mother, Nangong Yin. The bond between them was exceptionally strong. Wei Qi Ouyang had regarded Yun Chen as her own son since his childhood. Lu Huan also considered Yun Chen's mother as his godmother, and since Yun Chen could remember, he had always called Wei Qi Ouyang aunt. She had treated him as if he were her biological child. 5 years ago, after the calamity that befell the Yun family, Wei Qi Ouyang had wished for Yun Chen to stay by her side and raise him as her own, but he did not want to disrupt Aunt's family life. Furthermore, given the numerous enemies and complications surrounding the Yun family at that time, he chose to live with his maternal aunt to avoid burdening Aunt Ouyang's family. When Yun Chen suddenly went missing, Wei Qi Ouyang fell gravely ill, suffering from a high fever for 3 days and nights, peaking at over 41 degrees. "Xiao Chen, where have you been all these years? Why did you not contact Aunt? Even a phone call would have sufficed," Wei Qi Ouyang said, her tone laced with feigned reproach. "I was in the mountains. There was no way to contact anyone," Yun Chen explained with a smile. "The mountains? Xiao Chen, what brings you to the mountains?" Wei Qi Ouyang inquired, his face etched with confusion. "Brother Chen, you haven't become a wild man living off tree bark for 5 years, have you?" Lu Huan could not suppress a chuckle. "You little rascal, your audacity grows bolder. Now you dare to jest with me," Yun Chen remarked. Wei Qi Ouyang pressed on. "Xiao Chen, what did you tell your aunt about your purpose in going up the mountain? 5 years alone up there must have been incredibly arduous. With the wind and sun beating down, you must have had nothing to eat." Yun Chen replied forthrightly, "To train in martial arts." Wei Qi Ouyang furrowed his brow and asked, "Train for what?" A sudden sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Yun Chen resolutely stated, "For vengeance." Lu Mingyuan interjected. "Xiao Chen mentioned that he plans to settle the score with the 4 great families tomorrow." Wei Qi Ouyang immediately responded, "Absolutely not. That is utterly out of the question. The four great families possess profound influence and power in Jinling. To confront them would be tantamount to courting death. Xiaochen, please heed your aunt's advice. We must deliberate on the matter of vengeance with care. Lu Mingyuan sighed in resignation. I had already tried to dissuade him before you arrived, yet this stubborn boy refuses to listen. Wei Qiaoyang, confused, remarked, Xiaochen, your aunt understands the hatred you harbor. These 5 years must have been filled with suffering, and the desire for revenge must have consumed you day and night. However, you cannot risk your life for the sake of vengeance. You are still young, with a promising future ahead. Aunt, my resolve is unwavering, Yun Chen firmly declared. After a moment of silence, Wei Qiaoyang spoke. You are a determined child. Very well. Your aunt supports you. I have long harbored disdain for the four great families. After the downfall of the Yun family, they turned their backs faster than one can flip a page. When your father was alive, none of them dared to act recklessly. A pack of hypocritical scoundrels. They took advantage of the Yun family's misfortune to kick us while we were down. It is indeed time to teach them a lesson. Lao Lu, you must accompany Xiaochen tomorrow. Wei Qiaoyang suddenly turned to Lu Mingyuan. Me? Lu Mingyuan frowned. Your son is resolute in seeking retribution from those old-timers of the four great families. Do you intend to stand idly by? Wei Qiaoyang pressed. Lu Huan chimed in, Dad, Mom is right. You must assist Brother Chen in this. Yet, as the inspector of Jinling, my duty is to maintain local stability. I ought to mediate this situation. Moreover, to mobilize troops without authorization is against the rules, Lu Mingyuan lamented. How can one mediate deep-seated hatred? Unless those old-timers come to the ancestral home of the Yun family, kneel before the grave of Nan Gong and beg for forgiveness. It is impossible. Wei Qiaoyang clenched his pale fist. Nan Gong is the surname of Yun Chen's mother. Father, if you choose to prioritize your ideals and responsibilities over helping Brother Chen, do not blame me for disowning you as my father. When you grow old, I will have you cremated and scatter your ashes. Lu Huan exclaimed. You little rascal, how dare you speak to your father like that? You ungrateful child. Lu Mingyuan shouted in anger. Huan well said. Lu Mingyuan, cease your pretense here. If you do not mobilize your forces to assist Xiaocheng, I shall file for divorce. Wei Qiaoyang interjected. Su Qingyu and Lin Qizhu, who were nearby, exchanged glances filled with suppressed mirth. How amusing this family is. There's no need to trouble Uncle Lu. I can handle this alone, Yun Chen quickly asserted. Trouble? What nonsense are you spouting, you insolent boy? Do you look down upon your Uncle Lu? In the past, I was too timid, intimidated by the military order from the Zhao family. However, today, I shall not allow history to repeat itself. Tomorrow, go ahead and confront the four great families. Your Uncle Lu will be right behind you, supporting you. Should anyone dare to harm you, I will make them understand what it means to have an army at the gates. As the inspector of Jinling, Lu Mingyuan held the authority to command the local military directly, as there was no supreme commander in Jinling. Some readers may wonder why there is no commander in Jinling, while Nanyang has one. The reason Jinling lacks a commander, unlike Nanyang, is that Nanyang is a border city, situated across the sea from the Fusang nation, necessitating a permanent military presence. Only border cities have commanders. The highest authority in border cities is the commander. In non-border cities, the highest authority is the inspector. Although the military stationed in Jinling is not numerous, it comprises several thousand soldiers. Lu Mingyuan is fully capable of mobilizing this contingent. A well-armed force of several thousand is more than sufficient to contend with the four great families. After all, as the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, one must fear a kitchen knife. Not everyone possesses Yun Chen's invulnerability to bullets. Even a god-level warrior cannot evade gunfire. Only innate martial artists can dodge bullets. And even they can barely avoid handgun fire. A barrage from a machine gun would send one to an early grave. Uncle Lu, it's truly unnecessary. I am not jesting. I can manage on my own, Yun Chen replied, exasperated. Enough of your protests. I know you selfless brat. If it comes to it, I shall resign from the inspector's position. Chapter 45. Misunderstanding Qingyu. Who exactly is he? Lin Qizhu whispered to Su Qingyu. Do you remember the Yun family from 5 years ago? Su Qingyu inquired. The Yun family? That name sounds familiar. Wasn't it the foremost family in Jinling back then? Lin Qingzhu asked. Indeed. He is none other than Yun Chen, the scion of the most prestigious family in Jinling, Su Qingyu revealed. Now I recall. I remember that the 9 great families collectively arranged a marriage with the Yun family, shocking all of Jinling. Your Su family was among them, Lin Qingzhu remarked. Yes. But after the Yun family's misfortunes, those individuals revealed their true colors, promptly withdrawing from the engagement and even seeking to exacerbate the Yun family's plight. Su Qingyu continued. Are you the daughter of the Su family? At that moment, Wei Qi Ouyang also noticed Su Qingyu. Aunt Wei Qi, hello, Su Qingyu promptly replied. This little girl is remarkable. You must cherish her. Wei Qi Ouyang remarked to Yun Chen. Aunt Wei Qi, it is my duty, Su Qingyu responded sincerely. I have always regarded Aunt Nangong as my own kin. Indeed, she is a wonderful girl, Wei Qi Ouyang observed, clearly fond of Su Qingyu. However, your grandfather is not as benevolent as you. He lacks even the most basic sense of gratitude. The Yun family treated him well in the past. And although the family later encountered difficulties, unlike the other 3 families who sought to take advantage, he chose to stand idly by and did nothing. Wei Qi Ouyang spoke coldly, her frustration evident when discussing members of the 4 prominent families. Though he is your grandfather, my dear, I hope you do not emulate him. Do not allow your family to bind you, nor let your lineage dictate your choices. You must have your own opinions. When your grandfather arranged for you to marry into the Zhao family, you wisely refused. Wei Qi Ouyang continued, there is not a single good person among the Zhao family. Su Qingyu nodded emphatically. Indeed, I have someone I cherish, so I will never submit to the family's arrangements. Yun Chen could not restrain himself. Aunt, you are aware of the Zhao family too? Wei Qi Ouyang chuckled. The illustrious Zhao family. Who does not know them? It was members of the Zhao family who led the army into the Yun residence back in the day. Yun Chen replied, yes, I am aware of that. Wei Qi Ouyang furrowed her brow and inquired, you know, little Chen, who told you about this? I had intended to keep it from you, fearing you might do something foolish and seek out the Zhao family. However, I realized that even if I withheld this information, you would undoubtedly investigate. Yun Chen responded, it was Qingyu's grandfather. Wei Qi Ouyang, puzzled, remarked, that old man would be so kind as to inform you? Grandfather saved his life. So he shared this information with Yun Chen, Su Qingyu clarified. I thought as much. That old man has never been one to show gratitude. You save his life. And all he tells you is this. If I am not mistaken, he still disapproves of your relationship with Qingyu, looking down upon you. Does he not? Wei Qi Ouyang said with a smile. Yun Chen remained silent, while Su Qingyu slowly nodded. If he were a person of conscience, the Su family would have long aligned with you. A small act of kindness should be repaid with great gratitude, especially a life-saving deed. The facts prove he is merely an ungrateful old wretch, who has never understood the significance of gratitude, Wei Qi Ouyang asserted. Su Qingyu was well aware of the nature of her grandfather, acknowledging his selfishness at times. All right, Aunt, you and Uncle Lu should return home to rest. It is quite late, Yun Chen suggested. Yes, why don't you accompany Aunt back home to sleep? I will arrange a larger room for both of you. Wei Qi Ouyang offered. Su Qingyu's face instantly flushed. Aunt Wei, we haven't reached that stage yet. Ouyang Wei Qi immediately chuckled. Lu Huan couldn't help but lean closer to Yun Chen's ear and remarked, Chenggu, you really need to take the initiative as a man. You can't always expect a girl to make the first move. A girl as wonderful as her deserves to be cherished. Otherwise, plenty of others would gladly step in. Yun Chen retorted in exasperation, get lost. All right then, Lu Huan laughed heartily. Subsequently, Ouyang Wei Qi and the others departed while Yun Chen and Su Qingyu prepared to leave as well, for the matter at hand had been resolved. Their outing had indeed been eventful. Initially, at the hotel, they encountered a rival, but for Yun Chen, Song Weilong was hardly a match, merely a self-important fool, who, having a bit of money, had become quite arrogant. Soon after, they found themselves at the hospital, bustling about for half the day. Finally, they crossed paths with Andy and her family. Yun Chen couldn't help but exclaim, tonight's nightlife has been truly vibrant. As Yun Chen and Su Qingyu were departing, Lin Qingzhu's mother incessantly expressed her gratitude. Lin Qingzhu escorted them out of the hospital before returning to her ward, continually thanking Yun Chen along the way. Without him, she might have lost her mother. Meanwhile, Director Wang and Dr. Su were keen to obtain Yun Chen's contact information, persistently pleading for it. Eventually, Yun Chen, feeling somewhat resigned, relented and shared his number. Upon returning to the Jinling Jinzuan mansion, it was already 2 in the morning. Su Qingyu, wearied, looked as though her double eyelids might transform into triple ones. Thankfully, she had bathed before leaving, sparing her the need to do so again. Otherwise, she would have truly collapsed from exhaustion. Are you too tired? Yun Chen inquired with concern. A bit, Su Qingyu replied, slowly removing her high heels while seated on the sofa. Perhaps you should relax a little, Yun Chen suggested. Relax? How does one relax? Su Qingyo's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing. In the next moment, Yun Chen swiftly approached her and lifted her into his arms. Su Qingyu gasped, momentarily holding her breath, then gently closed her eyes. Pouting her lips? What's wrong? Yun Chen asked, furrowing his brow as he laid her down flat. Su Qingyu immediately opened her eyes. Weren't you going to relax? She blinked innocently. Yun Chen produced a golden needle, stating, what I meant by relax is acupuncture. Su Qingyu was taken aback, realizing her thoughts had strayed. What happened to your modesty? Chapter 46. The cost of eavesdropping. However, after a single prick, Su Qingyu experienced an extraordinary sensation. Her fatigue vanished instantly, leaving her feeling light and utterly at ease. She even felt an urge to vocalize her comfort. If you want to call out, feel free. It's perfectly all right. Yun Chen addressed Su Qingyu, recalling how he often administered acupuncture to Master Lu on the mountain, who would invariably cry out each time. Su Qingyu, suppressing her impulses, shook her head and said, no, her face flushed with embarrassment. She felt that if she were to cry out in front of Yun Chen, she would forever lose her dignity. The thought of it was stifling. Observing her increasingly crimson complexion, Yun Chen kindly reminded her. Finally, Su Qingyu succumbed and let out a sound, particularly enchanting and alluring. The moans echoed, rising and falling in waves. Outside the door, Jiu listened to the commotion within the room, a lewd smile appearing on his face. Truly, the young master was impressive. Miss Qingyu was audibly passionate. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the elder's number. What is it at this late hour? Came a stern voice from the other end. Reporting to the elder. The young master has come of age. Jiu hurriedly reported. Oh, that rascal has surpassed my expectations. He has matured in less than 2 days since descending the mountain. Quite remarkable. The elder stroked his grizzled beard, pleased. It's a pity he hasn't received my true teachings. Otherwise, that girl would be enjoying extraordinary pleasures tonight. Suddenly, a captivating voice interjected from the other end. Elder Lu. Yes, elder. Jiu responded respectfully. What of the revenge? The elder inquired. Tomorrow, we should be able to eliminate the 4 great families. Afterwards, the young master intends to travel to the royal capital to confront the Zhao family for clarity. Jiu answered reverently. The Zhao family, were they the true culprits behind the events of yesteryears? One must not inquire beyond their bounds. Just focus on your assigned duties. The elder replied coldly. Understood. I beg your pardon, elder, Jiu quickly acknowledged. The call was then abruptly terminated. Inside the room, silence enveloped the atmosphere. Why has it gone quiet? So soon? Just as Jiu turned, Yun Chen had already appeared before him, like a ghost, silent and unseen. Who were you just speaking to? Yun Chen questioned, fixing his gaze on Jiu. Young master, how did you? I wasn't on a call. Jiu stammered. How could it be over so quickly? This doesn't align with the young master's prowess. Do you think me deaf? You dared to report while standing outside the door. Assuming I could hear nothing within? Yun Chen's voice turned frigid. I apologize, young master. It shall never happen again. Jiu hastily assured him. I believe I warned you previously against eavesdropping outside. Why do you persist in disobedience? Yun Chen sighed, then unleashed in overwhelming pressure. Jiu instantly felt as if lead filled his legs, rendering him immobile. His body grew heavy, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Young master, spare me. I was wrong. 9 hells lamented pitifully. 100 push-ups, 200 squats. Let us commence. Yun Chen ordered directly. No, master. 9 hells whimpered, his face etched with despair. Had I known, I would not have reported to the Grand Elder. If I had to report, I should have done so in my room. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly emerged from a room across the way, bearing a colossal sword on his back. He strode directly to Yun Chen. Master, I wish to join in as well. The overwhelming pressure was terrifying, making even the act of raising a hand feel laborious. Training in such an environment would undoubtedly refine the body, an extraordinary opportunity for cultivation that comes once in a century. I humbly request your permission to practice alongside you. The newcomer was none other than the Ghost Blade, renowned for his fervent dedication to training, a stark contrast to 9 Hell's demeanor. He would swing his sword 10,000 times each day upon rising. Very well, Yun Chen nodded. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Ghost Blade began performing push-ups. Each one arduous, yet he perspired profusely without a hint of fatigue, appearing exuberantly invigorated. Old ghost, are you out of your mind? All you ever think about is training. Aren't you afraid of dulling your wits? 9 Hells exclaimed in utter disbelief. Master, is there truly someone who seeks such torment? At this, Yun Chen's gaze locked onto Nine Hells, his powerful aura causing Nine Hells to involuntarily shudder. Enough with the chatter, get started at once, Yun Chen commanded coldly. Nine Hells had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit conference room of the Wolf Gang, Shenfei spoke up. Father, I have just received word that the four major families have formed an alliance. They are likely to unite against that esteemed individual, and action may be taken tomorrow. Should we intervene? We must go tomorrow to support them. We must make our stance clear. Jinling responded immediately. However, by doing so, we would be antagonizing the four major families. Historically, we have maintained a peaceful coexistence. Shenfei expressed his concerns. What do we care for those four families? If we must make enemies, so be it. A group of self-important old fools believing they can stand against that esteemed individual. This is an immense opportunity for our Wolf Gang. If we can align ourselves with that individual, it won't be long before our reputation extends beyond Jinling. Moreover, my cultivation has stagnated at the mid-stage of the innate level for far too long, perhaps with guidance from that esteemed individual. I may advance further. The leader of the Wolf Gang, Jinling, declared solemnly, I shall personally go tomorrow to pledge our loyalty to that esteemed individual. Chapter 47. Heart Extraction by Handfather. How many people shall we take with us tomorrow? Shenfei inquired. Everyone. Whoever dares to delay will find that Jinling bears no grudges from the past. Jinling barked fiercely. Seated nearby were several high-ranking members of the Wolf Gang, all nodding in agreement. Leader, we will certainly arrive on time tomorrow. Yet, beneath their affirmations lay a profound sense of confusion. Who, exactly, was the esteemed figure the leader spoke of to warrant such a grand mobilization? It is worth noting that the Wolf Gang had not engaged in such a large-scale operation for quite some time. The following morning, a palpable tension enveloped the city of Jinling. The sky was shrouded in ominous black clouds, and a persistent drizzle fell. An inexplicable sense of urgency permeated the air. Vehicles sped through the streets, and a glance through their windows revealed that the occupants were none other than the elite of the four prominent families. Moreover, outside the villas of these families, a multitude of robust individuals, evidently seasoned fighters, had gathered, each exuding an intimidating presence. After departing the villas, they all headed towards one destination, the Jinling Jinjuan mansion. Their numbers exceeded 1,000, creating an overwhelming display. Passers-by on the streets instinctively made way, whispering amongst themselves once the throng had moved past. Is another major event about to unfold in Jinling? Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan had set out early to mobilize troops. The reason dictated that, as the Jinling inspector, he should not exploit his authority for personal gain by commandeering the military. The stark ultimatum posed by Ouyang Ichi, divorce or face dire consequences, loomed over him. In truth, Lu Mingyuan's thoughts were conflicted. He had contemplated utilizing his power to avenge his brother, Xiaoqing's father. Yet, would such an action not render him no different from the Zhao family? Nevertheless, he could not afford to dwell on such matters any longer. The four prominent families had already begun their maneuvers. Even for the sake of protecting his kin, he felt compelled to act decisively. He resolved that, even if he were to shed his inspector's garb, ensuring Xiaoqing's safety was paramount. Otherwise, he would have no face to meet Xiaoqing's parents in the afterlife. Soon, armored vehicles and armed troops began to appear on the streets of Jinling, a sight rarely witnessed in peacetime, as the military seldom revealed itself within the city. Lu Mingyuan had dispatched scouts early to ascertain the movements of the four families. The scouts reported back that the families had assembled their full strength and were advancing towards the Jinling Jinjuan mansion, numbering over 1,000, nearly all of their elite forces. Upon receiving this intelligence, Lu Mingyuan furrowed his brow. Upon learning of the mobilization of the four families, he gestured decisively, commanding, all troops, advance. He urged the forces towards the Jinling Jinjuan mansion, quickening their pace. Time was of the essence. He feared that if he arrived too late, Xiaoqing might be in peril. In the midst of this chaos, Lu Huan sat in an armored vehicle, exhilarated, proclaiming, Xiaoqing, I am coming. Simultaneously, the Wolf Gang was fervently rallying its forces. As they ventured towards the esteemed golden residence of Jinling, the notorious leader of the Wolf Gang, Jinling, took the helm of the expedition. The Wolf Gang had mobilized its elite forces, with an overwhelming assembly of over 1,000 members, all present without exception. Jinling had issued a stern decree to the core members of the gang. Any who failed to appear would face dire consequences. Swiftly cast into the sea to become fish fodder. Soon, at the entrance of the golden residence, thousands gathered. Meanwhile, Yun Chen stood atop the highest floor, surveying the scene below. Young master, shall I and old Gue descend immediately to eradicate these insignificant insects? Jiu Yu inquired, standing beside Yun Chen. No need. I shall handle this personally, Yun Chen replied, turning to Su Qinyu. Do not join me. It would be too precarious at this moment. Understood, Su Qinyu said, glancing at the throng below, which was predominantly composed of the four great families. She turned back to Yun Chen, urging, be cautious. With a slight nod, Yun Chen, accompanied by Jiu Yu and Gue Jian, exited the chamber and entered the elevator, making their way toward the entrance of the Golden Residence. As Yun Chen stepped out of the hotel, the heads of the four great families simultaneously directed their attention toward him, their expressions taut with tension. Thousands of gazes fixated on Yun Chen, whose demeanor shifted dramatically. Initially, I contemplated addressing each of you individually, which would have been rather cumbersome. However, it appears you have conveniently gathered here, thus sparing me considerable effort. Yun Chen remarked coldly, his aura transforming into one imbued with a menacing presence, akin to that of a reaper surveying a horde of pitiful vermin. Today marks your demise, boy. Return my son's life. A voice thundered from the crowd. The fact that our four families have been compelled to unite against you is a testament to your arrogance. Fang Tianda declared icily. Yun Chen, you are to blame for this. Had it not been for you, I would have long since wedded LaterHe. Just you wait, the Chen family will soon arrive. And your end will be nigh. Brother Chen Xianchao shall ensure your brutal demise. Murong Yunduo, who had accompanied her father, Murong Dahai, added vehemently. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed across the venue, as Jiu Yu materialized before Murong Yunduo, delivering a sharp strike. How dare you strike my daughter? Murong Dahai bellowed, poised to retaliate. However, before he could act, Jiu Yu swiftly turned, penetrating Murong Dahai's heart with a single hand, extracting it and discarding it upon the ground. With a swift stomp, blood and flesh erupted forth, and Murong Dahai perished in an instant. Silence enveloped the scene, a hushed stillness that left many paralyzed with fear. Numerous martial artists around them gasped in horror, for Murong Dahai was a formidable warrior of legendary status among the elite in Jinling. To witness such a powerful figure felled with bare hands was unprecedented, a spectacle akin to that of a divine executioner. At this moment, Murong Yunduo witnessed her father perish before her very eyes. Her complexion turned ashen, and her gaze became vacant. A sudden wave of regret washed over her for having scolded Yun Chen. Had she remained silent, perhaps her father would not have met such a fate. Demon, you are a demon. Return my father to me. Return my father. Murong Yunduo bit her lip, pointing accusingly at Yun Chen. Young master, do not insult. Came the indifferent retort from Jiu Yu, who was prepared to take action at any moment. Just then, a distant voice rang out, Brother Chen, I am coming. Everyone, step aside, or I will blow you all to pieces. Chapter 48, Convergence of Forces. The roar of armored vehicles was deafening. Members of the four great families turned their heads in unison. Upon seeing the scene not far away, they were all rendered speechless. Thousands of armed individuals stood in perfect formation, accompanied by dozens of armored vehicles poised for action. One might think a battle was about to ensue. What was happening? How could there be an army present in the city? Fang Tianda, Lin Zonghai, and Su Qianqiu shared expressions of confusion. However, when they caught sight of the individuals on the foremost military vehicle, the situation became clear. The inspector, Fang Tianda exclaimed. Father, why has the inspector come here? Fang Kuan, the eldest of the Fang family, asked in bewilderment. Could it be for this young man? Fang Tianda quickly approached and inquired, Inspector Liu, what is the meaning of this? You old fogies are bullying my brother Chen, Lu Huan declared, standing atop the armored vehicle, surveying Fang Tianda and the others. Huaner, do not be disrespectful, Lu Mingyuan frowned. Father, why give these old geezers face? We are bound to tear the mask off eventually, Lu Huan replied wistfully. Inspector Liu, your actions constitute an abuse of power. To unilaterally mobilize troops into the city, do you not fear repercussions from above? Fang Tianda said coldly, invoking higher authority to intimidate Lu Mingyuan, who pondered this carefully. Lin Zonghai and Su Qianqiu joined in the condemnation. As an inspector, not only do you fail to maintain the peace of Jinling, but you actively instigate chaos. Inspector Liu, do you truly fear no consequences, such as dismissal or charges from above? Lu Huan smiled. Old man, do you dare threaten my father? Believe me, I can give you a taste of a grenade. Lu Mingyuan immediately interjected, do not speak recklessly. His purpose in bringing the army here is primarily to instill fear in the four great families and ensure the safety of young Chen. Under no circumstances should a shot be fired. It seems that Inspector Liu is determined to protect the remnants of the Yun family and incite conflict with the four great families. Fang Tianda and Lin Zonghai challenged. Not to mention, we, the Wild Wolf Gang. Just then, a powerful voice resonated from not far away. Jinling charged forward, sending the members of the four great families blocking the path flying with a single slap, before striding directly to the center and bowing respectfully to Yun Chen. My lord, the Wild Wolf Gang is fully assembled, ready to serve the esteemed figures. The members of the four prominent families, along with Lu Mingyuan, were utterly taken aback by this sudden turn of events. What is happening? Why has the Wild Wolf Gang appeared so suddenly? Fang Tianda and Lin Zonghai furrowed their brows in concern. How could Xiao Chen possibly know individuals from the Wild Wolf Gang? Moreover, why does the gang leader, Jinling, refer to Xiao Chen as my lord? Lu Mingyuan pondered in confusion. To my astonishment, Brother Chen, it seems you have already found your allies. The fact that you can summon the foremost gang in Jinling, the Wild Wolf Gang, is impressive. Lu Huan couldn't help but give Yun Chen a thumbs up. Leader Shun, what is your intention? Fang Tianda and Lin Zonghai inquired, casting their gaze upon Jinling. While they could somewhat comprehend Lu Mingyuan's support for Yun Chen, given his prior connection with the Yun family, they were perplexed as to why the Wild Wolf Gang would align with that young man. They had never witnessed any interaction between the gang and him before. Old man, can't you see? We stand with my lord, ready to assist him in dealing with you old relics. Shen Fei stepped forward, disdain evident in his tone. This is no place for a junior to speak. Lin Zonghai retorted angrily. The Wild Wolf Gang was not to be trifled with, even by the four prominent families, for its leader, Shen Lang, was a master of the innate realm. None among the four families could hope to contend with him. My son's words represent the stance of the Wild Wolf Gang, Shen Lang stated with a smile. You four old scoundrels have lost all morality and shall face punishment. Our gang revels in executing justice on behalf of the heavens. At that moment, Shen Lang's attention was drawn to the lifeless body of Murong Dahai lying on the ground. Upon seeing the bloody hole in his chest, Shen Lang's pupils constricted in shock. Deep within, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe. The wound was clearly inflicted by someone who had pierced through with their bare hand. Such a method surpassed the innate realm by far. Shen Lang increasingly felt that his choice to ally with this esteemed figure was astute. Had he opposed this individual initially, the Wild Wolf Gang might no longer exist in Jinling. Fang Tianda and Lin Zonghai exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The intrusion of the Wild Wolf Gang had completely disrupted their plans. How dare such a minor faction assert itself here? Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance, dripping with contempt, as if the speaker had never regarded the Wild Wolf Gang as a threat. Who dares to call us a minor gang? Come forth. Who dares speak such insolence? You seek death, Shen Fei retorted coldly. In the next instant, a shadow materialized before Shen Fei, startling him greatly. Observing this, Shen Lang's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to act swiftly. He clashed with the shadow in a fierce exchange. Bang! Yet, in the next moment, Shen Lang was sent stumbling back several steps, eventually halting only to taste blood surging forth from his mouth. How is this possible? Father, leader. The members of the Wolf Gang stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. The gang leader had actually been injured. Lu Mingyuan was equally taken aback. Shen Lang, the leader of the Wolf Gang, a formidable figure in the early stages of innate power, had been struck down by someone. Who was this shadowy figure? Ha ha ha. A mere practitioner in the early stages of innate power dares to contend with me? How utterly foolish. The shadowy figure finally revealed itself. Lean and gaunt, with a nose reminiscent of a sewer, the individual exuded an eerie and menacing aura. Shortly thereafter, several more figures approached at a leisurely pace, with none other than Qin Xianchao at the forefront. Do you remember me, boy? Outside the Murong family estate, you slaughtered over 30 of my kin, leaving me in utter disarray. Now, I have come to claim your life. You once dismissed my Chun family as inconsequential. Today, I shall demonstrate that the Chun family of Donghai is not to be trifled with. Chun Xianchao sneered. Brother Xianchao, you finally arrived. You must avenge my father's death. He killed my father. Murong Yuduo cried out, her voice laden with anguish. Overwhelmed by fear, she had refrained from weeping until now. But upon seeing Qin Xianchao, her ally, she broke down in tears, her sorrow cascading like rain. Qin Xianchao wrapped his arm around Murong Yuduo and mischievously pinched her behind. Do not worry. Leave it to me. Days had passed since he last saw her, and he was eager to resolve matters. Once I deal with him, I'll attend to you, my little vixen. Chun Xianchao's hands roamed indiscriminately over Murong Yunhua's form. How annoying, she murmured, offering no resistance, her cheeks flushed with shyness. As long as Brother Xianchao helps me avenge my father, I will endeavor to fulfill all your desires tonight, in any position you wish. Chun Xianchao laughed heartily. Excellent. The members of the four great families grew increasingly arrogant. What is the Wolf Gang, after all? What power do they hold? Before the Qin family, they are nothing. Lin Zonghai, Fang Tianda, and Su Qianxiu hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Greetings, young Master Chun. Chun Xianchao waved dismissively. You three, stand aside and do not hinder me. They nodded eagerly. Yes. LaterHe, Qin family. This debt shall not be forgotten, Jinling declared, clutching his chest, blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze icy as he fixed it upon the man in black who had injured him. And what if you remember? Do you intend to stand against the tide? Chun Xianchao warned, a mere local tyrant, thinking himself a grand gang leader. Stand aside and watch closely. If you dare interfere, do not blame me for dealing with you too. Dad, are you all right? Shen Fei, filled with concern, inquired anxiously, noticing the blood on the ground. It was evident that his father had sustained internal injuries. Yet Shen Fei dared not voice his fury. For the Chun family of Donghai was a force to be reckoned with. He had certainly heard of their illustrious reputation. Though the Wolf Gang reigned supreme in Jinling, they were on an entirely different level compared to the Qin family of Donghai. In comparison to Donghai, Jinling is utterly insignificant, merely a small territory. Donghai is a premier city of the Dragon Nation, while Jinling barely qualifies as a second-tier city, languishing at the bottom of that category. The Qin family in Donghai is a prominent clan, boasting formidable masters within its ranks. Their influence vast, and their heritage profound, certainly not a force that the Wild Wolf Gang could hope to provoke. The members of the Wild Wolf Gang seethed with anger. Yet none dared to advance, for even their leader had been vanquished with a single strike. Uncle Feng, bring me his head, commanded Chun Xianchao, addressing the man who had just injured Jinling. This man, named Qin Feng, was one of the elite of the Qin family, possessing a late-stage innate realm mastery. This explains why Jinling had been unable to withstand even a single blow. Once one reaches the innate realm, each advancement significantly enhances one's strength. Though it may seem a mere level apart, the chasm in capability is immense. Moreover, the martial arts practiced by the Qin family are undoubtedly far superior to those of ordinary practitioners. Indeed, the man clad in black robes nodded slowly. Cease this. We are in Jinling, not Donghai. Lu Mingyuan interjected sternly. And who might you be? Qin Xianchao turned, frowning as he inquired. I am the inspector of Jinling. Lu Mingyuan replied, his demeanor composed. Oh, you have quite the entourage. Qin Xianchao remarked with a smile. No wonder you dared to recklessly slay members of the Chun family before. However, it will be of no use today, regardless of whom you summon. Your head is as good as mine. A mere inspector from Jinling cannot protect you. Chun Xianchao sneered. Yet, in the next moment, Yun Chen suddenly vanished from sight. Where is he? Chun Xianchao exclaimed, appearing as if he had seen a ghost. Before he could utter another word, Yun Chen materialized before him like a specter. Qin Feng, witnessing this, paled slightly, his dark eyes betraying a glimmer of astonishment. Such swift movement. He immediately prepared to intercept Yun Chen. Get lost. Yun Chen coldly glanced at the approaching Qin Feng, who felt as if he were being scrutinized by a predator, every hair on his body standing on end. Every pore transmitting a sense of dread. For a moment, he could not bring himself to advance further. Unbelievably, Uncle Feng was frightened off. The experts of the Qin family were utterly astonished. In the next instant, Yun Chen seized Qin Xianchao by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. You claim you wish to take my head, yet you lack the ability to do so. With a gentle twist, he prepared to behead Qin Xianchao. Stop, Qin Feng shouted. Great brother, why aren't you taking action? He suddenly directed his gaze towards the crowd behind him. Very well, you do possess some skill. I can offer you a chance to live. Release Xianchao, kneel before us, and apologize to the Qin family, and I shall no longer pursue previous grievances. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in gray emerged from the crowd, his expression serene and unperturbed. This man was none other than the most formidable warrior dispatched by the Qin family, Qin Hui, a practitioner at the pinnacle of innate perfection. Mere steps away from the title of master, his status within the Qin family was exceedingly high, especially since there were only 2 masters in the family at present. And Qin Hui was the one deemed most likely to ascend to that esteemed rank. As Qin Hui appeared, Jinling's countenance shifted dramatically. Father. You mentioned he is at the pinnacle of innate perfection. Shen Fei could not restrain his inquiry. Indeed, Shen Lang replied, nodding slowly, his mood growing increasingly grave. Lu Mingyuan was also taken aback by the fact that the Chun family would send such a formidable expert to confront them. As an inspector, he was well aware of what it meant to be at the pinnacle of innate perfection. Sweeping through the entirety of Jinling would pose no challenge. It could even be said that single-handedly slaying thousands would be a trivial feat, aptly described as a solitary warrior holding back a tide of foes. Could you grant me some consideration? Let us both take a step back and transform our conflict into peace, Lu Mingyuan stated, steeling himself for the response. Fully aware that the likelihood of his request being heeded was minimal. As anticipated, Chen Hui disregarded him entirely. Uncle Lu, you need not involve yourself further in the matters to come, Yun Chen spoke calmly. Xiao Chen, your aunt has stated that if I fail to protect you adequately, she will seek a divorce from me, Lu Mingyuan said with resignation. Rest assured, neither you nor aunt will divorce, Yun Chen replied with a smile. Uncle Hui, save me. Uncle Feng, rescue me. Chen Xianchao exclaimed in a panic, his fear palpable as he sensed his very neck was on the brink of being severed. Yun Chen truly seemed intent on decapitating him. Have you reached a decision? Chen Hui inquired with a smile, convinced that Yun Chen would make a judicious choice. You wish to spare my life? Yet, I have no intention of sparing yours, Yun Chen responded, his icy gaze fixed upon the man in gray. Such youthful arrogance. What a pity to waste such cultivation. Chen Hui lamented, but in the next moment, his expression hardened, his aura shifting dramatically. It was evident that black mist began to enshroud his right palm, swiftly enveloping it entirely. Phantom hand, he declared. However, in the instant Chen Hui drew near, Yun Chen reacted with lightning speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Chen Hui felt as though a colossal beast had struck him in the chest. The agony excruciating. His chest caved in, internal organs shattered, and he was propelled uncontrollably backward, landing heavily some 30 to 40 meters away. An ant dares to challenge the heavens, utterly unaware of its own insignificance, Yun Chen stated coldly, before decisively twisting Qin Xianchao's head from his body. The sound of separation echoed ominously. The head of Qin Xianchao was grasped in Yun Chen's hand and then, like a kickball, was sent directly rolling to the feet of Morong Yunduo. Chapter 50. Where are you three-headed? Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Everyone fell into a profound silence. Morong Yunduo's pupils widened, her eyes filled with terror. As she beheld the severed head rolling on the ground, darkness engulfed her, and she fainted, collapsing onto the floor. Xianchao? Chen Feng shouted loudly, but alas, it was too late. Qin Xianchao's head lay quietly before the Chen family, while they dared not make a move. Their gazes towards Yun Chen gradually transformed into expressions of fear, losing all semblance of their previous arrogance and composure. Seeing this, Shen Lang erupted into hearty laughter. Truly remarkable. Such power is nothing short of invincible. His flattery was nothing short of professional. Father, that kick was incredibly impressive. Shen Fei chimed in excitedly. Shen Lang nodded vigorously, indeed. He sent that arrogant fellow flying 30 to 40 meters. It stirred my blood. Shen Fei exclaimed with enthusiasm. One could not help but acknowledge the truth. Like father. Like son. At that moment, Lu Mingyuan was also taken aback, his mind swirling with confusion. How had Xiao Cheng become so formidable? To kick away a master at the pinnacle of innate perfection? Furthermore, to publicly decapitate the heir of the Qin family? Lu Mingyuan found the scenario almost surreal. Entirely different from the boy he remembered. Well, Brother Qing, you are truly my idol. So incredible! I heard innate masters can sweep through the entirety of Jinling. Yet you dispatched one with a single move. What realm are you in now? Lu Huan exclaimed from atop an armored vehicle, his excitement mingled with unease. Yun Chen's recent display left him somewhat unsettled and even fearful, as he had never witnessed such brutality, decapitating a person so effortlessly. This was not the same Brother Cheng he had known. Yet, he could not deny the exhilaration. He had long found Chun Xianchao intolerable, arrogant, and audacious enough to threaten his father. He deserved this fate. Those aligned with Yun Chen were filled with elation. However, where there is joy, there is sorrow. Lin Zonghai, Su Qianxiu, and Fang Tianda, at this moment, were thrown into a state of panic, restlessly shifting in their seats. This youth had the capability to slay a master at the pinnacle of innate perfection. We have severely underestimated him. What should we do? We must find an opportunity to withdraw. If we don't leave soon, we will surely perish here. This youth is merciless, a true demon of slaughter. The three elderly men had already prepared to flee, waiting for the right moment. Soon, the Chen family would undoubtedly engage in a fierce battle with this youth. We must act according to the circumstances. Lying on the ground, severely injured, Chen Hui looked at Yun Chen in disbelief. How can someone so young possess such formidable strength? Yun Chen cast a disdainful glance at Chen Hui and remarked, "It is not that I am too formidable, but rather that you are too feeble. As you have said, you are unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, oblivious to the existence of those beyond you, and realms that transcend your understanding." Chen Hui laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. To think that I, who have traversed the world for so long, am being lectured by a mere child. Nevertheless, my Chen family boasts 2 grandmasters, and they will undoubtedly pursue you to the ends of the earth until you are vanquished. You cannot escape. Despite the blood pouring from his mouth and his internal organs writhing in agony, he remained confident, convinced of Yun Chen's inevitable demise. Yun Chen smiled and replied, "Escape? Did I ever claim I would flee? Have you ever witnessed me retreating? You people are perpetually self-righteous, believing you can easily dictate the lives of others. Yet you remain oblivious to the ultimate truth. Who is the hunter and who is the prey?" Chen Hui laughed again. "Child, do not revel in your words too much. While my Chen family's vengeance has yet to arrive, you should hasten your departure, lest you find it impossible to flee." In an instant, Yun Chen appeared before Chen Hui, slowly lifting his foot as he said, "Whether I can escape or not, you will never know." He then forcefully stomped down, crushing Chen Hui's head with a resounding pop. Brains splattering everywhere. Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood agape in shock. "Uncle Hui!" The members of the Chen family exclaimed in terror. They had never anticipated that such a terrifying powerhouse could exist within the small city of Jinling, let alone that even Uncle Hui would meet his demise at the hands of this young man. What they had believed would be a straightforward task had turned out to be more perilous than any previous encounters. "Uncle Feng, Uncle Hui is dead. And the young master has perished as well. How are we to explain this to the family?" A younger member of the Chun clan suddenly interjected, clearly still unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Explain? Explain what nonsense?" Qin Feng exclaimed in exasperation. "Do you not grasp the current predicament? We cannot even ensure our own survival, let alone provide explanations. First, think of how to save your own life. There will be no explanations for today. None of you will escape." Yin Chun turned and smiled. "I do not believe you dare to kill us all," the young member of the Chun family retorted confidently. But in the next moment, a shadow darted past. A line of crimson appeared across the young man's throat, and blood erupted forth. The assailant was none other than the ghost sword. Chen Feng recognized him instantly. The swordsman before him was not his match. It meant that there was not merely one formidable presence in the arena, but 2. No, they might not even be aware of other hidden powers lurking nearby. How could such a small place as Jinling harbor so many strong individuals? It defied logic. Chen Feng was bewildered. "Those who doubt the young master shall perish." Ghost Sword stated expressionlessly. He then turned to Yun Chen and inquired, "Young master, shall we eliminate them all now?" Yun Chen nodded gently. As the members of the Chun family had yet to comprehend the unfolding events, in an instant, the body was severed in half. The ghost sword had only struck once. Only Chen Feng remained, trembling in place. As the ghost sword made its move, Lin Zonghai, Fang Tianda, and Su Qianxiu attempted to seize the opportunity to flee. However, as they rose, they found Jiuyo smiling before them. "Where are you 3 planning to go?" The smile on Jiuyo's face sent chills down their spines, causing their hairs to bristle and cold sweat to pour from their backs, instantly soaking their clothes. Chapter 51. The 4 Great Families. Annihilation. The 3 old men managed to flee surprisingly quickly. Were they not just so arrogant a moment ago? Why now do they appear so wretched? Jiuyo remarked with a cold laugh. Fang Tianda and Lin Zonghai immediately turned towards Yun Chen, pleading, "For the sake of our past good relations with your father, spare our lives." Yun Chen burst into laughter. "You dare mention my father? After my Yun family fell, do you not recall how you took advantage of our misfortune and turned against us? Have you all forgotten? Or is it merely age that has dulled your memory? My father treated you well, yet how did you repay him? Infamous for your ingratitude, you deserve death." Su Qianxiu stepped forward, saying, "My Su family did not take part in your downfall, nor did we seize your Yun family's assets. For the sake of my granddaughter, will you spare my life?" Yun Chen replied with a smile, "Indeed, after my family's misfortune, you did not join in the fray, but that was not out of loyalty. You lack the power to do so. Your family has always been oppressed by the other 3 families. If you had the capacity, would you not have sought a share of the spoils? Old man, do not think I am unaware of your true nature, a refined egoist. Had I not wished to spare Qingyo's feelings, you would be dead today. Return and manage your sons and daughters-in-law. Should they dare to trouble Qingyu again, I shall ensure their demise. Su Qianqiu's face fell, but he dared not protest further. He led his family away, not once looking back. Old man Su, you cannot abandon us. Fang Tianda and Lin Zhongha shouted after him. Alas, the notion of being on the same side, of sharing a common front, proved utterly fragile in the face of death. As Su Qianqiu departed, Yun Chen calmly declared, kill them all. Zhou nodded, yes, young master. Before Fang Tianda and Lin Zhonghai could utter another word, Zhuyo struck them down, shattering their skulls in an instant, leaving them to collapse, eyes wide open, lifeless. The henchmen of the four great families were left in a state of panic, rendered helpless. Their master was dead. What to do? Fight? Nonsense. Flee. Can they escape? With a serene smile, Jiuyu swiftly plunged into the crowd, unleashing a massacre reminiscent of a hellish inferno. In no time, not a single soul remained standing. Severed limbs and shattered bodies littered the ground, while bloodied heads adorned the vicinity. The victims, before meeting their fate, scarcely had the time to close their eyes. The carnage claimed the lives of hundreds of warrior-class fighters, dozens of general-class combatants, and 6 divine-class warriors, leaving no survivors in its wake. The entrance of the hotel resembled a scene from the depths of a demonic realm, with rivers of blood flowing and corpses strewn about. Even the seasoned soldiers nearby, who had witnessed the horrors of war, felt a chill of terror grip their hearts, for even the most brutal battlefield paled in comparison to this macabre spectacle. The sheer ferocity of Jiuyu's methods was profoundly terrifying, evoking the essence of a being from the abyss. Following this battle, the so-called four great families of Jinling would cease to exist. Jiuyu returned to Yun Chen's side with a smile, respectfully stating, young master, all has been dealt with. Yun Chen nodded slightly in approval, acknowledging the commendable execution of the task. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan gazed in disbelief at the scene of carnage before him, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. What had Xiao Chun endured over the years to become acquainted with such a fearsome individual, who now bowed in deference to him? The gruesome tableau elicited gasps of horror from all present, including the members of the wolf pack. Shen Lang, who prided himself on his ruthlessness, had believed himself sufficiently merciless, having led numerous battles and taken many lives. Yet, compared to Jiuyu, he felt like a mere child playing in the mud. The recent slaughter had nearly caused his heart to leap from his chest. The bloodthirsty aura emanating from Jiuyu instilled fear even in an observer like him. Despite having witnessed countless grand spectacles, he was nonetheless awestruck by the current scene of carnage. Xin Fei trembled, seeking refuge behind his father. Father, I suddenly feel incredibly fortunate that we did not oppose this formidable figure from the outset. Had we acquiesced when the people from Shanhai Manor approached us, we might have ended up like those corpses on the ground, our bodies beyond recognition. He spoke with lingering trepidation, expressing his gratitude for having stood unwaveringly by this powerful individual's side at the Queen's bar. Indeed, the choice of allegiance was of paramount importance. Shen Lang nodded slowly, acknowledging that a single misstep could lead to irreversible ruin. The wolf pack, from top to bottom, now comprehended the leader's profound foresight and thoughtful intentions, realizing why he had commanded the entire gang to support an obscure young man. In the beginning, when the leader instructed them to sever ties with the four great families, many core members of the wolf pack were perplexed. They had maintained a harmonious coexistence with the four families for quite some time, so why abruptly choose to confront them? Especially for the sake of a young man, who could possibly warrant such a drastic course of action from the wolf pack. In retrospect, the young man was indeed worthy. If they could secure his support, the wolf pack would undoubtedly ascend to great heights and soar to unparalleled success, ensuring that no one would dare to provoke them again. My lord, allow us, the wolf pack, to handle these corpses. The stench of blood is overwhelming. You should retreat inside the hotel and rest. Shen Lang promptly assessed the situation and approached Yun Chen. Very well. You have worked hard. Yun Chen replied with a slight nod. Shen Lang, as if blessed by some divine favor, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Yun Chen continued. After today, I shall establish a company in Jinling, to be named Yun Corporation. The security will be entrusted to you, the wolf pack. Shen Lang and his son, Xin Fei, were instantly elated. No problem, my lord. Leave it to the wolf pack. We guarantee that no one will dare to cause trouble at the company. Chapter 52. Establishing the company, young master. You wish to start a company? It seems you are not in need of money. Why go through the trouble? Jiu inquired curiously. I intend to revitalize the Yun family. In the past, my father's Yun Corporation held the top position in Jinling. Regrettably, the company has always been my father's labor of love, and I wish to help him fulfill his unfinished aspirations. Furthermore, I aim to bring back those who left the Yun family. We owe them for the hardships they endured due to us, Yun Chen declared resolutely. Ah. Jiu nodded slowly in understanding. Meanwhile, one individual remained unaddressed, Chen Feng, who had previously injured Jinling. Now, he stood frozen in terror at the sight before him, unable to move. As a late-stage innate expert, he had never witnessed such a fearsome scene in his life. Old ghost, it seems you haven't cleaned up thoroughly. There's still one alive over there. The one who was so arrogant earlier, Jiu pointed playfully at Chen Feng. Merely being glanced at caused Chen Feng's hair to stand on end. Just as the ghost sword approached, ready to sever Chen Feng's head, he hastily stepped forward and knelt before Yun Chen. My lord, spare my life. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you and serve you in any capacity. Bowing his head low, Chen Feng dared not meet Yun Chen's gaze. What makes you think that with your strength, you could offer me any loyalty? Yun Chen asked, looking down at Chen Feng with a smile. My lord, even if it is merely serving you tea and water, I would gladly do so. Chen Feng replied immediately. A master of innate prowess, surprisingly suggesting to serve tea and water to others. Should this news spread, it would surely leave everyone astounded. Huh. Just moments ago, when you injured my father, you were quite arrogant, were you not? Were you not impressive upon your entrance, draped in a black cloak, concealing your face? If you possess such capability, then do not kneel before a superior, begging for mercy. Shen Fei remarked with feigned authority. My sincerest apologies for any offense caused earlier. Chen Feng hastily addressed Shen Fei and his father, Shun Lang. Let us depart. Relay to the Chun family that they should cease to trouble me. Otherwise, I shall personally visit the East Sea and flatten the Chen family. Yun Chen declared coldly. Yes. Thank you, esteemed sir. Chen Feng promptly bowed in gratitude before vanishing in an instant. His departure remarkably swift. Indeed, he fled with great speed. Jiu chuckled. Previously, when Chen Feng made his entrance and clashed with Shen Lang, pushing him back, he adopted a pose of invincible solitude that nearly made Jiu laugh out loud. Who could fathom the effort it took to suppress his laughter behind the scenes? In a single phrase, it could be expressed thus. I quietly observe your pretentious display, never interrupting your performance. A mere ghost of innate level daring to act ostentatiously before a grand master. One can only hope that the Chun family would display a modicum of wisdom. Yun Chen stated with an impassive expression before swiftly altering his demeanor, smiling at Lu Mingyuan. Uncle Lu, I sincerely thank you for your presence today. Your support has been invaluable. My apologies for the trouble. Lu Mingyuan offered an awkward smile in response. Not at all. I truly did nothing. Xiao Chen, you have changed remarkably. Uncle Lu remarked, almost failing to recognize him. Lu Huan, standing beside the armored vehicle, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Chun, what transformations have you undergone in these 5 years? I find myself somewhat intimidated by your presence now. Yun Chen laughed heartily. You rascal. Return and assure Aunt that she need not worry. By the way, are you currently employed? If you find yourself without a place, you are welcome at my company. Yun Chen said to Lu Huan. Is that true? Thank you, Brother Chun, for the opportunity. I shall report tomorrow. Working alongside you, I could earn 20,000 a day. Lu Huan exclaimed joyfully. Father, I shall resign from my job tomorrow. From now on, I will follow Brother Chun. Lu Mingyuan nodded in agreement. Very well. The 4 prominent families are destined for annihilation. The situation in Jinling is bound to undergo a monumental transformation. If Huan can remain by Xiao Chen's side, it is conceivable that he might achieve great things in the future. Moreover, it is certain that from this day forth, the skies of Jinling shall once again bear the name Yun. Just as it was 5 years ago, so it shall remain. Thereafter, Lu Mingyuan commanded the team to disband. Once everyone had departed, the Wild Wolf gang began to tidy up outside. Meanwhile, Yun Chen turned and returned to the hotel, where Su Qingyu had been standing by the window, observing. Initially, she was quite concerned that Yun Chen might encounter unforeseen dangers. The moment she saw the Chen family arrive, Xie Qingyu's heart tightened fiercely, for she was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Chen family in Donghai. The diminutive Jinling was, in comparison, merely a speck on the map. However, upon witnessing Jiu Yu and Gue Jian effortlessly eliminate the members of the Chen family, her astonishment reached its zenith. Standing by the window, she nearly cried out, for she understood the profound respect that Jiu Yu and Gue Jian held for Yun Chen. Strong individuals reserve their reverence for those even stronger, which implied that Yun Chen surpassed them in prowess. Later, when she observed Yun Chen sparing her grandfather for her sake, warmth enveloped her heart, and her nose tinged with the sensation of tears, deeply moved. Just as she was lost in her emotions, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Yun Chen strode in and immediately noticed Xie Qingyu at the window, discreetly wiping her tears. "Why are you crying?" Yun Chen inquired. "It's nothing. Are you all right?" Xie Qingyu quickly adjusted her emotions and turned to ask. "I'm fine. The matters in Jinling are nearly resolved. I plan to establish a company here to consolidate the assets that once belonged to my Yun family. You will serve as the chairperson, managing it entirely." "I shall take a backseat," Yun Chen declared with a smile. "Me? The chairperson? But I have only ever held a director's position. The distance to the chairperson's role is insurmountable. I cannot do it." Xie Qingyu hastily waved her hands. "I say you can, and you shall. Do not worry. There is no one in Jinling who can rival us now," Yun Chen reassured her. "Very well, I shall give it a try," Xie Qingyu nodded, taking a deep breath. Her exquisite visage was etched with anxiety and trepidation, while internally, she silently urged herself on. "You can do it." Yun Chen, standing beside her, offered warm encouragement. Chapter 53. Murong Yunduo's new fiancé. The company's name is tentatively set as Yunshe Group. As for its business, the primary focus will be on reintegrating the previous assets of the Yun family. With the three major families annihilated, many associated enterprises will inevitably collapse. We merely need to step in later to acquire them. Many of these businesses originally belonged to our Yun family, so reclaiming them is only rightful. However, this will mean the company will span multiple industries, including manufacturing, mining, renewable energy, automotive, and even film and advertising. Therefore, we must recruit a number of specialized talents. That responsibility falls to you. Do not fret about financial issues. This card will serve as initial capital. Yun Chen casually produced the exclusive black card he had used at the class reunion. It contained a total of 100 billion. After spending over 10 million on dining, there remained nearly 99 billion. Although it may not seem excessive, it is ample as startup capital for the company. Am I to manage such a vast sum? Su Qingyu was taken aback, her heart racing as she nervously inquired, "Is it too few?" Yun Chen replied with a smile. "No, not at all. It's simply too much. My hands are trembling." Pouting slightly, Su Qingyu admitted with quaking hands that she had never handled such a substantial sum of money before. Yun Chen approached her, placing the supreme black card into the pocket of her clothing. "I trust you. The Yun Corporation will undoubtedly regain its former glory under your stewardship." He whispered softly in her ear, his warm breath causing her to blush, her face resembling a ripe red apple. "I will do my utmost," she assured him, her cheeks aflame. Meanwhile, outside, the wolf gang was methodically clearing the battlefield and collecting the bodies. The acrid scent of blood caused many to instinctively cover their noses, as gruesome images replayed in their minds. "Boss, I always thought that splitting a person in half with a single stroke was something only seen in movies, yet just now, I witnessed it firsthand. A black blade came down and some were cleaved in two. Even the battle-hardened masters were not spared." A core member of the wolf gang lamented while tidying up. The one wielding the knife was merely an underling of the master. How terrifying must the master's own power be? It's simply unimaginable, Jinling remarked as he surveyed the carnage. At that moment, a gang member suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Boss, there's still one alive over here. It's a woman." Murong Yunduo had just regained consciousness. Upon seeing the corpses scattered around her feet, she nearly fainted again. "Kill her. Leave no survivors," Jinling ordered casually. "Wait a moment. Oh, isn't this the young lady of the Murong family? It appears she fainted from fright. I suppose the master has forgotten about you." Shenfei chuckled as he approached Murong Yunduo. "Why is everyone dead?" Murong Yunduo trembled as she looked at Shenfei, her voice quaking with despair. "Who killed my Murong family? What has happened?" she cried, her face a portrait of hopelessness. Shenfei responded with a smile. "What difference does it make if you know? Are you planning to seek revenge? I heard that back in the day, you clung to the master, but upon hearing of the Yun family's troubles, you were quick to sever ties. Truly, your opportunism knows no bounds. What can a woman like you hope to achieve in the end?" Murong Yunduo vehemently denied. "I never clung to him. He is not worthy. It was my folly for having ever taken notice of him." How audacious. Just those words alone are sufficient to condemn you to death several times over. The master must not be insulted. Shenfei's eyes glinted coldly. Murong Yunduo quickly composed herself. And what of the Chen family? Shenfei replied nonchalantly, they are all dead. Morong Yuduo, in disbelief, retorted, impossible. You are deceiving me. Shenfei shrugged. If you choose not to believe, there is little I can do. With so many bodies on the ground, it is hard to distinguish who is who. The arms and legs could not be assembled. Perhaps, you could recognize the heads. Morong Yuduo gazed at the scattered heads on the ground, feeling a wave of nausea. Can you let me go? She inquired again, directing her gaze towards Shenfei. Let you go? Absolutely not. If the master learns of this, the consequences will be dire. Shenfei promptly rejected her plea. I can offer you money. Any amount you desire, Morong Yuduo hastily replied. Do you think our wolf gang is less affluent than your Morong family? Moreover, the Morong family no longer exists. Shenfei remarked with a grin. What do you wish to do then? Morong Yuduo furrowed her brow. I do not wish to do anything, Shenfei said with a smile. I could accompany you for a night, provided you agree to let me go. Morong Yuduo bit her lip as she spoke. A night, in exchange for a life? Shenfei scoffed. Is there a diamond embedded below? Morong Yuduo locked eyes with Shenfei and asked, then how many nights? Shenfei shook his head. Not even for several nights. Morong Yuduo, exasperated, retorted, you are toying with me. Shenfei sneered. Do you take pleasure in keeping company? In that case, if you entertain each person here, I shall spare you. Quickly, form a line. The nearby core members of the wolf gang, upon hearing this, were instantly filled with excitement. You might as well kill me. Morong Yuduo gritted her teeth. Then, let it be so, Shenfei said nonchalantly. No. Morong Yuduo exclaimed. I wish to see Yun Chen. Help me summon him. I wish to meet with him, she pleaded. Not everyone can meet the master, Shenfei casually remarked. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. Young master, the brothers can hardly wait. Look, the line has grown quite long. Only then did Shenfei realize that, unbeknownst to him, a lengthy queue had formed behind him. He had merely spoken in jest, yet these individuals took it earnestly. To his astonishment, even his father was among the crowd. He was attempting to blend in, deliberately positioning himself towards the back to avoid detection. Father, can you truly do this? Is this how you honor my mother? Shenfei pointed at Jinling within the crowd. How clever of you to hide so well, yet still be discovered. Jinling, mingling among the crowd, feigned ignorance and swiftly vanished from sight. If you dare tell your mother upon returning home, be wary of me breaking your legs, Jinling warned before disappearing. The rest is up to you to manage. I shall return to the gang now, Shenfei stated. He then addressed those waiting behind him, disperse. Have you never encountered a woman before? With so many of you taking turns, you would surely ruin Morong Yuduo's field. As the saying goes, only the overworked oxen tire the field, but Shenfei believed that was utter nonsense. Try bringing in a few more and test that theory. Shenfei pondered deeply, unable to determine how best to handle Morong Yuduo. Simply killing her would be too merciful. Finally, after several minutes of contemplation, Shenfei finally devised a method that would undoubtedly bring joy to the adults. Your fiancé has passed away, hasn't he? Perhaps I could find you another fiancé, he exclaimed with a sudden grin. Those beggars on Cross Street would be quite suitable. I refuse. Morong Yuduo vehemently shook her head. This is not up to you. Chapter 54. Stubbornness on Jinling's Cross Street. A girl adorned in splendid attire, exuding fashion and possessing an enchanting figure, found herself encircled by a group of beggars. After bestowing a sum of money upon them, Shenfei laughed heartily and took his leave, casually informing the beggars that whoever could carry this woman home would have her as his bride from that moment onward. Upon hearing this, the beggar's eyes sparkled with greed. Even an elderly beggar, leaning on his cane, discarded it and lunged forward with newfound vigor. Stay back. If anyone dares to take another step, I will kill them. Get away. Don't touch me. I am the eldest daughter of the Morong family. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Morong family will annihilate you all. Morong Yuduo shouted defiantly. Alas, her pleas fell upon deaf ears as the encroaching beggars began to tear at her garments. Soon, a glimpse of her fair skin was revealed. Yun Chen, I swear I will haunt you as a ghost, Morong Yuduo declared through gritted teeth, despair filling her eyes. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, within the villa, Su Qinyu's sister-in-law, along with the eldest and third sons of the Su family, approached their father as he entered. How did it go, Dad? Did that little scoundrel perish? They inquired eagerly. With the Chen family backing us, it should be foolproof, right? Su Qinyu's face turned ashen. He remained silent, sinking into a chair. Dad, what on earth happened? Please, say something. Su Qinyu's sister-in-law and her brothers pressed anxiously, seeing their father's silence. The trio turned to a nearby servant for answers. What do you think happened? They asked. The servant, head bowed, responded, "They're all dead." His demeanor betraying a lingering shock, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. What? All dead? What transpired? They demanded. Don't be vague, speak plainly. The servant quickly replied. The Morong family, the Lin family, and the Fong family are all deceased. From this day forth, there are no longer any so-called four great families in Jinling. Su Qingyo's sister-in-law's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Fong Tianda and Lin Zonghai have also perished? The eldest and third sons of the Su family incredulously asked. Is this true? The servant nodded slowly. But the Chen family was involved. How could this happen? The eldest son questioned. A chill running down his spine at the thought of the three families being utterly exterminated. The Chen family's members have also perished, the servant added. What? The eldest son and the third son nearly collapsed in shock. What shall we do now? From this point onward, must our Su family truly bow to that little scoundrel's whims? It is astonishing that this little rogue dares to harm even the Chen family of Donghai. The third elder of the Su family lamented. The Chen family did not dispatch a master this time. Next time, he surely will not be so fortunate. The eldest of the Su family dismissed this notion with indifference. Although Yun Chen has slain all those sent by the Chen family, it does not signify that the Chen family has fallen to his hands. After all, their masters have yet to make an appearance. One must understand that masters exist on an entirely different plane than so-called innate experts. A master can effortlessly extinguish the lives of hundreds of warriors at the innate level with but a gesture. It is only upon reaching the realm of a master that one truly embarks upon the path of cultivation. At that moment, Su Qingyo, who had remained silent while seated, suddenly interjected. From now on, you must cease to harass Qingyu upon her return home. Su Qingyo's sister-in-law, perplexed, inquired. Why, father? That wretched girl has severed ties with the Su family. Why do you still protect her? Su Qingyo replied coldly. If it were not for Qingyu, our Su family would have been exterminated long ago. When he allowed me to leave, he issued a warning, should you dare to target Qingyu again, he shall ensure your demise. Su Qingyo's sister-in-law scoffed. Who is he trying to scare? Does that little brat truly have the audacity to kill me? After all, I am also Qingyo's sister-in-law. We are all from the same maternal family. If he were to slay us, he would bear the weight of everlasting infamy. The eldest and third elders of the Su family nodded slowly. Indeed, we are also Qingyo's uncle and third uncle. If that little rogue possesses even a shred of humanity, he would never dare to act against us. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Chun family in Donghai, all the high-ranking members of the family had gathered. The atmosphere was laden with tension, almost palpable enough to solidify the very air. At the head of the table, two formidable masters cast their icy gazes upon the kneeling Chen Feng. You have slain so many of my Chen family. This boy must die. It has been a long time since anyone dared to challenge the authority of the Chen family. Do they truly believe I have no one to defend our honor? The two masters spoke slowly, their imposing presence erupting, causing the entire conference hall to tremble violently. Chen Feng slowly lifted his head and said, Grand Elder, Second Elder. He warned us to refrain from provoking him further. I believe it is best to let this matter rest. The two masters simultaneously retorted coldly, Insolence. Chen Feng, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Chen Feng spoke from the depths of his soul. Grand Elder, Second Elder, he is terrifying. Truly terrifying. 100 times more fearsome than anyone I have ever encountered. Nay, 1,000 times. Opposing such an individual is not a wise choice. The others from the Chen family scoffed disdainfully. Chen Feng, have you been rendered foolish by fear? Is it truly as exaggerated as you claim? Indeed. Chen Feng replied coldly. You have not witnessed it with your own eyes, so of course you cannot believe that such a terrifying person exists in this world. The younger generation of the Chun family spoke with laughter, saying, I believe you have concocted this lie out of fear of punishment from the family. Having fled from the battlefield, everything I say is true. Why do you refuse to believe me? Chen Feng declared loudly. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him, looking down with a commanding presence. Chen Feng, are you aware of your transgressions? I am not. Chen Feng replied, raising his head. The figure spoke coldly. On the battlefield, those who waver the morale of the troops must be dealt with accordingly. Second Elder, I have not shaken the resolve of our forces. I only seek what is best for our family. I do not wish for the Chen family to bring about its own demise. Stubbornness will not be tolerated. Take him away to face the family law. Chapter 55. Movements from all sides. Second brother, we shall personally visit Jinling this time, declared the Grand Elder of the Chen family. The second elder nodded slowly in agreement. Grand Elder, Second Elder, it is unnecessary for you to go in person. Hasn't the god LaterHe always wanted to do business with our Chen family? This god LaterHe, ranking among the top 3 in the Assassin Alliance, must possess some considerable skills. Why not let them handle this? We can reap the benefits without much effort. It will merely cost a bit of money. And the Chen family is not short on funds, suggested a young senior member of the family. Excellent idea. I concur. The Grand Elder and Second Elder held esteemed positions. It was beneath their dignity to personally deal with a mere youth. Such an act would not only bring shame upon themselves, but also invite ridicule upon the Chen family. The surrounding senior members nodded in agreement. Very well, let us entrust this task to the God Slayer Hall, the Grand Elder said after a moment of contemplation. Yes, Grand Elder. I will contact the people at the God Slayer Hall immediately. The young senior member quickly took out his phone and made a call. The call was encrypted, revealing the caution of the person on the other end. Hello, Mr. Chen, what brings you to call us? Are you considering a collaboration with the God Slayer Hall? Indeed. I have a significant business proposition. I wonder if you would be interested. We at the God Slayer Hall accept all jobs. Please, tell me what you require. I need you to eliminate someone. Who is it? The name is Yun Chen, currently in Jinling. I will send a photo to your phone shortly. Mr. Chen, what price are you willing to offer? Name your price. Anyone capable of troubling the Donghai Chen family is not an ordinary individual. 1 billion should suffice. What do you think? Agreed. The ease with which Mr. Chen accepted the offer indicated the price might have been too low. He must be a formidable opponent. This individual has killed a late-stage innate master of my Chen family. Oh, is that so? That certainly suggests some prowess. However, we at the God Slayer Hall prefer not to assassinate nameless figures. Ensure you do not fail. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, the God Slayer Hall is known for its reliability. Payment will be rendered upon completion. I desire him alive. That is not our policy. Very well, then dead will suffice. Grand Elder, it is settled. The young senior member proclaimed after ending the call, turning to the Grand Elder. 100 billion. They truly possess the audacity to demand such an exorbitant sum. Some senior members of the Chen family expressed their displeasure. 100 billion is no trifling amount. It could suffice to acquire a publicly listed company. Nevertheless, it matters not. As long as we can eliminate the target, that is all that counts, declared the Grand Elder. The Temple of God's Layers has always been elusive, rarely revealing its true nature. Yet its reputation remains commendable. All we need to do now is await favorable news, said a young executive to the assembly. Meanwhile, the news of the annihilation of the 3 prominent families swiftly reverberated throughout Jinling, sending shockwaves across the city as if the very heavens had collapsed. Upon receiving the call, the enforcement team hurried to the scene, only to find that the area had been thoroughly cleaned. The bodies had vanished, yet the bloodstains on the ground were still conspicuous. The enforcement officials had never encountered such a monumental case. Thousands had perished in a single morning. They could only report back to their superiors, as this situation had far exceeded their capabilities. Concurrently, within the vice president's office of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, a young man clad in a suit reclined in his chair with his eyes half closed, visibly exhilarated, while beneath the table lay a girl. At that moment, the girl's phone suddenly rang, prompting her to cease her actions. Hello, Uncle Han, what is it? Lin Inger inquired upon answering the call. Her mind filled with puzzlement at the unexpected contact from Uncle Han, the Lin family steward. Miss, you must return at once. The family head is dead. The Lin family has been exterminated. Uncle Han's voice trembled with urgency. What did you say? Lin Inger's tears streamed down her cheeks, her emotions unraveling. Inger, why have you stopped? What has happened? The suited man leaned down, frowning with concern. My father is dead. The Lin family has been annihilated. Lin Inger cried out in anguish, lamenting that she hadn't even seen her father's last moments. What? My father-in-law is dead. Who did this? The young man's brow furrowed with intensity. How dare someone obliterate the Lin family? It was Yun Chen. He has returned. Lin Inger spat vehemently. Yun Chen? The remnant of the Yun family from 5 years ago? He is still alive? My love, you must help me exact revenge. Fear not. Leave it to me. Whoever dares to take my father-in-law's life will pay dearly. I shall gather our forces immediately. In 1 hour, I will set forth for Jinling. On the other side, Fang Yi, who had married into Jiangdu, learned almost simultaneously of the annihilation of the Fang family. Yi, do not weep. I shall avenge your father. She cried. Darling, that Yun Chen is utterly despicable. He harassed me relentlessly in the past, and now he has slain my family. You must help me avenge this grievance. Rest assured, I shall personally confront my father for troops. In Jinling, atop the Golden Dragon Pavilion, preparations were underway. Tomorrow, I intend to journey to the capital. I must seek clarity from the Zhao family regarding the events of that year. Yun Chen remarked, gazing out the window. Su Qingyu paused momentarily. Are you still determined to go? I understand that you possess considerable strength now, yet facing the Zhao family presents numerous uncertainties. After all, we are in the imperial capital, beneath the feet of the monarch. The Zhao family holds significant influence here. Yun Chen reassured her, it will be all right. I wish to accompany you. Su Qingyu responded directly. Yun Chen smiled and inquired, what will happen to the company if you go? It is currently in its nascent stage and cannot function without a steadfast leader. However, Su Qingyu could not contain her thoughts. She was reluctant to let Yun Chen venture into peril alone. Very well, trust my judgment, Yun Chen gently replied. The reason Yun Chen entrusted the management of the company to Su Qingyu was precisely to prevent her from accompanying him. The imperial capital is not akin to Jinling. The power dynamics are intricate and masters abound. Until he fully comprehended the situation in the capital, Yun Chen did not wish to expose Su Qingyu to danger. Moreover, he had an ominous premonition that this journey to the capital would not unfold smoothly. At this moment, Yun Chen remained unaware that he had already attracted the attention of numerous adversaries. The Chen family, the God-slaying temple, Lin Ying'er, and Fang Yi all sought his demise. Additionally, those above had also taken note of him. By the way, Qingyu, I intend to step out for a while. I will be heading to the capital tomorrow, and I wish to bid farewell to my aunt and visit my relatives. Yun Chen informed Su Qingyu. All right, go ahead. Su Qingyu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yun Chen departed. Upon reaching the ground floor, he hailed a cab and made his way to the city garden community, arriving promptly. After ascending the stairs, Yun Chen knocked on the door. However, after a prolonged wait, no one answered. Is my aunt not at home? Yun Chen pondered. He then took out his phone and called his aunt. The call connected swiftly. Hello, aunt, are you not at home? Yun Chen asked. I am out on a blind date. Came the hesitant response from Lu Xin on the other end. A blind date. Oh, then I shall wait for your return, Yun Chen replied. Xiao Chen, could you come over? Lu Xion's voice was barely audible. In the background, the sound of a flushing toilet could be heard, indicating that Lu Xion was in the restroom at that moment. Why would I come over while you are on a blind date? Yun Chen furrowed his brow in confusion. You must help me out of a tight spot. A critical rescue. Lu Xion bit her lower lip as she spoke. Very well then. Where are you now? Yun Chen inquired. At the Hexagon CAF, Lu Xion replied. All right, I shall be there shortly. Yun Chen then proceeded to the Hexagon CAF. Upon arriving at the CAF's entrance, he peered through the glass and spotted his aunt seated by the window, opposite a refined gentleman. Soon enough, Lu Xion also noticed Yun Chen at the entrance. She immediately rose and waved at Yun Chen outside the window, saying, Xiao Chen, over here. Yun Chen pushed open the door and stepped inside, heading straight to the window. Lu Xion, may I inquire who this is? Asked the gentleman, displaying an air of refined politeness. I am Yun Chen, and this is my aunt. Yun Chen replied proactively. I see. Please, take a seat. The gentleman said graciously. Waiter, please bring more cutlery. Hello, my name is Li Bin, and I am your aunt's suitor. Your arrival is quite timely, as you can help assess her potential match. Li Bin remarked with a polite smile, exuding gentlemanly charm. His appearance was also quite pleasing, the kind that brings comfort to the beholder. Yun Chen, feel free to order whatever you like. Don't be shy. It's my treat, Li Bin said to Yun Chen. I'm fine with anything. You two carry on. Just treat me as heir, Yun Chen casually replied. Very well then. Let us get straight to the point, Lu Xian. Here are my property deeds. And these are my car keys. Li Bin placed 3 property deeds and 4 car keys on the table, seemingly quite affluent. Additionally, here is my medical examination report. I am serious about marrying you. You have reached the age for marriage, and my family is urging me. I believe we are quite suitable for each other. Though it may seem presumptuous of me to say this, I assure you that I will make you very happy after we wed. Li Bin spoke earnestly, his gaze soft and inviting, capable of easily captivating anyone. However, Lu Xian felt quite awkward, her eyes darting away. She continuously sipped water to mask her discomfort, unsure of how to respond or what to say, as she felt no romantic inclination towards Li Bin. This matchmaking was entirely due to familial pressure. Had it not been for her mother's persistent urging over the phone, Lu Xian vowed she would never have agreed to this meeting. Noticing Lu Xian's silence, Li Bin continued, I don't smoke or drink, nor do I enjoy nightlife. Each evening after work, I can come home to accompany you. I can cook as well. Whatever you like, I will prepare for you. Yun Chen frowned slightly. Was this the fabled perfect gentleman? Yet, the question lingered. Do such flawless men truly exist in this world? It is often said that men who are not fickle are a rarity these days. Wealthy men who are not disloyal are even rarer. Handsome, wealthy, and faithful men are an extreme rarity. And those who cook and possess all these qualities, such a man is nearly an endangered species, almost extinct. Such individuals may exist, but under normal circumstances, encountering one is akin to striking gold. Unless one's luck is exceptionally fortuitous. Therefore, Yun Chen remained skeptical of what Li Bin claimed. If you don't smoke, drink, or frequent bars, what do you do in your spare time? Yun Chen inquired curiously. I work and earn money, he replied. As a man, I believe the most crucial duty is to shoulder the responsibilities of family. Only through diligent work can one provide a good life for his wife. Li Bin stated without hesitation. Well said. Yun Chen couldn't help but applaud. So, have you ever visited places like bars or nightclubs? Yun Chen inquired. Certainly not. Such establishments are beneath me, Li Bin replied with conviction. Would you mind if I made a call to inquire about your visits? Yun Chen suddenly proposed. Who are you? An employee of some bar? Li Bin momentarily froze. Then his expression shifted to one of slight panic. No, Yun Chen clarified. Oh, then please go ahead. Li Bin quickly regained his composure. Generally, bars or nightclubs would never disclose client information. It was precisely this confidence that allowed him to encourage Yun Chen to ask. Soon, Yun Chen dialed the phone number of Jiu Yu. Young master, how may I assist you? Jiu Yu inquired respectfully. Please have Xin Fei return my call, Yun Chen instructed. Yes, young master. Jiu Yu nodded and immediately vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the territory of the Wolf Gang. Honorable sir, what brings you here? The members of the Wolf Gang naturally recognized Jiu Yu. Have Xin Fei call the young master back. At once. Jiu Yu commanded before disappearing once more. Understood, we will report back immediately. Shortly thereafter, Yun Chen received a call from Xin Fei. Honorable sir, what do you command? Xin Fei asked with utmost respect. I recall you are the manager of the Queen Bar, correct? Yun Chen questioned. Indeed, sir. Xin Fei promptly affirmed. Please check if a person named Li Bin has frequented your bar. Yun Chen requested. No need to check. I know him well. We are old acquaintances, Xin Fei replied. Sitting directly across from him, Li Bin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Chapter 57. The flower-selling girl. I only occasionally go for a drink to unwind. It's not what you think. Li Bin attempted to defend himself. Nonsense. He always orders a girl whenever he visits. Xin Fei bluntly countered from the other end of the line. Li Bin's expression darkened. He never anticipated that Yun Chen would have connections with the behind-the-scenes owner of the Queen Bar. This revelation utterly shocked him. Sir, is there anything else you require? Xin Fei asked respectfully. No, that will be all. Yun Chen then ended the call. How do you explain this? Little aunt, he is nothing but a fraud. Full of lies. Yun Chen turned to Li Bin and questioned. There is nothing to explain. All men are essentially the same, Li Bin responded unfazed. His audacity was thicker than the city walls. You were just caught red-handed, yet you remained so composed. Little aunt, is he not a shameless person? Yun Chen frowned. Lu Xin was instantly amused, her waist swaying uncontrollably as she couldn't help but nod. Lu Xin, allow me to explain. This occurred before we met, and I find it quite normal. However, I assure you that after marriage, I will certainly change. Li Bin gazed at Lu Xin with deep affection as he spoke. Change how? Will you sever ties for eternity? Yun Chen inquired curiously. Li Bin's expression darkened. This brat. He is deliberately trying to stir trouble. He fumed internally. Originally, Li Bin had hoped that Yun Chen's presence would lend him some support. After all, why should a man make it difficult for another man? To his dismay, not only did Yun Chen not assist him, but he also made him look foolish at every turn. Infuriating. Li Bin had already decided that, regardless of the outcome of this engagement, he would find someone to teach Yun Chen a lesson. You are a wonderful person, but we are not suited for each other. Lu Xin politely informed Li Bin. She then picked up her bag, preparing to leave. Xiao Chen, let us go. Yun Chen nodded and stood up, ready to depart. Let me take care of the bill, Lu Xin said to Li Bin. After rising, Yun Chen cast a disdainful smile at Li Bin, thinking, this guy still wishes to woo his own aunt. What an absurd fantasy. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Wait, are you deliberately humiliating me? Even trying to compete with me over who pays the bill? Li Bin said coldly. No, You misunderstand. I merely believe that on a blind date, it is not obligatory for the man to pay. Moreover, since I declined you, wasting your time, I should be the one to cover the bill, Lu Exine clarified. What is wrong with me? I have wealth, good looks, and power. With me, you could easily become a full-time wealthy lady at home. Why can't you understand that? Li Bin said, his expression frigid. Who gave you the audacity to boast here? Liang Jingru? Yun Chen asked with a smile. Li Bin's face turned a shade darker. You. Just wait. Lu Exine addressed Yun Chen. Shao Chen, let us go. Goodbye, narcissist. Yun Chen replied with a dismissive smile, then followed his aunt out of the CAF. As they stepped outside, a little girl approached from a distance. Brother, buy a flower for sister. The girl held a rose in her hands, smiling up at Yun Chen while examining him with innocent eyes. What an adorable little girl, Lu Exine said with a smile. How much for a flower? Lu Exine asked. Sister, they're very inexpensive, 5 yuan each, the girl said, revealing her little teeth. Well then, I would like one, Lu Exine replied with a smile. She took out 5 yuan and handed it to the girl. Just then, she moved forward to take the flower from the girl's hand. At that moment, Yun Chen stepped in front of the little girl first. Then, a hand grasped the little girl's neck. Who are you? Yun Chen inquired, his expression frigid. At that moment, the smile on the girl's face had vanished, replaced by terror and astonishment. How did you find me? The girl's voice suddenly transformed, as if she had aged from 10 to 40 in an instant. Lu Exine, taken aback, stumbled backward. How could a little girl possibly have calluses? Yun Chen remarked disdainfully. Your observations are indeed meticulous. The Lord mentioned that this one would be tough, and I didn't take it seriously. I never expected it to be so formidable. Quite a miscalculation. The little girl couldn't help but self-deprecate. Who sent you? Yun Chen pressed. Do you really think I would tell you? The girl laughed mockingly. If I don't speak, then die. With a swift twist, Yun Chen snapped the girl's head off. This shocking scene was witnessed by Li Bin, who had just exited the CAF. A murder. Look, there has been a murder here. Li Bin shouted immediately. Soon, his cries attracted a throng of onlookers. How brutal. To kill a little girl in broad daylight. Scum. This person is utterly deranged. Call the enforcement team and have him arrested. Many passers-by angrily denounced Yun Chen. Yet none dared to approach him to subdue him. Li Bin smirked inwardly, thinking, you, boy, will regret ruining my good fortune. Prepare for prison. Lu Exine, meanwhile, was at a loss. The event had unfolded too abruptly. Xiao Cheng, you must leave quickly. It will be troublesome when the enforcement team arrives, she urged Yun Chen. At that moment, Li Bin approached and said, Lu Exine, come over here. That guy is a murderer. He is very dangerous. Come to me. I'll protect you. Lu Exine shouted, no, it's not that. The problem lies with that little girl. Li Bin chuckled. What could possibly be wrong with a little girl? So pitiful. So naive. So ignorant. She was just trying to sell a flower, and she got killed. What did she do wrong? She merely wanted to sell a flower. He questioned loudly. The crowd was once again stirred by his words. A demon. He is the demon. Miss, you must steer clear of him. Otherwise, you will be in danger too. We have already called the enforcement team. They're on their way. Lu Exine desperately tried to explain to the crowd. It's not what you think. It's not what you see. Yun Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, said, Aunt, there is no need to explain anything to them. Lu Exine resolutely replied, I don't want them to misunderstand you. You are not the kind of person they claim. Hearing his aunt's words, Yun Chen felt deeply touched. Ever since the incident with the Yun family, she had been exceptionally kind to him, always defending, protecting, and caring for him. Now, it is time for us to protect my aunt. Quickly, everyone, form a circle and be cautious. Do not let him escape. Li Bin urged. Before long, Yun Chen and Lu Exine found themselves encircled. What do you intend to do? The situation is not as you perceive it. This little girl truly poses a problem. Please refrain from inciting those around us. Lu Exine directed her gaze at Li Bin. Whether there is a problem or not, I cannot say. What I do know is that he has committed murder. It is only just that a life is repaid for a life, and debts are settled. Let us await the arrival of the enforcement team. Li Bin replied with a calm smile. Soon, the enforcement team arrived at the scene, comprising 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. Excuse me, who reported the case? The captain of the enforcement team inquired. Seeing this, Li Bin immediately stepped forward and declared, It was I. The enforcement officer asked, Where is the perpetrator? It is him. He brutally murdered a flower-selling girl in broad daylight. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Li Bin pointed towards Yun Chen, who stood not far away. Not him again. The captain of the enforcement team sighed upon seeing Yun Chen. Just this morning, he had reported the situation to the higher-ups, who instructed them not to act rashly. Stand down, he commanded. What? Stand down? What do you mean by that? The perpetrator has yet to be apprehended. Li Bin thought he had misheard. At that moment, the only female member of the enforcement team, who had just joined today, walked directly to the captain and said, Captain, why aren't we arresting him immediately? There are surveillance cameras along the roadside, and there are witnesses present. We have ample evidence to detain him. The captain of the enforcement team could only explain, this individual is rather special. So, being special allows one to evade legal consequences? Being special permits the murder of innocents? Being special means we can turn a blind eye? The young woman from the enforcement team asked, her voice filled with righteous indignation. For a moment, the captain of the enforcement team was rendered speechless. Just then, another member of the enforcement team suddenly exclaimed, Captain, come quickly. That girl. She appears to be a high-profile criminal on the wanted list in Long Country. Upon hearing this, the captain immediately approached and glanced at the deceased little girl. It is indeed her. How could she appear in Jinling? The female member of the enforcement team frowned and said, Captain, are you sure you are not mistaken? She is merely a little girl. How could she possibly be a high-profile criminal? There is no need to fabricate stories to exonerate him. The captain of the enforcement team stated sternly, there is no mistake. This little girl is indeed a high-profile criminal on the wanted list in Long Country, known as Blood Rose. You can verify it online. The reason she appears as a little girl is due to her congenital dwarfism. The female officer promptly took out her phone, opened the enforcement team's official website, and quickly found the little girl's image on Long Country's wanted list. Her face transformed with astonishment as she exclaimed, how could this be? The little girl is indeed a notorious criminal. The law enforcement officer beside her imparted wisdom to the newcomer, advising against judging by appearances and cautioned against allowing personal biases to cloud one's judgment. High-level criminals are exceptionally skilled at disguise. Otherwise, one might wonder why they are so difficult to apprehend. It is said that Blood Rose has recently joined a clandestine assassin organization. Who would have thought she would suddenly appear in Jinling today, only to be killed? Thank you. You have helped us capture the notorious criminal Blood Rose. The captain of the law enforcement team immediately expressed gratitude to Yun Chen. Is this person an assassin? Yun Chen inquired with a furrowed brow. Indeed. The captain of the law enforcement team affirmed without hesitation. He was acutely aware of Yun Chen's ruthless and bloodthirsty methods, and thus he dared not assume any airs in his presence. A sense of confusion washed over Yun Chen. Who could possibly wish to take his life? Shortly thereafter, the law enforcement team discovered a handgun concealed within the little girl's flower basket, a crimson Desert Eagle 50. This firearm has been heralded as the Barrett of handguns, possessing tremendous power. When fired at close range, it is akin to launching a cannonball. Bang! Even a master martial artist, caught off guard, could be shot dead instantly. Well, now we have both eyewitness and physical evidence. A team member brandished the handgun, addressing the new female officer. I apologize for my initial subjectivity. However, it is truly difficult to associate such an adorable little girl with a notorious criminal. The female officer of the law enforcement team hastily replied. But wait, how did you discern that this little girl had issues? She curiously turned to Yun Chen. Shoo. The captain quickly silenced her. Is this something you can ask so casually? The calluses on her hands are too conspicuous. She shouldn't be using her dominant hand to hand out flowers. Such a handgun has tremendous recoil. Years of use would undoubtedly leave her hands calloused. Yun Chen elucidated. I see. You discerned her disguise at a glance. The female officer could not help but exclaim in admiration. Her gaze towards Yun Chen suddenly filled with reverence. Who is he, truly? She murmured quietly. Meanwhile, Li Bin, who stood a short distance away observing the scene, wore a sullen expression, clearly displeased. He could not fathom how a flower-selling little girl could be a notorious criminal. This is sheer nonsense. It's merely a ploy to exonerate that young man. It is evident that he is acquainted with the law enforcement team. Thus, Li Bin began to incite those around him once more, declaring that the law enforcement team and this individual were in cahoots. They intend to let this murderer go free. Upon hearing this, the onlookers immediately pulled out their phones to record the event. The Jinling law enforcement team is colluding with a murderer. This individual has killed a young girl, yet seeks to evade justice. Does this society still uphold the law? Is there still justice? Everyone, come and witness this. Come and see. The members of the enforcement team promptly stepped forward to clarify. This little girl is a highly wanted criminal. I urge everyone to put down their phones and refrain from recording. At that moment, Li Bin boldly emerged, pointing at Yun Chen and exclaimed, "How can they not spare even such a young child? This person is utterly inhumane. A creature born of a mother, yet raised without one." Upon hearing this, Yun Chen's fury escalated to a boiling point. The ground beneath him began to crack and tremble. "You seek death." Chapter 59. The dragon's forbidden scale. Yun Chen took a step forward, and the surroundings trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The entire street began to shake violently. At that moment, Yun Chen had entirely lost his rationality. His gaze was frigid, akin to a demon staring into the abyss. The air was thick with a palpable aura of rage. In the next instant, a piercing sonic boom erupted as Yun Chen, like a bolt of lightning, appeared before Li Bin. Destruction followed in his wake, shattering the windows and doors of the CAF behind him into countless shards. "Do not speak of my mother." With a single punch, Yun Chen obliterated Li Bin into a mist of blood, which evaporated instantaneously, as though he had never existed. This horrifying spectacle left the surrounding crowd in a state of shock. "He is killed. A demon. He is a demon. Who will save me?" "No, I am frightened, mother. I want to go home to my mother." Those still filming with their phones felt a chilling dread surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they hastily dropped their devices, frantically deleting the recently captured footage. "We deleted the videos. Please don't kill us. We were merely passing by." The enforcement team members quickly signaled to the onlookers, urging them to evacuate. "Move quickly, before he unleashes his wrath." Within mere seconds, the vicinity was devoid of any presence. Everyone fled in haste, leaving no trace behind. The enforcement team, though initially startled, found solace in the knowledge that this young man before them was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Otherwise, they too would have fled. Is he even human? Observing the expressionless Yun Chen from a distance, the captain of the enforcement team couldn't help but comment. Lu Xin, pale with fear, stood beside him, feeling utterly helpless. Yet, she understood all too well why Xiaochen had suddenly erupted in such fury and impulsiveness, because his mother was his forbidden scale. A dragon possesses a forbidden scale. To touch it is to invite death. The female officer of the enforcement team stood frozen, watching in horror as a living being was reduced to a mere mist of blood. Her once radiant face now drained of color. She could not move, paralyzed by fear. It was only when a fellow officer approached and comforted her for an extended period that she began to regain her composure, though her body continued to tremble uncontrollably. "Captain, I am terrified," the captain of the enforcement team remarked. "Now you understand why I ordered the team to withdraw just now. In the future, never act recklessly. There are some individuals with whom even our enforcement team cannot afford to offend." The female team member nodded heavily in agreement. Meanwhile, atop the lightning rod of a towering building directly opposite the CAF, a shadow stood poised, wielding an oversized sniper rifle and wearing an earpiece. "Master, the Blood Rose is dead. The plan has failed. This target is rather formidable," he communicated, his uncertainty about making a fatal shot keeping him from firing, lest he reveal his position. On the other end of the line, the master of the god-slaying hall furrowed his brow upon hearing the news. "Return at once. I will send others in your stead. I underestimated this target." The shadow slowly nodded in acknowledgement. However, as he raised his gaze to look outside the CAF, he suddenly realized that Yun Chen had vanished. "Where is he? Where has he gone?" The shadow's brow furrowed deeply as he began searching for Yun Chen's whereabouts. But in the next instant, a chilling sensation crept up his spine. As he swiftly turned around, he found Yun Chen towering above him, casting a vast shadow that enveloped him entirely. "Have you finished your surveillance?" Yun Chen asked with an impassive expression. Outside the CAF, everyone stood in stunned silence. Just a moment ago, Yun Chen had been standing in place, and now he had seemingly evaporated into thin air. "Where did he go? Did I imagine it?" the female team member exclaimed, furrowing her brow. In the blink of an eye, Yun Chen had vanished without a trace, as if he had been swallowed by the earth. "No, he truly has disappeared. Such speed is beyond the naked eye," the captain of the enforcement team remarked in shock, his astonishment unwavering. Meanwhile, the shadow gazed at Yun Chen with a face of terror. "You must have discovered me long ago. Otherwise, do you think hiding at such a height would allow you to conceal yourself perfectly?" Yun Chen retorted dismissively. "There are far too many self-important fools these days. That little girl must be working with you, right? Who sent you here? My patience is limited. If you do not speak by the count of 3, you shall die." The shadow's eyes flickered as he began frantically calculating his escape route, only to realize that he could not flee. His presence was firmly locked onto by Yun Chen. In the face of Yun Chen, he seemed to have no room for struggle. If I tell you what I know, can I avoid death? The shadow inquired, raising his gaze. You have no right to bargain with me, Yun Chen replied coldly, and then began to count. 1, 2. I'll speak. The shadow blurted out. I am from the God-slaying hall. The oppressive aura emanating from Yun Chen was overwhelming, leaving him breathless and on the verge of suffocation. Forced to speak, he inquired. The God-slaying hall? What is it? Yun Chen frowned. It seemed he had never had any dealings with this so-called God-slaying hall. The God-slaying hall is an assassin organization. Both Blood Rose and I are assassins of the God-slaying hall, the shadow replied. Elaborate, Yun Chen insisted. My code name is Shadow. The God-slaying hall ranks third among assassin alliances. There are over 100 assassins within the hall, with the strongest being the hall master, followed by others ranked according to their past assassination achievements. Shadow elaborated. Get to the point. Who hired you? Who wishes to kill me? Yun Chen's voice turned cold. The Chen family. This time, the mission was initiated by the Chen family from Donghai, seeking collaboration with our God-slaying hall. The bounty is 1 billion. Shadow responded. Oh. Is my head worth only 1 billion? Yun Chen scoffed. The Chen family truly is relentless. I have warned them not to provoke me again. Why do they refuse to listen? 1 billion is already a considerable amount, ranking among the top 20 on the bounty list. Shadow asserted. Only the top 20? Who's first? Yun Chen inquired with curiosity. The first is the undying demon, Chen Chaxing, Shadow stated. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen's expression changed instantly. Who did you say? The undying demon. Chen Chaxing, Shadow reiterated, puzzled by Yun Chen's extraordinary reaction. A bold hypothesis suddenly emerged in Shadow's mind. Could it be that this youthful boy before him knew the undying demon Chen Chaxing? Yun Chen furrowed his brow, equally perplexed, for his master's name was indeed Chen Chaxing. However, he was unsure if his master was known by the moniker of the undying demon. Could it truly be his master? Or was it merely a coincidence of the same name? Yun Chen pondered. Subsequently, he continued to inquire, and who is second? The second is the lady in red. Gu Xiyin. It is said that she excels in poison, having wiped out an entire city in a single night, more accurately, poisoned an entire city. Shadow responded. Yun Chen's expression shifted once more. Sixth master. It must be true. But why are my master and sixth master listed on the Assassin Alliance's bounty board? Yun Chen's heart was filled with confusion. Yet, there was little point in contemplating further without answers. Forget it. I shall seek clarity upon my return to the mountain. I have revealed all I know. Can I be released now? Shadow cautiously inquired, slowly placing his finger on the trigger of the sniper rifle. Should Yun Chen make a move to kill him, he would immediately fire. At such close range, even a master might not evade. Leave? Did I ever say I would let you go? Yun Chen retorted. Are you not a man of your word? Shadow's complexion changed. The next moment, bang. He pulled the trigger of his Barrett rifle. A tremendous impact, accompanied by a deafening sound, resonated so clearly that even those outside the CAF could hear it. Gunfire. Who fired the shot? No one saw. It remains a mystery. It seemed to have originated from the rooftop of the building across the street. The captain of the enforcement team promptly declared with vigilance. The other team members swiftly drew their firearms, scanning their surroundings. Captain, look. There is someone on the lightning rod. Soon, one particularly sharp-eyed member of the enforcement team spotted 2 figures standing atop the lightning rod of the opposite building. At that moment, Yun Chen was holding a golden bullet, smiling as he gazed at Shadow. A sneak attack? How lacking in martial virtue, Yun Chen scoffed. Are you human or ghost? At such a close distance, you caught a Barrett bullet barehanded. This bullet can pierce through armored vehicles. How could you possibly withstand it? Shadow exclaimed in sheer terror. With this failed ambush, the opportunity was lost. ISNT at just a bullet slightly larger in diameter than a typical sniper round? Why can't you catch it? Yun Chen laughed dismissively, then casually tossed it to the ground. However, he did not immediately kill Shadow. Instead, he kicked him off the lightning rod. Whoosh. By the time Shadow realized what was happening, he was already in a state of complete weightlessness. At such a height, he would have been able to land safely. Yet, the inertia from Yun Chen's kick made him feel as though he were burdened by 100 kilograms of pure iron, unable to adjust his form. He could only plummet rapidly. Falling nearly 60 meters in free fall, the fatality rate upon landing was a staggering 100%. 10 deaths without survival. But just as he was about to reach the ground, destined to be shattered upon impact, Yun Chen had already arrived below, raising his hand to catch Shadow with steady precision. Thank you. Shadow exclaimed with excitement, feeling a rush of joy, believing Yun Chen would let him go. But suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness, the world spinning. At that moment, he was once again hurled away by Yun Chen, crashing heavily at the entrance of the CAF. In the next second, Yun Chen appeared, stepping on Shadow as he addressed the enforcement team. This individual should also be considered a criminal. He is now in your custody. With that, he kicked Shadow towards the enforcement personnel. The girl from the enforcement team was startled, as it was her first encounter with a living criminal. She felt a twinge of fear within. Meanwhile, the others in the enforcement team were still in a state of bewilderment. In just a few minutes, yet another major criminal had been apprehended. This was utterly outrageous. Are major criminals truly this easy to capture? Last year, only 3 major criminals were caught within the borders of Long Nation. It is essential to understand that this operation has mobilized the full might of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet they have managed to capture only 3 individuals. The reason these criminals are classified at the highest level is due to their heinous nature, posing a significant threat to society and their extreme danger. Anyone who finds themselves on the top of the wanted list has undoubtedly committed egregious crimes. Take, for instance, the infamous Blood Rose, a girl who appears no older than 10. The initial impression she leaves on everyone is one of vivacity and innocence, seemingly harmless and blissfully naive. However, she bears the weight of 136 lives on her shoulders. Who could have anticipated that such a seemingly fragile child would be responsible for so many deaths? In her youth, while those around her grew taller, she remained stunted, her body refusing to develop. Gradually, she became a target of disdain and bullying. Initially, she endured in silence, but eventually she could no longer bear it and retaliated by eliminating all those who tormented her. From that moment on, she embarked on an irrevocable path, transforming into the notorious criminal known as Blood Rose. Thank you. We will report to the higher-ups and commend your efforts. The captain of the enforcement team promptly shackled Ing. No need for that, Yun Chen replied nonchalantly. Auntie, let us go. He turned to his aunt, who nodded in agreement. And together they departed. The female team members watched Yun Chen leave, involuntarily captivated by his charm. Hey, he's already out of sight. No need to fawn over him. A male team member chuckled. Who says I'm fawning? I just think he is incredibly handsome. Not just in appearance, though he is quite striking, but in his demeanor. Every gesture and smile is simply mesmerizing. He captured 2 notorious criminals in one swift move, and he doesn't even want the credit. It's utterly impressive. The female officer exclaimed, her admiration evident. All right, let us tidy up the scene. Little AI will be daydreaming about him once she returns. Meanwhile, the shackled slowly revealed a faint smile. For, compared to being killed by Yun Chen, being captured offered at least a chance of escape. Chapter 61. Lin Inger Auntie. I plan to head to the royal capital tomorrow to seek out the Zhao family and clarify some matters. I came today to bid you farewell before my departure. Yun Chen suddenly spoke during their journey. Yes, I understand that you have been unable to let go of the events from years ago. If you wish to pursue this, then do so. You have grown into a young adult, Lu Xian said gently, looking at Yun Chen with warmth. Yun Chen nodded earnestly. I believe you will succeed in avenging your grievances, Lu Xian encouraged, her brows relaxing. Whether his father still lived remained uncertain. Only by going to the royal capital could he uncover the truth. Yun Chen murmured softly to himself. By the way, dear aunt, are there still any individuals from the Yun family who left back in the day residing in Jinling? I wish to reunite them all. My family wronged them and entangled them in our misfortunes. Now, I seek to atone for those past grievances as best I can, Yun Chen inquired. At that moment, a group of individuals suddenly approached them, swiftly blocking Yun Chen and Lu Xian's path. Leading the pack was a man clad in a trench coat, his gaze dripping with disdain and his demeanor exuding arrogance. He was none other than Li Dong, the son of the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Beside him stood a breathtakingly beautiful girl, dressed in a white jacket and tight-fitting jeans, her feet adorned with white knee-high boots. Her figure was enchanting, her curves subtly accentuated, exuding a blend of sensuality and charm. What a fortuitous encounter! To his astonishment, Yun Chen had barely arrived in Jinling when he crossed paths with them. Husband. He is the one who murdered my father and obliterated my Lin family. I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end to honor my father's spirit, Lin Inger declared, her gaze fixed on the approaching Yun Chen, her exquisite features marred by icy fury. You must be Yun Chen, Li Dong remarked with a sneer. His attention suddenly drawn to Lu Xian beside him, his eyes unabashedly roving over her. What a stunning beauty! That figure, that slender waist, absolutely alluring. Li Dong felt an insatiable desire rise within him, a wicked fire igniting in his throat. Though his wife Lin Inger possessed extraordinary beauty, she paled in comparison to the enchanting woman before him, as they belonged to entirely different realms of allure, one pure, the other tantalizingly seductive. Lu Xian's mature aura was captivating, drawing one in with a single glance, igniting an irresistible urge to conquer her. In his mind, Li Dong plotted, once he dealt with Yun Chen, he would certainly take this exquisite beauty back with him for his own indulgence. Ling Ying? Lu Xian quickly recognized the girl standing before her. She was indeed Lin Ying, the daughter of Lin Zonghai, the esteemed scion of the Lin family. Who are you? Lu Xian asked. Oh, I remember now. You were the secretary of the Yun family back then. Lin Ying remarked, her eyes narrowing in realization. Yun Chen, how shameless of you to entangle yourself with your family's secretary. How desperate you must be to lower your standards. Lu Xian's expression shifted abruptly, while Yun Chen's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Mind your words, he warned coldly. Why should I? You think you can intimidate me? Lin Ying retorted, her voice dripping with contempt. If you can engage in such shameless acts, why fear the judgment of others? Shameless, shameless, shameless. No sooner had the words left her lips than Yun Chen, like a tempest, surged forward to stand before Lin Ying. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to her face. Slut, he declared coldly. Lin Ying stood frozen in disbelief, clutching her face, feeling the fiery sting of humiliation. A clear handprint remained. Darling, it hurts. Woe is me, it's unbearable. Darling, he struck me. Lin Ying's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she whimpered, feeling wronged yet playful. Quickly, help me eliminate him. I want him dead. She pointed accusingly at Yun Chen. The expression of Li Dong nearby shifted dramatically, his gaze darkening ominously. My dear, do not cry. How dare you strike my wife? Everyone, seize him and finish him off. The 6 men standing behind Li Dong exuded an overwhelming aura as they advanced towards Yun Chen, their eyes filled with contempt. To offend the young master of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, what a foolhardy lad you are. However, to perish at the hands of 6 innate masters, that is a distinction in itself, Li Dong said coldly. Enough chatter, kill him directly. Yes, young master. In no time, the 6 innate experts launched their attack from all directions toward Yun Chen. Yun Chen stepped forth, his gaze chillingly fierce, and the ground beneath him quaked violently. The tremendous shockwave sent the 6 innate masters sprawling to the ground. He then walked over and, with a single step, crushed one of them beneath his foot. Bam! The innate master was crushed to death, his organs obliterated, intestines spilling onto the ground. The remaining 5, witnessing this horrific scene, turned pale with fear, trembling as they exclaimed. A master? No, it's impossible. A master so young should have long made a name for himself in the Dragon Kingdom. He cannot be unknown. Yun Chen scoffed. A master? Your perception is quite limited. He then proceeded to deliver one blow after another, each footfall sealing the fate of the 6 innate masters, all perishing on the spot. How could this be? Li Dong uttered in disbelief. These 6 innate masters were the trump cards of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. In the past, no matter the trouble he stirred, they easily resolved it, emboldening his reckless demeanor. Yet now, all 6 had been slain. Lin Ying stood frozen nearby, her eyes wide with terror, her lips quivering. How could he have become so powerful? He was merely the fallen young master of the Yun family, she thought in confusion. In the next instant, Yun Chen appeared before Li Dong, looking down at him with an icy, merciless gaze, as if ready to crush his head beneath his foot. Overwhelmed with fear, Li Dong knelt, causing a piece of the floor to crack beneath him, and pleaded, Please don't kill me. I beg you. It was that wretched woman who incited me. I am the son of the president of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. My father is wealthy. Name your price. Everyone has a value. How much for my life? Lin Ying stood there in shock. Darling, what are you saying? Do you know what you're implying? After all these years of marriage, you dare to call me a wretched woman. Li Dong knelt on the ground, furiously rebuking. The master says you are a vile person. And indeed you are. Dare to retort again, and I shall end your life. If it were not for your disgraceful actions, how could my Jiangnan Merchant Association have suffered the loss of 6 innate masters? Is it necessary for me, Li Dong, to kneel before anyone? Lin Ying, consumed by rage, retorted, Li Dong, you coward. Are you not a man? How foolish I was to have ever chosen you. Where were your eyes just now? Yun Chen, with an impassive expression, inquired, what were you looking at? A chill coursed through Li Dong, ascending from his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. I apologize. I assure you I shall not look again, he pleaded immediately. There will be no next time. Yun Chen casually produced 2 golden needles, and, with a swift motion, they flew through the air, piercing Li Dong's eyes. This was a consequence of Li Dong's brazen gaze upon his aunt for an extended period, an act that Yun Chen had witnessed in its entirety. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from a distance. Inger, what brings you here? Chapter 62, Fong Yi. Lin Inger gazed incredulously at the girl approaching from afar. Yes, it is I. What are you doing here, Yi? I understand now. You have come to avenge your father, have you not? I heard that the Fong family has been exterminated. Lin Inger noticed that behind Fong Yi stood hundreds of fully armed soldiers, and hope for vengeance flickered to life within her heart. Clearly, these individuals were summoned by Fong Yi's husband. Fong Yi nodded resolutely. The blood of my father demands retribution. That Yun Chen, I wish to see him dismembered. I long to witness his demise, so my father may rest in peace beneath the earth. Lin Inger pointed at Yun Chen, declaring, he stands right there. Fong Yi then discerned a young man stationed directly across from Lin Inger. With sharp brows and bright eyes, he stood tall and unyielding, his face betraying no emotion. You are Yun Chen. I've heard tales of your former glory, how all 9 great families came to propose marriage, only to withdraw in unison. What a stark contrast. How does it feel to traverse from the heights of paradise to the depths of despair? If one were ordinary and had endured such a blow, they might have leapt from a building to end their suffering. Yet here you are, remarkably alive. At this moment, a tall, imposing man beside Fong Yi gazed at Yun Chen, his eyes filled with disdain. Why are there so many fools today? Yun Chen remarked, his expression still unchanging. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from Li Dong nearby. What have you done? What have you done to me? Ah, my eyes. I am blind. Li Dong clutched his eyes, screaming in agony, blood staining his vision, rendering it a ghastly red. Seeing this, Lin Inger displayed no sympathy, instead coldly stating, you deserve this. You should not have gazed at other women or insulted me. Li Dong, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, vile person, I shall kill you. If it were not for your contemptible self, would I have become the wretched being I am now? Lin Inger spoke coldly, who blinded you? Go seek them out. Do not lash out like a rabid dog here. A cowardly man, only capable of tormenting women. Fong Yi furrowed her brow and inquired, Inger, who is this? Lin Inger replied bluntly, my husband, though soon he shall no longer hold that title. How could I possibly spend my life with a blind man? Even if I were married, I would still have countless suitors vying for my affection. Li Dong bellowed hysterically, you wretched woman, how dare you disdain me? Fong Yi frowned and remarked, Inger, how did you end up with such a person? Lin Inger, with envy, responded, it's my fault for being blind to the truth back then, unlike you, Yi, who married so well. At that moment, the man standing beside Fong Yi stepped forward with a proud demeanor and said politely, hello, I am Yi's husband, Jiang Hao, son of the Jiangdu inspector. You must be Inger. I have often heard Yi speak of you. Lin Inger quickly replied, hello. The young man before her was indeed the son of the Jiangdu inspector, a position far superior to Li Dong's. He could effortlessly mobilize troops, making him incomparable to any member of the Jiangnan Merchants Association. Young Master Jiang, I am Li Dong, son of the Jiangnan Merchants Association president. If you help me eliminate this brat, I am willing to offer a reward of 1 billion. Upon realizing his interlocutor was the son of the Jiangdu inspector, Li Dong immediately altered his tone. What are you to me to negotiate? Jiang Hao said disdainfully. Li Dong felt a surge of anger but dared not voice it. Jiang Hao's background overshadowed his own significantly. He could not afford to offend him and had no choice but to swallow his pride. Yi, once this matter is resolved, you must have your Jiang Hao introduce me to a well-qualified handsome man, Lin Inger said, linking arms with Fong Yi. Indeed, Fong Yi nodded. We shall reminisce later. First, let us deal with this arrogant young man. Jiang Hao spoke coldly. He is formidable. Just now, he single-handedly killed 6 men, Lin Inger warned. Jiang Hao dismissed her with a scoff. The men behind me could each take on 6. Lin Inger hastily replied. But those 6 were not ordinary. They were innate realm warriors. Jiang Hao's expression shifted dramatically. What? 6 innate masters? Are you saying he single-handedly killed 6 innate masters? Lin Inger nodded. Yes. Everyone. Load your weapons. Jiang Hao commanded immediately, ensuring no hint of negligence lingered. To be capable of slaying 6 innate realm masters alone, one must at least be at the master level. But that was impossible. The young man before him appeared to be merely in his early 20s. How could he possibly have reached the master level? When did the Dragon Kingdom produce such youthful masters? Jiang Hao was engulfed in doubt. Are you a master? Jiang Hao asked tentatively. I am your father. Yun Chen retorted sharply. You? Seeking death. Shoot him. Jiang Hao issued a direct command. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yun Chen had already positioned himself before him, gripping his throat and using him as a human shield. Why aren't you shooting? I'm curious, Yun Chen inquired. Don't think that by taking me hostage, you can escape unscathed. Jiang Hao declared defiantly, then signaled a soldier to alert the sniper, indicating he should seize any opportunity to fire. 2 to the southeast, 1 in the northwest corner, 1 on the rooftop. Yun Chen articulated slowly, completely unraveling Jiang Hao's intentions. How could you possibly know their exact locations? Jiang Hao's face turned pale with fear. I'll tell you in your next life, Yun Chen replied with a smile. Let go of my husband. If you release him, I will allow you to leave, Fang Yi exclaimed urgently. I wish to leave. No one can stop me, Yun Chen said nonchalantly, tightening his grip further. Jiang Hao's eyes rolled back as the sensation of suffocation intensified. Please, no more pressure, Fang Yi cried out. Beg me, Yun Chen said with a smile. I beg you. Please, just ease up. Fang Yi bit her lip. Lack of sincerity, Yun Chen shook his head. I'm sorry. I'm begging you. Release my husband. I won't seek revenge anymore. Fang Yi shouted desperately. No, Yun Chen replied coldly. What do you want from me? Fang Yi shouted hysterically. Do not push your luck, Yun Chen uttered slowly. Kneel. Chapter 63. To speak or not to speak, Fang Yi bit her lower lip. She could not bring herself to kneel before Yun Chen. It was either kneel or watch him die. Yun Chen's grip tightened once more, and Jiang Hao was on the verge of losing consciousness. The suffocating sensation compelled him to struggle instinctively, as if drowning. Witnessing this, Fang Yi knelt without hesitation. No? This man is a cold-blooded monster. Even if you kneel, he will not relent, Lin Yinger warned. Are you looking to be slapped again? Yun Chen directed his gaze at Lin Yinger. I don't want to, Lin Yinger replied softly, quickly silencing herself. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the distant street. Chenggu, I'm here. Damn it. How dare you point guns at my Chenggu? Do you believe I won't blow you all to bits? Yun Chen furrowed his brow. Why has this brat come? Did he alert Uncle Lu and Auntie? What a headache. An armored vehicle slowly approached, atop which stood a young man, Lu Huan. Disarm them all, Lu Huan commanded as he descended from the armored vehicle. Soon, hundreds of individuals surged forth, disarming the soldiers that Jiang Hao had brought along. After all, this was Jinling, and they were considered outsiders. Anyone daring to resist would undoubtedly give the Jinling army just cause to execute them. Subsequently, Lu Huan swiftly approached Yun Chen. Brother Chen, are you all right? Lu Huan inquired with genuine concern. Who is this fellow? Lu Huan scrutinized Jiang Hao from head to toe. Why are you rolling your eyes? What do you think? Do you believe I'm in trouble? Yun Chen retorted. True, I almost forgot you're a monster, Lu Huan slowly nodded. Who sent you here? Yun Chen asked with a frown. My mother. She insisted that if I didn't come, she would divorce my father. So he had no choice but to send me with reinforcements, Lu Huan explained. That trick again, Yun Chen said with a wry smile, feeling both amused and exasperated. Is this the guy who's been causing you trouble? Lu Huan asked curiously. How dare you? I am the son of the inspector of Jiangdu. Jiang Hao gasped, struggling to speak through the sensation of suffocation. Even rolling your eyes, you can still talk? Quite resilient, aren't you? Lu Huan chuckled. But your mouth could use some manners. As he spoke, Lu Huan leaped up and landed a punch on the top of Jiang Hao's head. I don't care who your father is. Speak to me respectfully. This is Jinling, my territory. And this lovely lady beside you is. Lu Huan began. I am Lu Xin, she interjected quickly. Nice to meet you. Lu Huan grinned widely. Brother Chen, have you found another one? He leaned in closer to Yun Chen's ear, teasingly adding, Haven't seen you in a few days, and your tastes have changed, Brother Chen. Are you still the same Chen I know? Yun Chen frowned. Are you asking for a beating? Wait. Forget I said anything, let us drop it, Lu Huan quickly pleaded. Hey, how come there is someone kneeling here? Brother Chen, your charm is truly remarkable, isn't it? But shouldn't a proposal involve a single knee to the ground? That is how they do it on television. Lu Huan remarked, glancing at Fang Yi, who was kneeling. Hold on, you look very familiar, miss. Oh, I remember now. You are from the Fang family, Fang Yi. You once toyed with Brother Chen's affections, Lu Huan said. Yun Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy really does need a lesson. But wait. Brother Chen killed your father and annihilated your entire family. How can you remain so unperturbed, kneeling here to propose to him? Do you lack a heart or a conscience? Lu Huan said, his tone laced with mockery. In truth, he already knew the underlying circumstances. He was deliberately provoking Fang Yi to humiliate her. How dare she come to Jinling seeking vengeance? Truly laughable. Did she think Jinling was Jiangdu, where she could act with impunity? I remember you, Fang Yi said, her gaze icy as she directed it at Lu Huan. Oh, I didn't realize you thought so highly of me. I can't recall meeting you. Yet here you are, remembering me, Lu Huan replied with a smile. Lin Yinger, You're here too. Did you both come together? No. It should be phrased as, did you both come to deliver yourselves as sacrifices? Lu Huan's jests were relentless, leaving Fang Yi and Lin Ying'er blushing profusely. Yet they found themselves unable to retort. Enough of this chatter. I must depart tomorrow, and before I leave, I need to visit my aunt once more. I've already squandered too much time, Yun Chen interjected. Depart? Where are you going, Chen Ge? Is Jinling no longer accommodating for you? Lu Huan inquired with urgency. To the royal capital. I intend to confront the Zhao family and settle accounts. Yun Chen replied nonchalantly. Confront the Zhao family? Chen Ge, I've heard that the Zhao family is no ordinary clan. They wield immense power and possess a formidable background, even in a prosperous place like the royal capital. They are a force to be reckoned with. The clan boasts numerous masters, and it is rumored that a grandmaster oversees them. Their connections are extensive. Most importantly, they have influential patrons. Lu Huan quickly warned, hoping to dissuade Chen Ge from undertaking such a perilous venture. Enough. My mind is made up, Yun Chen interrupted. You wish to confront the Zhao family? I'm aware of some matters from back then. The Zhao family was merely one of the parties involved in that incident. Lin Ying'er suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen's expression shifted dramatically, radiating an ice-cold aura. Tell me. Relay everything you know. Lin Ying'er immediately began to negotiate. You must promise me that once I disclose the information, you will ensure our safety and allow us to leave here. Otherwise, I will not divulge anything. It was as if she held a lever over Yun Chen. You have no right to bargain with me, Yun Chen said coldly. Then I shan't speak, Lin Ying'er retorted. Yun Chen swiftly retrieved his phone and called Xin Fei. My lord, what is your command? Xin Fei, taken aback by Yun Chen's call, responded with palpable tension. Do you require more women for your establishment? Yun Chen asked directly. Xin Fei, bewildered, replied, Huh? Yun Chen frowned. You need only answer whether you do or do not. Xin Fei hastily replied. We do, especially beautiful women. The unattractive are plentiful. Perfect. I have one here who is particularly suitable. I'll send her over shortly. But I have one stipulation, Yun Chen stated. My lord, what is your request? Xin Fei inquired. She must entertain 100 clients in a day. She is not permitted to leave until that quota is met. Understood, Xin Fei affirmed. Entertain what clients? What are you planning? Lin Ying'er questioned. I shall take you to a delightful place, where you can experience unparalleled joy, Yun Chen replied. No, I refuse, Lin Ying'er, fully aware of what Yun Chen meant by a delightful place, protested. I shall ask you one final time. Will you speak or not? Yun Chen pressed. I will speak. I will speak. Is that sufficient? Chapter 64, Uncle? Left with no choice, Lin Ying'er divulged everything she knew. The events from back then are actually related to your uncle. Yun Chen's brows furrowed tightly. Uncle? When did I acquire an uncle? How come I was unaware of this? I have never heard my mother mention it. By the way, your uncle seems to be referred to as the blood perpetrator, Lin Ying'er remarked. Blood perpetrator? What does that mean? Yun Chen inquired, frowning. I do not know its meaning. This is all I am aware of. Well, I have shared all I know with you. May I be allowed to leave now? I shall not seek vengeance any longer. If that is acceptable, Lin Ying'er asked cautiously. Meanwhile, Yun Chen was lost in his own thoughts. Uncle, who is this person that has suddenly emerged? What connection does he have to the events of the past? Everything seemed shrouded in a thick fog, leaving Yun Chen momentarily unable to see clearly or comprehend. You do not intend to be untrustworthy, do you? Noticing Yun Chen's silence, Lin Ying'er furrowed her brows and questioned. I do not believe I ever stated that I would allow you to leave. Yun Chen replied slowly. Lin Ying'er's delicate face instantly changed, cloaked in a layer of frost. You deceive me. Shameless. Scoundrel. Cretin. Lin Ying'er exclaimed in a fit of rage. From the moment you slandered my aunt, I had no intention of letting you go. Previously, I said you should entertain 100 guests a day. Now, I can slightly lighten your workload to 99 as a reward for providing me with this information. Yun Chen said, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Lin Ying'er. Yun Chen, you are a heartless creature, a scoundrel, and you shall face retribution. Lin Ying'er's face flushed red with anger as she declared. Release me, or when my father arrives at the gates, it will be your day to meet the king of hell. At that moment, Jiang Hao suddenly rolled his eyes in a threat towards Yun Chen. In the next instant, Yun Chen swiftly snapped Jiang Hao's neck and then turned to Lin Ying'er, saying, whether I face retribution or not, you shall never witness it. He then called for Xin Fei to come and take the people away. As Fang Yi knelt on the ground, witnessing her husband's demise, she instantly crumbled. as though struck by a tremendous blow, weeping inconsolably. I am sorry, Jiang Hao, it is I who brought this upon you. I should not have urged you to seek vengeance for the Fang family. I should never have involved you from the very beginning. Fang Yi knelt beside Jiang Hao's lifeless body, lamenting. Gazing at Jiang Hao's unblinking form, she felt that all of this was her fault. She was the true culprit. Had it not been for her urging Jiang Hao to lead troops to Jinling for revenge, he would not have perished. Soon, Shenfei arrived hastily with members of the wolf gang. Sir, what are your orders? Shenfei approached respectfully, glancing at the corpses on the ground. There lay the bodies of 6 innate masters, quietly resting, their entrails strewn about, a truly harrowing sight. Nearby was a young corpse. Upon closer inspection, Shenfei realized it was none other than Jiang Hao, the son of the commissioner of Jiangdu. Jiangdu is relatively close to Jinling. When Jiang Hao initially arrived in Jinling to wed Fang Yi, Shenfei had previously interacted with him. Now, tragically, he lay dead in Jinling. Moreover, a woman was weeping over Jiang Hao's lifeless body. Shenfei immediately recognized her as Fang Yi. You should be acquainted with both of them, Yun Chen inquired. Indeed. My lord, Shenfei nodded earnestly. Fang Yi, the daughter of the Fang family. Lin Inger, the daughter of the Lin family. Both have married well, but alas, they have offended the wrong people. Proceed as I instructed you over the phone, Yun Chen commanded. Yes, my lord. Shenfei nodded and signaled his subordinates to escort the 2 women to the car. No, no, Lin Inger protested vehemently. She was a proud daughter of the Lin family, the daughter-in-law of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Yun Chen, I beg you, allow me to stay and serve you. Do not send me to such a place. Lin Inger broke down in desperation. You are not worthy even to polish my shoes, Yun Chen replied coldly. I can serve you intimately. I can share my services with ye. We are willing to do anything you desire, even to be your maids. Lin Inger was willing to sacrifice her dignity. At that moment, Fang Yi appeared numb, seemingly oblivious to Lin Inger's pleas. I find it distasteful. Yun Chen remained unmoved. Ha, you deserve it. This is your just punishment. You wretched woman. You should be subjected to countless torments. A harlot deserves to work in a place befitting her nature. Li Dong chimed in, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This is truly gratifying. Yun Chen, even as a ghost, I will not spare you. I wish for you and Su Qing you to meet an early demise. You shall never achieve a happy union. Shenfei swiftly slapped Lin Inger, silencing her cries once more, and commanded his subordinates to remove her socks. What are you doing? Do not touch me. No, it stinks. Lin Inger begged desperately. Unfortunately, Shenfei showed no mercy, stuffing the foul socks into her mouth. Lin Inger soon lost consciousness, her face turning purple, foam escaping her lips, as if poisoned. Finally, peace and quiet, Shenfei remarked coldly. But you haven't washed your feet in days. A subordinate chuckled. Not in less than a month. Shenfei lamented, what a nightmare. Fang Yi suddenly turned, her eyes bloodshot, gritting her teeth as she declared to Yun Chen. Jiang Hao's father will not let you go. The inspector of Jiangdu is not someone you can provoke. You will pay for your deeds today. You will surely regret this. You are a monster. Yun Chen replied expressionlessly, whether I regret it or not, you will never witness it. Subsequently, Lin Inger and Fang Yi were forcibly taken away by the members of the wolf gang, leaving only Li Dong behind, blinded, struggling on the ground in utter disgrace. Lu Huan pointed to the fallen Li Dong on the ground and inquired, Chen Gu, do we need to deal with this fellow? Yun Chen replied nonchalantly. He has already become a useless being. To kill him would merely grant him a form of liberation. Let him be. Allow him to fend for himself. Lu Huan nodded in agreement. Oh, since the matter is resolved, let us return home. Did you not mention wanting to visit my mother? Yun Chen affirmed, indeed. Come along. Andy, you should join me. Lu Xian quickly waved her hand. Xiao Chen, I will not be going. I am merely an ordinary person. Visiting the residence of the inspector in Jinling would indeed be quite uncomfortable. Sensing her hesitation, Yun Chen reassured her, it is perfectly fine, Annie. My mother shared a close bond with you. She has seen you before. Lu Huan chimed in, you are Chen Ji's aunt, which makes you my aunt as well. Do not be so polite. Let us go. Chapter 65. The fiery poison. Under Lu Huan's persistent coaxing, Lu Xian eventually acquiesced. Subsequently, Yin Chun and his aunt followed Lu Huan back home. On the way, Lu Huan intended to call his parents to inform them of Chun Ji's visit, so they could prepare in advance. However, several attempts to reach them resulted in failure. How peculiar. Why can't I get through? Lu Huan pondered aloud. Yun Chen inquired. What's wrong? Lu Huan smiled. It's nothing. We will be there shortly. Soon, They arrived at a suburban villa, which was Lu Huan's home. The choice to buy a house in the suburbs stemmed from a desire to escape the city's clamor. Yet, at this moment, several cars were parked outside, all bearing out-of-town license plates. Where did all these vehicles come from? Lu Huan frowned. Are there guests at home today? Lu Xian hurriedly remarked. Does this mean our arrival is ill-timed? Lu Huan waved his hands dismissively. Not at all. No guest is more important than you and Chen Ge. They then proceeded inside together. Upon entering, they noticed a few imposing figures standing in the living room, resembling bodyguards. Who are you? Upon seeing Lu Huan, Yun Chen, and Lu Xian enter, the men immediately turned to question them. Lu Huan, feeling displeased, retorted, Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? What are you doing in my home? Just then, Ouyang Weiqi hurried out from the bedroom. Xiao Chen, what brings you here? Yun Chen replied, Auntie, I came to see you. You should have informed me beforehand. I have not prepared any food for you. Ouyang Weiqi scolded gently. It's all right, Auntie. Is everything well at home? Yun Chen asked with a furrowed brow. All is well. A distinguished guest from the capital has come to negotiate a purchase with your Uncle Lu, Ouyang Weiqi explained. Oh, and who is this young lady beside you? I have an uncanny feeling that I have seen you before. Weiqi Ouyang scrutinized Lu Xian and remarked, Hello, Auntie, I am Lu Xian. She quickly introduced herself. Oh dear, what a memory I have. Truly, as the saying goes, a girl transforms greatly after 18. You have become increasingly beautiful. Annie hardly recognized you. Back when Xiao Chun was reluctant to move in with me, I heard it was you who took care of him, right? I truly appreciate your efforts. Weiqi Ouyang said with a smile. It's nothing. It's the least I could do, Lu Xian replied hastily. Mom, who is that? Looking for my dad to buy something? What could my dad possibly have of value? He has no interest in calligraphy or antiques, Lu Huan inquired curiously. It seems he wants to purchase a type of herbal medicine, Ouyang Weiqi responded. Herbs? What kind of herbs? Our family isn't a pharmacy. Shouldn't one go to a hospital or a drugstore for medicine? Lu Huan replied, perplexed. It's not quite the same as the herbs typically found in the market. To be precise, it is a flower. This flower grows in extremely frigid regions. Your father discovered it by chance while climbing a snow-capped mountain. He found the flower, which is pure white, and brought it back. Upon returning, he realized that the flower never withered. Later, he even sought a doctor's opinion. But the doctors claimed they had never seen it before. Yun Chen chimed in. It must be the frostbite herb, which resembles a flower yet possesses the resilience of grass, enduring through time and never wilting. Young man, you possess great insight. At that moment, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, stepped forward. Lu Mingyuan followed closely behind, looking quite respectful. One could surmise that the middle-aged man held a significant status. Xiao Chen, why did you not inform us of your visit? We have guests today, Lu Mingyuan quickly explained upon seeing Yun Chen. Uncle Lu, it's all right. Please continue with your affairs, Yun Chen replied politely. This young friend. May I inquire your name? The middle-aged man asked amiably. Yun Chen, he replied. I am Dongfang Qingsong. May I ask, young friend, if you have any further insights regarding this frostbite herb? Dongfang Qingsong inquired. This herb is quite rare, but its efficacy is limited. It is effective solely for treating fire poison and serves no other purpose. Of course, it can also be appreciated for its beauty, Yun Chen casually remarked. Dongfang Qingsong's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment etched across his face. The youth before him, barely in his 20s, possessed such knowledge, even in the royal capital. Few were aware of the properties of the frostbite herb. May I be so bold as to ask, how does young friend you know this? Dongfang Qingsong could not help but inquire, addressing him directly as young friend Yun. It is merely common knowledge, Yun Chen stated. Then, young friend Yun, do you know how this frostbite herb should be utilized, or perhaps a method to treat fire poison? Dongfang Qingsong asked tentatively, fully aware that the chances were slim, considering even his own niece could not remedy this poison. Fire poison is exceedingly potent, ruthless, and harmful to the heart and lungs, scorching the senses. In the realm of contemporary medicine, healing remains an elusive endeavor. It was by mere chance that he learned of a certain herb, known as frost grass, reputed to cure the affliction of fire poison. Consequently, he embarked on a relentless quest to uncover its whereabouts, oblivious to its actual efficacy. Naturally, I am aware, Yun Chen remarked. You possess the ability to treat fire poison? At that moment, a stunning woman emerged from the shadows of the room, her crimson lips parting to speak. Dressed in a white checkered ensemble and adorned with silver high heels, she approached with an air of elegance. Is Yun Xiao jesting? Questioned Dongfang Qingsong, his excitement palpable. Can you truly cure fire poison? The enchanting woman stepped directly in front of Yun Chen, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Yun Xiaoyu, allow me to introduce my niece. Dongfang Yuechan, Dongfang Qingsong interjected. Why have you fallen silent? Dongfang Yuechan inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. What is there to say? Yun Chen replied nonchalantly. Did you not claim you could treat fire poison? And even if you can, what of it? Dongfang Qingsong's face was filled with hope as he pressed, Yun Xiaoyu. Can you genuinely cure this fire poison? Yun Chen, somewhat exasperated, responded, must you continue to inquire? Your questions are giving me a headache. My apologies. It was impolite of me, Dongfang Qingsong quickly replied. The matter of fire poison is of utmost importance. I cannot afford to be negligent or allow any missteps. Yun Chen retorted, what does this have to do with me? Dongfang Qingsong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Yun Chen's response. Chapter 66. Dismissal. While this matter may not concern Yun Xiaoyu, it is indeed of great significance to my Dongfang family. Therefore, I humbly request your assistance. And I assure you that the entire Dongfang family will be eternally grateful. Dongfang Qingsong stated earnestly. I have no time, Yun Chen replied bluntly, as he had other pressing matters to attend to. He had no inclination to engage in healing others, especially since he was to depart for the royal capital the following day. I promise it will not take up too much of your time. Dongfang Qingsong insisted hastily. Uncle, let it be. It is sheer coincidence to encounter someone who can treat fire poison. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Dongfang Yuechan interjected slowly. Alas, how could you question my brother Chen's medical prowess? Lu Huan exclaimed, stepping forward. Even late-stage leukemia, he can treat with efficacy. Dongfang Yuechan's expression shifted as she replied. You mean he can cure patients with late-stage leukemia? Without a doubt. I witnessed it myself, Lu Huan affirmed. My parents were present as well. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire with them. Dongfang Qingsong immediately turned to Lu Mingyuan, who nodded vigorously. Indeed, Mr. Dongfang, Xiao Chen's medical skills are remarkable. Just the other day, I collapsed unexpectedly and was rushed to the hospital, where I fortuitously encountered Xiao Chen. He merely administered a single injection to my head, and I was restored to health. Even the hospital doctors were left astounded. Dongfang Qingsong marveled. Such a remarkable occurrence? Yun Xiaoyu, you truly are a youthful medical sage. Yun Chen interjected, enough with the flattery. I genuinely have no time. Dongfang Qingsong spoke with a gentle demeanor. I wonder, young friend Yun, when might you find the time? I am at your service whenever you wish. Yun Chen replied, I am uncertain. I will let you know once I return from the capital. Curiously, Dongfang Qingsong inquired. Are you also heading to the capital in the coming days, young friend Yun? That would be splendid indeed, as we could travel together. My companion Yuechan and I have just arrived from there. Yun Chen declined, stating, my visit to the capital pertains to personal matters, and it would be inappropriate for me to travel in company. Lu Huan interjected, Brother Chun, your trip to the capital is to seek out the Zhao family, is it not? That old fellow seems to have some influence there. It would be an opportune moment to glean information about the Zhao family's affairs. Hearing his son refer to Mr. Dongfang as an old fellow, Lu Mingyuan immediately reprimanded. Huaner, that is quite disrespectful. This gentleman is Mr. Dongfang, a distinguished guest of our family. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Dongfang. We have indulged him too much, allowing him to speak so recklessly. Lu Mingyuan quickly sought forgiveness from Dongfang Qingsong. Dongfang Qingsong chuckled. No need for concern. Youthful exuberance is to be expected. I believe I heard, young friend Yun, that you intend to confront the Zhao family? His gaze shifted to Yun Chen, a hint of surprise evident on his face. The notion of a young man daring to challenge the Zhao family in the capital was indeed perplexing to him. Yes, Yun Chen affirmed. I am unaware of the enmity between you and the Zhao family, but I advise you to tread carefully. Do not act impulsively. Confronting the Zhao family is no trivial matter, Dongfang Qingsong cautioned kindly. Are you truly planning to face the Zhao family alone in the capital? Dongfang Yuechan remarked incredulously. I strongly advise against it. You might lose your life in vain. Even our Dongfang family struggles to gain any advantage over the Zhao family, which is an imposing force. Lu Huan chimed in, my brother Chun is quite formidable as well. Dongfang Yuechan countered, Jinling and the capital are worlds apart. Your perspective is limited to Jinling. The capital is an entirely different realm. While one may be powerful in Jinling, they could be merely an ordinary person upon arrival in the capital. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the villa, signaling the arrival of newcomers. Let us see what is afoot, Dongfang Qingsong instructed the bodyguards in the living room. Yes, Mr. Dongfang. They responded promptly, hastening to exit. What is the matter? Summon Lu Mingyuan. A commanding voice boomed from outside. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyuan quickly stepped outside, followed by Wei Qi Ouyang and Lu Huan. Soon after, Yun Chen followed suit. I am Lu Mingyuan. Who are you? Lu Mingyuan inquired. Observing the military vehicle parked at the entrance and the unfamiliar faces descending from it, I am one of the personal guards under the second elder, named Dawn. The second elder has dispatched me to convey the latest orders to you. From this moment forth, you are dismissed from your position. You shall no longer serve as the inspector of Jinling. The reason being, you have abused your authority. The leading youth spoke directly to Lu Mingyuan, whose countenance instantly changed. Wei Qi Ouyang's face also turned ashen upon hearing the word second elder. When Lu Mingyuan heard that title, he felt as if the heavens were collapsing upon him. He had long been aware that his unilateral mobilization of the army would surely incur reprimand from above, but he never anticipated that even the second elder would be stirred. Lu Huan, in a fit of anger, retorted, dismissed? Who do you think you are, to simply declare my dismissal? Is there any documentation? Dawn scoffed dismissively, then extended his hand, prompting an associate to immediately present a document. Let me see that, Lu Huan exclaimed, attempting to step forward. What right do you have to view it? Dawn countered with a mocking smile. Lu Huan pressed. What if that document is forged? Dawn sneered. Forge a document? Who in this realm would dare? Unless they seek their own demise. Lu Mingyuan interjected. Huaner, cease your words. Not being confined for a few years is already a display of mercy towards you. Lu Mingyuan, do you have anything further to say? Dawn addressed Lu Mingyuan. Lu Mingyuan shook his head. No. Yun Chen understood that this matter stemmed from himself. It had nothing to do with Uncle Lu. Who is the second elder you speak of? I wish to meet him, Yun Chen said, turning to Dawn. The second elder is not someone you can simply desire to meet. Dawn replied, regarding Yun Chen with interest. A mere boy, still unseasoned, daring to seek an audience with the second elder. Such ambition was utterly fanciful. Who are you, young man? Dawn inquired with curiosity. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that the document you hold holds no validity in my eyes, Yun Chen stated calmly. The affairs of Jinling are not for others to meddle with. At that moment, Dongfang Qingsong and Dongfang Yuechan emerged from the villa, overhearing Yun Chen's astonishing declaration. Chapter 67. Balancing Merit and Demerit. How audacious, Dongfang Yuechan remarked. Her brow furrowed. Do you realize that such words may very well bring about your demise? From the moment Yun Chen spoke within the villa, she had discerned his youthful arrogance, yet she remained astounded by his current assertions, claiming that Jinling was beyond anyone's governance, especially in the presence of the second elder's personal guard, was tantamount to challenging the second elder's authority. It is crucial to understand that the second elder is one of the titans of the Dragon Kingdom. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom is governed by 5 elders: the first elder, the second elder, the third elder, the fourth elder, and the fifth elder. These 5 are the true wielders of power within the Dragon Kingdom, holding immense authority. The inspectors of each region are also appointed and overseen directly by these 5 elders. His temperament and disposition are indeed reminiscent of my own youth. Oriental Qingsong smiled and spoke. Uncle, you are not considering intervening on his behalf, are you? Oriental Yuechan frowned and inquired. Oriental Qingsong slowly nodded. Why, uncle? Do you truly believe he can cure the fire poison? Oriental Yuechan asked, perplexed. Better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. I sense that this young fellow is extraordinary, Oriental Qingsong asserted with his intuition. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yun Chen's words, Dawn nearly thought he had misheard. A smirk curled at his lips. The affairs in Jinling are not for others to meddle in? Ha! That is the most audacious statement I have ever heard. Do you even realize what you are saying? It has been ages since I encountered someone as amusing as you. Dawn laughed heartily, his gaze playful, as if he had stumbled upon a delightful curiosity. Lu Mingyuan hurried over to restrain Yun Chen. Sure. Little Chen, refrain from speaking further. Uncle Lu's demotion is truly inconsequential. Living a simple life as an ordinary person with your aunt is quite fine. Yun Chen replied. The situation arose because of me, so it is my responsibility to resolve it, Uncle Lu. Based on what you just said, you could have perished 10 times over, do you understand? And resolve it. With what means? Dawn's smile abruptly vanished, and his expression turned icy as he directed a cold gaze at Yun Chen. At that moment, Oriental Qingsong approached Yun Chen without hesitation, Dawn's personal guard. It has been a long time. Dawn then realized that Oriental Qingsong was present. Senior Oriental, what brings you to Jinling? His demeanor noticeably softened. The fact that a personal guard of the second elder would refer to him as senior indicated Oriental Qingsong's esteemed status. Moreover, Oriental Qingsong himself was at the pinnacle of master-level proficiency, while Don was merely at the mid-stage of mastery. I am here to attend to some personal matters. This young friend, Yun, is a guest of the Oriental family. I hope that you, Don's personal guard, can show me some courtesy and consider that the earlier incident never occurred, Oriental Qingsong stated humbly. Since Senior Oriental has spoken, I shall turn a blind eye this once, Don replied. Thank you, esteemed elder. Oriental Qingsong clasped his hands in gratitude. However, I must issue a warning. Do not speak carelessly in the future. Otherwise, next time, even Senior Oriental may not be able to save your life. Don cautioned Yun Chen. Immediately after, as if a specter, Yun Chen appeared in front of Don. A terrifying aura spread around him, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. Tell me, what must I do to restore Uncle Lu to his former position? Yun Chen demanded, so swift. Oriental Qingsong's brow furrowed in concern. The sudden display of power from Yun Chen moved even him. Uncle, how did he achieve that? Oriental Yue Chan exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had not even seen how he reached Don. This young fellow is indeed extraordinary. It seems our journey this time has not been in vain. It is imperative to persuade this young lad to accompany us back, Eastern Qingsong remarked with a smile. However, how could such a formidable individual, especially one so youthful, possibly exist in the dominion of Jinling? Eastern Wechan expressed her confusion. There are always greater talents beyond our kin. One must never judge solely by appearances, Eastern Qingsong advised. Chen or no? Wei Qi Ouyang, witnessing the tension between Yun Chen and the second elder's personal guard, hurriedly intervened. Grasping Yun Chen's arm. My apologies, esteemed guard. At this moment, Dong stood transfixed, his mind reeling with astonishment. The young man before him possessed an astonishing level of strength. The oppressive aura emanating from Yun Chen left him breathless, rendering speech a challenge, and his bones ached under the pressure. His legs felt as though they were encased in concrete, stiff and numb, immobilized entirely. No, it's fine. Dong quickly reassured Wei Qi Ouyang. In truth, reinstatement to one's former position is not beyond possibility, provided that merits and faults are balanced. Simply put, one must achieve a feat. He spoke with great difficulty to Yun Chen, gasping for breath intermittently. Oh, Yun Chen nodded and gradually withdrew his imposing presence. The orders have been delivered. I shall take my leave now. Don felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders and promptly rose to depart. How utterly embarrassing. He could scarcely bear to remain any longer, having been so thoroughly outclassed by a mere youth. If word of this spread, he would surely become a subject of ridicule. Uncle Lu, I will strive to accomplish something soon, ensuring your reinstatement, Yun Chen vowed. It matters not, young Chen. Whether or not I hold this position of inspector is inconsequential, Uncle Lu replied with a weighty tone. Chener, this matter does not burden you. Do not feel compelled to shoulder the responsibility of restoring Uncle Lu's former rank. Focus on your own path and heed my words, Wei Qi Ouyang insisted. And this matter is indeed of consequence to me. Allow me to resolve it in my own manner. I am determined to see Uncle Lu reinstated, Yun Chen declared earnestly. He could not allow Uncle Lu to lose his position as inspector on his account. This child, Wei Qi Ouyang sighed in resignation. The second elder. It seems that a meeting with this second elder in the royal capital is in order, Yun Chen mused. Young friend Yun, your skills are remarkable. Eastern Qingsong approached once more, showering compliments. You are indeed a youthful hero. No wonder you dared to venture alone to the royal capital to settle scores with the Zhao family. My previous judgment was flawed. I beg your forgiveness, young friend Yun. Chapter 68, A Warning Given. This old fellow is quite adept at flattery, and he indeed stepped in to assist you, Brother Chen. Why not lend him a hand? After all, it would be convenient, and you would have company on the journey, accompanied by a fair maiden. What could be more delightful? Lu Huan leaned closer to Yun Chen's ear and spoke once more. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong, instead of expressing anger, chuckled. I assure you, I will not take up too much of your time, young friend Yun. Once you arrive in the royal capital, you may attend to your own matters first, afterward. You may assist our Dongfang family as well. Of course, should you require anything from me, do not hesitate to command. Dongfang Yuechan followed suit, saying, I apologize for my previous doubts. I sincerely apologize for my earlier skepticism. I hope you can lend us a hand, and I express my gratitude in advance. The Dongfang family will certainly reward you handsomely in the future. Observing the guest's demeanor, Lu Mingyuan felt a pang of compassion and added, Xiaochen, if possible. Please do assist them. Yun Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed. Dongfang Qingsong immediately expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, young friend Yun. Yun Chen continued. The cultivation technique you practice must be of the fire attribute, correct? Dongfang Qingsong's expression changed dramatically. Young friend Yun, you can discern that as well? Impressive. Indeed. All members of the Dongfang family cultivate fire attribute techniques, known as the Li Hu Ju. This technique has been passed down through generations in our family. Yun Chen inquired. The fire poison must be directly related to the technique you practice, correct? Dongfang Qingsong nodded slowly. Yes. Cultivating the Li Hu Ju allows one's true energy to become exceedingly vigorous and potent. However, it also forms a unique toxin within the cultivator's body, known as fire poison. Initially, no one took this toxin seriously, as it could be suppressed within the body using true energy. However, upon reaching the Grandmaster realm, the fire poison becomes increasingly uncontrollable and may even retaliate. Each episode is excruciating, akin to being gnawed by a multitude of insects or scorched by fierce flames. While it may not claim one's life, it can torment a person to the brink of despair. Yun Chen asked in confusion. If the Li Hu Ju has such a glaring flaw, why do you still permit your kin to cultivate it? Because it grants immense strength. The enhancement to one's power is remarkably significant. Furthermore, this technique is the cornerstone of our Dongfang family's existence. Dongfang Qingsong elucidated. Yun Chen countered, so, is it worth sacrificing one's life for the sake of strength? Survival of the fittest. If one does not grow stronger, they will only be at the mercy of others. Our Dongfang family will never be prey, Dongfang Qingsong asserted resolutely. Yun Chen then produced 3 golden needles and inserted them into Dongfang Qingsong's dantian. He channeled true energy through his fingers. Golden needles? Dongfang Yuechan exclaimed in astonishment, as her close friend also employed golden needles in her medical practice. Soon, the 3 needles glowed a fiery red, as if cast into a furnace. Dongfang Qingsong began to sweat profusely, yet Yun Chen remained unfazed. After approximately a minute, Yun Chen withdrew the needles, their surfaces reaching temperatures nearing 1,000 degrees. The fire poison within you has been completely purged. Yun Chen addressed Dongfang Qingsong, while beside them, Dongfang Yuechan, with her crimson lips parted, exclaimed in utter astonishment, "Is that true? But not even the Ning Shuang grass was effective?" Yun Chen casually remarked. The fire poison within him is too minimal, it is unnecessary. Dongfang Qingsong expressed profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young friend Yun. Please allow me to bow in respect." He began to kneel. Yun Chen furrowed his brow and replied, "There is no need for that. I do not wish to shorten my lifespan." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuechan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "May I inquire, young friend Yun, when will you be heading to the royal capital?" Dongfang Qingsong asked eagerly. Yun Chen responded, "Tomorrow." "Excellent. Tomorrow morning, our Dongfang family's private jet will be awaiting you at Jinling Airport," Dongfang Qingsong declared. "A private jet?" Lu Huan exclaimed in shock. "No wonder they are a prominent family. They are wealthy. For just 2 people to travel, they even need a private jet. The fuel cost alone must be no less than $1 million. Indeed, it is currently stationed at Jinling Airport," Dongfang Qingsong confirmed. "Brother Chen, one must seize opportunities when they arise. How delightful it is to travel by private jet. It surpasses first class," Lu Huan said excitedly. Yun Chen nodded in resignation and addressed Dongfang Qingsong. "I will be there tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong's face lit up as he said, "Then I shall take my leave for now. Inspector Lu, farewell. Young friend Yun, see you tomorrow." Dongfang Yuechan added, "Farewell," and exchanged a meaningful glance with Yun Chen, her eyes seemingly sparkling. Lu Mingyuan and Wei Qi Ouyang promptly escorted Dongfang Qingsong out. Afterward, Yun Chen and Lu Xian waited until they finished dinner before departing. On the way, Yun Chen said, "Auntie, once I arrive in the royal capital, you should come work at my company." Lu Xian asked in confusion, "Your company?" "Xiao Chen, have you established a company?" Yun Chen nodded, saying, "Yes, Yun Group." Lu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yun Group? You retain the previous name?" Yun Chen affirmed, "Yes." "All right. Andy will report for duty tomorrow." "It has been a while since I last worked," Lu Xian replied with a smile. Subsequently, Yun Chen returned to the Jinling Jinzuan mansion. While Lu Xian went back to her home, "Yun Chen, how did it go? Was it smooth?" Upon seeing Yun Chen return, Su Qingyu immediately approached him with a question. "Yes, it went quite smoothly," Yun Chen nodded. "By the way, I asked Annie to work at the company tomorrow. Please make arrangements. She is quite skilled in financial matters," he informed Su Qingyu. "Indeed, the company is in need of a vice president of finance. Having someone you trust handle finances is certainly reassuring, Su Qingyu replied. That works. Yun Chen nodded. Young master, you have returned. At that moment, Jiao Yu entered with a cheerful demeanor. You all continue your conversation. I shall step out for a moment. Su Qingyu said. No need, Yun Chen replied. It's fine. You all continue. I have many matters to attend to. Su Qingyu smiled and exited. With graceful strides. She exited the room, making her way towards the hotel's office area. The company was beset with numerous trivial matters demanding her attention. This was her first experience managing such a large enterprise, resulting in an inevitable flurry of activity. Moreover, as the company was still in its nascent stages, progress was fraught with challenges. However, once things stabilized, she anticipated a smoother operation ahead. Young master, did you encounter any peculiar circumstances during your outing? Jiao inquired respectfully. 2 assassination attempts, Yun Chen replied casually. Assassination. Young master, who was responsible? Do you require us to eliminate the threat? Jiao asked, his brow furrowed with concern. A killer organization known as the God-Slaying Hall, Yun Chen remarked, resting his chin on his hand. The God-Slaying Hall. I have not heard of such a disreputable organization daring to target the young master. I shall dispatch someone immediately to eradicate them, Jiao declared coldly. Yun Chen responded. There is no need for such efforts. These individuals are akin to rats, preferring to hide in the shadows. Capturing them all at once would be exceedingly difficult. Jiao then added, these assassins typically have employers, do they not? They were commissioned by the Chen family, Yun Chen disclosed. I had previously issued them a warning, but they chose to ignore it. Consequently, I must pay a visit to Donghai. His expression grew increasingly frigid. Understood. Jiao nodded immediately. Summon the ghost sword. You two shall accompany me to Donghai tonight. We will annihilate the Chen family. Yes, young master. Chapter 69. The Chen family no longer exists in Donghai. In the Chen family's conference hall, the elder spoke up. The God-Slaying Hall has informed us that the first wave of assassination attempts has failed. A young senior reported to the elder seated at the head of the table. However, they assure us that a second wave will be dispatched immediately, guaranteeing success this time. The elder and the second elder of the Chen family frowned deeply. Did you not claim that the God-Slaying Hall never misses? My apologies, elder, second elder. The young senior hastily lowered his head in contrition. At that moment, Chen Feng stood up once more, asserting, elder, regardless of how many assassination attempts they make, the outcome will remain unchanged. That individual is far too formidable. It would be wise for us to withdraw while we still can. Even if it means facing punishment from the family, I must speak out, for this concerns the very survival of the Chen family. Chen Feng, ever since you returned from Jinling, you have been like a frightened rabbit, repeatedly undermining our dignity. Do you truly believe the Chen family fears a nameless brat from a trivial place? How powerful could someone emerging from such obscurity possibly be? The younger generation of the Chen family scoffed disdainfully, disregarding Yun Chen entirely. Elder, second elder, I assure you, everything I have said is true, and it is for the good of the Chen family. I swear to the heavens. Chen Feng knelt, pleading earnestly. Swear to the heavens. Let him come to Donghai. I shall ensure he enters upright and exits horizontally. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the hall, rustling the garments of everyone present. The temperature within the entire assembly hall suddenly plummeted, and a chilling sensation enveloped everyone present. Where did this wind come from? Was the door not shut properly? Why is it so cold? Someone, swiftly, go and secure the door. A young member of the Chen family was about to rise and close the door when, in the next instant, 3 shadowy figures materialized within the hall. Who dares to intrude upon the Chen family's assembly hall? An elder of the Chen family immediately stood up and inquired. As Chen Feng beheld the 3 figures before him, his expression turned to one of sheer terror. His eyes filled with dread. It was too late. Everything was irrevocably lost, he thought despondently. Chen Feng, what is the matter with you? The others from the Chen family looked on in bewilderment. He has arrived, Chen Feng replied, his complexion pale. Is he really that Yun Chen? How audacious to come to us willingly. Truly, one may find a path to heaven, yet still venture into hell without invitation. The Chen family members laughed heartily. Dismissing Yun Chen entirely, reassured by the presence of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, there was no cause for concern over unforeseen circumstances. With 2 grandmasters in attendance, what could possibly go awry? So, you're that Yun Chen? The Grand Elder and the Second Elder inquired with icy, piercing gazes. Yes. I warned you not to trouble me again. Why do you persist in ignoring my words? Are you forcing my hand to unleash a massacre? Yun Chen responded. His demeanor frosty. Youngster, Do you even comprehend where you are? Are you a fool summoned by a monkey? Speak of a massacre, let us see you attempt it. A young member of the Chun family stepped forward, laughing. However, scarcely had the words left his mouth when a flash of cold light surged forth. In an instant, the young man's head detached from his body, falling to the ground, his eyes not even having the chance to close before death claimed him. A smooth incision was visible at his neck. The spectral sword was slowly sheathed, and Yun Chen stood there like a god of death. Ah, the head has fallen. The surrounding members of the Chun family erupted in screams. Some of the younger ones were so petrified that their faces turned ashen, filled with terror. Grand Elder, Second Elder. Quickly, eliminate him. In the next moment, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of the Chin family finally moved, their expressions dark, their faces icy. Boy, do not think you can leave here alive today. Previously, we lacked the leisure to deal with you. Yet you dared to walk into a trap and seek your own demise. The two Grandmasters stood poised on either side, hands clasped behind their backs, directly facing Yun Chen. I am here today for but one purpose, to annihilate the entire Chin family. Yun Chen declared coldly. Youngster, do you even know what you are saying? Truly an arrogant child. If you kneel now and bow to us, perhaps we might allow you to keep your corpse intact. The two Grandmasters scoffed. Kill him. Yun Chen calmly commanded. In the next moment, Jiu Yu lunged directly at the two Grandmasters. Seeking death, how dare you underestimate us? The elder of the Chin family and the second elder, upon witnessing Yun Chen's reluctance to take action personally, were immediately engulfed by a profound fury. Their entire beings vibrated with an overwhelming energy, even their beards fluttering in the wake of their wrath. The air around them crackled with potent force. And the onlookers of the Chin family were astonished. It had been a long time since they had witnessed their elders unleash their true power. In an instant, the two elders transformed their forms and appeared directly before Jiu Yu. In unison, they struck out with their palms from opposite sides. Jiu Yu, with a serene smile, met their assault head-on, clashing palms with both masters. The moment their hands connected, both masters' expressions changed dramatically as the terrifying force reverberated through them, forcing them to retreat several steps before regaining their balance. Before the two could fully comprehend their predicament, Jiu Yu was once again before them. In a flash, a hand shot forth, piercing through the heart of the second elder. The second elder had no time to react and fell lifelessly. Second, the elder of the Chin family exclaimed in horror. The members of the Chin family were left in stunned disbelief. How could the second elder, a master of such caliber, be dead? Jiu Yu withdrew his hand from the gaping wound and kicked the corpse aside before turning to the elder of the Chin family and said, Shall we continue? If you do not make a move, I shall. The elder of the Chin family was filled with dread. A mere hand had penetrated the body of a master. Such a feat was almost unimaginable. Who are you? We have not offended you, he stammered, sensing the dire situation. You have offended our young master, Jiu Yu replied disdainfully. I am willing to turn hostility into friendship. The elder of the Chun family hastily proposed. It is too late, Yun Chen stated with an impassive expression. Understanding the implication, Jiu Yu struck the elder's crown with a resounding clap. The elder of the Chen family immediately succumbed, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Subsequently, Jiu Yu and the ghost sword eliminated everyone in the room, leaving no survivors. The chamber of the Chen family was awash in blood, a scene reminiscent of a purgatory. Once the grim task was completed, Yun Chen turned and departed. Thus, the Chen family ceased to exist in the East Sea. The following morning, the entire East Sea was engulfed in turmoil as news spread. The Chen family had been annihilated overnight. Not a single soul remained among the hundreds of family members. And the two masters met a dreadful end within their own quarters. Speculation and discourse erupted among the populace, questioning whom the Chun family had offended and the identity of the merciless perpetrator. At this moment, the architect of the heinous massacre, Yun Chen, was aboard a private aircraft belonging to the Dongfang family, en route to the royal capital. Within the aircraft, Yun Chen rested with his eyes closed, while Jiu Yu and Gui Jian sat beside him. Who are these two? Dongfang Qingcong inquired curiously. We are the personal bodyguards of the young master. Jiu Yu replied with a smile. Ah, I see. My apologies. I am Dongfang Qingcong, he said courteously. Whose fire poison afflicts your family the most? Compelling you to seek the Ningxuan grass? Yun Chen asked, still with his eyes closed. It is my grandfather, Dongfang Yuchan responded. Recently, the fire poison within him has become increasingly unstable, continuously rebounding against his dantian, causing him immense suffering each time. The pain is unbearable for an ordinary person. As a result, my grandfather is confined to bed each day. Despite being a grandmaster, his body is weaker than that of many common individuals. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Fair lady, do not weep, for tear-stained beauty is less charming. Rest assured, our young master possesses the ability to heal even the most grievous of ailments. This mere fire poison is but a trivial matter. Jiu consoled her gently. Thank you for your willingness to treat the fire poison afflicting our Dongfang family, Dongfang Yuchan said, her pale face and rosy lips parting slightly. Fair lady, should you not offer something more substantial? Such expressions of gratitude are rather cheap, Jiu teased with a smile. What would you like? Dongfang Yuchan blinked, inquiring. How about, fair lady, you pledge yourself to our young master? He is charming and robust, capable of 10 encounters in a single night. If you were to accompany him, you would certainly not regret it. Jiu jested. Dongfang Yuchan's cheeks flushed crimson instantly, and she promptly turned her head away, falling silent. Seeing this, Dongfang Qin's song erupted in laughter. However, soon Jiu felt the piercing gaze of death upon him. Why, young master, it was merely a light jest. Please continue your rest. I assure you I shall refrain from speaking, Jiu said with a grin. Meanwhile, upon Yun Chen's departure from Jinling, the Su family quickly received the news. In the Su family villa, it felt as though it were a festive occasion. That little rascal has finally left. This time he has gone alone to confront the Zhao family, and he surely will not return. What an arrogant fool to dare challenge the Zhao family. I've heard that Qingyu has established a company, consolidating the industries of the three great families. Father, this presents a splendid opportunity for our Su family to rise. I refuse to believe that Qingyu can truly manage everything on her own. Surely, she must share some of those industries with our Su family. This way, our family can flourish as well, the sister-in-law of Su Qingyu proclaimed, believing herself to be quite clever. Indeed, after all, she is one of us. Now that she has found success, it is only right that she aids our Su family. Su Jia's third son, Su Jun, remarked, previously, how did you drive them out of the house? Now you expect Qingyu to turn around and assist us? Is that even plausible? Su Jia's eldest son, Suan, spoke in a low voice. Brother, if that fellow were here, Qingyu would undoubtedly refuse to help our Su family. But now, hasn't that fellow gone to the royal capital? With Qingyu managing the company alone, there is no reason for her not to assist us, Su Jia's third son. Suan asserted. I shall go to her company at once and have a proper conversation with her. Surely, she will extend me, as her sister-in-law, some courtesy. Su Qingyu's sister-in-law declared. Suan contemplated for a moment and slowly nodded. Give it a try. It may not be a bad thing. After all, Qingyu is still one of us. It is inconceivable that she would completely disregard the bonds of the past. Upon receiving her brother's tacit approval, Su Qingyu's sister-in-law hurriedly packed her bag and hastened out the door, driving towards Yun's group. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yun's group, she strode in with an air of confidence and nobility, as if returning to her own home. Anyone unaware might assume that she owned the place. Excuse me, miss. Entry is not permitted here. The security guard, noticing the unfamiliar woman approaching, immediately stepped forward to block her way. Open your eyes and recognize who I am. Su Qingyu's sister-in-law scoffed. And you are? The guard furrowed his brow. I am the sister-in-law of your General Su. Now step aside, she asserted with feigned authority. The guard, upon realizing her identity, no longer dared to obstruct her. Please come in. Su Qingyu's sister-in-law scoffed lightly. At least you possess some discernment. I shall speak favorably of you to Qingyu and recommend you for the position of security chief. Hearing this, the guard expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. Subsequently, Su Qingyu's sister-in-law proceeded into the building, her high heels clicking elegantly against the floor. Upon reaching the reception desk, the receptionist promptly inquired, Excuse me, miss. Whom do you wish to see? I am here to see your General Su. I am her sister-in-law. She replied directly. The receptionist immediately responded, Please hold on. I will call General Su to inquire. Shortly thereafter, the receptionist dialed Su Qingyu's number. Hello, General Su. There is someone at the front desk claiming to be your sister-in-law and wishing to see you. At that moment, Su Qingyu was overwhelmed in her office, buried under a mountain of paperwork. Upon hearing of her sister-in-law's arrival, her expression changed instantly. She was acutely aware of the woman's intentions. Do not let her in, Su Qingyu instructed firmly. Understood, General Su. The receptionist hung up and informed Su Qingyu's sister-in-law. I apologize, but our General Su is currently busy and cannot meet with you. What did you say? She wants to see me? Impossible. I am her sister-in-law. How could she refuse to see me? Su Qingyu's sister-in-law retorted angrily. I'm sorry, but General Su is indeed preoccupied and cannot meet with you. Please come back another day. The receptionist spoke with utmost politeness. Are you intentionally avoiding me? Very well, I shall ascend alone. With those words, Su Qingyo's sister-in-law made her way towards the stairs. I'm sorry, but you cannot enter, the receptionist interjected, promptly stopping her and calling for security. So you were deceiving me, claiming to be the sister-in-law of our esteemed Mr. Su. You wish to speak well of me in front of Mr. Su. Yet you cannot even meet him. The security guard, upon witnessing the scene, expressed his indignation. Who is deceiving whom? I am indeed Su Qingyo's sister-in-law. That wretched girl has grown increasingly audacious, daring to bar me from entry. The security guard retorted angrily. How dare you address our Mr. Su so casually? Leave immediately. Or do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 71. The Dongfang family impolite? I am eager to see how you intend to enforce that. Su Qingyo's sister-in-law fumed. You insolent guard, how dare you raise your voice at me? Believe it or not, I will have Mr. Su dismiss you by tomorrow. Her anger surged as being turned away by Su Qingyu had already infuriated her, and now she was being insulted by a guard in her employ. It was almost enough to make her explode. When had she ever endured such humiliation, except at the hands of that little scoundrel, Yun Chen? Go on. If you can meet Mr. Su, then speak. The guard scoffed. In this day and age, there are all sorts of people pretending to be relatives of Mr. Su. You simply wish to deceive for a meal or some money. Who are you calling a fraud? I will bury you, you insufferable guard, for daring to label me a swindler. Su Qingyo's sister-in-law exclaimed, raising her bag as if to strike the guard. However, in the next moment, she was seized by another. Who gave you the audacity to act recklessly at Yun Group? Do you understand that the security here is managed by our wolf gang? Have you lost your mind to shout so brazenly at the entrance of Yun Group? Believe me, I could easily dispose of you. What a tasteless individual you are. To even consider such a character. Su Qingyo's sister-in-law trembled at the mention of the wolf gang. I apologize. I am Mr. Su's sister-in-law. It was a misunderstanding. A mere misunderstanding. The members of the wolf gang chuckled. You claim to be Mr. Su's sister-in-law, so you must be. But if you truly were, why would you be cast out? Su Qingyo's sister-in-law defended herself. Qingyu is busy and cannot meet me. I shall return tomorrow. She attempted to leave. You think you can come and go as you please, as if this were an amusement park? The wolf gang surrounded her. What do you want from me? I am a member of the Su family. Seeing that the opposition would not relent, Su Qingyo's sister-in-law invoked the Su family name. The Su family? Even the Murong, Lin, and Fong families ahead of yours have been obliterated. What is the Su family to us? The wolf gang scoffed. Qingyu is also one of our Su family. Su Qingyo's sister-in-law once again dragged her into the fray. To my knowledge, Su has already been expelled from the Su family. It has long been whispered that the Su family treats Su with great disdain, showing a complete lack of respect towards her. The entire household exudes malice and power. Today, upon witnessing it firsthand, the rumors proved less than flattering. Members of the wolf gang scoffed and jeered, urging her to leave. If you dare to disrupt the Yun Corporation again, beware of how the wolf gang will treat your family. Su Qingyo's sister-in-law hastily grabbed her bag and departed, her heart brimming with resentment. Upon returning to the Su residence, she immediately began to lament and complain. This little ungrateful girl truly is a wolf in sheep's clothing. We have treated her well all these years. The old master regarded her as his own, and this is how she repays us, by refusing to even let me, her sister-in-law, through the door. It is utterly disheartening. We have supported her for so many years in vain. Meanwhile, in the president's office of the Yun Corporation, Su Qingyu issued an ironclad decree. From now on, anyone claiming to be my relative who wishes to see me shall not be accommodated. The security team is to expel them immediately. This company belongs to Yun Chen, and I must ensure it is managed well. I cannot allow certain individuals to exploit any opportunities. Even if I acquire a reputation for being ungrateful, so be it. After all, the concept of family ties has long since become transparent to me. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in. A striking figure clad in professional attire, her legs adorned with alluring black stockings, entered Lu Xin, who had now ascended to the position of vice president of finance at the Yun Corporation, overseeing all financial matters including reimbursements and approvals. Lu Xin, is there something you need? Su Qingyu asked, rising promptly upon recognizing her visitor. Qingyu, I heard your sister-in-law visited earlier. It seems things did not end well. Are you all right? Lu Xin inquired with concern. I'm fine, Lu Xin. I've already sent her away. I know she wants me to allocate some business to the Su family, but that is simply not my nature, to exploit my position for personal gain, Su Qingyu replied resolutely. Good. As long as you feel at ease, that is what matters, Lu Xian reassured her. It's nothing. I've long since come to terms with my family's dynamics. Our relationship has never been smooth, Su Qingyu stated with a smile, her face radiating resilience, evoking a sense of empathy. Lu Xian, has your day at work been satisfactory? Su Qingyu asked cheerfully. Quite well, actually. It's just that after such a long break, I've found myself a bit out of practice. Lu Xian responded with a smile in her eyes. That's all right. The company is stable now. You can take your time to readjust, Su Qingyu smiled in reply. Qiyu. What stage are you and Xiaochan at in your relationship? Lu Xian suddenly asked with a playful grin. Is there anything brewing? Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Lu Xian. Not yet. It's still early days. Lu Xian wore a perplexed expression. Still not yet? Is it that you are insufficiently proactive, or is he lacking in initiative? Su Qingyu, her cheeks flushed, replied, in matters like this, how can a girl take the lead? Lu Xian teased with a smile. What is wrong with girls? Just take a seat and move on your own. It's quite simple. Su Qingyu's face turned beet red. Oh dear, Lu Xian, you're being mischievous on purpose. Meanwhile, Yun Chen's private jet had landed at the Royal Capital International Airport. One could not help but acknowledge the grandeur of the royal capital. The very heart of the Dragon Kingdom, a realm far beyond the likes of Jinling. The scale of the airport alone set it in a league of its own compared to Jinling's. The Royal Capital Airport boasted a staggering 12 runways and 6 terminals, whereas Jinling's airport had merely 4 runways and 2 terminals. Moreover, the Royal Capital had 8 such airports, and Yun Chen had merely landed at one of them. Upon exiting the airport, Yun Chen followed Dongfang Qingsong to the Dongfang residence. His intention was to first cure the head of the Dongfang family of his ailment before seeking out the Zhao family. There was no rush. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong expressed his profound gratitude. Dongfang Yuechan also conveyed her heartfelt thanks, her face beaming with joy. We are truly indebted to you, young friend Yun. The entire Dongfang family is exceedingly grateful. Throughout the journey, Dongfang Qingsong continued to express his appreciation. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Dongfang family villa, a magnificent courtyard residence. Upon entering, one was immediately greeted by the sight of a rockery and water features, exuding a poetic atmosphere. The Dongfang household employed numerous servants, all of whom greeted Yun Chen warmly along the way. Shortly, a maid approached and said, Miss Yuechan, Miss Yuyin has arrived and is currently checking the master's pulse. Hearing this, Dongfang Yuechan joyfully exclaimed, Sister Yuyin is here? That is wonderful. Now we have 2 skilled healers present. Dongfang Qingsong hurriedly explained to Yun Chen, hoping to dispel any misunderstandings. Young friend Yun, you may not be aware, but Yuechan's medical skills are learned from Yuyin. That girl hails from a family of physicians, possessing remarkable talent. However, she is somewhat eccentric, preferring to travel far and wide to heal the masses without ever accepting payment. Her heart is pure. This time, it is merely a fortunate coincidence, and I assure you, it is not my intention to conceal anything from you. Chapter 72. Qin Yuyin Yun Chen casually replied. It matters not. If she can heal him, it would conveniently save me the trouble. Dongfang Yuechan quickly added, Sister Yuyin excels particularly in acupuncture. Perhaps you two will find much in common. Yun Chen, intrigued, remarked, Oh really? I would be delighted to learn a thing or two from her about the acupuncture techniques of a medical family. Upon reaching the entrance, Dongfang Qingsong respectfully invited. Young friend Yun, please come inside. Song uncle, who is he? At that moment, a poised young man approached with confidence. This individual was Dongfang Wentian, the most formidable member of the younger generation of the Dongfang family, who operated a martial arts academy in the royal capital. I relish the opportunity to engage in friendly competitions with skilled individuals. At such a tender age, I have already gathered a following of over 1,000 disciples. This is Yun Chen, young friend Yun, who has come specifically to attend to your grandfather's ailment, spoke Dongfang Qingsong. Oh? Can he truly cure the fire poison? Dongfang Wentian involuntarily glanced at Yun Chen, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. For Yun Chen appeared to be of similar age to him. Such extraordinary medical skills. To be summoned by Uncle Tsang to treat grandfather is no trivial matter. Wentian brother, why did you not visit the martial arts academy today? Upon seeing Dongfang Wentian, Dongfang Yuechan spoke with a smile. Recently, there has been little activity at the academy. No one dares to challenge me anymore. A bunch of insignificant mice. Dongfang Wentian replied coldly, his demeanor exuding an extraordinary aura, sharp as a drawn sword. Wentian brother, your martial prowess is so formidable that you are nearly more formidable than Uncle Tsang. By the way, Yun Chen is also quite skilled in martial arts. Dongfang Yuechan remarked cheerfully. Oh, Brother Yun, not only are you versed in medicine, but you also excel in martial arts? Dongfang Wentian expressed mild surprise. I dare not claim such accolades. I merely possess some rudimentary skills, Yun Chen humbly responded. If the opportunity arises, I hope to spar with you, Brother Yun. Dongfang Wentian stated. Wentian, do not be rude. Young friend Yun is a distinguished guest of the Dongfang family. Let him focus on treating the illness first. Dongfang Qingsong interjected with a frown. Understood, Uncle Song. My apologies, Brother Yun. Dongfang Wentian nodded in acknowledgement. It is of no consequence, Yun Chen replied nonchalantly. Please. Young friend Yun. The elder is currently inside. Dongfang Qingsong extended his hand respectfully. Yun Chen walked directly inside. Upon entering, he beheld a woman with an innocent appearance and an ethereal demeanor, her hair voluminous and cascading slightly past her waist, skillfully preparing acupuncture needles. The preparation is a preliminary task before acupuncture, allowing one's hands to become familiar with the sensation of the needle, preventing any mishaps during the procedure. However, for one who has reached the realm of unity between person and needle, such preparation seems quite superfluous. Yet, upon witnessing the woman's needle handling technique, Yun Chen's expression subtly shifted, for this technique resembled that of my second master. Sister Yun, I have missed you dearly. Dongfang Wuchan exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards the woman. Little you, it has been quite some time, Qin Yuyan replied, a faint smile gradually gracing her features, exuding an otherworldly beauty as if a celestial being had descended into the mundane world. Sister Yuyan, when did you arrive? Dongfang Wuchan inquired. After returning to the capital. I heard that grandfather Dongfang was ill, so I hurried over, Qin Yuyan explained. Thank you for your efforts, Sister Yuyan. You just returned to the capital and rushed over immediately. How long have you been traveling? It feels like ages since I've seen you, Dongfang Wuchan expressed with heartfelt emotion. Approximately 4 months, Qin Yuyan pondered before responding. Where have you been, Sister Yuyan? Please tell me about your travels. They seem quite enriching, inquired Dongfang Wuchan with curiosity. This time, I primarily ventured to the land of Shishu, a place remote and desolate, where life is arduous. Many locals seldom seek medical help, enduring ailments with sheer will. Nevertheless, the people there are remarkably optimistic, experiencing a sense of happiness that surpasses our own. In the evenings, they gather around bonfires, singing and dancing joyously. Furthermore, the environment is stunning, with pristine ecosystems beautifully preserved. I opened a clinic in one of the villages, offering free medical care to the residents. During this time, I encountered numerous unfamiliar ailments, which greatly aided my learning and allowed me to accumulate invaluable experience, Qin Yuyan remarked, her lips parting gently. Wow, Sister Yuyan, you are truly a modern-day Huatua. I even suspect you might be a celestial being sent to save the mortal realm, Dongfang Yuechan replied with a smile. I merely do what I can, Qin Yuyan responded with a smile. However, Sister Yuyan, individuals as kind-hearted as you are remarkably rare in this world, Dongfang Yuechan stated sincerely. Brother Wentian, if you do not take action soon, you will regret it when someone else claims Sister Yuyan. Her beauty and kindness attract countless envious gazes. Dongfang Yuechan teased, aware of her brother's affection for Qin Yuyan, albeit unspoken. Although her brother appeared robust, he was timid at heart, an empty facade. You silly girl, stop talking nonsense. Dongfang Wentian's expression shifted, his brows furrowing. Humph. Dongfang Yuechan couldn't help but smirk. You're just timid. If you continue in this way, you'll find yourself lamenting. I must begin the acupuncture. We can continue our conversation afterward, Qin Yuyan stated, her focus sharpening as her delicate fingers gracefully grasped the golden needle. Her demeanor transformed instantly. Wow, Sister Yuyan, you are truly beautiful, even while performing acupuncture. Yet, as time passed, Qin Yuyan's expression grew increasingly grave. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on her exquisite visage, for she realized that the elder's pulse was becoming increasingly erratic. This indicated that the internal fire poison was not being subdued. Rather, it was growing more tumultuous. This won't do. Qin Yuyan slowly shook her head. I am powerless. This fire poison is exceedingly fierce, and my golden needle cannot mitigate its backlash. Beads of perspiration now adorned her forehead. Not even you can handle it, Sister Yuyan? Dongfang Yuechan exclaimed in disbelief. By the way, Sister Yuyan, allow me to introduce you to Yun Chen. His medical skills are exceptional. Like you, he specializes in acupuncture. And you both could benefit from exchanging knowledge, Dongfang Yuechan enthusiastically introduced. Qin Yuyan looked over with curiosity, her gaze settling on Yun Chen. "Frostgrass, hand it to me," Yun Chen stated directly at that moment. "Young friend Yin here." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong promptly retrieved the frostgrass and handed it to Yun Chen. In the next moment, dozens of golden needles suddenly materialized in midair, perfectly aligned. "Go." Immediately, with a flick of his finger, Yun Chen directed the golden needles to fly toward the elder. This astonishing spectacle left everyone present utterly astounded. Chapter 73, Second Senior Sister. Remarkable. Dongfang Yuechan blinked her large eyes and exclaimed, "Truly, Yun Xiaoyu is impressive. This technique, the floating golden needle technique, is something even I have rarely encountered in my lifetime. Such a display of skill is nothing short of celestial. Comparable to the legendary Hua Tuo or the reincarnation of BNK." Dongfang Qingsong, standing nearby, quickly showered praises. Golden needles suspended in the air. However, none were more astonished than Qin Yuyan. For the floating golden needle technique was the signature method of her master, the most formidable needling technique, one she had yet to master herself. Moreover, practitioners of medicine seldom employed golden needles, as silver needles were the norm. Could it be that he possesses the Tai golden needle? A bold conjecture suddenly formed in Qin Yuyan's mind. "How do you know the Tai golden needle?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "You actually know of the Tai golden needle?" Yun Chen replied, equally surprised. The coincidence of this girl recognizing the Tai golden needle, coupled with her earlier needling technique, was remarkable. "Indeed, my master once imparted this technique to me, but regrettably, my innate talent is limited, and I have only grasped a fragment of it." "Who is your master?" "The divine physician Bai Hua." "Second master? You are the second senior sister?" Yun Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing the girl's mention of her master's name, he immediately understood the situation. "You are my junior disciple?" Qin Yuyan quickly pieced it together. The only one capable of mastering such a technique and achieving this level, aside from her junior disciple, could be no one else. She had heard her master mention that after the 7 of them descended the mountain, he had taken on a junior disciple whose talents far surpassed theirs. Upon meeting him today, it was evident. The medical prowess of her junior disciple had already surpassed that of the second master. Truly a prodigy. "Junior disciple, it's really you. I can't believe I would encounter you here." Qin Yuyan exclaimed joyfully, her face radiant with a bright smile. She rushed forward and embraced Yun Chen in front of everyone. Yun Chen felt a sudden softness against his chest as 2 soft forms pressed against him, completely reshaping themselves. Yet, Qin Yuyan remained entirely unperturbed. "Are you truly the second senior sister?" Yun Chen furrowed his brows and asked. Could it be that master had not deceived him? Did he genuinely have 7 senior sisters? "Of course. Junior disciple, come with me." Qin Yuyan took Yun Chen by the hand and led him into another room, locking the door behind them. Outside, the others were left in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Dongfang Wuchan tilted her head in confusion. Why lock the door in broad daylight? Yun Chen is actually Sister Yuyan's junior disciple. How coincidental. The expression on Dongfang Wantian's face gradually turned cold. Meanwhile, in the room, Yun Chen was completely stunned. Before him, Qin Yuyan had removed her outer garments, revealing a significant portion of her snow-white back. "Look, little junior brother. Do you see the plum blossom on my back?" Yun Chen focused his gaze and was astonished to discover a vivid red plum blossom inked on her fair skin, appearing particularly enchanting against the pale backdrop. "Did master not tell you? All 7 of us bear a plum blossom on our backs. It is a symbol of our identity." Qin Yuyan smiled, her eyes sparkling. "This plum blossom has always been my favorite design. Master seems to have mentioned it." Yun Chen contemplated aloud. "By the way, how are master and the others?" Qin Yuyan asked with a gentle smile. "They are all well, eating, sleeping, and fighting as usual," Yun Chen replied with a grin. "Hee. As expected, just like before," Qin Yuyan said joyfully, memories of their time on the mountain slowly surfacing in her mind. Soon after, Qin Yuyan opened the door. As she dressed and stepped out, Dongfang Wuchan was left utterly bewildered. What is going on? Why is Sister Yuyan undressing? Unable to contain her curiosity, Dongfang Wuchan inquired. "Sister Yuyan, what were you doing in there?" "Nothing much," Qin Yuyan explained. "Oh, and master said if you're looking for a girl, you can choose one among the 7 of us to be your wife. No rush. Take your time to meet the other 6 sisters first. I assure you, you will be dazzled by their beauty. I'll share the good news about you coming down the mountain with them. They will be overjoyed." Qin Yuyan suddenly shifted the conversation, smiling at Yun Chen. Meanwhile, Dongfang Wantian's expression darkened further. He hadn't anticipated that his sister's words would come to fruition so quickly. Yu Yin is truly going to be taken away. Dongfang Wentian suddenly loathed his own weakness, regretting that he had not mustered the courage to express his feelings to Yu Yin all this time. Yun Chen hastily diverted the topic. Let us focus on treating the illness first, second sister. All right, Qin Yu Yin nodded. Little junior brother, do you have a way to treat this fire poison? I tried the Tai gold needle, but it failed to subdue it and only aggravated it further, causing grandfather Dongfang's pulse to become increasingly erratic. Qin Yu Yin furrowed her brow. I have sealed all his acupoints with the gold needle to prevent the fire poison from rampaging within his body. However, this is merely a temporary measure. We must utilize the frost grass next. Yun Chen held a piece of frost grass in one hand, and to his astonishment, a flicker of flame slowly emerged from his palm. Little junior brother, are you going to refine a pill? Qin Yu Yin exclaimed in disbelief. Yes. Yun Chen nodded vigorously. Only by refining the frost grass into frost elixir can we eradicate this fire poison completely. But there is no pill furnace here, Qin Yu Yin frowned. Without the use of an alchemical furnace, one can still concoct elixirs, Yun Chen casually remarked as the flames danced in the palm of his hand. To refine elixirs without a furnace? Even Master Tu could not accomplish that. Qin Yu Yin exclaimed in disbelief. I have already taught Master Tu, Yun Chen replied with a smile. Little junior brother, you are simply extraordinary, Qin Yu Yin said, brimming with excitement. Truly deserving of being my little junior brother. Soon, in Yun Chen's hand, a pristine white elixir materialized. This elixir was none other than the frost condensing pill. Beside them, Dongfang Qingsong was rendered utterly astonished. He had personally witnessed Yun Chen transform a mere herb into a pill. Such mastery was nothing short of unparalleled, akin to a divine physician descending from the heavens. Just take this frost condensing pill. It should thoroughly eliminate the fire toxin, Yun Chen instructed. Dongfang Wuchan cautiously accepted the elixir from Yun Chen's hand and administered it to her grandfather. Immediately, with a gentle flick of Yun Chen's finger, dozens of golden needles soared out from the old man's body, floating gracefully in the air. In the next moment, the elder slowly opened his eyes. Grandfather, you are awake. Chapter 74. The gun emerges like a dragon. Uncle, brother Wentian, grandfather has awakened. He is truly awake. Are you all right, grandfather? How do you feel? Dongfang Yuechan exclaimed joyfully. The elder gradually opened his eyes, appearing much more spirited, though his body still seemed frail. This demonstrated just how potent the fire toxin was, capable of tormenting a once great master to such a state. Wuchan, what has happened to me? The elder inquired with a furrowed brow. Grandfather, you have been unconscious for several days, Dongfang Yuechan replied. It was Yun Chen who saved you. He has eradicated the fire toxin from your body. His medical skills are remarkable, she pointed out, gesturing to Yun Chen. The elder immediately sat up and said, Thank you, young hero, for your life-saving grace. No need for thanks, it was merely a small effort on my part. Since you are well now, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Yun Chen stood up, preparing to depart. It was time to settle accounts with the Zhao family. Wait, young friend Yun, Dongfang Qingsong suddenly interjected. I am willing to accompany you to the Zhao family. You are a benefactor of the Dongfang family, and I must ensure your safety. Dongfang Qingsong spoke with dignified authority. He intends to confront the Zhao family. Dongfang Wentian frowned. Brother Wentian, you may be unaware, but Yun Chen has certain grievances with the Zhao family. His purpose in coming to the royal capital was to resolve these issues, and he only stopped by to assist grandfather with his ailment, Dongfang Yuechan elucidated. Do you truly intend to face the Zhao family alone? Are you not afraid for your life? Or do you go forth with the resolve of one who expects to perish? Dongfang Wentian stated bluntly. What kind of existence is the Zhao family? Even an army of 100,000 would be insufficient against them. Wentian, do not speak disrespectfully. Yun Xiaoyu, I shall not turn a blind eye to this matter. Although my Dongfang family may not possess the formidable strength of the Zhao family, and my elder has just recovered from a severe illness, we can still muster 10 masters. This time, regardless of the perilous depths we must face, I am willing to accompany you on this venture. With a grand wave of his hand, Dongfang Qingsong summoned 10 figures into the courtyard. These 10 individuals were indeed all masters. No need for that. I can handle my own affairs without troubling you, esteemed elder. Yun Chen replied directly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu Yin furrowed her brow and exclaimed, Little junior brother, are you planning to confront the Zhao family? Yun Chen nodded affirmatively. Yes, second sister. The Zhao family was complicit in the persecution of my Yun family back in the day. I must seek them out for clarity. Qin Yu Yin expressed her concern, but the Zhao family is not to be trifled with. Don't forget, I am not an ordinary individual either. Yun Chen smiled reassuringly. Second sister, you need not worry. Qin Yuyan hesitated momentarily. But you are alone against the entire Zhao family. No, it is far too dangerous. Wait here. I shall summon help for you. My Qin family is a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine. While we may not excel in martial arts, our connections are vast. Even the Zhao family would think twice before offending us. She declared with authority. Truly unnecessary, sister. I can manage this myself. The Zhao family is, to be candid, not something I regard with much concern, Yun Chen stated casually. Not something you regard with concern? That seems rather presumptuous. However, considering you have been in Jinling and are unaware of the dynamics in the capital, I can understand your ignorance. Given that you have healed my grandfather's ailment, I shall enlighten you. The Zhao family has an astounding number of masters, dozens, and yes, you heard correctly, dozens of masters. They even have 3 grand masters among them. Moreover, the Zhao family wields military power. With a mere command, they can mobilize 100,000 Zhao troops. The Zhao army is no ordinary force. They have once swept across the borderlands with unmatched prowess, a true iron-blooded army. Dongfang Wentian cautioned Yun Chen. And so what? Yun Chen retorted. Do you understand what it means for the Zhao family to have 3 grandmasters? Just one grandmaster could annihilate your Jinling city. I mean an entire city. Dongfang Wentian warned. Perhaps in the past, a grandmaster could easily destroy Jinling city. But now, even if 10 grandmasters were to come, Jinling would remain unscathed. Because I am here. Jinling is as solid as a fortress, unbreakable. Yun Chen declared resolutely. Such arrogance. I admire the pride you carry. However, mere bravado cannot withstand the might of the Zhao family. Dongfang Wentian remarked. I can withstand it, Yun Chen asserted with conviction. Then allow me to experience your prowess. Brother Yun, if you can surpass me, I shall accompany you on your journey and believe in your words. Dongfang Wentian challenged. Wentian brother, Yun Chen is a distinguished guest of our Dongfang family. This would not be appropriate. What if you were to injure him? Wouldn't our Dongfang family earn a reputation for ingratitude? Moreover, brother Wentian, your strikes have always been unrestrained. Yun Chen is so slender. How could he withstand your blows? Dongfang Wichan exclaimed anxiously. Yun Chen wore a sullen expression. I merely possess the charm of looking slim in clothing while being well built beneath it. It has nothing to do with being thin. To be candid, I wish to compete fairly for Yu Yin. I have feelings for Yu Yin. In the past, my cowardice prevented me from expressing this publicly, but today, I no longer wish to conceal my emotions. Yu Yin, I adore you. Grant me a chance. The sudden confession left Qin Yin momentarily stunned, her brows furrowing slightly. Are you daring enough to compete? A single word. If you are a man, then battle. Show me what qualifies you to win Yu Yin's affection. Should you surpass me in martial prowess, then I, Dongfang Wentian, shall concede. Dongfang Wentian declared. He then drew a long spear from behind him. Members of the Dongfang family are all skilled with the spear. The spear that Dongfang Wentian wielded, glimmering in silver, was named the White Dragon's Whisper. Crafted from mysterious iron, it was incredibly sturdy. The spear tip could shatter mountains and split rocks. Brother Wentian, are you truly serious? You even brought out the White Dragon's Whisper. Dongfang Wichan could not help but exclaim. Yun Chen scoffed disdainfully, saying, let the battle commence. Aim for a swift resolution. I still have matters to settle with the Zhao family. Dongfang Wentian furrowed his brow and inquired, what about your weapon? Yun Chen casually replied, I do not require a weapon to defeat you. Arrogant. Dongfang Wentian thrust his spear directly toward Yun Chen's chest. The spear moved like a dragon, its speed astonishing. One could even faintly hear the sound of the spear tip slicing through the air. However, just as the spear tip was about to pierce Yun Chen's chest, Dongfang Wentian suddenly realized that his White Dragon's Whisper could not advance even the slightest bit further. To his astonishment, Yun Chen's 2 fingers had firmly clamped onto the spearhead. With a gentle twist, he snapped it. With a resounding crack, the spearhead broke cleanly off. For a spear wielder, the breaking of the spear was akin to a death sentence. Dongfang Wentian staggered backward, gazing at the remaining shaft of his White Dragon's Whisper, disbelief etched across his face. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qitian and the 10 masters of the Dongfang family were equally taken aback. Wentian's White Dragon's Whisper had, astonishingly, been broken with bare hands. What kind of divine strength does Yun Xiao possess? The White Dragon's Whisper is forged from mysterious iron, unbreakable. It is inconceivable for human strength to shatter it. Chapter 75, Salt on the Wound. Dongfang Wichan stood agape in astonishment. Brother Wentian's spear has shattered. How is that possible? His spear is renowned for its indestructibility. How could it break? What has he done? Qin Yuyan also exhibited a hint of shock. although the 10 masters had proclaimed that the junior disciple possessed exceptional talent. Witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. Dongfang Wentian is the foremost youth of the Dongfang family. Even when considering the entire royal capital, he stands out among the younger generation. Having established his own martial arts academy and dedicated himself to the study of martial arts for years. Moreover, with the indomitable White Dragon's whisper, many masters have succumbed to the hands of Dongfang Wentian. It is needless to say that even the average innate expert would struggle to approach him. Yet, he was unexpectedly vanquished by his junior brother in a single strike, with his weapon shattered in the process. It is truly astonishing. A testament to the mastery inherited from 10 esteemed masters. Shall we continue the contest? Yun Chen inquired, observing the dazed Dongfang Wentian across from him. I have lost. However, I cannot comprehend how you managed to break my spear with your bare hands. My White Dragon's whisper, forged from mysterious iron, is unyielding. Even a hammer striking it 1,000 times could not break it. Dongfang Wentian asked, filled with disbelief. There is nothing impossible, Yun Chen replied nonchalantly. Although the White Dragon's whisper in Dongfang Wentian's grasp was indeed remarkable, like a dragon in flight, it was unbreakable. Its effectiveness ultimately depends on the wielder. A weapon, no matter how formidable, requires a skilled hand. The spear is excellent, yet the person wielding it is lacking, remarked Jiu from the sidelines. Dongfang Wentian could not help but furrow his brows. He had been defeated by Yun Chen, rendering his opinion of Yun Chen's words inconsequential. History has shown that victors write the narrative. However, others have no right to comment. Who are you to judge me? Dongfang Wentian could not restrain himself from exclaiming. A mere servant beside the young master, Jiu replied casually. It was only then that Dongfang Wentian noticed another figure standing by Yun Chen, a person clad in black, bearing a massive sword. At first glance, they seemed ordinary, yet exuded a piercing aura akin to a sword. You are his subordinate? Do you have knowledge of spears? Dongfang Wentian inquired, narrowing his eyes. To a certain extent. The reason your spear was so easily broken is twofold. First, the young master is exceedingly strong, and second, you are too stubborn. You can exert force but lack the ability to release it. Using force against force is only effective if your strength is overwhelmingly superior. Otherwise, the outcome will be your weapon shattered and your demise. Jiu stated with a smile. Dongfang Wentian's expression shifted repeatedly, for Jiu's words struck true. His spear, known for its brute force, was indeed powerful, yet he lacked the finesse to control it. In battle, he only knew how to apply force, never how to yield it. True spear technique requires not only the spear to strike like a dragon, but also to flow like a wandering dragon. Only by merging with the spear can one master the art of control. When you achieve that, your spear will no longer be so easily broken. Yun Chen spoke slowly. A spear that flows like a dragon? Dongfang Wentian had never encountered this phrase before. He had always believed that as long as he could strike like a dragon, he would defeat all heroes of the realm. Little did he know he had been mistaken. It was as if Yun Chen had suddenly illuminated him, awakening profound insights within his heart. Thank you. I feel I have made significant progress in my understanding of spear technique. Dongfang Wentian sincerely expressed to Yun Chen. You are worthy of Yuyan. I willingly withdraw. Qin Yuyan stated bluntly, you must withdraw, whether you like it or not. I simply do not harbor any affection for you. Dongfang Wentian interjected, Yun Chen, allow me to clarify. She is my senior sister, not as you perceive. Dongfang Wentian interrupted. Brother Yun, please cease your explanations. Although I have withdrawn, my heart aches. I wish to be alone for a while. Dongfang Yuechan, with a curious expression, asked, Brother Wentian, who is alone? To her surprise, she realized he had contingencies in place. Indeed, men are notoriously fickle. Dongfang Wentian, with a furrowed brow, retorted, I mean I want to be alone. Dongfang Yuechan, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, Oh, I see. Brother Wentian, you are quite unfortunate. Sister Yuyan does not like you. Wentian felt as though salt was being relentlessly poured into his wounds, yet he feigned resilience, saying, It's all right. At least my marksmanship has improved. Isn't that a significant gain? Yun Chen inquired, Have you truly made progress? Dongfang Wentian replied, Enough. You all. Is it truly kind to continually rub salt into someone else's wounds? One must be benevolent. At that moment, Dongfang Qingsong hurriedly approached, saying, I never imagined, young friend Yun, that you possessed such profound insights into marksmanship. Today, I have truly gained new perspectives. Wentian is still rather immature and overly passionate. I hope you will not hold it against him, young friend Yun. Dongfang Qingsong began to flatter once more. It's no trouble, senior. I shall take my leave now. I must seek out the Zhao family, Yun Chen replied. I shall accompany you, young friend. Please do not refuse. Our Dongfang family cannot remain indifferent, as you have rendered us significant assistance. If we were to stand idly by, we would be ridiculed by the world, Dongfang Qingsong insisted. No need, senior. As you have seen, I cannot even approach the master. Therefore, truly, it is unnecessary, Yun Chen stated. Dongfang Wendian remarked, you can be more straightforward. I have no doubts regarding young friend Yun's abilities. However, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, especially when one must guard against treachery. The more individuals present, the greater the strength. Dongfang Qingsong persisted. Very well. Since you are so determined to accompany me, I shall no longer decline. Yun Chen nodded in agreement. I shall join as well. Though I cannot come near you, and my weapon was broken by you, I can still hold off 2 masters from the Zhao family. Dongfang Wendian proclaimed. You are a benefactor to our Dongfang family and have offered me guidance. I, Dongfang Wendian, am not one to forget kindness. We, the Dongfang family, shall navigate this murky water, he declared heroically. Then let us proceed together, Yun Chen replied. Subsequently, the group departed from the Dongfang residence, boarding a Rolls-Royce. En route to the Zhao family. Chapter 76. Uncle on the road. Qin Yuyan made a phone call. Shadow, come to the Zhao family to find me, she instructed. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qingsong was taken aback. Shadow? The shadow of the Qin family. My dear, how could you have summoned him? The shadow is the most formidable assassin cultivated by the Qin family, ever shadowing Qin Yuyan, safeguarding her. His prowess remains an enigma. Yet it is rumored that even the grandmasters hesitate to confront him. He is akin to a shadow, elusive and unfathomable, evading all defenses. Although his combat strength is not remarkable, his assassination skills are undeniably elite. I intend to instill caution in the Zhao family. I cannot afford to fight with abandon, Qin Yuyan declared. My dear, your thoughts are indeed quite thorough. Dongfang Qingsong stroked his beard, acknowledging. With the presence of the shadow, we have gained an additional advantage. This is beneficial for everyone. Whoever dares to harm my junior disciple shall find themselves at odds with the Qin family. Qin Yuyan spoke with a gentle yet firm resolve. Thank you, second sister, Yun Chen expressed sincerely. Although Yun Chen believed that addressing the Zhao family was a matter he could handle alone, the kindness of those around him warmed his heart, especially as he had only just met his senior sister. What are you saying? You are my junior disciple. I shall not allow you to come to any harm. Qin Yuyan smiled reassuringly. And I will ensure you remain unharmed as well, Yun Chen thought internally, though he did not voice it. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the gates of the Zhao residence. As Yun Chen stepped out, he beheld a man, paralyzed and bound by chains, lying on the ground. Beside him was a bowl of slop, filled with scraps and refuse. Nearby, several servants of the Zhao family taunted him. Hurry up and eat. We wouldn't want you to starve, would we? If you perish, our amusement will dwindle greatly. For 5 years, your plight has brought us such joy, feeding and teasing you like a dog. The young master specifically instructed us to keep you alive. Otherwise, our lives might be in jeopardy. Your worthless life is truly precious. Yun Chen's eyes gradually turned crimson, a wave of malevolence beginning to surge forth. In the next moment, an overwhelming intent to kill erupted. Those around him felt an icy chill permeate the air. Observing Yun Chen's sudden transformation, Dongfang Qingsong was bewildered and hurriedly inquired, What has happened, my young friend? However, Yun Chen's lips incessantly whispered 2 words, tears cascading down his cheeks, mingled with traces of blood. Uncle, uncle, uncle. I'm sorry. I'm late. Give me the Qinglong sword. Yun Chen cried out. Qinglong trembled, witnessing his master in such a state for the first time. He promptly produced the Qinglong sword belonging to Elder Jiao, offering it with both hands. Yun Chen seized it in an instant and vanished from sight. Today, I shall cleanse the Zhao family in blood. With those words, he departed. Yun Chen had already appeared at the entrance of the Zhao family. Who goes there? The servants of the Zhao family were startled by the sudden arrival of Yun Chen. Die! Yun Chen, with a single stroke of his sword, all fell. Severed heads rolling onto the ground. 6 heads, all wide-eyed in death. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Yun Chen, consumed by fury, relentlessly hacked at the lifeless bodies until they were reduced to mere fragments, unable to hold together any longer. Only then did he cease his assault. Following this, with a swift stroke, he severed the iron chains. Second uncle, Yun Chen dropped to his knees with a resounding thud, the floor giving way beneath him. Second uncle, I'm sorry. I'm late. The man bound by chains, curled up in a pitiful state, cautiously surveyed Yun Chen before tremblingly speaking. Is that you, Chen-er? It is I, second uncle. I am Chen. Forgive me. Forgive me. Yun Chen bowed his head, smashing it against the floor. Chen, what are you doing? Get up. How could you be here? The middle-aged man, still shackled, urged urgently. Second uncle, I'm sorry. It is my fault that you have suffered this way. Yun Chen wept, his heart aching in despair. The once jovial uncle who had made him laugh daily and taught him martial skills had now been reduced to this pitiful state. The pain was unbearable. This has nothing to do with you, foolish child. It is my own ineptitude. I failed to avenge your parents. Years ago, I led the elite of the Yun family into the royal city, intending to assassinate that old dog Zhao. But alas, he sensed our approach. All others perished, and I sought death. Yet, they instead severed my legs, condemning me to kneel before them for eternity, subjected to ceaseless humiliation. I detest my own weakness. Not only did I fail to avenge, but I also brought shame upon the Yun family, making us the laughingstock of the world. I am the sinner. I am the sinner of the Yun family. The man bound by chains was none other than Yun Chen's father's younger brother, Yun Zhongjuan. No, second uncle. You are the hero of the Yun family. We are no cowards. We are all valiant sons. Second uncle, I will surely heal your legs. But before that, I must annihilate the Zhao family, Yun Chen declared, his expression icy. With that, he slowly rose, the Qi-Long sword emitting a resonant dragon's roar that echoed throughout the realm. Xiao Chen, do not act recklessly. Listen to your second uncle. Flee quickly, before the Zhao family discovers you. Yun Zhongjuan implored, fully aware of the Zhao family's formidable power. Not wishing for Yun Chen to throw his life away foolishly. For Yun Chen was the last hope of the Yun family. Second uncle, rest assured. I possess the strength to eradicate the Zhao family. Watch closely. I will exact vengeance upon those who wronged you one by one. Yun Chen asserted, his resolve unyielding. With a powerful swing of his sword, the doors of the Zhao family were effortlessly cleaved in two, crashing down in a thunderous roar. The people on the street outside were left in shock. I cannot believe it. Who would dare to split open the gates of the Zhao family? Such audacity is beyond comprehension. Are they tired of living? Or do they find their lives too prolonged? It seems a spectacle is about to unfold. Before long, members of the Zhao family emerged. Where is the door? Who the hell did this? They bellowed. Daring to damage the Zhao family's entrance is akin to courting death. In the next instant, a flash of light swept through, and all were cleaved in two. Just moments ago, they were cursing, and now they found themselves severed in half, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yun Chen, stepping over the fallen bodies, strode straight inside. All of you, come out and face your demise. Chapter 77, Capture Him Alive. Little junior disciple. Upon witnessing Yun Chen boldly invade the Zhao household alone, Qin Yuyan immediately followed suit. Dongfang Qingcong and others closely trailed behind as they entered the Zhao family estate. Had the Zhao family been completely wiped out? Yun Chen, noticing the prolonged silence, shouted once more. In the next moment, dozens of figures emerged from the shadows surrounding the courtyard. These individuals were the protectors of the Zhao family, each a master of innate prowess. The presence of such formidable guardians attested to the Zhao family's strength and heritage. Meanwhile, within the villa, Zhao Wujia, the head of the Zhao family, was engaged in discussions. Hearing the commotion outside, his expression soured. Tyre, go see what the matter is. Handle it swiftly. We cannot allow our guests to witness any foolishness. A young man seated in the corner nodded and promptly exited the room. Mr. Zhao, who dares to cause a ruckus at the Zhao residence? Inquired a man opposite Zhao Wujia, sporting a small mustache and wooden clogs. Clearly a person from the land of Fusang. Pay it no mind, just some reckless mortals, Zhao Wujie replied calmly. Mr. Nakamura, let us continue our game. I wish to see the commotion. Mr. Nakamura stood up, expressing his desire. Very well, as long as it pleases you, Mr. Nakamura, Zhao Wujie nodded. Rising to accompany Nakamura Aikir out of the room. Nakamura Aikir, the president of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce, had long-standing business ties with the Zhao family, serving as their unseen benefactor and controlling numerous maritime routes. The Zhao family's thriving shipping enterprise owed much to his influence. Who are you to dare run rampant in my Zhao family? Do you seek death? Zhao Tai emerged, his face darkened with fury. At that moment, Qin Yuyan dashed in on her long legs. Little junior disciple. In the next instant, Dongfang Qingcong and 10 masters from the Dongfang family appeared simultaneously. Qin Yuyan, Dongfang family? What business do you have at my Zhao family? Zhao Tai furrowed his brow. Do not tell me you are in league with him. He pointed at Yun Chen. Indeed. We are allies, Qin Yuyan boldly confessed. This is my little junior disciple. Whoever is his enemy shall also be my enemy. The young disciple seeks to eliminate someone. I, Qin Yuyan, shall assist him in this endeavor. Qin Yuyan stepped forward, positioning herself beside Yun Chen, her crimson lips parting to speak. Zhao Tai furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, what exactly are you here for?" "To annihilate your Zhao family entirely." Yun Chen articulated each word with precision. The azure dragon's sword in his grasp emitted a low, rumbling roar, seemingly eager to taste blood. "Ha! Am I losing my hearing, or have you lost your mind?" Zhao Tai scoffed. "To wipe out my Zhao family? You dare speak such nonsense? Do you genuinely believe that with the support of the Dongfang family and Qin Yuyan, you can act with impunity?" "I'm sorry, but the Dongfang and Qin families are nothing before my Zhao family. Seize him. If anyone from the Dongfang family dares to interfere, eliminate them without hesitation. They have only themselves to blame for meddling." Zhao Tai commanded his guards. "Yes, young master." However, scarcely had the words left his mouth when a shadow materialized unexpectedly beside Qin Yuyan. Zhao Tai's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. "The shadow? Qin Yuyan, you have brought the shadow of the Qin family here for such a trivial matter? Quickly, protect me." He retreated a few paces, summoning several individuals to shield him. Clearly intimidated by the shadow. "How delightful to see you frightened," Qin Yuyan remarked disdainfully. "Qin Yuyan, you shall wait. Soon, I will have someone capture you, bind you, and throw you into my chamber. Tonight, I shall indulge in your presence. I have desired you for quite some time. And who would have thought you would come to me willingly? When the Qin family inquires, I shall ensure they understand you provoked this first. I doubt they would dare to object." Zhao Tai licked his lips, a lascivious expression gracing his face. "Do you truly dare to covet Yuyan?" Dongfang Wentian stepped forward, leading the charge. With a single weapon in hand, he ruthlessly slaughtered the Zhao family's guards. Facing these so-called innate masters was akin to slicing through vegetables. "Dongfang Wentian, you too wish to involve yourself in this matter?" Zhao Tai seethed with rage. Dongfang Wentian pointed his weapon directly at Zhao Tai and declared, "Summon your brother. You are unworthy to converse with me." "You!" Zhao Tai exclaimed in a fury. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Tai's elder brother, Zhao Gao, emerged from the room alongside their father, Zhao Wuji, and Nakamura Ichiro of the Fusang Kingdom, accompanied by a dozen other grandmasters. Each of them exuded an aura that surpassed Dongfang Qingsong, stronger, not weaker. It was crucial to note that Dongfang Qingsong was at the pinnacle of the grandmaster level, implying that these individuals were at least grandmaster level, if not at the peak of perfection. "Qin Yuyan, Dongfang family, are you declaring war against my Zhao family?" Zhao Gao looked down upon Qin Yuyan, the Dongfang family, and Dongfang Wentian. "Believe it or not, I could easily dispatch someone to dismantle your martial arts school. Uncle Fengling, teach him a lesson," Zhao Gao commanded. In the next moment, a master of the Zhao family suddenly appeared before Dongfang Wentian, his form swift as lightning, and with a powerful strike intended to teach Dongfang a lesson. Observing this, Dongfang Qingsong immediately positioned himself in front of Wentian, clashing palms with the Zhao family's master. A resounding impact echoed as both Dongfang Qingsong and the Zhao master were forced back several dozen steps before regaining their footing. However, Dongfang Qingsong's expression darkened, for he had met the strike head-on, and his opponent's cultivation was evidently superior. "At your age, must you still wade through such treacherous waters? Are you not concerned that your frail bones might shatter?" The Zhao master laughed heartily. "Today, I shall indeed wade through," Dongfang Qingsong replied coldly. At that moment, Yun Chen unexpectedly interjected, "Who broke my uncle's leg?" "Your uncle? You mean the one tied outside? He's your uncle? So you are the remnant of the Yun family." "It is you." Zhao Tai suddenly turned his gaze towards Yun Chen with newfound interest. "You're still alive. What a fortunate fate. Should we tie you and your uncle together? What do you think?" "Die." Yun Chen's expression turned frigid as he swung his sword, directly severing Zhao Tai's lower body. Zhao Tai felt a sudden chill and then realized his lower half had vanished. "Ah, what have you done? My leg, my leg," Zhao Tai cried out, as he looked around and suddenly felt dwarfed by those around him. "Second brother." Zhao Gao rushed forward to assess his brother's injury, completely unprepared for Yun Chen's sudden attack. The ferocity of that sword strike had been palpable, even from a distance, evoking a sense of impending doom. "Uncle Fengling, kill him," Zhao Gao commanded immediately. "Yes, young master." The Zhao family's master, who had just clashed with Dongfang Qingsong, swiftly broke away from the confrontation and advanced towards Yun Chen. Seeing this, Dongfang Qingsong attempted to intervene, but was halted by Yun Chen. "Senior, allow me to handle this." "Are you certain?" In the next moment, Yun Chen unleashed his sword, and a terrifying sword aura erupted forth. The accompanying gale forced Dongfang Qingsong to retreat several steps, as though the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. The Zhao family's master, witnessing the encroaching sword aura, was filled with dread and sought to flee, but it was already too late. He was instantly shredded by the sword energy, reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Dongfang Qingsong, observing this scene, was rendered speechless, unable to calm his tumultuous emotions. What a terrifying strike! At this moment, he was utterly awed by Yun Chen's prowess. The Zhao family stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The dozens of Zhao masters wore furrowed brows, their faces grave. The master Zhao Fengling, who had achieved the pinnacle of mastery, had been slain by a single sword strike, leaving no trace of his remains. To what extent had this young man's strength reached? Zhao Gao's face was one of sheer horror. Gazing upon the heap of minced flesh on the ground, it was unmistakably that of Uncle Windbell. How could you, a mere scion of a minor clan, possibly have slain the Grand Master, who had reached the pinnacle of his craft? Your mere survival is already a stroke of fortune. The Yun family has been obliterated by my father. How could you have grown so formidable on your own? Zhao Gao uttered in disbelief. Zhao Wujin's countenance also darkened. An elder of the Zhao family had been publicly reduced to a pulp. If this news were to spread, the Zhao family would be utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, Nakamura Ichiro observed Yun Chen with keen interest. This individual may prove invaluable to me. Mr. Zhao, I kindly request your assistance in capturing him alive. Chapter 78. The Zhao family's extinction. Mr. Nakamura, he has killed an elder of my Zhao family. Do you truly think I can spare his life? If I do not grind him to dust, the Zhao family will be the subject of ridicule. Zhao Wujin spoke with a grim demeanor. Alas, Mr. Zhao, do you not wish to continue your business with our Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce? I have made my decision regarding this person. Nakamura Ichiro's expression darkened. First, capture him for me. We shall deliberate on his fate afterward. Zhao Wujin conceded for the moment. Offending the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce is certainly an unwise move, akin to severing one's own means of livelihood. Mr. Zhao, there is an ancient adage in your dragon nation. Those who recognize the times are wise. Mr. Zhao, you are indeed a man of discernment. As long as you hand him over to me, I am willing to offer you an additional 2 points of profit. This individual will serve as an excellent subject for vivisection. I wish to understand how he has become so powerful at such a young age. Nakamura Ichiro remarked with a smile. Proceed, Zhao Wujin commanded. Yes, Patriarch. The several martial masters present nodded in unison, then advanced directly toward Yun Chen. However, they harbored a modicum of trepidation, for that previous sword strike had been truly terrifying. We must unite to subdue this child. Individually, we may not stand a chance against him. The Zhao family's martial masters conferred. At that moment, Yun Chen spoke again. I shall ask once more, who is responsible for breaking my uncle's leg? In the next instant, a cackling voice responded, it was I who did it. Years ago, I personally severed his 2 legs, forcing him to kneel before the Zhao family for 5 years. An elderly man with a white beard among the Zhao masters laughed heartily, attempting to provoke Yun Chen into a reckless fury. A strong warrior, once stripped of reason, becomes vulnerable to fatal weaknesses. Yet alas, Yun Chen had no such vulnerabilities. As soon as the words were uttered, Yun Chen charged towards the bearded elder, wielding the azure dragon sword. His speed was akin to lightning, his movements like thunder. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the Zhao family's martial masters. Those who obstruct me shall perish, Yun Chen declared as he swung his sword. The Zhao family's numerous masters, terrified, turned to flee, fearing they might be collateral damage. Only an elderly man with a white beard remained standing, blood oozing from his throat. Yun Chen's sword struck with such swiftness that he had no time to react. Shortly thereafter, Yun Zheng approached, effortlessly severing the old man's head from his body, causing the corpse to crash to the ground. Under the gaze of the entire Zhao family, Yun Chen strode out, exiting through the grand entrance. What was he planning? To commit murder and then escape? It seemed he was nothing but a coward. I had thought him formidable. Yet, the Zhao family was not a place one could enter and exit at will. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Stop him. Don't let him leave through the door, Zhao Wujin commanded immediately. In the next moment, several masters from the Zhao family exchanged glances before leaping into action against Yun Chen. However, just as they were about to close in, 2 figures intervened. Step aside. Do not disturb the young master, the ghost sword declared, plunging his massive sword into the ground. His voice cold and commanding. Who dares to play tricks? If you value your life, step aside. The Zhao family's masters remained expressionless, gazing disdainfully at the figure before them. cloaked in black and wielding a colossal sword. Have the courage to pass by me and the old ghost, Jiu taunted with a smile. Impudence. Quickly, get out of the way. The Zhao family's masters shouted in unison, their anger palpable. Old ghost, are your hands itching? Shall we compete to see who can claim more lives? Jiu replied with a mischievous grin. The ghost's sword, clutching his dark sword, had already plunged into the fray. You never wait for me, Jiu remarked, unable to suppress a complaint. Have they lost their minds? Those are over a dozen masters. Dongfang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment. The scene before him shattered his perception of reality. How could these two dare to confront the Zhao family's formidable masters? Was this not a direct path to death? Yet, in the next moment, as Dongfang Wentian witnessed the ghost sword wielding his massive blade in a sweeping motion, the combined forces of 5 Zhao masters were unable to withstand the blow and were sent flying. He was left speechless. What followed was even more astonishing. Jiu, like a specter of the night, appeared eerily behind the 5 masters. In an instant, a glint of cold light flashed, and the Zhao masters found their throats sliced open. How is this possible? Dongfang Wantian's pupils constricted in horror. He was consumed by disbelief. Dongfang Qingsong and the 10 masters of the Dongfang family were equally astonished by the prowess of Jiu and the ghost sword. They had not anticipated that the 2 individuals shadowing Yun Chen were so incredibly powerful. Dongfang Qingsong could not help but exclaim, realizing he had failed to notice their strength all along, as Jiu and the ghost sword had kept their capabilities concealed. And at this moment, outside the Zhao family's gates, Yun Chen approached his second uncle with determination, kneeling before him once more. Uncle, it was this scoundrel who caused you such suffering. I have brought his head. Upon seeing the severed head in Yun Chen's grasp, Yun Zhongjuan was overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face, his entire being trembling with emotion. Chenner, my dear boy, thank you. Yun Chen vowed, no need for thanks, uncle. I will undoubtedly restore your legs. I will ensure you can stand and walk as you once did. Yun Zhongjuan shook his head slowly. My legs are beyond repair. It is impossible for them to heal. It matters not. I have grown accustomed to it. As long as you are well, that is enough. The future of the Yun family rests solely on your shoulders. You are our hope. Yun Chen vehemently shook his head. No? Uncle, I must heal your legs. If I fail, I will have no face to show my father. Yun Zhongjuan reached out to caress Yun Chen's forehead, reminiscent of his childhood. Good child. Rising slowly, Yun Chen declared, Uncle, I must continue my quest for vengeance. Today, I shall annihilate the Zhao family. Yun Zhongjuan urged, Little Chen, the Zhao family is formidable. You must tread carefully. Yun Chen nodded resolutely. Rest assured, uncle. The Zhao family may be powerful, but so am I. With that, Yun Chen returned to the Zhao family estate, where Ghost Sword and Jiu were already in a frenzy, having decimated over 10 masters of the Zhao family, leaving only 4 alive. Zhao Wujia's expression was one of utter coldness. These were the pillars of the Zhao family, and in mere minutes, they had suffered catastrophic losses. Father, save me. I do not wish to die. Zhao Tai screamed, blood pouring from his lower body, the sensation of death overwhelming him with terror. Call Dr. Song. Stop Tai's bleeding. Zhao Wujia commanded a nearby master. Yes, Patriarch. At that moment, Yun Chen entered with an icy demeanor, stating, no need to call anyone. Zhao Wujia was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Protect Tai. But it was too late. Yun Chen thrust his sword, and a blood hole instantly appeared in Zhao Tai's forehead, the skull pierced through by the sword's energy. In an instant, he was lifeless, his eyes wide open in shock. You dare kill my brother, Zhao Gao exclaimed, gazing at his sibling's unblinking form, fury consuming him. Join him in death, Yun Chen retorted, swiftly turning to pierce Zhao Gao's eyes with his sword, withdrawing it as blood erupted forth. Zhao Gao managed to utter but twice before he too succumbed to death. The Zhao family was now utterly bereft of heirs. In that moment, Zhao Wujia lost all reason, his body radiating a chaotic energy as he howled, return my son's life. With a serene smile, Yun Chen replied, do not worry. Soon I will send you down to join him, and your family shall be reunited. Chapter 79. Seppuku Mr. Zhao, are you incapable of handling such trivial matters? The expression on Nakamura Ichiro's face grew increasingly grim. Such a minor issue, and it has already been mishandled. He must reassess the strength of the Zhao family. Whether the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce should continue to strengthen its collaboration with the Zhao family is now a matter of deliberation. Mr. Nakamura, did you not notice that my 2 sons have perished? Zhao Wujia spoke coldly. If you possess the capability, why not capture him yourself, Mr. Nakamura? Nakamura Ichiro smiled and replied, Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the might of our land, Fusang, today. Mr. Zhao, do keep your eyes wide open. Observe closely the formidable prowess of the ninjas from Fusang. As his words fell, 6 figures clad in ninja attire, their faces obscured, appeared instantaneously before Nakamura Ichiro. It was as if they had materialized from thin air. Each stood in a uniform posture, hand resting on their katana. Bodies angled as if poised to draw their blades and slice through everything in their path at a moment's notice. Fusang ninjas? The countenance of Dongfang Qingsong shifted dramatically. Though Fusang is a small island nation, its landmass barely significant, the prowess of its ninjas is renowned across the globe. Their methods are unique. Celebrated for their use of hidden weapons and stealth techniques, often appearing and vanishing without a trace. Their strikes are swift, precise, and lethal, leaving one vulnerable to their cunning tactics. How could individuals from Fusang appear in the Zhao family? Qin Yuyan furrowed her brow. The Fusang nation has maintained business relations with the Zhao family, Dongfang Wentian explained. That individual is the president of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. He holds significant influence in Fusang. If he intervenes, matters could become quite troublesome. Qin Yuyan inquired with curiosity, are these ninjas truly powerful? Dongfang Wentian nodded. Indeed. Their agility and use of hidden weapons are quite extraordinary. A moment's inattention could lead to a fatal ambush. At that moment, the usually reticent figure known as Shadow spoke up. They are not a match. Qin Yuyan quickly asked, Shadow, are you implying that they are no match for our junior disciple? Shadow slowly nodded. Yes, Mississippi. It is somewhat of an overestimation to have me protect him. His strength is terrifying. Even my presence cannot be concealed before him. Thus, the ninjas from Fusang, with their pride and stealth, would be rendered utterly ineffective in his presence. Dongfang Wentian could not help but furrow his brows. To evoke such words from the shadow of the Qin family, what level of prowess does this Yun Chen possess? Capture him alive. Nakamura Ichiro commanded directly. Yes. The 6 ninjas bowed in unison. In the next instant, they moved with supernatural swiftness. They appeared like phantoms, leaving trails of afterimages in their wake. They swiftly maneuvered to either side, advancing toward Yun Chen, just as they were about to close in with a swift motion. Their katanas were drawn in unison. Yun Chen remained stationary, unmoving from the beginning. Ichiro Nakamura, witnessing this, erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! Mr. Zhao, do you see? He has been utterly petrified. Do you know why? Because it was too swift. This is the art of evasion from our esteemed land of Fusang. It is imperceptible to the naked eye. Ah, so slow. I expected something more astonishing. Yun Chen sighed, his tone laced with boredom. He then assumed an even more peculiar stance and, with extraordinary speed, instantaneously appeared behind the 6 individuals. He first delivered a powerful kick, which pierced the chest of one of the ninjas. Withdrawing his leg, the ninja gazed at the gaping wound in disbelief, uttering a gasp before succumbing to death. The remaining 5 ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. Baka, when did that wretched Dragon Kingdom person get behind us? The 5 swiftly turned around, their eyes alert, hands raised defensively to prepare their concealed weapons. However, before they could retrieve their armaments, a flash of a blade surged past their eyes. With a swift stroke, Yun Chen's sword cleaved through, causing the 5 ninjas to shrink in stature, only to realize that their legs had vanished. Subsequently, all 5 knelt before Yun Chen. Isn't there a tradition in your Fusang country called seppuku? I have only seen it on television, and frankly, it seemed rather contrived. Today, I wish to witness it firsthand. Go ahead. Don't you have knives at hand? Yun Chen remarked, resting his chin on his hand, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the 5. Ichiro Nakamura's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? My ninja legion. No sooner had he uttered those words than Yun Chen appeared at his side, moving with such speed that he was nearly invisible. Command them to commit seppuku, or else I shall sever your head. Yun Chen whispered ominously in Nakamura's ear. Nakamura, gripped by fear, felt every hair on his body stand on end. Bakayuru, you all, immediately, commit seppuku, he commanded decisively. He understood well the ancient wisdom of the Dragon Kingdom. One must prioritize oneself above all. Better to betray the world than to be betrayed by it. If the deaths of others can ensure my survival, then it is justified. Now is your time to pledge allegiance to the land of Fusang. I shall ensure the safety of your families back in Fusang, Nakamura declared. Hearing this, the 5 kneeling ninjas' expressions turned resolute as they gritted their teeth and grasped the samurai swords on the ground. They then plunged the blades into their abdomens. And in an instant, they met their demise. May I be spared now? Nakamura inquired cautiously. Not at all, Yun Chen replied, shaking his head. In your dragon kingdom, there is an ancient saying, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. You cannot be unfaithful to your word. Nakamura retorted angrily. In our dragon nation, there exists an ancient adage, those who offend our dragon nation shall face retribution, regardless of the distance. Yun Chen spoke with an icy demeanor. No. You misunderstand. My lord, I have merely come to the dragon nation for business. In our dragon nation, we also have a saying, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. Why not transform our conflict into friendship? I am Ichiro Nakamura, the president of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce, and I would be delighted to befriend you. Nakamura pleaded for peace. Yun Chen suddenly laughed. Kyushu Chamber of Commerce? A mere speck of an island nation like Fusang dares to claim the name Kyushu. Upon your return, be sure to rename it. From this day forth, it shall be known as the Lawless Chamber of Commerce. If you fail to comply, I shall personally come to flatten your establishment. Nakamura nodded repeatedly, refraining from any rebuttal. Fully aware of the dragon nation's wisdom, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. Hey! Nakamura lowered his head. Kneel. Yun Chen commanded. Without hesitation, Nakamura knelt. Understanding the wisdom of the dragon nation, enduring for a moment leads to calm seas. Taking a step back opens vast horizons. Thus, when Yun Chen commanded him to kneel, he complied instantly. Afterward, Yun Chen slowly turned his gaze toward Zhao Wujia. Now it is your turn. Are you ready to reunite with your family? Arrogant. Zhao Wujia. I implore the ancestral spirit to manifest. Eliminate this wretch. Zhao Wujia suddenly bellowed toward the heavens. In the next moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the horizon. Zhao Wujia, you cannot even protect your own 2 sons, allowing a mere boy to run rampant in the Zhao family. You have truly disappointed me. Following this incident, I shall reconsider your suitability to inherit the position of the Zhao family head. In the blink of an eye, an elderly man with snow-white hair appeared. Standing at the center, his gaze as tranquil as still water, exuding an aura of authority without anger. A formidable presence enveloped him. Shortly thereafter, another figure emerged. Hands clasped behind his back, clad in garments as white as snow. Despite his advanced age, he appeared remarkably robust, with flames of fury blazing in his eyes. Zhao Wujia, you worthless fool, return my eldest and second grandsons to me. Is the Zhao family to be left without descendants? With a resounding crash, Zhao Wujia fell to his knees. Pleading, please forgive me, ancestral spirit. I shall strive to bear more heirs. These 2 individuals were the foremost ancestors of the Zhao family, Zhao Huaijin and Zhao Huifeng. Generally, they remained reclusive, only emerging in times of dire crisis for the Zhao family. Their strength was at the level of grandmasters, and both had surpassed a century in age, having witnessed an entire era. They were indeed formidable entities. Young friend Yun, the prowess of these 2 is exceedingly terrifying. You must exercise utmost caution. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Zhao family's ancestors, Dongfang Qingsong's expression changed instantly, urgently warning Yun Chen. Qin Yuyin's countenance also shifted. Even the Zhao family ancestors have arrived. She had previously heard her family's elders speak of them, acknowledging their unfathomable strength. They were the foundation and reliance of the Zhao family. Young man, at such a tender age, to possess such remarkable skills is indeed a rarity. Alas, you have slain my 2 grandsons, and I, an old man, cannot spare you. Zhao Huaijin, the venerable ancestor of the Zhao family, fixed his gaze upon Yun Chen. You old fool, despite your advanced years, you still dare to court death. Do you long to become a ghost beneath my sword? Yun Chen replied coldly. His azure dragon sword emitting another resonant dragon roar, as though the blood of a grandmaster held an irresistible allure for it. Youngster, even your father, upon meeting me in the past, showed me the utmost respect. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Zhao Huaijin sneered disdainfully. Master, shall I take this old fool's head and present it to you as a night pot? Jiu proposed with utmost respect. Impudent. You dare to show such disrespect to our ancestor. Do you understand what a grandmaster signifies? The remaining 4 masters of the Zhao family could not help but interject, despite their recent flight from Jiu and the ghost sword, leaving them in a state of disarray. Yet, upon the appearance of their ancestor, their confidence surged once more. What of a grandmaster? When faced with our young master, he must kneel, and if he is to perish, then perish he shall, Jiu retorted with utter disdain. Instantly, the 2 venerable ancestors of the Zhao family were engulfed in fury. In the next moment, Zhao Huaijin lunged toward Jiu. But an unexpected sword chi abruptly blocked his path, instilling within him a sense of impending death. How is this possible? Zhao Huaizhen gasped in horror, for it had been long since he had felt such a sensation. In his moment of daze, Yun Chen appeared before him like a specter, thrusting the azure dragon's sword once more, unleashing a terrifying sword qi aimed directly at Zhao Huaizhen's heart. Seeing this, Zhao Huaizhen dared not be arrogant any longer. He immediately channeled his internal energy, forming a protective shield around his body. The protective energy, a barrier known only to those of the Grandmaster realm. It is said that this protective energy is impervious to blades and bullets, immune to both water and fire. Once activated, it renders one invincible. Your sword shall not harm our ancestor in the slightest. The Zhao family members exclaimed in awe. To witness their ancestor manifest the protective energy was akin to receiving a divine boon, for they could learn so much from it, including the methods of energy circulation. My protective energy remains unbroken to this day. Zhao Huaizhen laughed heartily, casting a confident glance at Yun Chen. Oh, is that so? Yun Chen replied with an air of indifference. As his words fell, a fissure appeared in Zhao Huaizhen's protective energy. The sword qi swiftly penetrated his body. Zhao Huaizhen's countenance drastically changed, his eyes widening in disbelief, his pupils filled with incredulity. The Zhao family members fell silent in an instant, for they witnessed their ancestor's body begin to swell rapidly, akin to a balloon, until bang, it suddenly exploded, sending blood and flesh flying. All present were rendered utterly speechless by the scene before them. The ancestral figure had perished? Chapter 80. The Events of the Past. The members of the Zhao family stood agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. The venerable ancestor, once revered as a deity, had inexplicably exploded before them, reduced to mere fragments. Unable to coalesce. No, I refuse to accept this. The ancestor was a grandmaster. How could he have been slain by a single strike? What manner of being is he? At this moment, many within the Zhao family felt their composure shatter. With the ancestor dead, was there any hope for their survival? Yun Chen had vowed to annihilate the Zhao clan. Zhao Wuji's expression was fraught with terror. If even the ancestor had fallen to this youth, what was the extent of his strength? They should have eradicated this threat at its root. Zhao Wuji turned to another ancestor, Zhao Huifeng, and asked, "What shall we do now? How should I know? My strength is on par with Huaizhen's. If he could slay Huaizhen with a single stroke, he could just as easily do the same to me." Zhao Huifeng replied, panic rising within him. But how could this child possess such power? He is merely a remnant from a small family, emerging from a humble place like Jinling, yet he has cultivated to such a level. Zhao Huifeng could no longer maintain his composure. His gaze towards Yun Chen was now tinged with trepidation. "Where is my father?" Yun Chen suddenly inquired. His primary purpose for visiting the Zhao family was to uncover the whereabouts of his father, who had been taken away all those years ago. Despite the passage of time, not a shred of news had surfaced. "Your father has been rescued," Zhao Wuji stated without hesitation, fearing any hint of concealment might provoke Yun Chen's wrath and lead to further bloodshed. "Rescued?" Yun Chen furrowed his brow. "Has my father escaped danger? Then why has he not returned to find me after all these years?" Yun Chen was perplexed. Nevertheless, upon learning that his father had been saved, a flicker of joy ignited within him. At least it meant his father was unharmed. "Why did you invade my Yun family? Capturing my father and driving my mother to her death? What grievances do we hold against the Zhao family?" Yun Chen pressed on. "There are no grievances. We were merely following orders back then," Zhao Wuji quickly replied. "Whose orders?" Yun Chen's expression turned icy. "This matter is too significant. I cannot disclose it," Zhao Wuji stammered, visibly distressed. "If you refuse to speak, I can end your life right now." Yun Chen's demeanor was chilling as he advanced towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Huifeng dared not make a move. As Yun Chen's sword hovered perilously close to Zhao Wuji, the latter fell to his knees, pleading, "Please, do not kill me. I will tell you. Your Yun family offended the Dragon Lord's son." Yun Chen's brow furrowed even deeper. "Who is the Dragon Lord?" Zhao Wuji declared emphatically. "The sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom." The individuals present, upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, were all struck with astonishment. Qin Yuyan's delicate face was also shrouded in fear. The sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom. How could the family of the little junior disciple have offended the son of the Dragon Kingdom as ruler? A hint of worry appeared on the aged visage of Dongfang Qing. If Yun Chen's family truly had antagonized the son of the Dragon Lord, then the Dongfang clan could not possibly wade into this murky water. The son of the Dragon Kingdom as ruler? Yun Chen furrowed his brow. That identity was indeed formidable. However, how could his parents have any connection with the son of the Dragon Lord? Logically speaking, his parents ought to be completely detached from such lofty circles. How could my parents possibly know the son of the Dragon Lord? Yun Chen inquired, perplexed. It is not your parents who have offended the son of the Dragon Lord, but your uncle, Zhao Wuji clarified. Yun Chen's expression shifted slightly. Uncle? That unfamiliar yet familiar name. Who exactly was his uncle? And why had he offended the son of the Dragon Lord? Were his parents entangled in this because of him? Yun Chen was eager to uncover the answers to all these questions. Who is my uncle? Yun Chen pressed on. You do not know who your uncle is? Zhao Wuji responded with a look of confusion. Yun Chen coldly asserted, answer me directly when I ask you something. Very well. Your uncle's name is Nangong Yunqing. Zhao Wuji quickly replied. The esteemed head of the Zhao family now appeared as humble as an ant. Nangong Yunqing? Yun Chen's brows knitted tightly. Nangong was indeed his mother's surname. Yunqing, was that not his own name? Nangong Yunqing? Could it truly be his uncle? Otherwise, what a remarkable coincidence. The surname belonging to his mother, and the name identical to his own. Where is my uncle now? Yun Chen inquired, his frown deepening. I do not know. No one knows the whereabouts of your uncle. Years ago, your uncle offended the ninth prince, the ninth son of the ruler. The ninth prince led an elite force of 300,000 to besiege your uncle in the royal capital. At that time, many families participated in this assault, all supporters of the ninth prince. Your uncle, relying solely on himself, stained the royal capital with blood, carving out a path of escape amidst the carnage. He instigated a bloodbath that shocked the Dragon Kingdom. One man against the elite force of 300,000, he fought valiantly, ultimately severing the arm of the ninth prince. Severely wounded, he fled the royal capital. Since then, he has remained in hiding. Even now, your uncle is still the #1 wanted criminal on the Dragon Kingdom's bounty list. Upon learning that his son had been maimed, the Dragon Lord was consumed with fury and immediately ordered the annihilation of your mother's Nangong family. In truth, your mother was not forced to her death. She willingly chose to die, for had she lived, your father would not have survived either. Though your mother had married into another family, she was still of the Nangong lineage, and thus, her demise was deemed necessary. We initially intended to capture your mother, but your father refused to allow us to take her, insisting on protecting her. Consequently, your mother had no choice but to hang herself in her chamber. To express this, everything is unrelated to your father. Zhao Wuji recounted the events of that year. Yun Chen's gaze was as cold as a February winter. Ninth Prince, Dragon Lord, I have disclosed everything I know to you. Can you spare the Zhao family? Zhao Wuji tentatively inquired. Even if your Zhao family is being manipulated. My second uncle and the servants of the Yun family have fallen victim to you. You must still face death. Yun Chen replied coldly. So, you will not relent against the Zhao family regardless of what I say? Zhao Wuji's expression darkened suddenly. All he had said amounted to nothing. Indeed, I have declared my intent to annihilate your Zhao family completely. A promise made must be fulfilled. Yun Chen stated coldly. Do you truly believe that your Zhao family can be extinguished at my whim? The reason I have shared so much is merely to buy time. My Zhao family has an army of 100,000, already at the gates. None of you shall leave today. All shall remain to accompany my son in death. Chapter 81. Halt. Oh, is that so? Yun Chen remarked with an air of nonchalance. On the brink of death, he still feigned composure. My Zhao army is no ordinary force. It is a battle-hardened, iron-willed army that has fought valiantly on the front lines. Even a grandmaster would kneel before my Zhao army. Zhao Wuji declared with an arrogant demeanor. The Zhao army was his ultimate source of confidence. Beside him, the Zhao family elder, Zhao Huifeng, also chuckled. His expression gradually settled into calmness, no longer reflecting the earlier panic and shock. With an army of 100,000 at his command, why fear a mere youth? Even if you are exceptionally talented, it is utterly impossible to break free from the encirclement of 100,000 troops. Should you choose to submit to my Zhao family, I would consider sparing you. Moreover, I assure you, the Zhao family will invest all efforts in nurturing and supporting you, elevating you to loftier heights. However, I have one condition, from this day forth. You must adopt the Zhao surname. Yun Chen could not help but exclaim, I shall change to your ridiculous surname? Have you lost your mind? Remember this. I shall always bear the surname Yun. The elder of the Zhao family spoke with an imposing calm. Young man, do not cling to your delusions. I acknowledge your hard-earned cultivation. It would indeed be a pity for it to end so abruptly. Zhao Wuji added. The elder's terms are already quite generous. Do not be ungrateful. Yun Chen's expression remained icy as he replied, enough noise. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. The elder of the Zhao family slowly spoke, If you cannot be of service to us, then let us eliminate you to prevent future troubles. Zhao Wuji nodded. Yes, elder. Where's the Zhao army? Present. An earth-shattering roar erupted outside the gates. The sound was deafening, shaking the very air. Enter and slay the enemy. Zhao Wuji commanded. No sooner had the words left his mouth than thousands of snipers appeared around the Zhao family. Countless red dots illuminated Yun Chen and his companions, locking them in a firm embrace. Soon after, a multitude of soldiers, armed with submachine guns and donned in special forces uniforms, surged forth like a relentless tide, encircling the Zhao family completely. The sight was one of overwhelming numbers, stretching endlessly. Dongfang Qingcong and the 10 masters of the Dongfang clan exchanged grave glances, acutely aware of the arrival of the Zhao family's vast army of 100,000. Meanwhile, Shadow positioned himself protectively in front of Qin Yuyan, his demeanor turning notably serious. 100,000 soldiers were indeed a formidable force. A mere droplet of spit from each could drown a person. I must call senior sister, Qin Yuyan declared, realizing that only she could save her junior disciple. Immediately, she produced her phone and dialed a number. Did you see that? This is the might of my Zhao family's 100,000 troops. Zhao Wujing boasted with a hearty laugh. Mr. Zhao, you've done exceptionally well, Nakayama Ichiro exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Mr. Nakayama, now you understand how astute a decision it was to ally with the Zhao family. Zhao Wujing replied with an air of arrogance. Indeed. Indeed. The Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce will surely strengthen its partnership with Mr. Zhao in the future. Nakayama Ichiro praised repeatedly. Yun Chen, with an air of nonchalance, remarked. Quite the crowd, isn't it? Why not put it to the test? Will your 100,000 troops kill me first, or shall I take your head first? Zhao Wujing responded with unshakable composure. You seem to misunderstand the situation. It appears I must remind you, you are not alone. What about the Dongfang family members and that girl from the Qin clan? Have you forgotten their lives? They have been drawn into this conflict to assist you. If you disregard their safety, you will be deemed heartless and ungrateful. The Dongfang and Qin clans will not let you off easily. Your conscience will haunt you day and night. Zhao Wujing threatened, fully aware that even the Zhao family's army would find it challenging to eliminate Yun Chen. However, with the Dongfang and Qin family members involved, the stakes were entirely different. As long as the guns were aimed at them, Yun Chen's subsequent actions would undoubtedly be cautious. Once a person has a vulnerability, they become exceedingly fragile. So, you intend to use them to threaten me? Yun Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, you are correct, Zhao Wujing nodded, a confident demeanor radiating from him as if he had Yun Chen completely under his control. Is it truly 100,000 drunken sacks of flesh that gives you such confidence? Yun Chen queried with a smile. What did you say? My Zhao army is a fierce and relentless force, having shed blood across the borders, and you dare to label them as mere sacks of flesh. Zhao Wujing retorted, seething with rage. Young master, leave those 100,000 sacks of flesh to us. If a single hair is harmed on the members of the Dongfang family or your senior sister, you may hold me and the old ghost accountable. Jiu Yu and Gui Jin quickly arrived at the sides of the Dongfang family and Qin Yuyan, one on the left and one on the right. Yun Chen slowly nodded in acknowledgement. With only the two of them, do they think they can obstruct the mighty Zhao family's 100,000 troops? Ridiculous. Zhao Wujia laughed heartily. At that moment, Yun Chen had already made his move, swift as a phantom, as graceful as the wind through the forest. In an instant, he appeared before Zhao Wujie. Fire. Quickly, fire. Ancestor, save me. Zhao Wujie commanded his troops in a panic. Simultaneously, he pleaded with his ancestor. The next moment, the sound of gunfire erupted. But it was quickly followed by an eerie silence. For at that moment, Yun Chen was holding a severed head aloft, gazing down upon the 100,000 Zhao troops. The soldiers, stunned, stared at the grisly trophy in his hand, their faces filled with horror. The family head is dead. How could this happen? No. Yun Chen understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie could not fathom why the ancestor had not intervened to save him. The Zhao family's ancestor wore a grave expression. It was not that he did not wish to act, but Yun Chen was simply too swift, decapitating Wujie in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for rescue. Your family head is dead. Are you certain you wish to continue? Yun Chen addressed the 100,000 troops below. Just then, the ancestor of the Zhao family shouted angrily, fire. Upon hearing the command, the Zhao troops prepared to pull their triggers once more, intent on avenging their leader, for it was he who had nurtured them. Stop. A voice, stern yet tinged with gentleness, rang out from behind the crowd. A strikingly beautiful woman in fitted attire strode forward with grace. The 100,000 Zhao troops, upon seeing her, knelt in unison, their expressions filled with respect. Chapter 82. Ningling Shuang. Commander Ning, what brings you here? A leader among the Zhao troops knelt on one knee, speaking reverently. If I do not come, you will turn against my little apprentice. The woman in fitted attire replied coldly. Little apprentice? Commander Ning, who is your little apprentice? The leader thought in astonishment. Among them, there was actually the little apprentice of Commander Ning. How close they had come to provoking a disaster. At that moment, Qin Yuyan waved at the woman from afar. Sister, I'm over here. Upon seeing Qin Yuyan, the woman's expression softened into a smile, a stark contrast to her earlier cold demeanor. Yuyan, are you unharmed? Qin Yuyan pouted, saying, I'm fine, sister. The bullets were all blocked by the shadow. I'm perfectly all right. The woman in fitted attire glanced at the scattered bullets on the ground, her face turning cold once more as she turned to the 100,000 Zhao troops, who fired the shots. Instantly, the Zhao troops fell silent, each one trembling as if faced with a formidable enemy. The presence of one person overshadowed the might of 100,000. Step forward. Do not make me repeat myself. The woman clad in combat attire spoke with an icy demeanor. The leader of the Zhao army, sensing impending doom, immediately pulled a few individuals forward as scapegoats. In the next instant, the combat-clad woman stood before them, swiftly seizing their firearms. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger with unyielding precision, her expression unwavering throughout the ordeal. Not a single one of the 100,000 Zhao soldiers dared to utter a word, for the woman before them was none other than the true deity of the military. Stationed alone in the northern frontier, commanding the formidable Northern Liang army of 1 million. She was renowned as the first female war goddess of the Dragon Nation. In comparison, the Zhao army appeared as nothing more than a ragtag group, wholly inadequate and lacking even the qualifications to carry the shoes of the Northern Liang forces. This was the reason why the 100,000 troops of Zhao now cowered like frightened dogs. It was indeed Ningling Shuang, the first female war goddess of the military, embodying unparalleled grace and beauty. To their astonishment, he was actually the junior disciple of Ningling Shuang, a figure of considerable stature. Yan was also her senior sister. And so was Ningling Shuang. Dongfang Wentian exclaimed in utter shock, his heart filled with envy and resentment. How could someone from a humble place like Jinling possess the fortune to be the junior disciple of two extraordinary beauties? Ningling Shuang's name was known throughout the Dragon Nation. She was the dream of countless men in the military. To be precise, she was the goddess of dreams for military men across the globe. However, such a woman was not someone an ordinary person could ever hope to approach. At most, one could admire her from afar, perhaps daring to indulge in a fantasy in their dreams. Uncle Qingsong, I am increasingly curious about what kind of background he possesses. Is he truly just a scion of a fallen family? Dongfang Wentian inquired of Dongfang Qingsong. I am not entirely sure. I happened to encounter him in Jinling with my friend Yun. Dongfang Qingsong replied. Junior sister, where is the junior disciple? When did he descend the mountain? After the woman clad in combat attire finished her grim task, she turned to Qin Yuyan and asked. Over there. Qin Yuyan pointed with her delicate finger towards Yun Chen. The woman followed her direction and, upon seeing Yun Chen holding the head of Zhao Wujia, her expression shifted in surprise. Senior sister, isn't the junior disciple quite handsome? Qin Yuyan remarked with a smile. Indeed, Ningling Shuang nodded slowly in agreement, then inquired, did the junior disciple personally slay Zhao Wujia? Yes. There won't be any repercussions. Will there, senior sister? Qin Yuyan asked anxiously. He is killed. It is of no consequence, Ningling Shuang replied nonchalantly, her words brushing aside the matter lightly. At that moment, Yun Chen furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the imposing woman before him. Could it be that this commanding beauty, exuding an aura of authority, was indeed his senior sister? Junior brother, come here quickly and discard that head. It brings ill fortune. Do not hold on to it for too long. The senior sister has arrived, and nothing untoward will happen. These fellows dare not act recklessly anymore. Yun Chen casually tossed the head of Zhao Wujie to the ancestor of the Zhao family and walked over. Junior brother, allow me to introduce you. This is senior sister Ningling Shuang. Senior sister, quickly show junior brother the plum blossom on your body. Qin Yuyan urged eagerly. A faint blush appeared on Ningling Shuang's face as she replied, it's not very convenient. Oh, I almost forgot, senior sister. Your plum blossom is tattooed on your chest, indeed quite inconvenient. Qin Yuyan realized with a start. How about waiting until evening for senior sister to discreetly show it to you? Yun Chen interjected. That's unnecessary. There is no need for constant verification of identity. Greetings, senior sister. I am Yun Chen. What a lovely name. I have heard that master has bestowed upon you the command of Nanyang, Ningling Shuang said with a smile. Her eyebrows slightly raised. Yes, Yun Chen nodded. Then you must now be the commander of Nanyang. Be vigilant regarding the movements of the Fusang kingdom. Nanyang and Fusang are separated by the sea, and recently, Fusang's activities in Long Country have become increasingly frequent. I fear they may become restless. You must exercise caution. Not an inch of Long Country's territory can be lost, Ningling Shuang advised earnestly. As the commander of Nanyang, Yun Chen was surprisingly unaware of these developments, as he had yet to visit Nanyang and was essentially in a nominal position. By the way, what grievances do you have with the Zhao family? Ningling Shuang inquired curiously. Senior sister, the Zhao family captured Junior Brother's father years ago and also murdered many of Junior Brother's relatives. Qin Yuan interjected from the side. Ah, I see. Then Zhao Wujie truly deserved his fate. Ningling Shuang nodded slowly. However, the Zhao family still possesses a grandmaster. You must be cautious of this individual, for he is not present today. Yun Chen frowned slightly. Indeed, he had previously heard from Dongfang Wentian that the Zhao family had 3 grandmasters in total. Yet today he had only encountered 2. He began to wonder if the Zhao family had retained a hidden card, only to discover that this individual was fortuitously absent today. Senior sister, why should we be wary of him? Is he not merely a grandmaster? I could easily deal with him, Yun Chen remarked, perplexed. Ningling Shuang looked slightly taken aback. You believe you can easily dispose of a grandmaster? It seems, as our masters have said, that my junior brother is indeed exceptionally gifted. A veritable prodigy. This individual is a favored confidant of the second elder and serves as one of his personal bodyguards. You must be exceedingly cautious. Chapter 83, The Celestial Absolute 9 Swords, First Sword. The Second Elder. Yet again, this second elder. Truly, the paths of adversaries are narrow. Yun Chen murmured to himself. It was this second elder who had previously dismissed Uncle Lu. Originally, I intended to meet the second elder upon arriving in the royal capital. To my surprise, the second elder has ties to the Zhao family. How fortuitous. Uncle Lu's matters and those concerning the Zhao family can be resolved simultaneously. Is fate not ironic? Little junior brother, have you already had dealings with the second elder? Ningling Xiang inquired, her delicate brows slightly furrowed with curiosity. Not quite dealings, but merely some indirect grievances. However, he likely does not know me, Yun Chen replied. Little junior brother, I am aware of your formidable strength, yet the waters of the royal capital run deep. You must exercise caution. The Zhao family's 3rd grandmaster, named Zhao Pengcheng, is the elder brother of Zhao Wujie. If Zhao Pengcheng learns that you have slain Zhao Wujie, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Therefore, you must be wary of any ill intentions he may harbor towards you. Ningling Xiang cautioned Yun Chen. Ill intentions? A mere grandmaster dares to pose a threat to me? Rest assured, senior sister, Yun Chen nonchalantly replied, showing no concern for Zhao Pengcheng. Zhao Pengcheng, while not particularly fearsome, is merely a pawn. The true concern lies with the second elder behind him. Zhao Pengcheng is a favored confidant of the second elder. Officially, he serves as her personal guard, but rumors suggest that he is merely a kept man. Ningling Xiang spoke earnestly. Senior sister, the second elder is a woman? Yun Chen asked, perplexed. Indeed. What did you expect? The second elder is the sister of the current Dragon Lord, Ningling Xiang clarified. The sister of the current Dragon Lord? I had assumed it was a man. Yun Chen chuckled awkwardly, though he was genuinely astonished. The fact that the second elder is the sister of the current Dragon Lord complicates matters further. Commander Ning, our Zhao family has always maintained a policy of non-interference. Do you truly wish to offend my Zhao family for this child? At that moment, the elder of the Zhao family interjected. Offend? What are you? If my little junior brother is wronged, the Zhao family should offer their lives in atonement. Anyone who stands against my little junior brother stands against me. Ningling Xiang proclaimed fiercely defending Yun Chen. Her protectiveness left Yun Chen somewhat taken aback. Do all of my senior sisters possess a penchant for favoritism? You may disregard my dignity, but do not forget the second elder. My Zhao family is already aligned with her. Commander Ning, your actions will undoubtedly displease the second elder. The elder of the Zhao family invoked the name of the second elder, intending to intimidate Ningling Xiang. The second elder has no authority over me. Ningling Xiang retorted without a hint of politeness. Old fool, I almost forgot you were here. Yun Chen swiftly approached the elder of the Zhao family. Do you dare threaten my senior sister? Are you courting death? The elder of the Zhao family's expression changed dramatically as Yun Chen suddenly stood before him. In the next moment, Yun Chen raised the azure dragon sword, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating forth. The 9 swords of heavenly severance, the first sword. The wind sweeps away the remnants of the clouds. Yun Chen exclaimed with fury. At the moment he raised his sword, the tempest it conjured sent many staggering in disarray. Dongfang Wentian immediately channeled his internal energy to stabilize his stance, while the 10 masters of the Dongfang clan hurriedly did the same. The shadow swiftly positioned itself in front of Qin Yuyan. Such terrifying sword energy. Merely the gusts surrounding the blade instilled a chilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Dongfang Wentian remarked incredulously. The 10 masters of the Dongfang clan were witnessing firsthand the true meaning of terror and the might of the sword. Qin Yuyan finally understood why her junior martial brother claimed he could handle everything alone back at the Dongfang estate. With just this sword, how many in the world could withstand its might? Ningling Shuang instantly recognized that the sword technique employed by her junior martial brother was none other than the heavenly severance 9 swords of their 4th master, albeit with a power surpassing that of the master himself. Today, no member of the Zhao family shall leave here alive, Yun Chen declared coldly. Yun Chen, if you spare me, I promise not to report you to the 2nd elder. The ancestor of the Zhao family pleaded, gazing at the colossal sword silhouette before him. Report? Feel free to do so. However, it seems the deceased cannot lodge complaints, Yun Chen replied with a smile. In the next instant, a sword fell. Bang! The entire Zhao family estate was cleaved in 2 by a single stroke. A massive chasm, several meters deep, gaped ominously in the center, a sight that was truly harrowing. Every witness gasped in shock. Was this still the work of a human? The ancestor of the Zhao family had been cleaved to the depths of the earth, beyond death itself. How generous of Yun Chen to grant him a burial, sparing the trouble of a cremation. Kill. Leave no one from the Zhao family alive. Yun Chen commanded as he sheathed his sword. In the next moment, Juyo and the ghost sword sprang into action, unleashing a massacre upon the Zhao clan. The entire estate transformed into a hellish inferno, filled with screams of agony, terror, and despair. In mere minutes, not a single soul from the Zhao family remained alive. Over a dozen masters, numerous innate guardians, and 2 revered ancestors, including the clan leader Zhao Wujie and his 2 sons, Zhao Tai and Zhao Gao, all perished. Senior sister. 2nd sister, I shall return shortly, Yun Chen informed Ningling Shuang and Qin Yuyan before striding out of the Zhao family gates. The 100,000-strong army of the Zhao family parted to create a path, their expressions awestruck as they watched Yun Chen pass. Not a single sound dared to escape their lips, nor did they even breathe. For that single sword stroke had not only claimed the life of the Zhao ancestor, but had also struck fear into the hearts of every individual present, instilling a deep-seated reverence and dread. Upon exiting the Zhao family estate, Yun Chen swiftly approached his 2nd uncle. 2nd uncle, Xiao Chen, are you unharmed? Why is there so much blood on you? Are you injured? Yun Zhongjuan inquired immediately upon seeing Yun Chen emerge. Uncle, I'm fine. This blood belongs to the Zhao family. I have eradicated them completely. There remains one survivor, and I shall deal with him as well, Yun Chen replied confidently. What? Little Chen? You mean you've annihilated the Zhao family? Yun Zhongjuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the Zhao family's formidable strength. Years ago, he had infiltrated the royal capital with the elite of the Yun family to assassinate Zhao Wujin, the head of the Zhao family. However, they were discovered by the Zhao family's guards. Merely 2 guards had routed them completely. He could hardly fathom that the Zhao family's protectors were all innate experts. It was later revealed that the Zhao family boasted over a dozen masters and 3 grandmasters. From the outset, the assassination was doomed to fail. Yes, uncle, I will take you inside now, so you can witness with your own eyes how those who once bullied, insulted, and looked down upon our Yun family met their demise. Yun Chen asserted emphatically. Chapter 84, Let us kill them. Before long, Yun Chen carried his uncle back to the Zhao family estate. Clear the way, he bellowed. The 100,000 soldiers of the Zhao family immediately parted to create a path, bowing their heads in deference as they allowed Yun Chen to pass. Yun Zhongjuan, observing this spectacle, felt utterly astounded. One command from Little Chen had compelled the entire Zhao army to yield, treating him with utmost respect as if facing a formidable adversary. Who is the person your junior brother carries? Ningling Shuang inquired with a furrowed brow, directing her question to Qin Yuyan. That is his uncle, senior sister, Qin Yuyan responded. His uncle? What happened to his leg? It was broken by the Zhao family. They shattered his leg and left him chained outside for 5 long years, subjecting him to humiliation for the entire duration. The Zhao family is truly despicable. Qin Yuyan lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. The plight of little Chen's uncle was indeed heartbreaking. The Zhao family deserves to perish, Ningling Shuang declared, biting her red lip. Just hearing about it stirred a collective outrage. How could they commit such heinous acts? It was no wonder that little Chen would unleash a massacre within the Zhao family. Well done, uncle. Look, the Zhao family members are all here. Yun Chen addressed his uncle, who surveyed the scene. Yun Zhajuan looked around and was met with the sight of countless corpses. The Zhao family had turned into a river of blood, resembling a hellish inferno. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a familiar body, his pupils constricting in shock. For it was the corpse of the Zhao family's ancestor. The Zhao ancestor was of Grandmaster caliber, and yet, he had been slain by little Chen. What level had little Chen attained? What had he endured over the years? Yun Zhongjuan's eyes moistened, a hint of red appearing at the corners. Xiao Chen, you have avenged the sons of the Yun family who came with your second uncle to carry out the assassination. They will surely thank you from the depths of the underworld, Yun Zhongjuan said with tears in his eyes. Second uncle, this is all I owe them. If only I had become stronger sooner, perhaps they would not have perished, Yun Chen lamented. Silly child, you have done remarkably well. You are the pride of our Yun family. Yun Zhongjuan replied joyfully. Hope is restored for the Yun family. At that moment, Qin Yuyan's phone suddenly rang from a distance. Hello, Yuyan. There is an auction in the capital today. Would you like to take a look? I heard they are auctioning a youth-preserving elixir. I want to buy one. Will you accompany me? I don't have time today. Hold on. The auction. Could you send me the list of items being auctioned? I want to take a look. Sure. I'll send it to your phone right now. Soon, Qin Yuyan received the auction list sent by her best friend, detailing all the items that would be auctioned. Upon seeing the black jade bone mending ointment, Qin Yuyan excitedly exclaimed to Yun Chen, Junior brother, I found the remedy for your second uncle's leg. Yun Chen, upon hearing this, asked with a glimmer of hope, Second sister, what is it? Could it be the black jade bone mending ointment? Yes, exactly. It's the black jade bone mending ointment. Qin Yuyan smiled. A radiant smile instantly illuminated Yun Chen's face. Who would have thought that the capital would have the black jade bone mending ointment? This ointment is exceedingly rare and boasts miraculous effects. While it cannot regenerate severed limbs, it can graft another person's leg onto the injured one, allowing the individual to stand once more. Where can I buy it, second sister? Yun Chen inquired eagerly. The auction in the capital starts in half an hour. We must hurry. If we arrive late, others might outbid us. Qin Yuyan urged. Yun Chen nodded. All right, second sister. Let us go now. I will first take you to the hotel to rest. Once I acquire the black jade bone mending ointment, you will be able to stand again. Yun Zhongjuan nodded heavily, unsure of what to say, only able to reflect inwardly. Brother, you truly have a wonderful son. At that moment, Jiu suddenly asked, Young master, should we kill this man? Ningling Shuang frowned slightly as she glanced over. The president of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce? There stood Nakamura Aikaru, trembling uncontrollably in place. Please don't kill me, Mr. Yun. I will change my name and from now on, I will no longer call it the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Our country, Fusang, is merely a small island with a population smaller than that of a small city in your dragon country. We are not worthy of the name Jiuzhou. Nakamura Aikaru pleaded. Yin Shun turned to Nakamura Aikaru and casually remarked, Kill him. Ichiro Nakamura was utterly bewildered. He had believed that Yun Chen would spare him, but instead, Mr. Yun, you cannot be untrustworthy. Previously, you stated that you would not kill me. As long as I changed the name of the Merchant Association, you would let me go. I assure you, I will make the change immediately upon my return. Yun Chen furrowed his brows and remarked, Did I ever say that? I don't recall. According to my senior sister, your country of Fusang has been unusually active lately. Are you planning something in the Dragon Kingdom? Nakamura shook his head vigorously, insisting, No. How could that be, Mr. Yin? Our Fusang has a very good relationship with your Dragon Kingdom. We are neighbors and friends. There is no way we would plot against you. Yin Chen coldly replied, That sounds like a lie. Eliminate him. Nakamura hurriedly defended himself. No, I am not lying, Mr. Yun. Yun Chen retorted, I will give you one more chance. What major activities are your Fusang country undertaking lately? At that moment, Dongfang Wentian interjected. As far as I know, your Kyushu Merchant Association has been aggressively acquiring explosive blood pills at exorbitant prices. Yun Chen frowned slightly. Explosive blood pills. These pills can elevate a warrior's level significantly in a short period. Although the effects are terrifying, the side effects are even more so. Once the effects wear off, one's level will regress substantially. Furthermore, it can consume 10 years of one's lifespan. What is your purpose in hoarding explosive blood pills? Yun Chen inquired icily. Seeing that his plans had been exposed, Nakamura ceased to conceal the truth. He took out 3 black iron balls from his pocket and threw them to the ground. Bang! Instantly, smoke billowed forth and spread rapidly. Within seconds, the entire Zhao family courtyard was enveloped in black smoke, obscuring visibility. It is a hidden weapon from the country of Fusang. Beware, it may be poisonous. Qin Yuyan promptly warned everyone. Farewell, Mr. Yun. You might not know this, but I am also a ninja, and stealth techniques are my specialty. Mr. Yun, you will certainly pay for your actions today, Nakamura laughed. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yun Chen had already appeared behind him. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Nakamura was aghast, as his stealth technique had been effortlessly unraveled. No. In the next moment, Yun Chen seized him and hurled him to the ground. Subsequently, he descended from above and stomped down. Bang! Nakamura's body was instantly buried into the earth, leaving only his head exposed. Let us see you try to escape again. Chapter 85. The Auction. Speak. What are you truly intending by hoarding explosive blood pills? Yun Chen questioned, pressing his foot against Nakamura's head. Ah. Do not tread upon my head. Do you not know the ancient saying in your dragon kingdom? A warrior may be killed, but not humiliated? Oh. Yun Chen nodded slightly. Then, he raised his foot and brought it down repeatedly. Stepping repeatedly on Nakamura Ichiro's head, he exclaimed, Stop trampling my head with your feet. I am a ninja from Fusang. Infuriated, Nakamura Ichiro seethed, A ninja? Not to be sullied. I shall give you one final chance. Declare your intentions behind the reckless acquisition of the blood essence. Yun Chen replied coldly. Nakamura Ichiro laughed heartily. I shall not divulge anything. Then perish. Yun Chen slowly lifted his foot and stomped down with force. Bang! Nakamura Ichiro's head burst open instantaneously, with brain matter splattering like juice from a watermelon. Second senior sister. Let us depart. We have wasted too much time on this scoundrel, Yun Chen remarked after dispatching Nakamura Ichiro, addressing Qin Yuyan. The auction is about to commence, and we cannot afford any further delays. Very well. Senior sister, will you not join us? Qin Yuyan inquired, glancing at Jinling Shuang. I shall abstain. My return to the capital was merely coincidental. I have matters to attend to and must quickly return to the Northern Territory. You and junior brother should go on. Jinling Shuang replied, making a gesture for a phone call. Senior sister, must you leave in such haste? Yun Chen turned to ask. Indeed. The Northern Territory cannot be without a leader for even a day. Junior brother, heed my words. Be vigilant of Zhao Pengcheng. Moreover, after slaying Nakamura Ichiro, the Fusang nation will not let this matter rest, Jinling Shuang cautioned. Understood, senior sister, Yun Chen nodded solemnly. Following this, Jinling Shuang departed swiftly, her actions decisive and efficient. After her departure, Yun Chen instructed Ghost Sword and Jiuyu to take his uncle back to the hotel while he proceeded with second senior sister towards the auction house in the capital. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the auction venue. In their haste, Yun Chen had not changed his attire, which was stained with blood. As they reached the entrance, security personnel stopped them. Halt! What business do you have? The guard glared at Yun Chen. I am here to attend the auction. Yun Chen responded. You intend to attend the auction dressed like this? What do you think this place is? Once inside, what could you possibly afford? The guard retorted coldly. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura began to emanate from Yun Chen. The security personnel's expression changed dramatically. What do you mean someone dressed like this cannot attend the auction? Must you look down on others? Qin Yuyan stepped forward, her anger palpable. Only then did the security personnel notice that the one standing beside Yun Chen was none other than the young lady of the Qin family. My apologies, Miss Yuyan. The guard immediately apologized. Although the Qin family was not the foremost power in the capital, it held considerable influence, and defending them was unwise. Furthermore, anyone befriending the young lady of the Qin family surely possessed significant credentials. Such individuals indeed warranted entry into the auction house. Qin Yuyan scoffed disdainfully. Junior brother, ignore them. Yuyan, over here. At that moment, a tall girl, fashionably dressed in white knee-high boots paired with black stockings, approached, waving at Qin Yuyan. This was none other than her close friend, Xia Zhimeng, who had previously called Qin Yuyan. Upon seeing her, Qin Yuyan quickly waved back. Who is this young handsome man? Xia Zhimeng inquired as she gracefully strode over, sizing up Yun Chen. She was well aware that her friend typically kept her distance from men, so it was quite unusual to see her with a handsome companion. Has the sun risen from the west today? This is my junior brother, Qin Yuyin introduced. Junior brother? I would say he looks more like a little wolf cub. Xia Jiming teased, leaning in to whisper to Qin Yuyin. Stop joking around. Qin Yuyin laughed. However, could you perhaps give your little wolf cub a bit of a makeover? Why would he come dressed like this to an auction? Come on. We still have 10 minutes before it starts, and there's a Louis Vuitton right next door. Let us go buy him an outfit. It won't take long. With that, Xia Jiming took Qin Yuyan's hand and led her toward the luxury boutique. Once inside, Qin Yuyan suddenly remembered she hadn't introduced her junior brother to her best friend. Junior brother, I forgot to introduce you. This is my dear friend, Xia Jiming. She's the one who called me to accompany her to the auction. I just discovered that there's actually a black jade cream up for auction. Qin Yuyan added. Yun Chen nodded and then turned to Xia Jiming. Hello, I'm Yun Chen. Hello there, handsome. Feel free to pick anything you like. It's on me, Xia Jiming replied with a smile. Yun Chen casually remarked, actually, I'm fine in this outfit. It's just a bit stained with blood. It's nothing serious. Xia Jiming burst into laughter. Blood? Ha ha ha. You have quite the sense of humor, young man. Her slender waist was accentuated, and her fair abdomen was momentarily revealed. She assumed Yun Chen was merely joking. All right, let us pick out some clothes, Qin Yuyan interjected, quickly finding a black suit and handing it to Yun Chen. Junior brother, try this on. I believe it will suit your demeanor perfectly. Yun Chen could only nod, taking the clothing toward the fitting room. Just then, a piercing voice echoed from the entrance. Well, Miss Qin, how have you been? The voice belonged to a man clad in a floral shirt with a buzz cut, who entered with a stunningly curvaceous girl by his side. Miss Qin, you've repeatedly turned me down, pretending to be innocent and claiming a lack of interest in men. It seems you have quite the unique taste. I wonder where you found this pretty boy. I'm not uninterested in men. I'm simply uninterested in you. Qin Yuyan replied coldly. Look at what this guy is wearing. Is this clothing salvaged from a garbage heap? Or perhaps stripped from a beggar? The man in the floral shirt directed his scorn towards Yun Chen. Does your establishment accept every kind of customer? We certainly do not wish to see the likes of this country bumpkin again. Do you understand? The adjacent staff member hastily bowed in apology. I heard you. My apologies. Young Master Wang. But will apologies suffice? Look at his attire. Does he appear to be someone who can afford Louis Vuitton? Such a lack of discernment. The man in the floral shirt spoke coldly. Wang Xiaojia, what business is it of yours if we wish to purchase clothing? Xia Jima frowned slightly. Xia, my dear beauty. It has been too long. You remain as alluring as ever, Wang Xiaojia laughed, his eyes shamelessly lingering on Xia Jima's figure. Yan, let us depart. We shall visit another store. Xia Jima stated decisively, recognizing she could not provoke someone of Wang Xiaojia's stature. Yet, she believed she could evade him. Wait a moment. If I ever see you with Yan again, I shall break your legs. Moreover, leave the capital. This place is no haven for someone of your lowly status. Wang Xiaojia suddenly adopted a condescending demeanor as he addressed Yun Chen. Have you heard my words, boy? Wang Xiaojia inquired with a frigid gaze. Does he not realize he is being mocked? Remarked the girl in Wang Xiaojia's embrace with a laugh. Ah, a pretty boy is merely a pretty boy. Truly. All looks and no substance. Qin Yuyan, is this the man you have chosen? Wang Xiaojia derided. Senior sister, close your eyes, Yun Chen spoke slowly. Without hesitation. Qin Yuyan covered her best friend's eyes. What are you doing, Yuyan? Xia Jima queried, bewildered. Do not look, Qin Yuyan instructed. At that moment, Yun Chen had already discarded his suit jacket and swiftly approached Wang Xiaojia, his gaze as cold as ice. Damn, you startled me. Wang Xiaojia cursed. In the next instant, Yun Chen delivered a fierce kick to Wang Xiaojia's knee. Crack. Wang Xiaojia's knee shattered instantly, causing one leg to buckle beneath him. Without pause, Yun Chen struck again. Crack. The other knee met the same fate, and Wang Xiaojia fell to his knees before Yun Chen. Boy, what do you intend to do? Wang Xiaojia gritted his teeth, his voice laced with menace. To kill you, Yun Chen replied, his hand slicing through the air towards Wang Xiaojia's neck like a deadly blade. In the following moment, Wang Xiaojia's head fell to the ground, and Yun Chen kicked the decapitated body outside. Out of sight, out of mind. Passers-by were momentarily paralyzed with shock, their souls nearly departing their bodies. The girl in the revealing outfit, gazing at the headless corpse in her arms, screamed, Ah, Brother Xiaojia. Chapter 86, How striking. It seems he was the scion of the Wang family. The young master of the Wang family was killed in broad daylight? Decapitated? What brutality! Who could have committed such an act? They must possess the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard. The capital is on the verge of upheaval. Outside on the street, a crowd of onlookers buzzed with speculation. Suddenly, a few formidable experts materialized beside the heads of the gathering. This is bad. It's young Master Wang. We're doomed. He just instructed us not to follow him. How will we explain this upon our return? Damn it. Who could be responsible for this? These individuals were the personal bodyguards of Wang Xiaojie. Under normal circumstances, they were bound to remain by his side, providing round-the-clock protection. However, Wang Xiaojie had insisted they not accompany him this time, believing that no harm would come to him. After all, who in the royal capital would dare to strike against the Wang family? Yet, in the blink of an eye, disaster struck. What terrible luck! As for Wang Xiaojie's insistence on being alone, it stemmed from his extreme arrogance. He had grown accustomed to his own hubris. He thought that having his father's men protect him was entirely superfluous. Who would dare to offend the Wang family within the confines of the royal capital? Who did this? Did anyone witness the perpetrator? The bodyguards of the Wang family cast cold, piercing gazes around them. A passerby, who had just witnessed the head flying out from the shop, quickly exclaimed, "The head came from that store." In the next instant, the Wang family's bodyguards vanished from sight, only to reappear within the shop. Who killed our young master? Step forward and face your demise. At that moment, Xia Jiming gazed at the bloodstains and the headless corpse, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yin, was it him who did this? Xia Jiming cautiously glanced at Yun Chen before turning to her best friend. Qin Yuyin slowly nodded. Yes. So those red spots on him are indeed blood? Xia Jiming continued to inquire. Correct, Qin Yuyin affirmed with another nod. Her friend, usually timid, had hastily covered Xia Jiming's eyes earlier to shield her from the gruesome sight. Yuyin, who is this little junior of yours? How could he dare to kill Wang Xiaojie over a mere disagreement? Such audacity. Xia Jiming suddenly found herself filled with curiosity about Yun Chen. It was well known that the Wang family held an unrivaled status in the royal capital, and Wang Xiaojie was notorious for his reckless behavior. Hardly anyone dared to provoke him. Was he not afraid of retaliation from the Wang family? Xia Jiming voiced her concerns. Qin Yuyin smiled. Haven't they already come? Meanwhile, upon entering the shop and being completely disregarded, the Wang family's bodyguards erupted in fury. Are your ears deaf? Who did this? Who dares to kill our young master? Are you tired of living? Yun Chen picked up the suit that his senior sister had chosen for him and slowly turned around, stating, I killed him. If you wish to live, leave immediately. Do not waste my time. The bodyguards of the Wang family, their faces ashen, retorted, You little brat. You killed our young master and still have the audacity to try on clothes here. You truly have a death wish. Yun Chen's expression turned icy as he replied. So, you're not planning to leave, then? Then go accompany your young master. The bodyguards of the Wang family laughed heartily, exclaiming, Arrogant. It seems you are unaware of our prowess. Apologies, but all 6 of us are innate masters. An innate master dares to call himself an expert? Yun Chen scoffed disdainfully. Before his words had fully left his lips, he vanished in an instant, appearing behind several of the Wang family's bodyguards like a wraith. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks, 4 kicks. One by one, the bodyguards were sent flying, akin to cannonballs, crashing heavily onto the street outside. Soon after, they began to spew blood, and within moments, they lay lifeless. What on earth is happening? The Wang family bodyguards exclaimed, bewildered. Who was inside the store? These individuals are all innate masters. How could they be dispatched so swiftly? Could a grandmaster have appeared? However, even a grandmaster would be insufficient against the colossal presence of the Wang family. Offending the Wang family leads only to death. The onlookers on the street began to murmur amongst themselves. Wow, so handsome. Xia Jiming couldn't help but clap her small hands in delight. Yuyin, I truly adore your little junior brother. He is both imposing and striking. Absolutely cool. Xia Jiming was instantly smitten, exclaiming, those kicks were unbelievably stylish. So effortlessly charming. Of course. Just look at who your little junior brother is. Qin Yuyin replied with a smile. Brother Xiaojie, your demise is so tragic. Who will buy me designer handbags now? Who will buy me Chanel? Who will buy me? At that moment, a provocatively dressed girl continued to wail incessantly. Please, stop yelling, Yun Chen said, his head pounding. It's quite bothersome to listen to. I told you to be quiet. Yelling in bed every day is not enough for you. Yun Chen's expression turned cold as he gazed at the provocatively dressed girl, causing her to fall silent immediately, her heart filled with confusion. How could he possibly know that I scream in bed every day? Following this, Yun Chen grabbed a suit and swiftly entered the fitting room. He removed his blood-stained clothing and donned the suit. The instant he stepped out, Qin Yuyin and Xia Jiming were left dumbfounded, their eyes fixated on Yun Chen, unblinking. So handsome. How can he be this attractive? More so than those celebrities. My heart is fluttering, Xia Jiming exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Snap out of it. You're about to drool, Qin Yuyin remarked, unable to restrain her laughter. Xia Jiming pouted in response, as if you're not drooling at all. Even the provocatively dressed girl couldn't help but swallow hard. Yun Chen raised an eyebrow. Is there something on my face? By the way, how much is this suit? He inquired of the store attendant. I'll take it. You promised to treat me, dear sister. She exclaimed. The summer dream swiftly moved to settle the bill. No need. I can pay, Yun Chen replied. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Jiming had already completed the payment. Let us go. The auction is about to begin, she said cheerfully. Chapter 87. Young Master Yun. As Yun Chen exited the store, the crowd on the street scattered like startled birds, each fleeing with remarkable speed until they reached a safe distance and halted. That must be the guy in the suit who killed the young master of the Wang family. Someone murmured. Who is he? I don't recognize him. He doesn't seem to be from the capital. Standing beside him were two young women, identified as Qin Yuyin, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and Xia Jiming, the eldest daughter of the Xia family. It's definitely Qin Yuyin and Xia Jiming. My goddesses, there's no mistaking it. Wow. He has managed to charm both the illustrious Qin Yuyin and Xia Jiming at the same time. Who exactly is this guy? However, the onlookers couldn't help but notice his striking handsomeness, which made them feel inferior. With that kind of appearance, how can you even compare? They whispered amongst themselves. Yet, Yun Chen chose to ignore their chatter and proceeded directly toward the auction house across the street. Upon reaching the entrance, the security personnel who had previously obstructed Yun Chen now displayed a complete change in demeanor. Sir, please, come in. We were blind to your status before. Please do not take it to heart. The rapid shift in their attitude stemmed from having witnessed Yun Chen effortlessly eliminate 6 innate masters of the Wang family across the street. These were 6 formidable fighters. And yet Yun Chen had dispatched them with a mere flick of his hand. The implications of daring to kill members of the Wang family suggested a terrifying background. As mere security personnel at the auction house, they were somewhat more capable than the average person, yet they were nothing in the presence of such powerful figures. Yun Chen cast a cold glance at them without uttering a word and stepped into the auction house. Inside, Yun Chen was slightly taken aback. The grandeur of the capital's auction house was unmatched, far surpassing that of Jinling's. It was a sight to behold, resplendent and opulent. Crystal chandeliers adorned the ceiling, and genuine leather sofas filled the seating area, as though he had entered a luxurious crystal palace. Moreover, every individual present held a significant status, wielding wealth and power. Among them were corporate presidents, titans of industry, and scions of prestigious families. Even notable figures from the upper echelons of society had graced the event with their presence. Upon entering, Qin Yuyin and Xia Jiming were greeted by numerous acquaintances. Being daughters of prominent families, they often frequented such gatherings, resulting in a wide circle of familiar faces. Naturally, most of those they recognized were also daughters of noble families or heirs of corporations, as they shared similar ages and interests. Yuyin, Jiming, you both made it. Oh. Who is this handsome gentleman with you? Have you two secretly started dating? Come on, spill the beans. Such handsomeness, I wonder why you wasn't introduced to us earlier. Several girls instantly gathered around, chattering excitedly. Each of them adorned with exquisite elegance, donned in evening gowns and high heels, radiating opulence. Qin Yuyin introduced. This is my junior apprentice. Junior apprentice? Does that imply he is unattached? Might we still have a chance? Handsome, do you prefer the innocent type, the mature woman type, or the lowly type? The girl's eyes sparkled with interest. Yun Chen felt speechless at that moment. Just then, several young masters from prominent families approached directly. Ladies. It's been a while. The leading man, clad in a white suit, white trousers, and white leather boots, his hair slicked back with wax, appeared quite trendy. His name was Yun Zhe, the young master of the Yun family in the capital. The Yun family is a super elite family, significantly more powerful than the Zhao family. In terms of background, influence, and wealth. Yin Xiao, long time no see, the girls hastily greeted. Jiming, I heard there's an auction for the youth elixir today. I'll bid for it and gift it to you. Yun Zhe directed his gaze at Xia Jiming, his eyes brimming with affection. No need. I can bid for it myself. Xia Jiming's expression shifted slightly, seemingly resistant, for Yun Zhe had persistently pursued her, yet she harbored no feelings for him. However, The Xia family could not afford to offend the Yun family, so she opted to avoid him whenever possible. Junior apprentice, let us depart, Qin Yuyan said, pulling Yun Chen and Xia Jiming away. Miss Qin, you may leave, but leave Jiming behind. Yunzhe blocked Qin Yuyan's path. Get lost, Yun Chen replied expressionlessly. Kid, do you even know who you're speaking to? Several young heirs behind Yunzhe shouted angrily. Pardon my ignorance, but who might this friend be? Yunzhe struggled to contain his emotions, unwilling to lose composure before Xia Jiming. He is Yu Yan's junior apprentice. Yin Xiao, this is our first encounter. And he is even more handsome than you. A few young ladies from esteemed families chimed in. Yunzhe's expression darkened. More handsome than me? What of it? In this day and age, good looks one tea put food on the table. I don't believe I've seen this friend around the capital. Hey kid, Yun Xiao is asking you a question. One of the young heirs behind Yunzhe pointed at Yun Chen. In the next moment, their fingers fell to the ground, accompanied by a bloodied fruit knife that had been resting beside Yun Chen's fruit platter. Ah, my hand. The group looked in horror at the severed fingers on the ground. You dare to utter another word, and it won't just be fingers that are severed, but your heads, Yun Chen stated coldly. The young heirs fell silent, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Yunzhe, who had intended to speak further, hesitated, gripped by trepidation. Because Yun Chen's methods are truly terrifying. He walked straight up to Yunzhe and said, Step aside. Gritting his teeth, Yunzhe made way, creating a path. The young ladies from prominent families nearby were left speechless. This scene left many in attendance utterly astonished. Who is that person, daring to disregard Yunzhe? He even commanded Yunzhe to move aside. It is the first time I have seen Yunzhe humbled. My goodness. When did such an arrogant individual emerge in the capital? What is his background? Young Master Yun. This fellow is exceedingly audacious. He even dares to break our fingers. Young Master Yun, you must take vengeance for us and ensure he pays. Several disciples of the noble families gathered around Yunzhe with a venomous glare. Yunzhe fixated on Yun Chen's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 88. Why are you looking at me? Yunzhe would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. The Yun family holds significant influence in the capital. What should we do? Summer Dream expressed her concern, her heart in turmoil. She did not wish for others to be implicated because of her. It's nothing, Yun Chen replied casually. Do not worry. Qin Yuyan reassured her friend. It's all my fault. I'm sorry for involving you, Summer Dream said, filled with guilt. If it weren't for her, Yun Chen would not have offended the young master of the Yun family. What are you saying? We are best friends, Qin Yuyan retorted playfully. However, little junior brother, you have now offended nearly all the young scions of the capital. It seems trouble is inevitable, Qin Yuyan remarked with a smile. Knowing that such troubles were trivial for her little junior brother, she had witnessed his strength firsthand. Yun Chen remained utterly unconcerned. If these people dared to cause trouble, he would not mind putting the noble circles of the capital in their place. Meanwhile, Yunzhe lingered at a distance, his gaze fixed on Yun Chen, his murderous intent openly displayed. The disciples behind him were bandaged, rendered incapable of even holding chopsticks again. Have they arrived? Yunzhe inquired of a servant nearby. He had just called his family, summoning 4 masters to come over, intending to eliminate Yun Chen directly after the auction to relieve his pent-up frustration. Not yet, young master, replied the servant of the Yun family. Useless, Yunzhe said coldly. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before Yunzhe. What do you want? Yunzhe exclaimed, his face filled with fear. Yun Chen had appeared before him like a ghost. Why have you been staring at me? Yun Chen asked expressionlessly. I haven't. Yunzhe stammered in protest. Haven't you? Kneel, Yun Chen commanded directly. You dare to make me kneel? Do you know who I am? I do not, Yun Chen replied. I am the young master of the Yun family in the capital. My father once said, one more word of nonsense, and I shall end you. Why? I asked, bewildered. What have I done to offend you? Yunzhe queried, his face flushed with rage. The fury within him reached a boiling point as Yun Chen publicly demanded he kneel. With so many eyes upon them at the auction, how could he possibly kneel? What would become of his reputation in the royal capital thereafter? You have not wronged me. Yet your gaze irks me greatly. Kneel or face death, choose one, Yun Chen stated impassively. I harbor no enmity towards you. We are mere strangers. Why do you fixate on me? Yunzhe struggled to maintain his composure. I have expressed my disdain for you. Is that not reason enough? Yun Chen retorted. This is an auction house, and I refuse to believe you would dare commit murder in public. Yunzhe glared defiantly at Yun Chen, wagering that he would not dare to act violently in such a prestigious venue, especially one hosted by the Grand Merchant Association of the Dragon Kingdom. Causing a scene here would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, to his astonishment, in the next moment, Yun Chen raised his hand. Thud! Yun Zhe found himself kneeling on the ground. Young master, the butler gasped in disbelief. Was this truly the rebellious young master he had known? Until when must I kneel? Yun Zhe lifted his head, his voice laced with defiance. Until the auction concludes, Yun Chen replied coolly before turning to leave. Yun Gu. The surrounding young nobles dared not even breathe. The aura emanating from Yun Chen was utterly terrifying. Kneeling on the ground, Yun Zhe gritted his teeth, vowing, "Once the experts of the Yun family arrive, I shall make him wish he were dead." The sight of the young master of the Yun family kneeling quickly captured the attention of all present, eliciting disbelief and shock. How could someone in the royal capital dare to force the young master of the Yun family to kneel publicly? What could possibly have transpired? As Yun Chen returned, Xia Jiming stared, dumbfounded, at the kneeling Yun Zhe. What have you done? Why did he suddenly kneel? Yun Chen replied nonchalantly, nothing much. He kept staring at me, which annoyed me, so I commanded him to kneel until the auction is over. Xia Jiming was left speechless. He is the young master of the Yun family. You actually made him kneel in public. Yun Chen countered, and what of it? Xia Jiming, shocked, inquired, are you not afraid of retribution from the Yun family? Yun Chen shrugged, not in the least. Xia Jiming felt as though the sky were collapsing. Yu Yan, your junior disciple has lost his mind. You must persuade him. Once he offends the Yun family, even our families combined cannot shield him. Qin Yuyan reassured her, do not worry, all will be well. Xia Jiming, despondent, lamented, Yu Yan, you two have lost your senses. Soon, the auction officially commenced. An elderly gentleman, stepping with purpose, ascended the auction stage. In his hand was the first auction item. Today's inaugural piece for bidding was the black jade discontinuity ointment. Yun Chen's expression subtly shifted. The black jade discontinuity ointment, astonishingly, was the first item. Junior brother, we must acquire this, Qin Yuyan exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, Yun Chen replied with a measured nod. The significance of this item need not be elaborated upon. I trust everyone is well aware, the elderly auctioneer declared. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding voice interrupted. My apologies, elderly. The auction must be temporarily halted. The young master of the Wang family has just been murdered in broad daylight, and the assailant is currently at the auction venue. Allow me to address this personal matter first. I extend my apologies to you, elderly. The old man on stage responded slowly. It is of no consequence. The principle of life for a life is a matter of natural justice. Thank you, elderly. The two formidable masters from the Wang family strode directly into the auction hall, which had already descended into chaos. The young master of the Wang family was brazenly slain. Who possesses such audacity? The Wang family has dispatched two masters. Clearly, they are truly enraged. Wang Xiaojie is dead? I cannot believe it. Just yesterday we were reveling together at Tianshang Renjian, and now he is gone. Who could have committed such an act? Xia Jimo, sensing the presence of the Wang family's masters, spoke with evident anxiety. What should we do? The Wang family has arrived. Perhaps you should flee. She urged Yun Chen. He merely smiled, non-committal, and stated, I will not run. Oh dear, this is not the time for bravado. Yu Yan, you must persuade your junior brother. Xia Jimo implored earnestly. Soon, the two masters from the Wang family fixed their icy gazes upon Yun Chen. It is him. He killed our young master, they declared with chilling resolve. In an instant, all eyes were riveted on Yun Chen. Chapter 89. Zhao Pingsheng has arrived. It was indeed him. This fellow had just forced young Master Yun to kneel publicly, and now he had slain young Master Wang. Who exactly is this individual? From where did such a ruthless character emerge? Is he truly unafraid of death? He has antagonized two of the most powerful families in Wangdu. This young man is surely not from Wangdu. Otherwise, he would be acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Wang and Yun families. The attendees at the auction began to murmur amongst themselves. The young ladies from noble families, who had recently exchanged pleasantries with Yu Yan and Jima, now wore furrowed brows. How on earth did Yu Yan and Jima become acquainted with such a person? Alas, poor judgment in friendships. This incident may very well implicate their families. Having killed the young master of the Wang family, he is undoubtedly doomed. What a pity for such a handsome visage. I wish to have another encounter with him, only to see him perish once more. Meanwhile, the kneeling Yun Zhe, upon hearing the Wang family masters assert that Yun Chen had murdered Wang Xiaojie, displayed an expression of sheer terror. Due to the amicable relationship between Wang Xiaojie and him, the two often frequented nightclubs together. Yin Xiao, do not kneel, came the chilling announcement. He has slain Wang Xiao. The masters of the Wang family have arrived. This brat is undoubtedly doomed. We need not fear him any longer, exclaimed a disciple from the prestigious family standing behind Yun Zhe as he helped him to his feet. In the next moment, Yun Chen's icy gaze swiftly turned towards them. Yun Zhe felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, yet he resolutely stood up, looking at Yun Chen with a laugh and declaring, "What are you staring at? Do you truly believe that I fear you? How dare you compel me to kneel in public? I shall see how you maintain your arrogance from here on. With the two great masters of the Wang family joining forces, your escape is impossible. Let me be frank. My Yun family has 4 more masters en route. Today shall mark your demise." At that moment, the elder standing on the auction stage slowly spoke. "I implore you to resolve this swiftly, so as not to disrupt the progress of the auction." Upon hearing this, the two great masters of the Wang family wasted no time and immediately charged at Yun Chen, moving in from either side. However, just then, a voice thundered like a clap of lightning, reverberating through the air. "You dare to annihilate my Zhao family. Today, I shall rend you asunder. Come forth." A tall, imposing figure entered the scene, exuding an aura of authority and vigor. Many quickly recognized who he was: Zhao Pengqing, the personal guard of the second elder of the Zhao family. Zhao Pengqing, the great master of the Zhao family. "What brings him here?" murmured the crowd. "I believe I heard him mention that the Zhao family had been exterminated." "What nonsense! The Zhao family is protected by 3 great masters. How could they possibly be wiped out? Even if Zhao Pengqing is seldom present, there are still 2 great masters and numerous other powerful cultivators. Who could obliterate the Zhao family?" As Zhao Pengqing stepped forward, the ground beneath him seemed to collapse, causing the entire auction venue to tremble as if struck by an earthquake, showcasing the terrifying power of a great master. The elder on the auction stage's expression shifted slightly. "This is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce. It is not a place for you to act recklessly. Even as the personal guard of the second elder, you must exercise restraint. Oldly, I beseech your understanding. Earlier today, my Zhao family was annihilated. If I do not avenge this grievance, I, Zhao Pengqing, would be unworthy of my ancestors," he declared coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his entire being radiating a fierce aura. "Who is Yun Chen? Come forth to meet your end." Zhao Pengqing bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. "Yun Chen? Who is Yun Chen? I have never heard of this name." The crowd murmured in confusion. Just then, Yun Chen, seated on the sofa, slowly rose and said, "There is no need to shout so loudly. If you call my name, I shall hear you." "What? This brat was the one who exterminated the Zhao family. Retreat." The 2 grandmasters of the Wang family suddenly changed their expressions and abruptly came to a halt. They were on the verge of approaching Yun Chen when, upon hearing Zhao Pengqing's words, they forcefully halted midair and swiftly retreated, attempting to distance themselves from him. However, it was too late. Yun Chen had already appeared before them like a specter. His hands shot out with the speed of lightning, grasping the necks of the 2 grandmasters with ease. He then slowly raised them up. As they reached a height, he gently squeezed. Crack! The 2 grandmasters of the Wang family met their demise on the spot. Their throats were crushed. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the auction hall, leaving no sound in its wake. The 2 grandmasters of the Wang family had been slain in the blink of an eye. This scene astonished everyone present. Who is this individual, a man or a specter? How terrifying! With a mere flick of his wrist, he had dispatched the 2 grandmasters of the Wang family. What level of mastery must he possess? Where did such an anomaly emerge from? There was no one of his caliber in the capital. Yun Zhe and the young scions behind him were left utterly dumbfounded. "Young Master Yun, am I seeing things? He has killed a grandmaster. He actually killed a grandmaster." Panic set in. Would he turn on us next? Yun Zhe, already agitated, snapped at the chatter around him. Silence. Even if he could kill a grandmaster, there is still Uncle Pengqing, a grandmaster of greater stature. He is doomed today. The gap between a grandmaster and a greater grandmaster is not to be underestimated. It is a chasm that cannot be crossed, an insurmountable divide. At this moment, Xia Jiming, standing beside Qin Yuyan, was completely petrified. She stared blankly at the striking figure suspended in the air. "Yuyan, did he just annihilate the Zhao family all by himself? Is this real?" Xia Jiming asked, somewhat dazed. "Yes," Qin Yuyan nodded slowly. "Do you remember the bloodstains on his previous attire? That was because he had just eradicated the Zhao family and had no time to change, which is why his clothes were stained with blood. But the Zhao family is so powerful. They are a top-tier family in the capital, far stronger than our Xia family. How could he have single-handedly destroyed them? Is that even possible for a mere mortal?" Xia Jiming murmured, clearly shaken. "How to put it? My little junior brother is both human and yet beyond human. Qin Yuyin said with a smile. I told you not to worry. Xia Jiming nodded slowly, her cheeks suddenly flushing. However, I must admit, he looks incredibly handsome when he kills. How can there be such a striking young man? Yuyin, I envy you for having such an outstanding junior brother. Qin Yuyin chuckled in response. You should tone it down. You seem rather like a lovesick girl. In a fervent attempt to clarify, Xia Jiming exclaimed, absolutely not. They are merely reserved. Truly, it is because they are extraordinarily handsome. If it were anyone else, I would not offer such praise. Qin Yuyin responded with a non-committal smile. Humph, an explanation is merely a guise, and a guise is synonymous with the truth. Xia Jiming playfully nudged Qin Yuyin, retorting, how annoying. Qin Yuyin chuckled, then why is your mouth watering again? Are you that eager to devour my little junior? Xia Jiming blushed, declaring, not at all. Chapter 90, Get Lost. Yun Chen casually discarded the bodies of the two masters from the Wang family and turned to Zhao Pengcheng, saying, can we commence the battle? I still need to procure the black jade ointment. Do not squander my time. Zhao Pengcheng, with an icy demeanor, replied, kid, do not presume that because you have slain two masters, you can act recklessly before me. The two ancestors of the Zhao family were merely hindered by their advanced age, resulting in diminished strength, which allowed you to defeat them. Yun Chen chuckled. Is self-deception truly entertaining? Yunze immediately interjected, ha. Self-deception? You are the one deceiving yourself. The two ancestors of the Zhao family were merely at the initial stage of Great Master. Meanwhile, Uncle Pengcheng is a formidable master at the mid-stage of Great Master. He is on the verge of advancing to the later stage. Otherwise, how could he possibly serve as the personal guard to the second elder? Do you comprehend that upon reaching the Great Master realm, every minor elevation in level results in a multiplicative enhancement in strength? Yun Chen's gaze abruptly fixed upon Yunze. Did I permit you to rise? He coldly demanded. Intimidated, Yunze paled and stammered. Don't be so arrogant. Uncle Pengcheng will surely make you regret it. Yun Chen, expressionless, ordered, continue kneeling. I will count to 3, fail to kneel, and you shall die. 1, 2. Just as Yun Chen was about to utter 3, Yunze shouted. Wait, do not count. Yun Chen's gaze turned frigidly piercing as he commanded, kneel. Under the weight of Yun Chen's gaze, Yunze felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, and his legs, seemingly devoid of his control, buckled to the ground. It was as if his body no longer belonged to him. Uncle Pengcheng, you must kill him. Yunze seethed with fury, his dignity utterly shattered. After today, he would never hold his head high in Wangdu again. You certainly possess some strength, but it is far from sufficient to act wantonly in a place like Wangdu. As the moment unfolded, Zhao Pengcheng lunged toward Yun Chen like a ferocious tiger. His aura surging with intensity. His vital energy surged rapidly, transforming him into a beast unleashed. Both his posture and expression were utterly menacing. Beast transformation. It was indeed beast transformation. I never anticipated that Uncle Pengcheng would unleash his most formidable technique right from the onset. The beast transformation allows one to morph into a ferocious beast in a brief span. Yunze exclaimed with excitement. Yun Chen stood firm, motionless, awaiting the impending assault from Zhao Pengcheng. As Zhao Pengcheng stood before Yun Chen, his fists clenched tightly, reminiscent of a titan lifting its arms, before he unleashed a ferocious strike. The force was immense, even producing a sonic boom, underscoring the terrifying power behind that punch. However, despite the formidable strength, the speed was regrettably lacking. Yun Chen spoke slowly, only to vanish in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Zhao Pengcheng, looking down upon him from a superior vantage point. With a seemingly ordinary kick, Zhao Pengcheng was sent hurtling backwards for dozens of meters. Bang, 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 bang. He collided violently with numerous structures, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the haze cleared, Zhao Pengcheng lay on the ground, bloodied and wounded, his body riddled with injuries, appearing on the brink of death, having completely lost his combat capability. How could this be? Uncle Pengcheng. He couldn't even withstand a single strike. Yunze exclaimed, his face pale with disbelief. Everyone present gasped in shock. This young man was incredibly formidable. What manner of being was he? Even the personal guard of the second elder was no match for him. They spoke of a youthful master, a pride of the Dragon Nation. Could this fellow truly be such a prodigy? Heavenly God! It was nearly inconceivable that Zhao Pengcheng was defeated by a mere youth in a single blow. Tomorrow, the entire Dragon Nation would surely be in uproar. The elderly man on the auction stage wore a solemn expression, visibly moved. He had never anticipated that by allowing the Wang and Zhao families to settle their personal grievances, he inadvertently offended a youth of immense potential, one who could dictate his fate in the future. Amidst the astonishment and disbelief of the crowd, Yun Chen stepped forward, instantly arriving before the prostrate Zhao Pengcheng, who resembled a lifeless dog. His gaze was cold, his demeanor derisive. With a resounding thud, he placed his foot upon Zhao Pengcheng's body, obliterating his internal organs in an instant. Even a celestial being could not revive him now. Shall we proceed with the auction? Yun Chen inquired. Standing atop Zhao Pengcheng's lifeless form, his expression serene as he addressed the auctioneer. The elderly man, still in shock, looked at the deceased Zhao Pengcheng and slowly responded. The auction shall continue. The starting bid for the Black Jade Healing Ointment is 100 million, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 10 million. I bid 100 million, Yun Chen declared boldly. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to counter his offer, uncertain if raising their bid would provoke this harbinger of death, leading to their own demise. Soon, the auctioneer resumed his duties. 100 million once, 100 million twice, 100 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to young Master Yun for acquiring the Black Jade Healing Ointment. The elder spoke courteously, yet one cannot deny his cunning nature. His demeanor suddenly shifted. Then, the second item for auction was presented, a 7-treasure glazed bottle. The starting bid was set at 30 million, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 5 million. As the elder's words fell silent, the atmosphere remained eerily quiet. This was due to Yun Chen's silence. No one dared to raise their bid. Who would dare to compel our young master to kneel before them? Are they aware of the standing of the Yun family in the royal capital? Come forth and accept your fate. At that moment, 4 figures appeared at the entrance. Each exuded a powerful aura, revealing them to be masters of unparalleled skill. Upon seeing this, Yunzhe immediately shouted, "Leave." The 4 esteemed masters of the Yun family looked utterly bewildered. What is it, young master? Who forced you to kneel? Tell us, and we shall eliminate them at once. Get lost. Get out of here. Yunzhe bellowed in fury. Are you all trying to get me killed? Young master, what has happened? If someone is coercing you, just blink. The 4 masters urged. Leave this auction at once. In chapter 91, titled Rejuvenation Pill, Yunzhe shouted frantically, demanding the 4 individuals at the entrance to vacate the premises immediately. His gaze constantly darted toward Yun Chen, vigilant for any signs of his anger. If Yun Chen were to lose his temper, it would spell disaster for him. Meanwhile, the 4 masters of the Yun family remained utterly perplexed, pondering what could have transpired. Why were they being ordered to leave? Was it not he who compelled the young master to kneel? What was amiss? At that moment, Yun Chen, with an air of disdain, addressed the entrance of the auction. You, young man, are quite audacious. Will you choose to end your own misery? Or shall we assist you in that endeavor? The 4 masters of the Yun family regarded him with scorn. Not a problem. I acknowledge my fault. I should not have offended you. You 4 leave at once. Do you think my words have no weight? Yunzhe scolded while apologizing. Fear not, young master. With us 4 present, no one shall lay a finger on you, declared the 4 masters of the Yun family with unwavering confidence. Oh, is that so? Yun Chen inquired with a smile. Young master, has he been threatening you from the shadows? The masters questioned, pointing at Yun Chen. Not at all. I have said it is not the case. I command you to leave, do you hear me? Yunzhe, filled with frustration, wished to confront the 4 fools and deliver a proper reprimand. Young master, regardless of your insults, we will not depart. We will never abandon you, the loyal masters asserted. Yunzhe, on the verge of tears, lamented, if you wish for my demise, just say so. For heaven's sake, young master, we, the illustrious Yun family. Fear not a mere boy, the 4 masters declared, still in confusion. Open your eyes and behold the lifeless body upon the ground. Yunzhe's voice was icy as he spoke. The 4 esteemed masters of the Yun family frowned and soon discerned the grim sight before them. The bodies of 2 masters from the Wang family lay still on the ground. How could the Wang family's esteemed figures meet their end here? Who could possibly be responsible for their demise? The 4 masters of the Yun family felt a profound shock resonating within their hearts. Yunzhe coldly urged, look over here. Damn it, what do the 2 Wang masters matter? Can you not see whose corpse lies beneath his feet? The masters of the Yun family followed the direction indicated by their young lord. Upon seeing Zhao Pengcheng's body under Yun Chen's foot, their expressions transformed dramatically, their eyes glazing over with disbelief and shock. Zhao Pengcheng, how is this possible? He managed to slay a grandmaster. Young master, let us return and summon assistance. Without hesitation, the Yun family's four masters turned to leave. Observing this, Yunze immediately addressed Yun Chen. I've sent them away. Could you spare me this once? Yun Chen replied with a smile. It seems I heard them mention they would return to call for help. Yunze quickly vowed, no, I assure you. From this day forth, our Yun family will never trouble you again. Yun Chen countered, what reason do I have to believe you? Yunze promptly raised his hand, declaring, I swear on my integrity. Moreover, you cannot kill me. Doing so would invite considerable trouble. Curiosity piqued, Yun Chen inquired, oh, what sort of trouble? Do you know who my father is? And my grandfather? And my sister? Yunze retorted. Yun Chen, nonplussed, responded, how on earth would I know? Yunze proudly proclaimed, my father is Yun Chen, the head of the Town Martial Division. The Town Martial Division specifically oversees martial artists. My grandfather is Yun Petion, the vice president of the Royal Capital Martial Arts Association, a master at the pinnacle of grandmaster level. My sister is Yun, the foremost female martial deity of the Dragon Group. The status of the Dragon Group is beyond words. Furthermore, my Yun family is one of the 4 super clans of the royal capital. We are leagues beyond the Zhao family. The difference between a super clan and a first-rate clan is vast. If you slay me, they will undoubtedly seek you out. Our family is fiercely protective, and you will find yourself in significant peril, potentially facing relentless pursuit. Yun Chen smiled and asked, so are you threatening me? Yunze hurriedly shook his head. I am merely reminding you. Yun Chen's voice turned cold. And what if I choose not to heed your warning? Yunze pleaded, just listen. I genuinely have your best interests at heart. For the sake of our shared surname, spare me this once. Yun Chen chose to disregard him and directed his attention to the elder on the auction stage. Let the auction continue. The elder promptly nodded, very well. The next item for auction is the 7 treasures glazed bottle. Since there are no bids, it shall be considered unsold. Instantly, the audience erupted in chaos. What do you mean no bids? It's that no one dares to bid. At that moment, the president of Abalili stood up, cautiously addressing Yun Chen, Mr. Yun. May the others present bid on this 7 treasures glazed bottle? Yun Chen casually remarked, feel free to place your bids. You need not concern yourselves with me. When I wish to bid, I shall do so. The essence of an auction is that the highest bidder prevails. You should not hold back and can compete with me freely. The president of Abaliri quickly interjected, we cannot dare to compete. Anything that Mr. Yun desires, we shall certainly refrain from bidding against. Conversely, we will only bid on items that Mr. Yun shows no interest in. Observing Yun Chen's indifference towards the 7 treasure glass vase, it was not long before someone made the first bid. 100 million. What? Are they insane? This is sheer price inflation. Instantly, the entire room erupted in astonishment. The vase's starting price was a mere 30 million, yet the first bid soared to 100 million, a staggering increase of 70 million. Such audacity was truly astounding. However, when the identity of the bidder was revealed, everyone was taken aback. It was Jinling, the real estate magnate from the capital. He had once made a controversial statement at a charity gala, suggesting that young people should set modest goals, such as earning 100 million. For this real estate tycoon, 100 million was merely a trivial target. It was evident how immense his wealth must be. Thus, spending 100 million on a vase was but a trifling matter. The elderly auctioneers soon began to strike the gavel. 100 million once, 100 million twice, 100 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations, Mr. Wong. You have acquired the 7 treasure glass vase. Next came the third item of the day's auction, which could be described as a boon for all women. It was named the youth-preserving pill. Consuming it would ensure eternal youth and radiant skin. As soon as the words were spoken, every woman in the room lit up with excitement, their faces brimming with desire. Qin Yuyan and Xia Zhiyun joyously exclaimed, finally, it's here. Second sister. Do you wish for this? Yun Chen inquired with curiosity. Yes, yes. The two eagerly nodded. All right, I shall bid for you. Yun Chen replied nonchalantly. Really? Chapter 92, Nakamura Yoshiko. Qin Yuyan and Xia Zhiyun were so elated they danced with delight, both wearing delicate camisoles, momentarily revealing more than intended. Their fair skin glimmered as they trembled with excitement. Yun Chen nodded affirmatively. Of course it is true. I just wonder how many there are. He actually wished to bid for one for Qin Yu as well. And for his aunt too, one for each. Qin Yuyan remarked, I heard that there are quite a few this time. The elderly auctioneer continued, today. We have a total of 10 youth-preserving pills for auction. A smile broke out on Yun Chen's face. 10, just perfect. The starting price was set at 100 million each, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 10 million. The auctioneer continued, 100 million for one, thus for 10, it amounts to 1 billion. After a brief calculation, Yun Chen declared, I will take all 10. As soon as the words left his lips, the room erupted in disbelief. All the girls seemed to have gone mad, particularly those from prestigious families. They were all vying for the youth elixir. Who is it that dares to boast so brazenly? You want it all. Is there no humanity left? If you take it all, what shall we do? I just want to know, what do you need so much for? However, when they realized it was Yun Chen who spoke, no one dared to complain any longer. They could only grit their teeth in silence, seething with anger, and then ponder how to ingratiate themselves with Yun Chen, perhaps even charmingly coaxing him into parting with one. After all, given his striking looks, a night spent with him would hardly be a loss. Young friend Yun, the bid stands at 1 billion. Is there anyone willing to raise the offer? The elderly auctioneer spoke calmly, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret. The youth elixir was the crown jewel of this auction, under normal circumstances. It would fetch at least 100 billion. Yet, from the moment Yun Chen made his bid, it was destined to sell for only 10 billion. After Yun Chen's bid, no one in the hall dared to increase their offer, despite the wealthy patrons and their wives attempting to charm their way into a higher bid. They were unwilling to risk offending the young man before them, fully aware of the consequences. Just then, a stunning figure appeared at the entrance, dressed in an eccentric, colorful kimono, an individual from the land of the rising sun. It was Nakamura Yoshiko, the daughter of the president of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. What a beautiful woman! Her legs, her bosom, utterly captivating. Nakamura Yoshiko entered the auction hall with a seductive sway, her slender waist twisting enticingly, her long legs tantalizingly visible, leaving onlookers utterly enthralled. Following her was a group of men clad in samurai attire, each bearing a cold expression, their faces adorned with half-masks. Samurai from the land of the rising sun? No, those wearing masks are typically assassins. Bringing assassins to an auction? What necessity could there be? One might think they had come seeking vengeance. As the thought crossed her mind, she suddenly confronted Yun Chen, exclaiming, You killed my father. I demand your head in exchange for his life. What? She truly has come seeking revenge. The president of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce is dead, and it was at his hands? This fellow must be a ruthless killer. First, he obliterated the Zhao family, then he murdered the heir of the Wang family, and now he has even slain the president of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. Who on earth is this young man? He acts with utter impunity, as if above the law. The crowd could not help but murmur in astonishment. Who are you? Yun Chen asked, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Nakamura Yoshiko. I am Nakamura Yoshiko, and Nakamura Ichiro is my father, she replied, her eyes glinting with both fury and tears. Another person from the land of the rising sun. How unfortunate. Yun Chen's expression turned icy. You, Li Lao. This person has killed my father. The Kyushu Chamber of Commerce has always maintained a close relationship with the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber intends to turn a blind eye to this matter? Nakayama Yoshiko suddenly addressed the elderly man at the auction podium. The elder at the auction found himself in a quandary. He wished to intervene, yet his ability to do so was in question. After all, a Grand Master had been publicly slain. What could the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber possibly do? Surely, they would not risk offending a youth capable of such a feat for the sake of the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that Elder Li was not inclined to seek justice for us. Thus we, the Kyushu Chamber, must choose to sever ties with the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber. From this day forth, our maritime endeavors shall no longer be connected with the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber, and we shall seek new partners. Nakayama Yoshiko declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, the prominent figures present were stirred. The maritime business of the Kyushu Chamber is indeed highly lucrative. Should they be afforded a share, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Anyone wishing to collaborate with the Kyushu Chamber to explore maritime ventures need only present me with the head of their target, and the Kyushu Chamber would agree to cooperate and share in the maritime enterprise. Nakayama Yoshiko asserted suddenly. Yun Chen could not suppress a scornful smile. The attendees of the auction were momentarily stunned. Are you attempting to bring about our demise? Truly, a heart as venomous as a serpent a poisonous woman. If business is to be conducted, let it be so, without such extraneous matters. Apologies, but we are not interested in the maritime ventures of the Kyushu Chamber. Nakayama Yoshiko's brow furrowed in disbelief. How could this be? The maritime business of the Kyushu Chamber is a tantalizing opportunity. With so many young science present, how could they not be enticed? Simply eliminating a mere novice could secure a chance to partner with the Kyushu chamber. Such an opportunity is devoid of risk, and yet they choose to forego it. The people of the Dragon Kingdom truly are a bunch of cowards. It seems I must personally resolve this. How troublesome. Nakayama Yoshiko remarked frostily. Oh, to resolve me, you must possess the requisite skill. Yun Chen retorted with a derisive smile. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. Where did he go? Nakayama Yoshiko exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, she felt a chilling breeze sweep past her, sending a shiver straight to her core. Miss Yoshiko, be careful. The assassins behind her sprang into action. Kill him. Humph. He dares to come forward to meet his demise. Do you have any idea how fearsome the assassins of my Fusang nation are? Even a master would think twice before approaching them. Nakayama Yoshiko laughed, reveling in her confidence. Yet, in the next moment, the Fusang assassins she had brought with her all knelt in unison, each bearing a tiny puncture mark upon their foreheads. Indeed, it was left by Yun Chen's Tai golden needle. The warriors of Fusang, to put it succinctly, are individuals whose acupoints have been sealed. They possess no sense of pain and are utterly unafraid of death. Even if an arm were severed, they would feel no anguish. Hence, they are dubbed death warriors. The notion that they cannot die is sheer nonsense. If Yun Chen wished to slay them, he could employ 1,000 methods to ensure their demise. How could it be otherwise? Nakamura Yoshiko's complexion turned ashen as she beheld the Fusang warriors she had brought, all of whom lay lifeless. Not a single one had survived, and it had occurred in the blink of an eye. In terror, she gazed at Yun Chen and exclaimed, "What on earth have you done?" In the next moment, Yun Chen grasped her throat with a vice-like grip. The sensation of impending death enveloped her instantly. Chapter 93, Moral Coercion. Release me. What do you intend to do? Surely you do not mean to kill a woman. Do not the people of Dragon Country often say that a man who strikes a woman is not a good man? Nakamura Yoshiko implored, her voice trembling. Yun Chen smiled, quite skilled at moral coercion, aren't you? But tell me, do you know what kind of person cannot be bound by such ethics? Nakamura Yoshiko furrowed her brows. What kind of person? Yun Chen's murderous intent became palpable as he replied. A person like me. Panic flashed in Nakamura Yoshiko's eyes as she stammered, "You cannot kill me. My grandfather is one of the 4 emperors of Fusang. If you take my life, he will undoubtedly come for you, and an army will descend upon your land, bringing devastation to countless innocents. Do you wish to drag so many into conflict for the sake of one?" Yun Chen chuckled. One of the 4 emperors? If he dares to come, I would not hesitate to eliminate him as well, allowing you two to reunite in the afterlife. Wait, killing me brings you no advantage. Spare my life, and I shall serve you from this day forth. Nakamura Yoshiko, seeing her plight, resorted to seduction, casting enchanting glances at Yun Chen while deliberately loosening her kimono to reveal a glimpse of her alabaster skin. Unnecessary. Snap. Regrettably for her, Yun Chen remained unmoved and swiftly crushed her throat. Nakamura Yoshiko could hardly fathom that he would so decisively end her life. In her final moments, her eyes widened in shock, her face etched with disbelief. Once more, the auction hall fell into a profound silence, devoid of any sound. But at that moment, a young man clad in a warrior's garb, brandishing a katana, entered with swift strides. His head was adorned with a white band, and he wore wooden clogs. Following closely behind him was an elder dressed in a black kimono, whose formidable presence suggested he was no ordinary individual. "You dare to slay my fiancée? Damn you, Dragon Country scum. Await your descent into hell." The young man, with a gaze as cold as ice and bloodshot eyes, glared at Yun Chen. Having heard of Yoshiko's father's murder and that the killer was at the auction house, he had hurried there, only to discover he was too late. Yoshiko had also met her tragic end. The son of the president of the American Chamber of Commerce. To everyone's astonishment, Nakamura Yoshiko is his fiancée? Qin Yuyan and Xia Jiming instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer. Both the American Chamber of Commerce and the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce are established in the Dragon Kingdom, representing the nation of Fusang. However, the American Chamber of Commerce holds a higher rank than the Kyushu Chamber of Commerce. Oldly, Yun Chen suddenly addressed the elderly gentleman on the auction platform. The elder promptly inquired, "What is it, young friend Yun? From this day forth, the auction house of the Dragon Kingdom shall not admit Fusang people or dogs," Yun Chen declared coldly. "What did you say? Damn Dragon Kingdom people. How dare you equate us Fusang individuals with dogs? Such utter disrespect." The young man wielding a katana gritted his teeth in indignation. "Is the auction house of the Dragon Kingdom at your discretion?" At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit emerged from the second floor of the auction house. his gaze icy and his demeanor imposing. It is crucial to note that the second floor is not the guest area, but rather a sanctuary for significant personnel of the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce. It is none other than Wei Zhongxian, the Vice President of the General Chamber of Commerce. To everyone's astonishment, he is present. After so many unexpected developments at the auction, he remains unfazed on the second floor, feigning ignorance. Truly, he is a high-ranking figure of the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce, demonstrating remarkable composure. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Upon noticing Wei Zhongxian's presence, the young man with the katana immediately bowed respectfully. "Uncle Wei, I am the son of the president of the American Chamber of Commerce. Noda Kojiro. I was present when my father visited you. I wonder if you still remember me?" Wei Zhongxian replied coldly, "Do not engage in pleasantries with me. I am not well acquainted with your father, nor am I your uncle." Seeing his attempt thwarted, Noda Kojiro stepped aside in silence. However, it appeared that his words had incited the ire of the vice president of the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps retribution for Yoshiko need not come from his own hand. "You have caused a ruckus at the auction multiple times today, showing utter disregard for the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce. Who gave you the audacity?" Wei Zhongxian coldly directed his gaze at Yun Chen. Yun Chen scoffed disdainfully, slowly raising his left hand. "Do you recognize this ring?" he inquired. "Ring? What ring?" As Qin Yuyin discerned the dragon head ring adorning Yun Chen's finger, a look of astonishment washed over her exquisite features. She had previously failed to notice. Who would have thought that the master had bestowed such an item upon his junior disciple? Xia Jiming, perplexed, asked, "Yuyin, what is that?" Qin Yuyin smiled and replied, "It is something that even Wei Zhongxian would regard with trepidation." Xia Jiming incredulously exclaimed, "Is that true? A mere ring could instill fear in the vice president of the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce?" Qin Yuyin smiled reassuringly, "Just wait and see. The show is about to begin." Meanwhile, Elderly, standing on the auction platform, curiously gazed over. Upon recognizing the golden dragon head on the ring, his expression shifted dramatically, filled with trepidation. After standing in place for 3 seconds in a daze, he unexpectedly knelt down. Simultaneously, he repeatedly called out the words "Old President." Upon seeing the ring on Yun Chen's hand, Wei Zhongxian first harbored doubts, followed by shock, and ultimately, his expression grew grave. "How do you possess the president's ring of our Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce?" Wei Zhongxian inquired with furrowed brows. "If I recall correctly, seeing the ring is akin to seeing the president himself," Yun Chen replied with a smile. "Indeed," Wei Zhongxian nodded. "Then why do you not kneel?" Yun Chen countered. In the next moment, under the gaze of everyone present, Wei Zhongxian truly knelt before Yun Chen. Wei Zhongxian actually knelt before him. What kind of international joke is this? Who on earth is he? Bai Zhe exclaimed, dumbfounded. "I have met the esteemed president." Wei Zhongxian slowly addressed Yun Chen. "So, does that mean I am qualified to say what I just said?" Yun Chen asked. "Yes. From this day forth, no Fuso people or dog shall be allowed within the Dragon Nation auction house." Wei Zhongxian proclaimed to the entire assembly. "Baka, Uncle Wei Zhongxian, are you out of your mind, kneeling before a mere boy and obeying his words? You are the vice president of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. If this gets out, what will become of your reputation?" Nida Kojiro could not help but exclaim. Slap. In the next moment, Wei Zhongxian delivered a resounding slap, causing Nida Kojiro to see stars and nearly faint. "Enough. Expel all the people from Fuso," Wei Zhongxian commanded. "Uncle Wei Zhongxian, do not go too far. I respect you as an elder, but he has killed my fiancée, and if I do not receive an explanation today, I shall not leave," Nida Kojiro said angrily, covering his face. "Explanation? What kind of explanation do you seek?" Yun Chen asked with a smile. "Grandfather Duanmu, it is time for you to take action." Nida Kojiro turned to the elderly man beside him. The elder standing nearby appeared venerable, exuding an aura of kindness. "Very well," the elder replied slowly. "Thank you, Grandfather Duanmu. I appreciate your assistance," Nida Kojiro said respectfully. Chapter 94, Blood-Exploding Pill. The elder spoke slowly. "It is no trouble. My old bones have not moved in quite a while. Grandfather Duanmu, please take his head. I wish to use it as a ball to relieve my resentment. Maisie will also be pleased in the underworld," Nida Kojiro declared to the elder, a smirk on his lips as he cast a scornful glance at Yun Chen. "Once Grandfather Duanmu intervenes, no matter who it is, they are doomed." "Very well," the elder nodded. Many martial arts experts present could not help but frown, their expressions filled with trepidation. Duanmu Chuan. In their eyes lay undeniable fear. After hearing the murmurs around her, Xia Jiming could not contain her curiosity and asked, Yuyan, who is Duanmu Chuan? They all seem quite fearful. Qin Yuyan replied, her red lips parting. He is the master of the Fuso Martial Arts Hall. This individual, during the previous Royal Capital Martial Arts Conference, vanquished several grandmasters from the Dragon Kingdom, showcasing formidable prowess. He can undoubtedly be regarded as the most powerful warrior from the Fusang Nation within the realm of the Dragon Kingdom. Xia Jiming immediately expressed her concern, saying, Does that mean your junior disciple is in danger? Not at all, Qin Yuyan reassured her. My junior disciple's strength undoubtedly surpasses that of a grandmaster. As for the exact realm he has attained, that remains unknown. Du in Mchuan. This is the territory of our Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce. Although you are a grandmaster, do not overstep your bounds. Our chamber is not intimidated by your Fusang Martial Arts Hall, Wei Zhongxian declared, his expression as cold as ice. With an impassive demeanor, Du Nim Chu In replied, K. Jiro's grandfather and I were old friends. Before his passing, he entrusted K. Jiro to my care. Hence I must intervene today. Nitu K. Jiro smiled and said, Thank you, Grandpa Du Nim. Thus, are you, the Hu Chamber of Commerce, and the Fusang Martial Arts Hall prepared to wage war against our Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce? Wei Zhongxian questioned, his countenance darkening. Nita K. Jiro retorted, A life for a life is only just. Uncle Wei, he killed my fiancée. Should I not demand his life in return? Grandpa Du Nim, please eliminate him. Even if the Dragon Lord were to arrive today, we would not fear, for we hold the moral high ground. Wei Zhongxian's expression turned frigid. Then there is nothing further to discuss. Lulao Malao, you may reveal yourselves now. He suddenly called towards the second floor. In the next moment, two aged figures emerged from the second floor of the auction house, exuding an aura of immense strength. The presence of two grandmasters astonished all present, as the depth of the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce was indeed formidable. It was astonishing that a mere auction could be graced by two grandmasters. Young one, from where did you acquire that ring? Both grandmasters simultaneously turned their gaze towards Yun Chen. No comment, Yun Chen replied indifferently. The two grandmasters' faces darkened, yet they refrained from expressing their anger. For there existed an unwritten rule within the Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce. To see the ring was akin to seeing the president in person. This meant that with the ring in his possession, Yun Chen was tantamount to the president of the chamber, able to command its entirety, including the grandmasters. Grandpa Du Nim, do you think you can handle these two? Nitu K. Jiro inquired anxiously. Well, they are familiar faces. Du Nim Chu In said slowly upon recognizing the two figures on the second floor. In this world, all are bustling for profit. The Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce offered terms that were sufficiently sincere for us to join. Du Nim Chu In. This is indeed the domain of our Dragon Kingdom's General Chamber of Commerce, not your Fusang Martial Arts Hall. Since this young man bears the president's ring of our chamber, we shall not allow you to take his life, Lu Lao and Ma Lao stated with steadfast composure. You two old fellows cannot impede me, Du Nim Chu In asserted. As Duanmu Chuan's expression shifted, an aura of determination surged within him. This matter, I can resolve on my own, without the intervention of others. At that moment, Yun Chen unexpectedly interjected, Little one, Duanmu Chuan's prowess is not to be underestimated. He far surpasses Zhao Pengqing. Do not overestimate your capabilities. Both Elder Lu and Elder Ma offered their gentle counsel. I have stated that I can handle my own affairs. Moreover, your involvement would only complicate matters. Yun Chen replied nonchalantly. Complicate matters? Then show us an effortless approach. Let us old fellows witness your skills. Elder Lu and Elder Ma remarked. The youth of today truly lack an understanding of their limitations, Yun Chen said with a calm demeanor. Then do observe closely. In an instant, he sprang forth with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow. Whoosh! Elder Lu and Elder Ma nodded in approval, acknowledging the young one's impressive speed. Kozer, step aside, Duanmu Chuan instructed the young Nitu Kozer. Yes, Grandfather Duanmu. Nitu Kozer replied eagerly, quickly retreating to a safe distance. Pay close attention to the ensuing battle. It will greatly aid your martial path, Duanmu Chuan advised. Indeed, Grandfather Duanmu. Nitu Kozer nodded vigorously. As Yun Chen approached, Duanmu Chuan maintained his composure, slowly drawing his katana from his waist. In a flash, he executed a lightning-fast slash. The draw and strike. But then, he was taken aback. For Yun Chen had effortlessly pinched the tip of his blade between two fingers. Grandfather Duanmu. Nitu Kozer was left astounded. The battle that was to be observed ended in mere seconds. How could this be? Duanmu Chuan's aged visage was etched with disbelief. Yun Chen's fingers seemed to possess the strength of 1,000 pounds, rendering him unable to withdraw his sword. Elder Lu and Elder Ma, too, stood frozen in astonishment. How had this young one managed to trap Duanmu Chuan's katana with just 2 fingers? Both elders understood the terrifying might of Duanmu Chuan, whose blade technique had already reached an unparalleled zenith. Each draw of the katana was destined for blood. It would only return to its sheath after claiming a life. Is this truly the strongest warrior from the land of Fusang? Yun Chen queried expressionlessly. Do not insult the warriors of Fusang. Nidikozer retorted angrily. In the next heartbeat, he realized his head and body had become severed. Yun Chen had already positioned himself behind him. Kozer, it is my failure to protect you. Duanmu Chuan roared in immediate fury, completely losing his composure. In a moment of reckless abandon, he released his katana and retrieved a crimson pill from his pocket, resolutely consuming it. Within mere seconds, Duanmu Chuan's entire being was engulfed in a crimson hue. As if ensnared by madness, his aura surged rapidly. It was the blood-exploding pill. Junior brother, be cautious. Qin Yuyin warned immediately upon sensing the impending danger. If we cannot win, shall we resort to drugs? Yun Chen remarked with a smile. Chapter 95. Do you believe yourself invincible? Duanquan, as the master of the Fusang Martial Arts Academy. How dare you consume the blood-exploding pill? That is a forbidden drug. Both Elder Lu and Elder Ma approached simultaneously. They could hardly fathom Duanquan's reckless abandon in consuming the pill without hesitation. Though the blood-exploding pill could elevate one's cultivation and combat prowess in a fleeting moment, it exacted a grievous toll thereafter, primarily damaging one's martial foundation in a catastrophic, irreversible manner. Duanquan, you are willfully sabotaging your own martial path, the elders admonished. After laboriously attaining the Grand Master realm, to have it all undone by a single pill, was it truly worth it? This is my choice alone. It does not concern you. Duanquan replied coldly, his eyes devoid of warmth. At that moment, Duanquan had completely lost his rationality, his mind consumed by fury. And a voice echoed in his ears. It was the voice of Nidu Kojiro. Grandpa Duanquan, you must avenge me, or I shall remain restless. Duanquan, engulfed in crimson rage, gazed bloodthirstily at Yun Chen, resembling a wild beast. Yet soon, a more dreadful thought blossomed within him. Now that he had ingested the blood-exploding pill, his cultivation was destined to plummet. A lifetime of arduous training would be obliterated. Having sacrificed so much, to merely slay a mere lad seemed trivial. Instead, why not seize this chance to eliminate the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom? Most attendees of this auction were renowned families or illustrious clans of the Dragon Kingdom. The demise of these individuals would inevitably plunge the nation into chaos and despair. Ha ha ha. Duanquan suddenly erupted in laughter, his gaze shifting to the guests. In the next moment, he dashed towards a wealthy individual, delivering a fatal blow that shattered the man's skull. Bang! Blood splattered, brain matter exploded forth. The abrupt turn of events left all present gasping in shock. What is happening? The president of the Yuhua Group is dead. Why would Duanquan kill the president of Yuhua Group? Was there a grudge between them? How could that be? The president was not a martial artist. How could he have enmity with Duanquan? A martial artist of innate caliber, who stood beside the Yuhua president, stammered in disbelief. You dare to kill our president. But before he could finish, Duanquan seized him by the throat, twisting violently until the head was severed. He then casually discarded the lifeless body. This scene once again left everyone in a state of astonishment. The people of Long Nation deserve death. Duanmu Chuan spoke slowly. What did you say? The onlookers were all shocked, bewildered, and filled with rage. Today, not a single person from Long Nation will leave this auction house alive. Duanmu Chuan declared darkly. Was he truly intent on a massacre, seizing the opportunity to kill us all? Damn it. Indeed, there wasn't a single honorable individual among the people of Fusang Nation. What should we do? Duanmu Chuan's strength was overwhelming, and having consumed a blood explosion pill, none could stand against him. Were we truly destined to perish here? No. Xia Jiming felt fear creeping in, for the recently slain president of the Yuhua Group was not far from her. Yiyan, do you think he will kill us too? I do not wish to die. I am still so beautiful and young. I have not yet lived enough, nor have I experienced the touch of a man. Xia Jiming lamented pitifully. Yuan Jiming, do not worry. My junior brother will protect us, Qin Yuyan reassured her. But he has consumed a blood explosion pill. I have heard that such a pill can make one extraordinarily powerful in a short time. Can your junior brother possibly defeat him? Xia Jiming asked anxiously. Yes, of course he can, Qin Yuyan affirmed confidently. Although Duanmu Chuan's strength had indeed been significantly enhanced after consuming the blood explosion pill, my junior brother's true prowess had yet to be fully revealed. Wei Zhongxin's gaze also grew increasingly grave. The current Duanmu Chuan. Even if old Lu and old Ma joined forces, they would likely be unable to stop him. If Duanmu Chuan truly went on a rampage, indiscriminately killing, the auction house would soon become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Duanmu Chuan, what do you intend to do? Old Lu and old Ma asked, their brows furrowed, their internal energies rapidly circulating, ready to strike at any moment. Even if they could not win, it would suffice to buy a moment's time. Just moments ago, the Long Nation Chamber of Commerce had already sought assistance from the Jinwu Division. The Jinwu Division had promised to send people immediately. The wealthy, presidents, executives, titans, and young masters and ladies present were all trembling and hiding in fear. For no one knew whether, in the next second, Duanmu Chuan would turn his murderous intent towards them. What are you doing? Today, I shall wash this auction house in blood. I will slay all of you Long Nation people. Ha ha. Duanmu Chuan laughed heartily. Wash in blood. Do you think a mere pill can make you invincible? Yun Chen retorted with a smile. Mr. Yun, save us. Quickly strike him down. From now on, we pledge to follow you. Many wealthy individuals, titans, and young heirs present implored Yun Chen for assistance. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Chuan could not help but roar with laughter. Pitiful Long Nation people. Reduced to begging a dying man for salvation. Do you truly believe he will be your savior? He cannot even protect himself. Since you harbor such hope, I shall first kill him, plunging you into utter despair. In the next moment, suddenly, Duanmu Chuan altered his course, charging directly towards Yun Chen. His muscles swelled rapidly, tearing his garments to shreds, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a crimson Hulk. Yun Chen, with an amused tone, remarked, "Oh, this potion can truly turn one into a muscular behemoth in an instant? Quite intriguing." In the next moment, with a resounding bang, Duanmu Chuan unleashed a powerful punch. Propelled by an incredible gust of force, aimed directly at Yun Chen's face, just as it seemed destined to collide with him. Yun Chen effortlessly seized Duanmu Chuan's fist, and with a forceful tug, he wrenched an arm from its socket, discarding it onto the ground. Subsequently, Yun Chen retrieved a cloth from a nearby table to wipe his hands, finding the blood of the Fusang people excessively filthy. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the auction hall. As quiet as a ghost town. All present stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide in astonishment at Yun Chen. Goodness. He is incredibly handsome, utterly cool. We are saved. Could he possibly be a monster? Even Duanmu Chuan, who had consumed the blood explosion pill, was no match for him. What level had he attained? No wonder he dared to kill so recklessly in the royal capital. Fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers, especially directed towards the Fusang people. Curse those Fusang scoundrels. Do they not realize that the people of Longwu are their ancestors? Chapter 96, The Martial Suppression Division. Who exactly is this remarkable young man? Despite consuming the blood explosion pill, Duanmu Chuan was easily defeated by him. Elder Lu and Elder Ma, who had initially planned to intervene, abandoned their intentions upon witnessing Duanmu Chuan's arm being severed by Yun Chen. Their presence would now only serve as an impediment. When did Longwu produce such an extraordinary talent? His potential is limitless. He may very well become the new youthful sovereign of Longwu. Even the prince is pale in comparison. Elder Lu and Elder Ma held Yun Chen in exceedingly high regard. Xia Jiming, witnessing the spectacle, leapt into the air with joy. Yay, we won again. Yuyan, your junior apprentice is truly remarkable. Qin Yuyan nodded with a smile. The wealthy elites, magnates, corporate presidents, and young scions present expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yun, for your assistance. From now on, we are eager to follow your lead. The Longwood General Chamber of Commerce had long sought collaboration with our Dongxing Group. I was blind to the opportunity then, but upon returning to my company, I shall draft a cooperation agreement immediately. My Hongxing Group is also willing to establish a partnership with the Longwood General Chamber of Commerce, closely following Mr. Yun's footsteps. My Longao Group is also eager to follow Mr. Yun's lead. The Abalili Group wishes to align with Mr. Yun. The Wanda Group is also keen to pursue Mr. Yun's path. In no time, all the corporate presidents and business magnates pledged their loyalty to Yun Chen. Wei Zhongxian, observing the scene before him, felt that this young man truly embodied the charisma of the former president, perhaps even surpassing it. The Dragon Kingdom's Chamber of Commerce, in the hands of this young man, is poised to ascend to unprecedented heights. No, it is certain to reach new pinnacles. Wei Zhongxian's heart has already begun to yield to Yun Chen. But just then, a thunderous shout echoed through the air. This is impossible. I have consumed the blood-exploding pill. How could I still not be your match? Dan Muchuan exclaimed in disbelief, his hysteria palpable as he gazed at his severed arm, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. One does not simply become invincible by merely taking a potion. The power that does not rightfully belong to one ultimately proves ungraspable. Yun Chen intoned softly. What realm have you attained? Dan Muchuan asked, his eyes aflame with rage. You will never have the chance to know, Yun Chen replied slowly. In the next instant, he appeared before Dan Muchuan like a wraith. With a mere gesture, a gaping wound manifested upon Dan Muchuan's forehead. How is this possible? A single finger had pierced through the head of a grandmaster. Who would believe it without witnessing it firsthand? It was utterly surreal. Those present were left in shock and awe, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Bang! Soon, Dan Muchuan fell backward, crashing to the ground. The head of the Fusong Martial Arts Academy, the strongest martial artist within the Dragon Kingdom, had perished just like that. The auction hall descended into an eerie silence, devoid of sound. Dan Muchuan was dead. Just like that. It was unbelievable. How astonishing is Mr. Yun. What a splendid demise. What a remarkable end. Meanwhile, Yun Zhe, still kneeling on the ground, felt an overwhelming admiration for Yun Chen deep within his heart. Alas, how foolish I was to provoke such a reaper for the Yun family. Truly, I was a complete fool, Yun Zhe reflected. At that moment, the personnel from the Jinwu Division arrived. The Jinwu Division is the authority responsible for overseeing martial artists. Dad, what are you doing here? Yun Zhe asked nervously upon spotting him. Zhe, who made you kneel there? Yun Shan entered to find his son pitifully prostrated on the ground, his face ignited with fury. Xiaozhe, what is going on? Stand up. A beautiful woman in her 30s standing beside Yun Shan furrowed her brow. Dad, Aunt May, I'm fine. I chose to kneel. It's uncomfortable to stand, Yun Zhe quickly replied, not daring to mention a word about the earlier incident. Nonsense. Don't lie in front of me. Who dares to make my son kneel? Yun Shan thundered with authority. Xiaozhe, has someone threatened you? Don't worry. Your father is here. No one would dare lay a finger on you. The woman beside Yun Shan reassured him. I was the one who made him kneel. Is there a problem with that? Yun Chen spoke calmly. You, boy, who are you to make my son kneel? You certainly have an audacious spirit to stand before me and admit it. Yun Shan surveyed the surroundings, contemplating the situation regarding Yun Chen. Father, I truly wish to kneel, exclaimed Yun Zhe loudly. Do not fear, my son. I am here to support you. Stand firm, Yun Shan replied, filled with frustration at the perceived weakness of his son. In his heart, Yun Zhe thought, I fear for your life, father. You cannot afford to provoke those who compel me to kneel. At that moment, a stunning woman standing beside Yun Shan gasped in utter shock. Duan Kuchuan is dead. Upon hearing this, Yun Shan incredulously turned to her and inquired, Xiaomei, what did you just say? Duan Kuchuan is dead. The body is right there, she reiterated, pointing. Duan Kuchuan, who could have done this? Yun Shan asked in astonishment, gazing at the lifeless form on the ground. Who possesses such formidable power to slay Duan Kuchuan, especially after he consumed the blood explosion pill? Duan Kuchuan is the master of the Fusong Martial Arts Academy and a renowned powerhouse in the royal capital. Once he takes the blood explosion pill, his strength reaches a terrifying level, and now he lies dead at the auction site. Who could be responsible? President Wei. Was it one of the experts from your Dragon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce? Yushan questioned Wei Zhongxian. No, Wei Zhongxian slowly replied. Then who was it? Do you know? President Wei? Yinshan inquired, furrowing his brows. The one who killed Duan Kuchuan is not an expert from our Dragon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce. It is our new president. Wei Zhongxian stated respectfully. Our new president? President Wei. Hasn't he the position been vacant for many years? When did we acquire a new president? Yinshan asked, perplexed. This individual is our new president, Wei Zhongxian said as he stepped aside to reveal Yunchen. What did you say? Duan Kuchuan was killed by him? You must be joking. He is merely a young lad. Yunshan's displeasure was evident. Father, it is indeed true that he killed Duan Kuchuan. Such insolence. Even you dare to make a fool of your father. He is not even 20. Is it possible for a mere child to kill Duan Kuchuan? Yushan dismissed the notion outright, deeming it ludicrous. At 20, to slay a grandmaster, especially one who has consumed the blood explosion pill? Impossible. Even my own father would struggle to achieve that. Duan Kuchuan was indeed killed by Mr. Yun. the crowd collectively affirmed. Faced with the testimony of so many prominent figures in the royal capital, Yun Chen, though skeptical, found himself compelled to accept the truth. "I'm quite curious as to how you managed to kill Duan Kuchuan," Yun Chen queried with a frown. "With my hands," Yun Chen replied. "Yun Chen, since it was you who killed Duan Muchuan, please accompany us back to the Zenwusi for an investigation." A beautiful woman standing beside Yun Chen spoke. "There's no time," Yun Chen retorted impulsively. "What did you say?" "Assisting our Zenwusi in the investigation is the obligation of every martial artist in the Dragon Kingdom," Yun Chen coldly replied. "And what if I refuse?" Yun Chen countered. "Aunt May, let us not pursue this any further." "Really, you and my father should leave quickly," Yunza urged anxiously. "Do not provoke this harbinger of death." "You brat, this does not concern you," Yun Chen scolded. Duan Muchuan indiscriminately attacked guests at the auction. He even threatened to kill everyone present. The entire situation is clear. What else is there to investigate? Wei Zhongxin inquired, looking at Yun Chen. "Just a routine procedure," Yun Chen replied casually. "The president of our Dragon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce is not someone you Zenwusi can simply take away." Wei Zhongxin's expression darkened. "Indeed, Mr. Yun is our savior. He is a hero. How can you dare to bring a hero back for interrogation?" "We absolutely disagree." The group of presidents and wealthy magnates present stood up to defend Yun Chen. The beauty beside Yun Chen was momentarily at a loss. She never anticipated that a young man would attract the protection of so many prominent figures from the capital's business community. If they forcibly took this youth away today, it would surely offend all the business giants present. It is worth noting that even Zenwusi would face significant repercussions for antagonizing so many influential figures. The situation had become complicated. Perhaps it would be best to withdraw. The beauty beside Yun Chen frowned and suggested, "Father, I beg you, since Duan Muchuan is already dead, you and Aunt May should return quickly. Zenwusi must have other matters awaiting your attention," Yunza urged. "Even if he truly killed Duan Muchuan and saved everyone present, how dare he make my son kneel on the ground? This is intolerable. Does he not know that the Yun family is most protective of its own?" Yun Chen's expression turned icy. "Father, you are not his match. Please, leave now," Yunza pleaded desperately. "You brat, what did you say? How dare you diminish my authority?" Yun Chen thundered in anger. "This time, I specifically brought the freezing gun. It was originally intended for Duan Muchuan, but it seems it will now be used on a mere child." Yun Chen spoke slowly. "Father, can you not court disaster? I beg you," Yunza lamented helplessly. "At your age, why won't you listen to reason? A freezing gun?" Upon hearing the term, Wei Zhongxin's expression changed drastically. Zenwusi actually brought that along. It is known that the freezing gun is a modern weapon developed by the research department of the Dragon Kingdom, specifically designed to combat martial artists. In an instant, a unique gas can be expelled. This gas has the astonishing ability to swiftly freeze the vital energy within a martial artist's body, transforming them into a mere ice sculpture in a matter of moments. However, it is exceedingly expensive to produce, and the raw materials required are exceedingly rare. To date, the entire Dragon Kingdom has only managed to develop 3 such devices. One resides in the hands of the Martial Control Department, another with the Dragon Group, and the whereabouts of the last remain a mystery. The freezing gun. You intend to use the freezing gun against my junior disciple. Qin Yuyan's delicate features changed. This is an abuse of power, she accused. No, the freezing gun cannot be used indiscriminately. If higher authorities were to hold us accountable, we could not bear the consequences. A beautiful woman standing beside Yun Chen hurriedly intervened. It was then that Yun Chen regained his composure. "Very well, I shall spare you this time, young man. Stand down," Yun Chen commanded. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yun Chen appeared before him like a specter. "The freezing gun, what is it? Show it to me." Yun Chen spoke in a deep tone. "When did you arrive?" Yun Shan's expression turned fearful. "Just now," Yun Chen replied casually. "Show me the freezing gun, quickly." Yun Chen extended his hand. "The freezing gun is not something you can simply look at," Yun Chen stubbornly insisted. How could this young man be so ghostly? In the blink of an eye, he had materialized right before him. Such terrifying speed. "Do not make me repeat myself." Yun Chen's voice was cold. The formidable aura exhibited by Yun Chen instilled a profound sense of apprehension in Yun Chen. "You can only take a glance." Yun Chen conceded. "Understood," Yun Chen responded impatiently. Reluctantly, Yun Chen presented the freezing gun to Yun Chen. Yun Chen reached out to take it, then aimed directly at Duan Muchuan on the ground and fired. An icy gust surged forth in an instant. In the next moment, Duan Muchuan's body began to freeze at an astonishing pace, swiftly transforming into a human-shaped ice sculpture. This gun is rather intriguing, Yun Chen mused, delighting in its manipulation. Can I have it back now? Yun Chan's expression darkened. The moment Yun Chen fired, he nearly lost his composure. It is important to note that the freezing gun consumes over 100 million with every shot. Even he would hesitate to use it unless absolutely necessary. Return it to you? Provide me with a reason. Yun Chen stated. This device originally belongs to the Martial Control Department. What reason do I need to provide you? Yun Chan's face flushed with indignation. He was taken aback that this young man would be so unreasonable. It was agreed that he would merely take a look, yet he proceeded to fire a shot. And as if that were not enough, he intended to keep it. Whoever possesses the item holds the claim to it, Yun Chen remarked enigmatically. Your actions have left us unable to report back. You need not accompany us for the investigation, but please return the freezing gun to us. The woman beside Yun Chen interjected, her brow furrowed. Whether you can report back is your concern. What does it have to do with me? Yun Chen retorted, frowning. Do you intend to stand against our Jinwu division? The beauty beside Yun Chen remarked coldly. If you believe you can defeat me, feel free to make your move. Yun Chen replied slowly. The beauty fell silent, realizing that even with In Muchuan dead, without the freezing gun, they stood no chance against Yun Chen. Very well. I am not unreasonable. I can assist your Jinwu division once. Chapter 98. Grandfather, you should rest well. Upon hearing Yun Chen's words, Xia Jiming couldn't help but laugh. Your little junior brother has stolen someone else's belongings and still claims he is not unreasonable. How amusing. Yuyan, look. The faces of the Jinwu division members have turned dark. Qin Yuyan remarked with a smile. If it were me, I would feel the same, Xia Jiming added. However, that gun is quite impressive. It can freeze people solid. She noted. Qin Yuyan nodded. Indeed, it is remarkable. The freezing gun is currently the most advanced weapon in Long Country, without exception. Yun Chen examined the freezing gun thoughtfully, pondering who could have developed such a device capable of freezing a warrior's internal energy. Quite intriguing. He mused. What did you say? Assist our Jinwu division once. Do you think our esteemed Jinwu division requires help from someone like you? Yun Chen sneered. The foundation and strength of the Jinwu division are beyond what a mere child like you can comprehend. Is that so? You said it yourself. Just don't regret it later, Yun Chen replied casually. Regret? The word regret has never graced my dictionary. Yun Chen declared with an imposing air. Father, you are mistaken. Yun Zhe interjected. The freezing gun is the property of our Jinwu division. Please return it. The beauty beside Yun Chen extended her hand to retrieve it. I shall not return it. Once something is in my possession, I have never returned it, Yun Chen resolutely refused. You. The beauty's face flushed with anger, yet she felt powerless. For they could do nothing against Yun Chen. They could only watch helplessly as he claimed the freezing gun for himself. Ultimately, the Jinwu division had no choice but to leave the auction house in disgrace, unable to remain any longer. Boss, the freezing gun was stolen. What will happen to us when we return? The director will surely flay us alive. A Jinwu division team member following Yun Chen expressed his concern. If anyone is to be flayed, it will be me first. What do you have to fear? Yun Chen retorted angrily. When we return, immediately investigate this fellow's background. I want all his information. He commanded his team. Yes, boss. All the Jinwu division members chorused. At that moment, one of their phones suddenly rang. Not good, boss. At the first warrior prison, there has been a jailbreak. They demand we retrieve the escapee immediately. However, we do not possess a freezing gun. Yun Chen smacked the back of that person's head, exclaiming, What are you making such a fuss about? It's merely a matter of apprehending a petty thief who has escaped from prison. Whether or not we have a freezing gun makes no difference. The team member following closely behind Yun Chen whispered, The escaped convict is a Grand Master, and he has reached the latter stage of Grand Master. Yun Chan's brow furrowed immediately. What did you just say? The latter stage of Grand Master? Damn. I should have accepted that kid's terms earlier. The team member behind Yun Chen cautioned, Boss, didn't you say that the word regret does not exist in your vocabulary? Yun Chen retorted coldly, Shut up. Let the auction proceed. Vice President Wei, I have urgent matters to attend to. Yun Chen addressed Wei Zhongxian. President, you may simply call me Wei Lao, Wei Zhongxian replied with a humbled demeanor. Very well, Wei Lao, Yun Chen nodded. President, do you require me to send someone to accompany you? Wei Zhongxian inquired respectfully. No need, just focus on your duties. Yun Chen responded. Understood, President, Wei Zhongxian acknowledged. After acquiring the black jade ointment and the youth elixir, Yun Chen promptly departed from the auction venue. heading towards the hotel where his second uncle resided. Once Yun Chen left, Yunze finally felt a sense of relief and stood up, hastily returning home. "You little rascal. Why are you in such a hurry?" An elderly man, robust in stature with round, fierce eyes, appeared from the room, exuding vitality that belied his age, save for a few strands of gray in his beard. This man was none other than the elder of the Yun family, Yun Chen, who also held the position of vice president of the Martial Arts Association in the capital. "Grandfather, why didn't you go to the Martial Arts Association today?" Upon entering, Yunze was surprised to find his grandfather at home and curiously asked. "There was nothing of importance at the association today, so I decided to rest at home." Yun Chen replied. "You little rascal, what happened to your knees?" Yun Chen's keen eyes immediately spotted the large abrasions on his grandson's knees, bleeding profusely. "It's nothing, grandfather. I accidentally fell on the way." Yunze casually fabricated an excuse. "Do you think I'm an old fool? Quickly tell me who harmed my grandson." Yun Chen asked angrily. "Grandfather, it really was just an accident," Yunze insisted. "You little rascal, if you don't speak the truth, I shall be very displeased." "Grandfather, if I tell you, will you go seek retribution?" Yunze challenged. "Who dares to harm my grandson without facing my wrath?" Yun Chen declared. "But grandfather, what if you cannot defeat that person?" "I'm just saying, what if?" Yun Chen laughed heartily. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you speaking in broad daylight? Is there anyone I cannot defeat? Do you think my position as vice president of the Martial Arts Association in the capital is merely for show?" Yunze asked. "Grandfather, can you defeat the master of the Fusong Martial Arts Academy, Duanmu Chuan?" Yun Chen asserted with great confidence. "Of course." Yunze inquired. "Grandfather, are you capable of defeating Duanmu Chuan, even if he has consumed the blood explosion pill?" Yun Chen furrowed his brow and replied, "Consume the blood explosion pill? What nonsensical questions are you asking, you rascal?" Yunze pressed on. "Grandfather, please tell me, can you or cannot you?" After a moment's contemplation, Yun Chen stated, "It's a 70-30 chance. I have the advantage. Even with the blood explosion pill, he is no match for me." Yunze nodded slowly. "Oh, it seems that is not the case. He was defeated in a single move. It's entirely a 10-0 situation." Yun Chen's expression shifted dramatically. "You little rascal. Who defeated Duanmu Chuan in a single move?" Yunze reminisced. "A rather formidable individual. He single-handedly annihilated the Zhao family and also killed Duanmu Chuan." "Grandfather, you should really take a good rest." Chapter 99. Truly Fortunate. Yun Chen, intrigued, asked, "You little rascal, who is this person you speak of? When did such an exceptional figure emerge in the royal capital?" "I am utterly unaware." He continued. "Moreover, this person dared to eradicate the Zhao family. A warrior from the Fusong nation could be killed, but the Zhao family has the backing of the second elder, which is an entirely different matter." Yunze responded. "To be honest, grandfather, I also have no idea where he came from. I've never seen him in the royal capital before. However, he is truly powerful." Yun Chen frowned and inquired. "The martial arts experts of Long Nation should be recorded by the Martial Arts Association." "You little rascal, what is his name?" Yunze slowly replied. "Grandfather, his name is Yun Chen. Interestingly, he shares our surname." Yun Chen's brow furrowed deeply. "Yun Chen? How old is he?" Yunze answered. "He should be around my age." Yun Chen's expression changed dramatically. "You little rascal, what did you say?" "If he is around your age, that means he is just over 20, and this young man has killed a grandmaster." "Are you joking?" Yun Chen exclaimed, utterly incredulous. It seemed utterly absurd to him. "You little rascal, did you lose a fight outside and, unable to save face, concoct this story to deceive me?" Yun Chen glared at his grandson. "Grandfather, to be honest, it's quite normal for you to doubt me. Initially, I too found it hard to believe. It wasn't until I witnessed it with my own eyes that I realized such a strong individual truly exists in this world." Yunze said earnestly. "You little rascal. You are not jesting with me, are you?" Yun Chen, seeing the serious expression on his grandson's face, began to harbor some doubts. "No, grandfather. Everything I said is true," Yunze asserted with unwavering conviction. Yun Chen immediately dialed a number. "Vice President, is there something you need me to do?" The voice on the other end asked respectfully. Yun Chen commanded, "Find someone named Yun Chen and investigate his background." The person on the phone promptly acknowledged, "Understood." "Vice President." "Wait." Yunze immediately intervened. "What's wrong with you, boy? Always so jumpy." Yun Chen said, his tone laced with irritation. "Grandfather, please do not send anyone to investigate him. It could be fatal." He kills without a flicker of an eye, Yun Zhe implored. The voice on the other end, brimming with confidence, replied, Young master, rest assured. Even if I cannot win, I can certainly escape. If I wish to leave, no one can stop me. In exasperation, Yun Zhe lamented, Why does no one heed my warnings? At that moment, a sweet, ethereal voice emerged, Grandfather, what little Zhe says is true. Do not send anyone to probe into his background. We in the Dragon team have already gathered substantial information on him. A girl clad in leather attire, her hair tied in a high ponytail, with long legs and a commanding presence, gracefully entered the room. Sister, what brings you back? Yun Zhe exclaimed, rushing towards her. I am well aware of the events at the auction. You have caused quite a stir at home. She chided. Of all the people to provoke, why did you have to choose such a ruthless figure? Fortunately, you knelt down, otherwise, I would have had to face the consequences. The girl in leather was none other than Yun Zhe's sister, Yun, the foremost Valkyrie of the Dragon team. Do you know Yun Chen? Yun Zhe inquired eagerly. Indeed. Our Dragon team has been monitoring him for quite some time. Yun Chen, the scion of the Yun family in Jinling. 5 years ago, a catastrophic incident befell the Yun family, after which he vanished. Recently, he reappeared in Jinling, and shortly thereafter, the 3 prominent families of Jinling were annihilated. The son of the inspector of Jiangdu and the son of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce president were also slain by him. He then made his way to the capital. Yun elaborated. Jinling? He hails from such a small place? How can he possess such strength? Yun Zhe questioned, perplexed. How can a warrior from a minor locale surpass those from the capital? The capital is the imperial city. This is precisely what we are investigating. Where has he been for the past 5 years, and what transpired to make him so formidable? We have been discreetly probing, yet to no avail. We have yet to uncover any leads, Yun sighed. In any case, do not provoke him. Grandfather, this individual is truly terrifying. Upon hearing his granddaughter's words, Yun Potion slowly nodded and instructed his subordinate on the phone, do not act recklessly for now. Understood, Vice President. Came the respectful reply from the other end. Sister, there's something I wish to discuss, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Yun Zhe began tentatively. Speak. What if you employed your charm to see if you could win him over? If successful, our Yun family would gain a remarkably formidable son-in-law. I would have an incredibly impressive brother-in-law. From this day forth, who would dare to cross me in the capital? Enough, she retorted. Boss. We just received detailed information from above. The escapee is named Feng Mao, alias the Lustful Butcher. His strength is formidable. The above mentions that this individual is exceedingly dangerous and quite lecherous. It is said that his capture resulted from his heinous actions against numerous female martial artists, with even some female masters falling victim to his vile hands. The personnel from the Martial Enforcement Division are currently pursuing the escaped Grandmaster within the royal capital. Those confined within the first martial prison are all perilous characters. However, he shall not evade capture. Yun Shan spoke with an icy demeanor. Boss, it has been reported that Blood Butcher has fled to the Wilkins Hotel. Yun Shan immediately commanded, set off for the Wilkins Hotel. Understood. At this moment, Yun Shun, accompanied by his senior sister and Xia Zhiming, had already returned to the hotel, which happened to be the very Wilkins Hotel. Soon, Yun Chen and his senior sister, along with Qin Yuyan, arrived at the room of his second uncle. Young master, you have returned. Jiuyou and Gui Jian greeted respectfully. Yes, uncle. Here is the black jade healing ointment. You shall be able to stand again shortly, Yun Chen assured his second uncle. Xiao Chun, Yun Zhongjun, lying in bed, spoke with tears in his eyes. Uncle, do not say anything. Let us apply the medicine first, Yun Chen replied. Just as he was about to tend to his second uncle, a commotion erupted outside the door. What is that noise? Let us investigate. Yun Chen furrowed his brow. As Jiuyou was about to step outside to assess the situation, a loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open. A man clad in prison garb entered, sneering, with a terrified girl in his arms. Upon entering, his gaze brazenly roamed over Qin Yuyan and Xia Zhiming. 2 exquisite beauties. What incredible fortune I possess. Chapter 100. The Warden of the First Martial Prison. Beautiful lady, you may leave. Your presence is no longer required. I have found a replacement. The man in prison attire declared, shoving the girl aside. She turned and fled, casting a glance of pity back at those in the room. May I inquire the names of these 2 lovely ladies? He continued, leering at Qin Yuyan and Xia Zhiming. I am Feng Mao, a grandmaster in my own right. The others may take their leave. I wish to have a moment alone with these 2 beauties. Yet, Yun Chen and the others remained unfazed. Jiuyo and Gui Jian regarded Feng Mao as if he were a fool. Did you not hear me? Get out of my way. Having spent 3 years in that hellhole, I am ablaze with desire and only wish to indulge. I have no intention of spilling blood, nor of unleashing a massacre. Feng Mao's expression turned frigid. Are you a fool summoned by a monkey? Jiuyo laughed. Who would willingly forsake the path to heaven and recklessly charge into hell? What did you say? Seeking death, are we? Today, I am in a good mood and have no desire to kill. Do you have any idea from where I have just escaped? Feng Mao coldly retorted. Where? Yun Chen tilted his head, intrigued. The first martial prison. A prison specifically designed to confine the most heinous of criminals. To date, no more than 5 individuals have managed to escape from the first martial artist prison. And I am proud to say that I am one of them. Feng Mao proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Oh, Yun Chen replied, his demeanor calm and even tinged with a hint of disdain. This provoked Feng Mao to the point of fury. Aren't you afraid of me? Feng Mao asked incredulously. Why should I be afraid of you? Yun Chen countered. Aren't you concerned that I might kill you? Feng Mao sneered. You cannot kill me. If you don't leave within 3 seconds, you will perish, Yun Chen asserted. Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. What an audacious little brat. Feng Mao laughed heartily. In the next instant, he lunged at Yun Chen without a hint of warning. He moved like a gust of wind, swiftly appearing behind Yun Chen, his speed unparalleled. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, his visage akin to that of a demon. Are you stunned? Remember, the one who intends to kill you is called the Beast. Feng Mao bellowed, standing behind Yun Chen and preparing to strike the back of his head with a fist imbued with terrifying energy. In a flash, Yun Chen turned around and retaliated with a punch, leading to a violent collision. Bang! As their fists clashed, Feng Mao's arm was utterly shattered, dissolving into nothingness. Ah, my arm. How is this possible? Feng Mao gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, his face etched with shock and terror. At that moment, Feng Mao realized he had met his match. No wonder everyone had looked at him with such peculiar expressions upon his arrival. They held no fear at all. Damn it! To encounter such a monstrous individual right after my escape. How blind I was to not recognize the formidable. Feng Mao pleaded in fear. Observing Yun Chen's youth, barely in his 20s, he marveled at the terrifying prowess he possessed. Yun Chen slowly spoke. No? In the next moment, he instantly appeared in front of Feng Mao, grasping his neck with a firm grip, and then, with deliberate steps, he walked to the window and hurled Feng Mao from the rooftop of the hotel. Bang! Below, members of the town marshal division had just arrived. As they reached the hotel, before they could even enter, they witnessed a figure plummeting from above, crashing heavily outside the hotel entrance. Boss, someone has fallen. A member of the town marshal division exclaimed. I'm not blind. Call 120. Yun Chen scowled. Wait a moment. The attire he wears appears to be that of the first martial artist prison. A beautiful woman beside Yun Chen remarked. Quickly, someone approached to investigate. Boss. This is the same person from the photo. He is Feng Mao, the Beast. How did he fall from the top? What happened? Isn't he a grandmaster? Can a grandmaster really fall? Yun Chen replied. Do you believe it possible for a grandmaster to merely fall? It is evident he was thrown from above. Who could possibly do such a thing? We must apprehend him immediately. Just then, the scene unfolded further. A military vehicle came to a halt in front of the hotel. From the vehicle emerged a woman clad in uniform, slender in form and fair of skin, exuding an aura reminiscent of a campus goddess. Yet, this woman was no ordinary individual. She held a significant title as the warden of the first martial artist prison, Liuni. Though strikingly beautiful, her temperament was fiercely fiery. Armed with a whip, she wielded it with formidable prowess, often punishing disobedient inmates with it, leaving them yelping in despair. Warden Li, what brings you here personally? The personnel from the town marshal division hastily inquired with courtesy. The fugitive Feng Mao escaped from my custody. It is my responsibility to recapture him and administer a thorough punishment. Let us see if he dares to flee again, Liuni declared, unsheathing the crimson whip from her waist and executing a swift strike in the air. The crowd instinctively recoiled, gripped by trepidation. Liuni's reputation was indeed formidable. However, it appeared that her visit might be in vain. At that moment, Yun Chen interjected. What do you mean? Liuni furrowed her brow in inquiry. Our town marshal division has already apprehended Feng Mao, Yun Chen stated bluntly. It was then that Liuni's gaze fell upon a figure sprawled on the hotel's lawn. His right arm was completely shattered, blood gushing from his mouth, resembling a lifeless dog. It was none other than Feng Mao, the notorious deviant who had escaped from the first martial artist prison earlier that morning. Yun Chen, are you certain that Feng Mao was captured by your division? He appears to have fallen from a great height. Li Yunyi scrutinized Yun Chen. Boss, let us not pretend anymore. Without a freezing weapon, how could we possibly apprehend a late-stage grandmaster like Feng Mao? The personnel from the town martial division could no longer hold their tongues. Ahem. Indeed, we did not capture him, but my men arrived here first. The credit should rightly belong to our town martial division, Yun Chen shamelessly claimed. Credit? I have no use for it. I shall take the person back. Li Yunyi replied dismissively, showing no interest in accolades. Very well, Yun Chen remarked, taken aback by her indifference towards such a substantial achievement. Yet, in the next moment, crack, Li Yunyi delivered a lash to Feng Mao's back, tearing through flesh and causing a gruesome spectacle. This is for your escape. She continued to strike relentlessly, the whip cracking against Feng Mao's body with each blow. The town martial division personnel stood by in shock, witnessing what could only be described as the legendary whipping of the corpse. Yun Chen could not suppress a gulp. Li Yunyi abruptly turned to him and asked, Captain Yun, who cast Feng Mao from the building? I am unaware. By the time I arrived, Feng Mao had already been thrown down, Yun Chen replied. From which floor was he thrown? Li Yunyi queried further, pointing toward the room occupied by Yun Chen. It seems to have been from that window, Yun Chen indicated. Li Yunyi slowly lifted her head, cast a glance, and then proceeded directly into the hotel.